The young girl's beautiful eyes showed a mix of pride and trust. She was telling him that she had given him something important to her. Shui Yan stared deeply at Lu Jejia. He took a breath and said slowly, "I know." Lu Jejia huffed, trying to hide her discomfort. She casually asked, "Then that means it was your first kiss too, right?" In her mind, Shui Yan must have had his first kiss, especially since he was so fierce and there were rarely any girls around him. Shui Yan's lips moved as he was about to answer, but he suddenly remembered when Lu Jejia was drunk a few days ago and hesitated. It should be yes. Although he said the last two words confidently, Lu Jejia focused on the first two. "You haven't had your first kiss?" Lu Jejia was stunned, disbelief mixed with anger, her eyes widening. She had never kissed another man, and Shui Yan had given his first kiss to someone else. That was too much. Lu Jejia didn't know how to express her feelings. She felt so wronged. "Who did you give your first kiss to? Did you kiss someone else before me?" The corners of Lu Jejia's eyes were already red, and now they were even redder, but she refused to cry. The way she held back her tears made her look even more pitiful. Shui Yan quickly shook his head, his deep gaze showing confusion.
"No.
I haven't kissed anyone." Lu Jejia turned and walked forward. After taking a few steps, she heard voices ahead. Her expression changed, and she grabbed Shui Yan and ran in the other direction. Shui Yan didn't expect those people to come back. He easily lifted Lu Jejia into his arms and quickly disappeared into the alley. When they reached another street, Shui Yan put Lu Jejia down. He didn't know how to explain himself, so he just tried hard to say, "I've only kissed you, no one else." "Really?" Shui Yan nodded heavily. The tension in Lu Jejia's chest slowly eased. She felt a slight sting on her lips and touched them, realizing they were a bit sore from the earlier kiss. It was uncomfortable, and she tried to sound serious, saying, "Can't you be gentler when you kiss others?" He had pushed her against the wall. If they got married in the future, would Shui Yan be even stronger? Lu Jejia shook her head, trying to dismiss those thoughts. Her cheeks were hot as she softly said, "Do you know what gentle means?" It felt strange for her to teach her boyfriend about this, but she thought Shui Yan just didn't understand. Shui Yan wanted to explain that he had been gentle and was trying to control himself, but looking at Lu Jejia's slightly swollen red lips made his throat tighten. He swallowed hard and said, "I'll be more careful in the future." Lu Jejia nodded. This was Shui Yan's first experience with kissing, and she believed he would improve. Her gaze dropped, and she noticed Shui Yan was holding a basket, peeking inside. Earlier, the space had been too tight, so he had taken the basket in his hands. It was clear there were still unsold items inside, likely pork. Suddenly, Shui Yan swung the basket behind him and quietly put it back on his back, tensing every muscle. He didn't even dare to look Lu Jejia in the eye. What would she think of him now that she noticed? He was involved in something looked down upon by everyone. Would Lu Jejia dislike him? Shui Yan moved his fingers and tried to act casual, saying, "It's just some small things." Lu Jejia blinked. In her mind, reselling was normal, so she didn't think much of it. She reached out and grabbed Shui Yan's arm, looking up and whispering, "I saw inside. It's pork, you." "This is what I just bought at the market." Shui Yan interrupted her, his eyes deep and his voice barely audible. "I bought a bit too much." Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia stared at Shui Yan's cold profile for a few seconds. His arm felt stiff when she touched it, but soon she thought of something. Lu Jejia said seriously, "I know what you're doing." Shui Yan's body was tense, and his thin lips formed a straight line. He wanted to tell Lu Jejia in the most unpleasant way that he had kissed her and touched her. No matter what kind of person he was, as long as he wanted, she could only marry him. But Shui Yan couldn't bring himself to say those words. He didn't want to hurt Lu Jejia, not even himself. He murmured in a voice barely audible, "You know, those people just now came from the black market, right?" "It's obvious," Lu Jejia said with a cheerful smile. "It's just about selling a few things. This is just a limitation of the times. Things will get better." Shui Yan's eyelids twitched. He was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly woke up and said in a low voice, You don't dislike me? Lu Jieje. Why would I dislike you? Lu Jieje tugged at Shui Yan's clothes. You didn't think I would be angry, did you? Why would she be angry? She had just gone with her mother to find some good deals today. Besides, if Shui Yan didn't sell things, how could he marry her? But she was a bit worried about his safety. I see that the checks have been really strict lately. You need to know when to let go of your things. None of this is important. Shui Yan's thin lips moved. Really not dislike me. Lu Jieje shot him a glare and prepared to head back to the tractor. I need to go back, otherwise my mom will worry. Lu Jieje took a step, then looked around, stopping in her tracks. Where had they run off to? How would they get back? She turned to Shui Yan and tugged at his clothes again. Let's sell the meat first, or take me back. Or maybe we should sell the meat first to avoid drawing attention.
Okay.
Shui Yan instinctively grabbed Lu Jieje's hand. The smooth touch registered in his mind, and he suddenly snapped back to reality, his deep gaze fixed on Lu Jieje's fair face, holding on tightly. Let's go sell the meat first.
Right.
Lu Jieje felt a bit of pain from the grip on her hand. Shui Yan seemed unable to control his strength. He was always heavy-handed and fierce. It hurts. Lu Jieje pulled her hand away. Shui Yan pressed his lips together and quietly released her. Which way are we going? Lu Jieje looked at Shui Yan's indifferent expression, unsure if he was lost in thought or daydreaming. She glanced around. There were few people passing by. Seeing no one was paying attention to them, Lu Jieje playfully pinched Shui Yan's waist and confidently asked, Which direction? Shui Yan's ears turned red, a warm feeling rising from his back to his head. He shifted his gaze slightly down, his messy hair brushing against a scar on his forehead, giving him a fierce look. Lu Jieje lifted her head and continued to ask him. Shui Yan took a deep breath and pointed to the right. This way. Lu Jieje stepped forward, and Shui Yan instinctively walked behind her, ensuring he could see her clearly no matter what happened.
Left.
At the intersection, Shui Yan spoke first. Lu Jieje obediently followed, occasionally glancing at the shops around them. Watching Lu Jieje walk ahead, Shui Yan felt a warm sensation in his heart. She really didn't seem to mind him at all. Sometimes he thought he didn't deserve her at all. Lu Jieje excelled in every way, while he couldn't even provide her with the most basic support. Shui Yan couldn't accept such thoughts, walking with a serious expression, his dark eyes shadowed. Passers-by automatically moved aside when they met his gaze. Under Shui Yan's guidance, they arrived at the cafeteria. Lu Jieje turned back and leaned closer to him, whispering, Will they want it? Just wait here for me, he replied. Lu Jieje nodded. Shui Yan walked alone to the back alley, while Lu Jieje stood on the street feeling bored. Remembering that her parents loved meat buns, she went into the cafeteria and bought 4. She asked the server for some oil paper, but she wasn't sure how to wrap them by herself. The apprentice selling buns, noticing her beauty, blushed and came over to teach her. Shui Yan finished selling pork, but didn't see Lu Jieje at the door, and a wave of panic washed over him. He quickly walked over and looked around, still not seeing her. Shui Yan's breathing became rapid, and the veins in his neck slightly bulged. Dark thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Was Lu Jieje lying to him? Did she say she didn't care to deliberately mislead him and then run away while he wasn't looking? If that were true, what would he do? Shui Yan thought of many dangerous possibilities, and every time he saw someone, a bit of negativity grew in his mind. What's wrong? Lu Jieje asked, holding a meat bun in one hand. In this era, meat buns were quite large. One hand couldn't hold 2, and they were greasy, which Lu Jieje found unpleasant. She stood about a meter away from Shui Yan, sensing that he was in a dangerous mood, as if he had lost something important and could explode at any moment. As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Yan was suddenly right in front of her. Lu Jieje looked into Shui Yan's deep eyes and swallowed hard. She lifted the meat bun in her hand. I just bought this for you, it's hot. Where did you go? Shui Yan asked in a hoarse voice. Lu Jieje raised the meat bun again. I went to buy buns. What's wrong? Did something happen? Did you not get paid for the pork? Had he been cheated? It's nothing. The tension around Shui Yan slowly faded, and he fell silent. Lu Jiejie moved closer, worried. Did they offer you a low price? Did they think you were easy to bully and try to cheat you? Shui Yan.
No.
He turned his face away. You need to tell me before you leave next time. Lu Jiejie glanced at the bun in her hand. She had just gone to the cafeteria, and she mumbled, I went to buy buns. She was just worried he might be hungry. Here. Lu Jiejie looked at the grease on her fingers with disdain and said quietly, the people at this cafeteria are too stingy. They only gave me one piece of wax paper. They wouldn't give me another, so I had to hold it with my hands. She admitted that she was a bit spoiled, but she just couldn't stand that greasy feeling. Lu Jiejie placed one of the buns in front of Shui Yan and said, You hold this. My hands are dirty. There's water over there. I just washed my hands there. Lu Jiejie glanced in the distance. Shui Yan walked over to wash his hands and obediently took one of the buns. Lu Jiejie then tore her bun in half and skillfully offered the leftover half to Shui Yan. It's too much, and it's greasy. I'm full after eating half, and I have no place to put the rest. You have to finish it. She still believed in Shui Yan's appetite. After all, with so much strength, he needed a lot of energy. Shui Yan reached out to take it. Lu Jiejie's eyes turned into crescent moons as she walked ahead, with Shui Yan following closely behind, his gaze fixed on her. Although the buns were expensive, they were greasy, and Lu Jiejie, who had been eating meat every day lately, didn't find them very tasty. After finishing half a bun, she was almost full, but Shui Yan was eating even faster. On the way, Shui Yan took Lu Jiejie to a store, pointing at several snacks and asking if she liked them, buying everything she said she liked. Just buy one or two. Why get so many? Lu Jiejie tugged at Shui Yan's shirt. Don't you want to spend my money? Or did she want to distance herself from it? Shui Yan remained serious and bought several items, each one being a snack that Lu Jiejie had looked at twice. Lu Jiejie's bag quickly became stuffed with snacks that girls of this era loved. She didn't know what was going on with Shui Yan, so she let him buy what he wanted. She had just spotted osmanthus cake and took a bite of its soft texture. The clouds in Shui Yan's eyes seemed to clear up again. He asked, Is it good? Lu Jiejie nodded obediently. The seller is quite honest. It must be handmade, and the osmanthus is real. Shui Yan's lips curled slightly, as if the person who had been cold earlier was not him. Lu Jiejie. Her partner was hard to read. He got angry for no reason, and then suddenly seemed fine again. After browsing for a while, Lu Jiejie's legs felt tired, so she decided it was time to head back. She took a few steps forward and noticed Shui Yan following her. Aren't you going to continue selling things? She asked, puzzled. Shui Yan replied seriously, I'll take you home first. Lu Jiejie felt that Shui Yan was acting strangely today, so she didn't argue and let him take her home. Lu's mother was anxiously waiting by the tractor. Today had been unfortunate for her. She was hiding by the wall because she was carrying something and had been questioned. Lu's mother confidently went to find the woman selling junk. Since her actions were legal, she managed to get away safely. After returning, Lu's mother was more worried about her daughter. What if she got hurt? She paced back and forth by the tractor. After half an hour, when she saw Lu Jiejie coming back, she immediately ran over. I'm fine, Lu Jiejie said, stretching her arm. I ran into Shui Yan, and he brought me back. Lu's mother sighed in relief. Lu Jiejie took out a paper-wrapped bun from her bag and handed it to her mother. This is for you and Dad, one for each. Lu's mother looked at the soft bun, but her gaze quickly shifted to Lu Jiejie's face. Why is your lip swollen? Shui Yan's walking paused for a moment. At first, Lu Jiejie's lip was only slightly swollen, but as time passed, it became more pronounced. It wasn't just swollen. Her lips looked red and bruised, and the contrast with her fair skin was more noticeable. Really? Lu Jiejie touched her lip, which felt warmer than other areas. She thought for a moment and said, I must have bumped into someone while running. Mom, you don't know, those people today were from the black market, and they were carrying things. I got bumped around and hit in the face by someone else's bag. Afterward, I thought it was dirty and wiped it hard, so that's probably why it's swollen. Lu's mother raised an eyebrow. If she didn't explain so much, she might have believed her. She shot a cold glance at Shui Yan and then silently looked at Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia wanted to explain more, but under her mother's gaze, she felt too scared to speak. She could only offer the bun to please her. "I'm not eating," Lu's mother replied coldly. Lu Jejia quickly took out some snacks from her bag. "Do you want to eat this?" When Lu's mother saw that Lu Jejia's bag was full, she immediately pulled it in front of her. She looked through the bag and became increasingly angry. Shui Yan was taking advantage of her daughter, intentionally using these snacks to win her over. "Come with me," Lu's mother said, pulling Lu Jejia to a nearby tree. Shui Yan wanted to follow, but some villagers had returned. He was worried about affecting Lu Jejia's reputation and could only hesitate anxiously in place. Lu Jejia held a bun in her hand as her mother pulled her away. Her heart raced because she knew what her mother wanted to ask and was thinking about how to explain. "Did Shui Yan give you these snacks as a way to make up for kissing you?" Lu Jejia suddenly understood her mother's question. Her mom wouldn't think she agreed to let Shui Yan kiss her just to get these snacks, or that he bought them to win her back after the kiss. In short, Lu's mother thought Shui Yan was a bad guy. Lu Jejia hurriedly explained, "No, I don't need these things. You two really kissed." "It was just an accident, just a little bump," Lu Jejia obediently said. "We didn't do anything, really. Did anyone else see?" Lu Jejia shook her head.
No.
Lu's mother felt a heavy weight in her heart. Even though her daughter would eventually get married, it felt like losing a part of herself. Suddenly, Lu's mother realized her daughter might be taken away, and she struggled to catch her breath. With a serious face, Lu's mother asked, "So, what are your plans?"
Hee.
Lu Jejia didn't know what their plans were, only that Shui Yan asked her to wait for 3 months. Lu Jejia also understood that Shui Yan didn't have money right now, and the 3 months might be his way of trying to earn some. "Forget it. Have him come to our house tomorrow." Lu Jejia nodded. She never expected that their first secret kiss would be caught by her parents. She couldn't blame herself. It was all Shui Yan's fault. "I told him to be gentle." Lu Jejia followed her mother back to the tractor area. Lu's mother had a dark expression, especially when she saw Shui Yan, her eyes filled with anger. Shui Yan wanted to say something, even if it meant facing criticism, but for Lu Jejia's reputation, he remained silent. After a while, he even started to sweat. "Here." Lu Jejia carefully handed a bun to her mother. "I'm not eating." Lu's mother pushed it away, not wanting to eat what Shui Yan had bought. Lu Jejia whispered, "This is from me. I bought it just for you and Dad." In the next moment, Lu's mother grabbed the bun and took a bite angrily. Shui Yan had planned to sell pork in the afternoon, but he was worried that Lu Jejia would get scolded alone, so he stayed nearby. An hour later, Lu Igwa returned. He walked over to the tractor and said, "Mom, everything is sold."
Here's the money.
Lu's mother took it, counted, and handed back 30 cents. "Have you eaten? If not, go buy a bun. If you don't want to spend it, save it for later." Lu Igwa knew his mother didn't like to fuss over money. If she gave it, she gave it. He didn't want to argue with family. He put the money in his bag and said, "Mom, I already ate the cornbread I brought. I'm not hungry."
Okay.
Lu's mother wasn't in the mood to talk to her eldest son. She chewed on the bun, which should have been delicious, but she found it tasteless. Lu Jejia lowered her head, afraid to speak, worried she might upset her mother. If that happened, both she and Shui Yan would be in trouble. During the moment, she secretly handed her brother some cookies to fill his stomach. Lu's mother showed no reaction to the bun, but a nearby woman was clearly tempted. She licked her lips and said, "Now that meat is scarce, the buns haven't gone up in price, right?" With the hot weather, transporting meat was difficult, and it could spoil on the way. Only local pork was available, making it hard to get even a small piece. "I don't know if the price has gone up. This silly girl got her paycheck today and bought 1 bun for me and her dad. She didn't even want to eat one herself. I told her not to, but she insisted I eat it. She's just a foolish girl. Lu Mu's previously tense expression suddenly lifted with pride as she sought affirmation, asking, "Do you think this girl is silly?" Lu Jieja. The aunt swallowed awkwardly and smiled, once again admiring that the Lu family had a good daughter. "Your daughter is really filial," the aunt said, staring at the meat bun. Lu Mu sighed. "She's okay, but this girl is a bit foolish. Even with money, she doesn't think to save it for herself. If it were other kids, they would have already bought food and clothes. But she, with a little treat, always thinks of home. I'm just worried she might get taken advantage of in the future." The aunt envied. How could being filial lead to misfortune? If I had a daughter like that, I would be so happy. She actually had an unmarried son, but she hesitated to mention it, mainly because Lu Jieja was so beautiful, had a good job, and was so filial. She felt her son was not good enough for such a girl. Better not to humiliate herself. The aunt asked, "Jieja is about to go on blind dates, right? I wonder where you want to marry her off." As soon as she said this, many people perked up, and Shuiyan couldn't help but look over. Lu Mu got angry at the mention. "Marry off? I'm not planning to marry my daughter off. Times are different now. The country says you can get a marriage certificate at 18. It's still early." The aunt, not realizing the tension, chuckled. "Isn't she turning 18 soon?" Lu Mu rolled her eyes. "We'll talk about it then." With her daughter's qualities, if she even hinted at marrying her off, the threshold would be trampled. She wasn't in a hurry. The aunt fell silent, but Lu Jieja felt anxious. Time passed slowly, and Lu Jieja didn't know what to look at. To avoid making Lu Mu angrier, she and Shui Yan avoided eye contact. She rested her chin on her hand, bored, when a figure caught her eye. Lin Feng was carrying something, his back slightly bent, looking darker and much thinner. He was holding his waist and breathing heavily, likely having walked from the village. He noticed the people from Shishui village, but said nothing and quietly left. Besides Lu Jieja, others in the village also noticed Lin Feng. Everyone in the village is unsure how to talk about Lin. Even now, he is still devoted to Luo, and everyone fears being associated with her. Only Lin visits her regularly, bringing her treats each time. I really don't know what to say about him. Luo is also puzzling. Why doesn't she appreciate Lin? If they got married, all these problems would be gone. Honestly, Luo seems to be a bit reckless. Otherwise, Lin wouldn't be so infatuated. I think he's foolish and will end up with nothing one day. The elder spoke a lot, but deep down, she felt a bit envious. Who wouldn't want someone to love them unconditionally? Lu Jieja didn't expect Lin Feng to be so devoted. She felt embarrassed to call him a puppy, as he might truly love Luo without any other motives. Such love made Lu Jieja feel inadequate. Such a foolish thing. He'll get hurt eventually, Lu's mother scoffed. She usually didn't bother to comment on people like Lin Feng, but since it involved her family, she felt uneasy. What kind of person would do that? If you don't love yourself, it's only a matter of time before you get hurt. At 4:30, everyone returned to the village. Shui Yan had just started the tractor when Lin Feng rushed over, saying, "Wait." Lin Feng climbed onto the vehicle. He had been living with the cattle lately, and perhaps hadn't bathed for a while. His hair was matted, and he had an unpleasant odor. As soon as he got on, Lu Jieja wrinkled her nose. She didn't want to show her dislike, so she casually touched her nose. When her hand went numb, she placed her hair near her nose and gazed into the distance. Shui Yan lowered his gaze, moved the tractor's items to the side, and let Lu's mother and Lu Jieja sit inside. The tractor started quickly, and Lin Feng stared at his hands in silence. The others ignored him as well. When they reached the village, others got off one by one. Lu's mother asked Lu Igua to get off near their home, leaving only the three of them in the vehicle. Shui Yan drove the tractor to the garage and handed the keys to Lu Jieja. Lu's mother maintained a serious expression and said to Shui Yan, "Come to our house tomorrow." Shui Yan nodded, "I understand." Lu Jieja looked at her mother, then at Shui Yan and finally stared at her toes. Lu's mother took Lu Jieja away. Shui hurried home and rolled up the money he earned today. It wasn't enough. He needed to find a proper way to use this money quickly. When Lu Jejia got home, her mother went to her room, while her father was chopping wood. She quietly approached her father and sweetly said, "Dad, I bought something nice for you in town today.
Come to the kitchen with me.
Her father wiped the sweat from his face and followed his daughter into the kitchen. Lu Jejia opened an oil paper bag and took out 2 pieces of osmanthus cake. "Try this, it's really good. These snacks are for little girls. I don't eat them." Her father shook his head. Lu Jejia held it up in front of him. "Please try it. I bought it just for you." Seeing her hopeful expression, her father hesitated, took it, and took a bite. When Lu Jejia saw her father eat the osmanthus cake, she pretended to be sad. "Dad, I made Mom angry today. Can you help me talk to her and make her stop being mad at us?" Her father paused, looking at the osmanthus cake in his hand, and asked in a serious tone what happened. "I made a small mistake by accident," Lu Jejia said with a pitiful look. "It's not a big deal." Her father remained calm and silent. Lu Jejia sighed. "You've eaten the osmanthus cake, so you have to help me." She then pulled out another oil paper bag. "This is a bun I bought for you, and it's still warm." Her father's expression softened a bit. He sighed. "You must have set me up. Your mother loves you so much. If she got angry, it must be because you did something significant." "I didn't do anything that's serious," Lu Jejia insisted, blinking her innocent eyes. "Besides, I contributed to our family's future by helping save over 10 million. And since you ate my osmanthus cake, you have to support me and say nice things." Father Lu. Mother Lu was carefully taking out the wooden rabbit. Since no one had taken care of it, it was covered in dirt, and the edges were even starting to rot. Mother Lu frowned, feeling sorry for it. This was her daughter's treasure, worth more than gold. She wiped it off, stood up, and placed it on the table. Then she took out the torn painting that was stuck in between. The painting was wrinkled and had been framed long ago. The 2 wooden pieces at the top and bottom had been torn off, and the empty part at the end had a large tear made by Lu Jejia. According to her daughter, only the part with the painting was important. Everything else could be redone. Mother Lu carefully smoothed it out, but there were too many creases, like cracks all over. In the past, these would have been treasures, but now they were in such bad shape. They weren't living in a remote or poor area. She remembered there used to be many wealthy families in town.
These items might have come from them.
Especially the wooden rabbit, which looked like it had been neglected for many years. And the painting, it was a miracle it hadn't been burned. After all, these were just discarded items that no one even glanced at, things no one wanted to buy. Just as Mother Lu's eyes lit up when she took out the porcelain horse, the door was pushed open. She was startled and glared, her eyes filled with intensity. Father Lu wished he could turn back time. Seeing Father Lu, Mother Lu finally relaxed. She gently wiped the porcelain horse, unsure of its value, but certain it was worth something. Father Lu coughed, closed the door, and looked at the items in the room. "What did you buy in town?"
"Don't touch that."
Mother Lu swatted Father Lu's hand away. "Don't break it." This was her daughter's investment. In a couple of years, when things improved, she could sell these items and her daughter could have whatever she wanted. Having money in hand gave her confidence. A man could be replaced if needed. Otherwise, relying solely on a man would leave her without the courage to step out if there were problems in the marriage. Even if Shui Yan was a business tycoon, she couldn't put all her hopes on him for her daughter. It was close to dusk, and the sunlight had taken on a warm hue. Mother Lu glared fiercely, while Father Lu reluctantly withdrew his hand. He pretended to cough casually. "It's just a piece of old wood, right?" "What old wood? What do you know? After all these years, this is all the knowledge you have." Mother Lu said disdainfully, "If it weren't for having a cultured daughter, you wouldn't even know to pick up something valuable when it's right at your feet." Father Lu. Mother Lu carefully picked up a towel nearby and wiped the ceramic horse, paying more attention than when she bathed her son. "That's my face towel," Father Lu quietly reminded her. "I know it's your face towel, but I couldn't wait. If I delay, it makes me uneasy." Mother Lu meticulously cleaned every corner and then placed the ceramic horse on the shelf. She continued to chatter. Once it dries, I'll put it in the cabinet. No, I can't put it in the cabinet. I need to place it where we usually save money, so others won't find it. Father Lu sighed helplessly. What is this anyway? I'll tell you tonight. Father Lu turned to leave, but then noticed his precious daughter hiding by the window. Lu Jieje looked at him with her innocent big eyes and waved her hand. Father Lu paused, glancing at his formidable wife and then at his pleading daughter. In the end, he picked up his smoking pipe and tapped out the ash inside. Stop tapping, it's giving me a headache. Mother Lu shot him a glance. She disliked Father Lu smoking, but he only did it when he was feeling down, so she didn't want to take away his hobby. But now, she wasn't in a good mood, and her patience was wearing thin. Father Lu rubbed his forehead and casually asked, "What happened today? Why is it so smoky? I noticed you weren't very nice to our daughter either. She's still young. If she made a mistake, just tell her." What mistake did she make? Do you know? Lu Mu swallowed her words. Lu Jieje was her cherished daughter, raised with care since childhood. No one could truly understand a mother's feelings. She feared her child would suffer. Especially for a girl, one wrong step could ruin her life. She spoke in a low voice, annoyed your daughter was kissed by Shui Yan today. I could see she didn't mind. Do you think I'm not angry? Without any formal engagement, how could she not worry for her daughter?
What?
Lu Fu was taken aback. Then his expression darkened. What do you mean kissed? Kissing by Shui Yan. All traces of humor vanished from Lu Fu's face. His eyes were frighteningly deep. He heavily tapped his smoking pipe. Why didn't you tell me when you came back? Lu Jieje froze outside the window, trying hard to wave at Lu Fu. Weren't they supposed to agree not to be angry no matter what she did? Lu Fu pretended not to see her, gripping the pipe tightly.
Lu Mu sighed. Don't be too angry.
Shui Yan is not too bad, but he needs to be taught a lesson. I told him to come to our house tomorrow. Lu Jieje. Were their roles reversed? Lu Fu, with a stern face, took a puff of his smoke and calmed down before stepping out. Lu Jieje hurried to follow him. She knew Lu Mu would eventually tell Lu Fu. To avoid making him angrier, she revealed the events of the day little by little. This way, Lu Fu's defenses would be lowered and Shui Yan would have an easier time. She eagerly reminded him, "Didn't you say you wouldn't be angry no matter what happened? We didn't mean to. It was just an accidental bump. Besides, according to our village's customs, I should have already committed myself." That's nonsense. Lu Fu turned around angrily. He raised the pipe as if to hit his son, but it only lightly tapped Lu Jieje's forehead. Lu Jieje was ready for a scolding, but was surprised it was just a gentle tap. She cautiously opened her eyes and saw that Lu Fu couldn't bear to hit her, so she straightened up. You, as a father, can't go back on your word. Plus, you ate the osmanthus cake Shui Yan bought, and the buns I bought. Father Lu. Don't worry about this matter, just leave it to me. I need you to understand that this is serious. Go to your room and think about what you've done, Father Lu said coldly. As a father, he couldn't tolerate anyone taking advantage of his daughter. I don't have time to think about it. I need to go to work, Lu Jieje said as she took out her notebook from her backpack. She added eagerly, it was really just a bump, nothing more. It was an accident. Someone was chasing us and we accidentally bumped into each other. It was truly unintentional. Father Lu glared, looking very fierce. It doesn't matter if it was on purpose or not. Hurry up and go to work. Lu Jieje. Angrily, Lu Jieje walked out the door. She touched her already swollen lip and felt worried about Shui Yan. With a heavy heart, she walked on, but as she passed by Aunt Lu's door, she heard Lu Chao crying.
I don't want to.
I want to marry Zhou Wenqing. I want to marry him. Go ahead and shout. If you dare to shout again, I'll make sure you regret it. Then there was silence. Lu Jieje had a restless night, tossing and turning, afraid that Shui Yan might get hurt. It wasn't that Shui Yan couldn't defend himself against her brothers. She knew he wouldn't fight back. Father Lu also had a troubled night, mainly because he was scared by Mother Lu. He couldn't believe that the junk he picked up from the trash could be worth so much money. He kept asking Mother Lu in a low voice every few minutes, "Have you hidden it well? We can't let anyone find out." After countless times, Mother Lu finally hit Father Lu with a pillow. "You old man, are you going to sleep or not? If you can't sleep, get out." Father Lu stopped talking and just kept turning over, worried that someone would discover this huge secret and raid their home. The next day, both father and daughter woke up tired. Shui Yan came after breakfast, and Lu Jiejie watched him enter her parents' room. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but sneak over to the corner to listen. Shui Yan's deep voice came from inside. "Don't worry, I will find a job on my own without your help. You really don't need to. I won't let my daughter suffer by marrying you." Lu Jiejie heard this vaguely and was about to lean in closer when Lu Yuan suddenly hugged her leg. "Andy, what are you doing?" Hearing a cold snort from inside, Lu Jiejie knew that her mother was unhappy, so she quickly pulled Lu Yuan away. About an hour later, Shui Yan came out of the house, his mouth bruised. As soon as he stepped out, his gaze fell on Lu Jiejie. Just one kiss, and he got a little hurt. It was worth it. A warm light appeared in Shui Yan's eyes as he silently comforted Lu Jiejie, leaving only when he felt the sharp glare from her mother. Once Shui Yan left, Lu's parents no longer looked angry. Not knowing what had happened inside, Lu Jiejie cautiously moved closer to her mother. "Did you agree to us being together?" Earlier, they had mentioned helping Shui Yan find a job. Lu's mother replied, "Let's wait and see." She huffed, "Let's see if he really has the ability or if he's just boasting." Lu Jiejie pouted. "Shui Yan is very proud and wouldn't want you to help him find a job. Besides, I told you he's very smart. If he weren't, how could he become a business tycoon?" "Enough. You said things are different now than in books. Who knows what his future will be?" Lu's mother couldn't stand her daughter praising Shui Yan. "You two must not do anything inappropriate, understand? If I find out again, Shui Yan will have it worse than today." Lu Jiejie. Shui Yan didn't work today and went to the town instead. Without a tractor to drive, he walked there. He quietly followed a woman, having discovered something yesterday that might help him land a good job. But he needed to plan carefully to ensure the plan would succeed. For several days, Shui Yan had gone to work very little. Now that the harvest was over, many people were idle. Lu Jiejie had not spoken much with Shui Yan, but every time they met, Shui Yan would bring her something to eat. He would then tell her to work hard and that he would quickly take care of their matters. Lu Jiejie hadn't had a good conversation with Shui Yan in days, and whenever she got a bit closer to him, her mother would give her a disapproving look. Feeling bored at home, Lu Jiejie was nibbling on some cookies when her sister-in-law suddenly rushed in, saying, Aunt, something big has happened." "What is it?" Lu's mother calmly set down her yarn. Her sister-in-law, out of breath, replied, "It's about Xiao Qiao." She ran to the Zhang family in Dongshui village, shouting that she wouldn't marry Zhang Lei and told them to stop sending matchmakers to our house. Lu Jiejie almost dropped her cookie. She blinked. This scene seemed familiar. It was just like Cheng Yingxian, who didn't want to marry Shui Yan and used a similar tactic. Did Xiao Qiao learn Cheng Yingshuan's tricks? However, Cheng Yingxian was much smarter. At least she secretly approached Shui Yan instead of openly confronting the other family. Confronting them would surely ruin her reputation. Or perhaps Xiao Qiao wanted to damage her reputation so that Aunt Lu would have no choice but to marry her off to Zhou Wenqing. But this method was foolish. Ruining her own reputation would only lead to others looking down on her, even if she married Zhou Wenqing. Lu's mother, who had seen many ups and downs, paused in disbelief. "Are you saying Xiao Qiao caused a scene at the Zhang family? Had she lost her mind?" The Zhang family hadn't even betrothed her. They had no relationship at all. What was she making a fuss about? Anyone unaware might think the Lu family had gone crazy. "Where's my sister-in-law?" Lu's mother hurried outside, and Lu Jiejie quickly set down her cookie and followed her. "My mother-in-law has fainted, and I don't know if she's awake now." "I don't know what to do," her sister-in-law said, sounding completely at a loss. No one with any sense would do something like this. It was beyond normal reasoning. When Lumu arrived at Aunt Lu's house, Aunt Lu came out with a thick stick, her eyes red with anger. Today, she wanted to confront that troublesome child. Uncle Lu was resting at home, feeling overwhelmed, with only one thought in his mind. He had to bring back that troublesome girl, Lu Chao. Lumu knew that talking too much wouldn't help, so she stepped forward to support Aunt Lu. She sighed, "The child is still young and doesn't understand. You need to take care of yourself. This whole family relies on you. Auntie, you don't know how much I suffer. How could I have given birth to such a daughter? I must have had terrible luck," Aunt Lu said, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the well-behaved and pretty Lu Jejia beside her. If only Jejia were my daughter. Lu Jejia.
Lumu frowned.
She liked to praise her daughter in front of others, but she didn't like it when someone else tried to take her place. However, seeing Aunt Lu so upset, Lumu held back her frustration. She could only roll her eyes. What a pity. Lu Jejia was her daughter. Could anyone else give birth to such a beautiful girl? The Lu family just didn't have that kind of luck. Her daughter was pretty because she resembled her grandmother, and because she was growing up well. Lumu didn't say anything more and pulled Lu Jejia behind her. "Sister-in-law, let's focus on finding Xiao Chao first. If we don't hurry, things might get worse." Right. Aunt Lu hurried after her husband, who had already walked ahead. Lu Jejia jogged to keep up with Lumu. Lu Chao had been locked in the house by Aunt Lu for days, and there were marks on her face from the willow branches. She was extremely angry with the Zhang family. If it weren't for the Zhang family constantly probing for information, her mother wouldn't have been so harsh, insisting she cut ties with Zhou Wenqing. Frustrated, Lu Chao blurted out, "Are the people from the Zhang family crazy? I made it clear the first time they came to our house, and just look at their son. I'm a lucky star, and heaven protects me. Their son is already disabled, and they still want me to marry him? Don't they fear bad luck?" The Zhang family is quite honest and doesn't like to cause trouble. They never expected Lu Chao to say such things about Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei is out there protecting the country. Every drop of his blood is for the people at home, and every injury he suffers is for the nation's safety. It was shocking to hear Lu Chao insult him. With a look of disdain and arrogance, it seemed like Zhang Lei was just an insignificant person. How could Aunt Zhang tolerate someone insulting her son like that? With red eyes, she rushed over and said, "You heartless person. Do you know why my son is fighting out there? As parents, we send our sons off with heavy hearts, and you dare to call him a cripple? I won't let this go." If she didn't hope for her son to come back alive, she would never have looked at someone like Lu Chao, who is short and unattractive. Others were also outraged, saying, "How dare you come to our Dongshui village and insult our soldiers and their families? Who gave you the right? Do you have no conscience? Are you sent by another country?" Except for Lu Chao, who was an oddity, everyone else supported the soldiers at the border. They thought Lu Chao had a problem and rushed to confront her. Lu Chao and Jejia got engaged on the same day. How exciting! Under the cool shade of a big tree, a crowd gathered. The wind blew, wiping the sweat from their faces. Aunt Zhang wiped her face, which was not only sweaty, but also tear-stained. She couldn't bear to hear any bad news about her son, yet Lu Chao had the audacity to say her son would have a shortened life. Aunt Zhang felt like she could kill her. Lu Chao was used to speaking her mind, but she never expected that these people would attack a girl. With her hands covering her head, Lu Chao had already hurt her hands. Suddenly, someone tapped her on the back of the head, and she cried out in pain. When Aunt Zhang arrived, the people from Dongshui village had just pulled back their hands. Lu Chao had angered everyone. Aunt Zhang had slapped her several times, causing blood to trickle from her mouth, her eyes to squint, and her arms to be scratched, with large bruises on her exposed skin. Aunt Zhang was stunned. She had come to teach Lu Chao a lesson, but never expected her daughter to be hurt like this. For a moment, she didn't know what to do.
"Mom."
Lu Chao saw Aunt Lu coming and wanted to rush over, but her legs had just been kicked a few times, and she broke out in a cold sweat, collapsing to the ground. Aunt Lu hurried over. She didn't know what Lu Chao had said earlier, but seeing her daughter in such a bad state made her heart ache. She hugged Lu Chao tightly and glared at the Zhang family. "You all." Uncle Lu didn't expect the Zhang family to act violently. He had come to confront Lu Chao, but now he couldn't bring himself to do it. He moved his lips and asked himself, how could you hurt her like this? Aunt Zhang noticed Aunt Lu's angry gaze and saw how badly Lu Chao had been hurt. Being a straightforward person, she didn't know how to respond at that moment. Just then, a young woman stepped out of the crowd. She stood in front of Aunt Zhang and took the initiative. She coldly looked at Uncle Lu and said, "Are you from the Lu family? You came at the right time. Do you know what Lu Chao just said? She insulted soldiers and their families in front of so many people. Is this how you teach your daughter? Or is this how your family behaves? There's a saying, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I think the authorities need to investigate." The young woman's words struck hard, leaving Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu pale. Aunt Lu looked in disbelief at Lu Chao, who was lying in her arms. She suddenly pushed her away and said through gritted teeth, "What nonsense did you just say?" Lu Chao shook her head in tears. She was used to secretly insulting others and never expected it would lead to such serious consequences. Meanwhile, Lu Mu's expression changed. She didn't realize Lu Chao would act so recklessly. It was one thing for Lu Chao to get into trouble, but Lu Mu feared it would affect Lu Fu and even their son, who risked his life outside. When politics were involved, Uncle Lu was immediately at a loss. "And I heard that Lu Chao's second uncle is the village chief of Shishui. It's quite funny. Do the families of your officials have such little awareness? Or is there something more going on? Your family has been arrogant for too long." The young woman was about to drag the second branch of the Lu family into the argument, and Lu Mu felt her anger rising. Lu's father was usually cautious and never bullied others. He had secretly helped many people, so he never expected to get into such big trouble today because of Lu Chao. Lu Jiejie furrowed her brows. The words of the young sister-in-law in front of her sounded reasonable at first, but upon further thought, they seemed too extreme. As soon as the young woman finished speaking, public opinion quickly shifted in favor of the Zhang family. Some said Lu Shigua, being the captain, might not be a good person either and should be investigated. Uncle Lu did not expect this matter to involve his brother, and he felt a wave of panic. Remembering past events, he wanted to explain but could only manage to convey a couple of vague points.
"It's not like that."
"You misunderstood." Lu's mother's veins bulged on her forehead as she opened her mouth to retort. She was filled with anger, and Lu Jiejie tugged at her sleeve, ready to step in first. "Excuse me, is this sister-in-law from the Zhang family?" Lu Jiejie asked obediently from behind her mother. The young woman looked at her and replied, "I am the eldest sister-in-law of the Zhang family." Eldest sister-in-law Zhang, you might not know, but our Shishui village ranked second in production among nearby villages this year. My father was praised publicly a few days ago. If he had done something wrong, do you think the leaders above would let it slide? The people below would report it, right? My father has worked hard for the villagers. He should not be slandered. At first, Lu Jiejie's small face was sweetly smiling, but with each word, her smile faded. By the end, her expression was completely cold, and the atmosphere felt icy. They didn't care about Lu Chao's issues, but being dragged into this for no reason was unacceptable. Sister-in-law Zhang sneered. "Isn't Lu Chao his niece?" Lu Chao accused a military family. Maybe she just got used to it at home. Lu Jiejie let out a laugh and raised her eyelids. "If that's the case, I have a lot to say too. I've heard that your family's younger brother isn't very good. Although the older brothers are fine, the third one is lazy and not very upright. Does that mean your third brother represents the character of the Zhang family? Also, can you ensure that all your relatives have no issues at all? If one person has bad thoughts, does that mean everyone from the Zhang family is bad? And if we extend this idea, there are always some troublemakers in your village. Does that mean everyone in your village is bad? After all, you all belong to the same village, and it doesn't mean you learned from anyone in particular. You should investigate your village leader. Maybe that's where they learned it from. Zhang's sister-in-law opened her mouth, thought for a moment, and found herself unable to respond. Lu Jiejie pursed her red lips. She admitted that the Zhang family was innocent, but it was Lu Chao who caused them harm, aiming to attack. However, they ended up hurting another innocent person. Lu Jiejie continued, "You keep saying you are a military family and that you have been slandered. Our family is also a military family. My third brother is out there protecting the country. You know how painful it is to be slandered, so why do you slander us? Think about it. Has our Lu family ever wronged your Zhang family? Why do you throw dirt on my father and act like you want to bring him down? What's the difference between you and Lu Chao?" Lu's father never used his power to help his niece and never stood by Lu Chao's side. He didn't even appear in front of the Zhang family, yet they demanded a national investigation into him because of Lu Chao. That seems unreasonable. Lu Jiejie fell silent and tugged at her mother's clothes. Lu's mother pounded her thigh and sat on the ground crying, "Our family can't live like this. The Zhang family slanders military families and keeps demanding investigations into us. Just think about it, our whole family, the elders have worked hard all their lives, and the younger ones are out there protecting the country. We haven't done anything wrong, yet we are being falsely accused. We can't live like this." Lu Jiejie's eyes turned red. "Exactly. You keep saying there are problems with our family. Why don't you tell us what those problems are? Otherwise, it's just slander." Zhang's sister-in-law was stunned. She just wanted to intimidate the Lu family, but she was also afraid they might retaliate. So, she decided to create public opinion around this issue, hoping to bring down Lu Shigua. But she never expected it would turn out this way. Zhang's mother-in-law pulled her daughter-in-law behind her and smiled at the crying Lu mother. "Sister, it was all a misunderstanding. The children don't understand. Please don't take it to heart." Aunt Zhang also felt that her eldest daughter-in-law was talking too much. She could have just mentioned Lu Chao, but insisted on bringing up Lu Shigua. If Lu Shigua's daughter were involved, it might be understandable, but Lu Chao was just a niece, and they had already separated into two families. "You want us not to take this to heart?" Lu's mother glared, quickly wiping away her tears. She pointed at Lu Chao, who had been beaten, and said, "You still have the nerve to say this? Lu Chao accused you, and you just hit her. So, if it's an accusation against our family, we should just ignore it?" Lu's mother scoffed, "Your family is truly something else." The people of Dongshui village looked at the badly beaten Lu Chao and then recalled their earlier words, feeling embarrassed. "So, what do you want, sister?" Aunt Zhang was taken aback. "You dare ask what we want?" Lu's mother was furious, pointing downwards. Aunt Zhang looked at the ground and understood. It was about asking for food. She took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and turned to Sister Zhang. "Go get 10 pounds of wheat." The people of Dongshui village suddenly looked at Lu's mother with disdain. After all that talk, she just wanted food. It might seem acceptable on the surface, but it was quite shameful. Ridiculous. Lu's mother stood up in anger. "Who cares about your food? All you think about is dirty things. What I want is for you to apologize. Everyone who spoke against our Lu family must bow and apologize, or this matter isn't over." The people of Dongshui village were stunned, then felt a bit embarrassed. After all this time, they hadn't even said a single word of apology. First, they brushed it off as a misunderstanding, then they insulted the Lu family's second branch with food. The more they thought about it, the more they felt they had gone too far. "Sister, I'm sorry. It was our mistake to involve you." Aunt Zhang bowed slightly. Lu's mother rolled her eyes. "You don't need to apologize. Have your eldest daughter-in-law apologize. She was the one who accused us, and now she's hiding and hasn't said a word of apology." Sister Zhang had never felt so embarrassed. Her face turned red. "Yes, I'm sorry. I was too emotional earlier." The people of Dongshui village gradually began to apologize as well. Now the Zhang family has completely lost interest in Lu Chao. Initially, the Zhang family wanted to get to know Aunt Lu first. If there was mutual interest, they would let the children meet and see if both sides were willing to proceed. Now, since they haven't even taken the first step, It can be said that the Zhang and Lu families have no connection at all, not even any private interactions between the parents. Lu Chao's sudden appearance and commotion are quite baffling, and many people are laughing at her. Especially the Zhang family, who initially thought Lu Chao was just proud, but soon realized she was rather foolish. The Zhang family is very annoyed and just lets the Lu family take Lu Chao away quickly. Aunt Lu dragged Lu Chao back, and whenever she shouted, Aunt Lu would just scold her. Lu's mother had a dark expression the whole way, while Aunt Lu tried to smile and said, "It's all this girl's fault for causing trouble. I will definitely teach her a lesson later." Luckily, nothing serious happened, otherwise Do you really think nothing serious happened? Lu's mother turned around. Have you considered what could have happened if I hadn't been here today? By then, rumors would have spread, and even if we tried to explain, some people wouldn't listen. If too many people talk, who knows? Maybe our family would face consequences, and the reputation that third brother built with his hard work could be tarnished. Our family could suffer for no reason. Don't blame me for being harsh, but if something like today happens again, and our family gets dragged into it because of Lu Chao, don't be surprised if we have to distance ourselves from the main family to clear our name. After saying this, Lu's mother took Lu Jiejie and left. Aunt Lu was stunned and felt a bit wronged. She looked at her husband beside her and said, "What do you think?" The sister-in-law couldn't hold back anymore, Mom. Can we really blame Aunt Lu? Uncle's family almost faced disaster because of the younger sister. If Jiejie hadn't clarified things in time and the rumors spread, our family would have been implicated by Lu Chao. If she wants to marry Zhou Wenqing, then let her. This family isn't just about Lu Chao. We all need to live with dignity. She was feeling overwhelmed. I can already imagine the looks I'll get when I go out. It's one thing for us adults, but what about the children? Sometimes what they say can be the most hurtful. I'm afraid my child will be mocked by others and won't be able to hold their head high. I won't get involved with Lu Chao's matters anymore, so please don't ask me to. I've had enough. These days, she had been helping Aunt Lu persuade Lu Chao, but she couldn't take action herself, and she was caught in the middle. After the sister-in-law finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving Aunt Lu and Uncle Lu stunned. Aunt Lu glanced at Lu Chao, her eyes red with anger. She held the stick in her hand, wanting to hit, but seeing Lu Chao covered in injuries, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Lu Chao hugged her head with both hands, glaring at the ground with hatred. Despite being hurt like this, no one felt sorry for her. If it were Lu Jiejie, their mother would have been heartbroken by now. The expected pain didn't come. Just as she was about to look up, she heard Aunt Lu's voice, which sounded like a mix of crying and laughter. "Forget it." Then came the sound of the stick dropping to the ground. "If you want to marry Zhou Wenqing, then go ahead. I gave birth to you and did everything I could. If you suffer in the future, remember, this is the path you chose and you have to stick with it." Aunt Lu suddenly looked much older. "Find a time for Zhou Wenqing to come and propose. I won't interfere anymore." Aunt Lu turned and walked home with a blank expression. She had planned to look for other families for a good match, but after today, besides Zhou Wenqing, no one would want to marry her. Uncle Lu sighed and picked up Lu Chao. Back at home, Lu's mother angrily drank a bowl of cold water, gritting her teeth. "If it weren't for our family's long-standing relationship, I wouldn't be putting up with this." Normally, she wouldn't let it go so easily, but since Lu Chao was at fault first, making a big deal out of it would only harm their family. "Mom, don't be upset," Lu Jiejie said as she sat down beside her. "After today, if Lu Chao does anything else, no one will blame Dad anymore." "What kind of people are they?" A girl was tied to a chair, struggling to free her hands and legs from the ropes, but it was no use. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a bare-chested man with scars all over his body walked in. His fierce gaze made the tied-up girl shrink back, and tears instantly filled her eyes. Outside, it was bright, but inside the room, it was desolate. The walls were dirty and peeling, and the floor was cluttered with things. Spider webs were everywhere, indicating that the place had been abandoned for a long time. At that moment, a tall, Thin man entered behind the fierce man. He had a sharp face and looked at the girl, then leaned closer to the fierce man. This is her. She is Sun Jinxing's sister. Sun Jinxing sent people to destroy our hideout. What should we do, big brother? Of course, we take revenge, the fierce man replied, walking up to Sun Nan Nan and lifting her chin with his thick finger. You look a bit like Sun Jinxing. He captured my brother, so I'll take his sister and send her body back. Sun Nan Nan was trembling with fear, wishing she could faint. She stared in terror at the snake tattoo on the man's chest, her lips quivering, unable to speak. The fierce man was pleased with her reaction, as if he were examining an object. Looks about 17 or 18, similar to the girls we used to capture. Let's have some fun today. Sun Nan Nan shook her head repeatedly. I don't know you. Of course, you don't know us, but we know your brother. The fierce man laughed, his eyes cold. Are you Sun Jinxing's sister? Sun Nan Nan continued to shake her head. It doesn't matter if you acknowledge it or not. Remember, everything you are going through today is because of your brother. If he hadn't captured my brother, I wouldn't be doing this to you. Remember, this is your brother's fault. Brother. Sun Nan Nan looked around at the hellish scene before her, her mind racing. Brother, it's my brother. Yes, it's your brother. He pretends to be a good person, saving others while putting you in danger. To him, those girls he rescued are far more important than you. You are truly pitiful. The fierce man had been skilled at brainwashing since he started kidnapping, knowing exactly what to say to break down a person's defenses, especially with an innocent girl like her. Come on, let me see how pretty you are, little one. The man grabbed Sun Nanan's collar with his large, strong hand, while the thin man next to him laughed in a sleazy and arrogant way. Don't, brother, please help me. Help you? Your brother is busy helping others and can't even think about you. He laughed cruelly. Just as he was about to apply more force, the door was suddenly kicked open. Shui Yan walked in slowly, his cold face expressionless.
Who are you?
The fierce man turned his head, only to see the thin man fall at his feet. He looked up angrily and saw a man standing in front of him. This man looked different from him. He had sharp features, dark eyes, and a tall, broad build with particularly long legs. He stood there calmly, clearly not an ordinary person. The fierce man asked warily, "What do you want? How dare you offend us?" "A stray dog," Shui Yan replied, lifting his eyelid. "Once caught, you will face the death penalty." He hadn't taken full precautions, and with Lu Jiejie present, he definitely wouldn't get involved in this mess. The fierce man's expression changed as he pulled out a dagger from somewhere, saying sinisterly, "I will kill both of you before anyone else arrives and make it look like you killed Sun Jinxing's sister." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Shui Yan. Sun Nanan's eyes widened as she shook the chair beneath her. Shui Yan grabbed the fierce man's arm, and for a moment, neither could overpower the other. Just a few minutes later, they heard the sound of the door being kicked open outside. Seeing the moment was right, Shui Yan looked at the fierce man, intentionally loosening his grip, allowing the dagger's tip to cut into his arm, blood quickly soaking through his shirt. The fierce man thought he had won and laughed wildly. "You will die." But in the next second, a dark hole appeared on his forehead. The thin man, trying to escape, was also injured in the leg. Sun Jinxing rushed in with other uniformed personnel, while Shui Yan covered his injured arm, his face pale, and he conveniently fell against the door. Seeing his sister tied up, Sun Jinxing rushed over, while the others checked on Shui Yan's condition. "Nan Nan." Sun Jinxing's eyes were filled with anger. "Brother." Sun Nan Nan cried, tears streaming down her face. Her clothes were disheveled, and her body was still trembling. Sun Jinxing untied the ropes, and Sun Nan Nan tightly hugged him before fainting. Lu Chao returned home and started to run a high fever. When Aunt Lu was angry, she would at least be careful about where she hit him, but with a group of people, no one cared where they struck. Lu Chao's body couldn't handle it. The fever was intense. When his life was at stake, Aunt Lu couldn't bear to let Lu Chao suffer. She hurriedly called for the village doctor. But they didn't know what was hurt, and by evening, the fever hadn't gone down. Lu Jejia went to check on him. Lu Chao's face was bright red, his lips were chapped, and his face was swollen from the beating, making him look pitiful. Aunt Lu wiped her tears. I thought it was nothing serious, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. What should we do? Lu Jejia suggested, let's go to the big hospital in town. Yes, we can't delay. It looks serious. We need to hurry to the big hospital in town. Aunt Lu called for a cart and rushed him to the hospital. That night, Lu Jejia tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She stared at the ceiling, and Shui Yan's face kept appearing in her mind. Whenever Shui Yan went to town, they would usually meet under the big tree near Lu's house just before dark. But today, Shui Yan didn't come, and Lu Jejia felt uneasy. Finally, morning came, and she went to work without energy. She wanted to ask Shui Qian and Shui Yang, but neither of them showed up. Just as she was considering whether to check near the Shui house, Shui Qian suddenly ran over. He was out of breath. Sister Jejia, my brother has some matters in town and hasn't returned. He asked me to let you know. Lu Jejia sensed something was wrong. What could he possibly have to do in town? Or could it be? Lu Jejia's face went pale, and she anxiously clenched her fists. Is your brother in trouble? Shui Qian quickly shook his head. No, he hasn't been caught. Lu Jejia pressed on. Then why hasn't he come back from town? Shui Qian didn't expect his future sister-in-law to be so difficult to persuade. He spoke vaguely. There is a small matter, and my brother will explain it to you later. By the way, Jejia, I have to get back to work, so I'll leave now. Please remember to note down my and Shui Yang's details. He turned to leave, and Lu Jejia was unsure of what they were hiding. As she packed her things and headed home, she noticed someone in uniform at their house. Lu Jejia instinctively hid to listen. Comrade Shui Yan has been injured and is currently in the hospital. He is from your Westwater village, so you should come with us. Lu's father smiled slightly. Of course, I will cooperate with you. Helping the country is a principle we have always promoted in Westwater village. He said this while bringing out his bicycle, ready to leave with the officer. However, Lu's father felt heavy-hearted. He recalled what Shui Yan had said a few days ago. If nothing goes wrong, the Shui family status would change, and they might even receive recognition from the town. As for work, Lu's father subconsciously believed Shui Yan would get a good job, but such a clever person calculated everything. If his daughter really ended up with Shui Yan, would they be able to handle him if he ever grew tired of her? Lost in thought, Lu's father stepped outside, and Lu Jejia quickly blocked his way. She grabbed his arm. Dad, what kind of injury did Shui Yan have? Lu's father spoke softly. He hurt his arm while saving someone. His arm. Lu Jejia murmured, glancing toward the kitchen. Dad, I want to go with you. Wait for me. I'll get some chicken soup. Today, Lu's mother had made chicken to help Lu Jejia regain her strength, and it was still simmering on the stove. Lu Jejia took a container from the cupboard, tore off 2 chicken legs, and poured out a good amount of soup. Worried that her father might get impatient, she hurried outside. Lu's father puffed out his cheeks. What do you need to go for? You're just a girl. Lu Chao is my cousin, and she's in the hospital. It wouldn't be right not to visit her. Lu Jejia replied confidently. Besides, I should also check on Shui Yan. After all, he is my lifesaver. I can't be ungrateful and not even take a look. As she finished speaking, she quickly sat in her father's car, looking at him with wide eyes. Her father sighed and said, Let's go. He turned to the officer beside him and explained, I'm sorry, my daughter doesn't understand. Her cousin was hospitalized with a fever yesterday, and I'm just taking her there. The officer nodded. Her father first took her to the hospital and told her the room number of her cousin, reminding her not to wander off. He went on and on, worried that something might happen to her. The person she had argued with yesterday was a trafficker. Although he had been caught, her father was still concerned. Which room is Shui Yan in? She asked. Her father hesitated and reluctantly gave her the room number before following the officer to the police station to make a statement. Holding a lunchbox, she entered the hospital. The hospital was not as nice as those in the future. It was simply decorated and the floor was dirty, with some spots even having phlegm. She carefully watched her feet and took a long time to find Shuiyan's room. Inside, there was a tall man in uniform with a square face and deep eyebrows, looking very upright. He was talking to Shuiyan, who was lying in bed. Jia bit her lip, thinking about the man's identity. The man from yesterday is a trafficker. He has sold many women and children, regardless of their background. We destroyed his base, but he managed to escape. You helped us find him and made a significant contribution. What was meant to be praise turned into suspicion when Sun Jinxing looked up and said, "How did you know his identity?" Sun Nan said you mentioned that if he was caught, he would face the death penalty, which means you knew who he was. Jia's heart sank, and she let go of the doorknob. She hadn't realized that Shuiyan had captured a trafficker. People like him were extremely dangerous, and yesterday must have been very risky. Now, on top of that, she was being suspected. "Are you doubting me?" Shuiyan's lips were still pale. Leaning against the pillow, he replied with a prepared answer, "Is there anything suspicious about me? I've always lived in Shishui village and have never been anywhere else. Don't misunderstand me. I just want to know how you figured out he was Snakehead Gang." It's simple. The Snakehead Gang's hideout was raided, and there were rumors about it in town, probably 3 days ago. The textile factory in Woolly Alley was hiring security, so I planned to check for opportunities. While I was there, I heard your people describe the characteristics of Snakehead Gang, especially the fierce python on his chest. That's how I guessed it was him, and said what I did. Sun Jinxing asked, "When did you find him?" "Today, I saw someone who looked a lot like Snakehead Gang, so I followed him. After finding out where he lived, I was going to inform you, but I didn't expect them to catch someone. I had to let others find you while I stayed behind to minimize casualties," Shuiyan said, touching his injured arm. Sun Jinxing looked at Shuiyan's injury and spoke softly, "You saved my sister. If it weren't for you, she might." Sun Jinxing had already learned about the situation from Sun Nanan's fragmented account. If it weren't for Shuiyan, their whole family would be living in regret. He admired Shuiyan, realizing that this man was a good candidate, able to follow Snakehead Gang without being noticed, careful yet bold. And he had a good build. Sun Jinxing wanted to recruit Shuiyan, but due to his background, he could only help him a little. Joining the bureau was not an option. Shuiyan looked at the sheets on the bed, speaking in a calm tone, "It's fine. In situations like this, anyone would step up to help. Tell her not to worry about it. You are her lifesaver. Once she calms down, I will make sure she thanks you properly." Sun Jinxing closed his notebook. "That's all for today. Thank you for your bravery, Comrade Shuiyan." Shuiyan moved his lips slightly. "So, can I go out this afternoon? The textile factory needs security, and I want to give it a try."
"Sure."
Sun Jinxing asked, "Isn't it difficult to get hired at such places since they are public positions?" "It is a bit tricky, but I still want to try." "Go ahead and give it a shot." Sun Jinxing thought for a moment. "Make sure to rest well."
"I'll take my leave now."
Shuiyan lifted his eyelids, watching Sun Jinxing's figure as he left. He specifically learned about this person's character. He is honest and dislikes being indebted to others, so he will definitely help him get this job. As for Sun Nan, she inherently looks down on people of lower status and even feels disgusted. Once she knows about his background, she will surely keep her distance, which will make Sun Jinxing feel even more guilty towards him. He will have even more opportunities to take advantage of. Lu Jia saw someone was about to come out, so she quickly stepped back a few paces and pretended to walk forward. At the entrance, she happened to run into Sun Jinxing as he came out. Sun Jinxing was momentarily taken aback when he saw Lu Jia, feeling a bit nervous. He stood up straight and said, "It's you?" Lu Jia politely smiled and nodded. She wore a cream-colored sweater, and when she looked up, her long neck and rosy lips were noticeable. Her gaze was slightly distant, and her body unconsciously leaned back. Sun Jinxing's expression changed as he tightened his fingers and glanced at the hospital room. "You came to see him, you too." Sun Jinxing is Sun Qingju's cousin. They had met a few times in the past, but hardly spoke, making them familiar strangers. Lu Jia felt there was nothing to explain to Sun Jinxing and simply said, "Could you please move aside? I want to go in." Sun Jinxing's mouth, which had just opened, closed again. He stepped aside, his body tense, watching as Lu Jiejie walked in. Wasn't she with his cousin? Why was she here to see Shuiyan? What was their relationship? His mind was in turmoil as he walked towards Sun Nanan's hospital room. Sun Nanan had calmed down a lot and was eating an apple. When she saw Sun Jinxing come in, she asked, "Brother, do you want an apple?" Sun Jinxing shook his head, remaining silent for a moment. He looked at the apple and tentatively asked in a low voice, "I think I just saw Lu Jiejie." Lu Jiejie. Sun Nanan paused her biting into the apple and frowned. What is she doing here? Among the people she has disliked over the years, Lu Jiejie is one of them. It's not that she is bad, it's just that she is too outstanding. In those years at the art troupe, she was beautiful and had a good personality. Her cousin, Sun Qingzhu, didn't like the performances at first, but he went to the troupe just to see her. After that one visit, he became infatuated with Lu Jiejie and pursued her every day. She went to Shuiyan's hospital room. Sun Jinxing said, looking serious as he asked Sun Nanan, "Isn't Lu Jiejie with Qingzhu?" A few days ago, he said he would only marry her. He's lying. Before the art troupe disbanded, Lu Jiejie stopped talking to him. I don't know why, Sun Nanan pouted. Qingzhu went to study at the agricultural university. He has been gone for a long time, and he and Lu Jiejie are no longer connected. No longer connected? Sun Jinxing was taken aback, his chest slightly rising and falling. Weren't they in touch? I don't think so. I haven't seen Lu Jiejie and Qingzhu in contact, Sun Nanan said, not wanting to reveal that she had been quietly watching Lu Jiejie and learning from her every move. She leaned forward and asked Sun Jinxing, "Brother, what's wrong? You don't really think Lu Jiejie is still dating Qingzhu, do you?" To be honest, they have never dated. Lu Jiejie is too proud. She would rather serve tea and leave than be with Qingzhu. I think she might want to marry someone powerful. Sun Jinxing remained silent. Lu Jiejie walked into Shuiyan's hospital room with a lunchbox. Shuiyan was sitting on the bed, staring at the door. As soon as Lu Jiejie entered, the gloom in his eyes disappeared. He touched the bandage on his arm and pressed his pale lips together. Lu Jiejie shot him an annoyed look. "You got hurt, and didn't tell me." She walked over, opened the lunchbox, and saw the chicken soup was still steaming. She took out a small bowl from her bag, noticed the hot water bottle on the counter, washed it, and poured a bowl of chicken soup for Shuiyan. "I just made this today. Drink up." After busying herself, she handed the soup to Shuiyan, her fingers slightly pressed against the bowl. She leaned slightly, her braids falling down, and her cheeks slightly puffed. "Did you burn your hand?" Shuiyan asked as he took the soup. He glanced at the turning doorknob and, finding an excuse, reached out to hold Lu Jiejie's hand tightly. Shuiyan's hands were large and warm, and Lu Jiejie felt shy and pulled back a bit, but Shuiyan made a sound. "What's wrong?" Lu Jiejie jumped a little, her gaze falling on Shuiyan's arm wrapped in bandages. "It hurts." Shuiyan lowered his eyelashes and explained, "I got hurt yesterday. The doors here aren't soundproof. I could hear you from outside," Lu Jiejie said, forgetting about her own hand as she leaned forward to examine Shuiyan's arm. Shuiyan must have done something significant yesterday, as the hospital had given him a hospital gown. Not every patient had one, as many wore their own clothes. Shuiyan's injured arm seemed serious. It had no sleeve and was wrapped in a thick bandage, with remnants of iodine visible. Lu Jiejie felt a pang of sadness, bending closer, making it look like she was leaning into Shuiyan's embrace, creating an intimate atmosphere between them. A faint sound of footsteps was heard at the door. Shuiyan glanced over. Then his gaze returned to Lu Jiejie's lips, and he swallowed hard. Lu Jiejie had never seen Shuiyan like this. After a moment, she looked away and hurriedly said, "Drink the chicken soup. It will help you get better." Shuiyan quietly released Lu Jiejie's hand and took a sip of the warm chicken soup. "Is it good? I'll bring you more tomorrow," Lu Jiejie said, adjusting Shuiyan's blanket and tidying up his things. She busily cleaned everything that needed it. Shui Yan watched Lu Jiejie moving around him and glanced at his injured arm. There was no better deal than this. There are chicken legs in the lunchbox. Just wait a moment, Lu Jiejie said after finishing the soup. She let Shui Yan wash his hands with the remaining warm water, then placed the lunchbox in front of him. Just use your hands. There's enough for you. Shui Yan looked at the 2 chicken legs in the lunchbox and quietly asked, "What about the other one?" "That's for my aunt," Lu Jiejie urged him. "Hurry up and take it." Her aunt was also in the hospital. She had to check on her, or it wouldn't be right. "And you?" Shui Yan asked, not moving. "The whole chicken at home belongs to me." Shui Yan thought for a moment, reached for the chicken leg, leaned back against the pillow, and took a bite of the meat. Lu's mother is an excellent cook, and the chicken has a wonderful aroma. Shui Yan's mind wasn't on the meat. He casually asked, "Do you know Sun Jinqing?" "I've seen him a few times." Lu Jiejie glanced at Shui Yan, recalling how he had taken her candy, and added, "We haven't really talked much." Sun Jinqing was not an important person, but Lu Jiejie felt that Shui Yan might be a bit possessive. Lu Jiejie decided to ask, "What do you want to know?" She would answer whatever he asked directly. Lu Jiejie sat up straight in the chair with her legs together, tilting her head slightly, looking at Shui Yan with wide eyes, as if she would listen carefully to whatever he said. Shui Yan cautiously pressed on, saying in a low voice, "Can you not get too close to him in the future?" Lu Jiejie noticed the unease in his eyes. He seemed to lack confidence. Lu Jiejie nodded obediently. "I'm not close to him at all. How could I get close?" "I'm only close to you." Shui Yan felt like he had been burned. His pupils shrank, and his ears turned bright red. He clenched the bed sheet tightly until the pain from his arm reminded him to relax. Lu Jiejie tilted her head and noticed that Shui Yan's ears were indeed red. Shui Yan was tall and usually looked tough, but it was surprising how easily he blushed. She blinked and leaned forward, wanting to touch his ear. Shui Yan suddenly grabbed Lu Jiejie's hand with his other hand. His rough fingers brushed against her soft hand, and he said in a hoarse voice, "No fooling around." Lu Jiejie reluctantly pulled her hand back, then angrily said, "How can you use that injured hand? What if the wound opens up? You have no awareness of being a patient. That arm shouldn't move anymore." "Okay." Shui Yan nodded obediently. Lu Jiejie felt a bit proud. Shui Yan pointed to the basket in the corner. "There's a paper bag inside. I bought it." Lu Jiejie skillfully ran over and started searching. After a while, she found a small bag of candy and looked at the name. "Isn't this the white rabbit milk candy? Don't you like this?" "Try it and see if it's good," Shui Yan said in a low voice. Lu Jiejie held the white rabbit milk candy in her hand, feeling that Shui Yan was hinting at something. She stood up, unwrapped a candy, and put it in her mouth, deliberately saying, "It has a milky taste. No wonder Zhang Tao gave this to me as a thank you gift." Shui Yan felt a bit annoyed. Ignoring him, Lu Jiejie picked up her lunchbox. "I'm going to see my aunt now." Just as she was about to leave, a patient from the next bed returned. He seemed to have a leg injury and was urged by his family to go out and get some sun. With someone around, Lu Jiejie felt it was inconvenient to stay, so she decided to leave. Once Lu Jiejie was gone, the man in the next bed curiously asked, "Hey, is that your sister? She's really pretty. Is she married yet?" Before he could finish, he looked up and saw Shui Yan staring at him with a serious expression, instantly swallowing the rest of his words. He glanced at Shui Yan's build, forced a smile, and lay back down on his bed. Lu Jiejie walked out of the ward, turned a corner, and saw Sun Jinqing in the hallway. She didn't pay much attention and walked past him casually. "Lu Jiejie." Sun Jinqing called out when he noticed she was walking by without greeting him, and she was getting further away. Sun Jinqing had just been smoking by the window. After calling her, he quickly extinguished the cigarette on the windowsill and tossed it into the already full trash can. "You can't smoke in the hospital," Lu Jiejie reminded him. Sun Jinqing looked nervous for a moment. "I've been busy lately," and suddenly forgot. The town's regulations weren't that strict. He had been smoking there for a while without anyone saying anything. "How are things going with Qingzhou now?" Sun Jinqing asked, looking at Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie felt that Sun Jinqing was being ridiculous and replied angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? I have nothing to do with Sun Qingzhu. Don't ruin my reputation outside." "No, I didn't mean to." Lu Jiejie didn't want to hear more and turned to leave. She didn't want to get close to the Sun family at all. Lu Jiejie searched for a long time before she found Lu Chao's hospital room. Aunt Lu was packing things and Lu Chao was weakly sitting on the bed. After what happened yesterday, Lu Jiejie thought Lu Chao should understand that words can bring trouble, especially for soldiers who cannot be insulted. "Aunt," Lu Jiejie called from the door. Aunt Lu saw Lu Jiejie and immediately came over, excitedly saying, "Jiejie, you're here." "I came to see you," Lu Jiejie replied as she entered and opened the lunchbox. "My mom asked me to bring you a chicken leg." As Lu Jiejie tore the chicken leg, she pulled it up with effort, making it quite large. Aunt Lu's eyes brightened, and she felt a wave of emotion inside. During her time in the hospital, Lu Jiejie was the only niece who came to see her. There was no choice. After Lu Chao ruined his reputation yesterday, it was expected. Come, sit down," Aunt Lu said, bringing a chair for Lu Jiejie. Lu Chao grunted, and Lu Jiejie paused her actions on purpose. She stood up, her eyes slightly red, and said pitifully, "Aunt, if there's nothing else, I'll just leave." She didn't want to stay with Lu Chao, so it was better to find an excuse to go. Aunt Lu glared at Lu Chao and grabbed Lu Jiejie's arm, saying, "Why are you leaving? You just got here." Lu Jiejie deliberately glanced at Lu Chao and replied lightly, "As long as you're okay, I have things to do at home, so I'll leave now." After saying that, she turned to walk outside. Aunt Lu was nearly driven mad by Lu Chao and wished she could throw something at him. But since Lu Chao's fever had just gone down, she was worried he might get sick again. Well, it was better to marry Zhou Wenqing quickly. Lu Jiejie left the hospital room and ran to Shui Yan's room. Just as she was about to enter, she saw a girl standing by Shui Yan's bed. Sun Nan was slightly bent over, her eyes red. "Thank you for saving me yesterday. I really appreciate it. If you ever need my help, just let me know, and I will definitely help you." Yesterday was like a nightmare for her. She never imagined she would go through something so terrifying. If it weren't for this benefactor named Shui Yan, she might have been found dead today. "You're welcome." Shui Yan had no other reaction. Sun Nan was pretty, and her graceful movements from dancing made her walk look good. Lu Jiejie recognized Sun Nan at a glance. She bit her lip, feeling only one thought. Shui Yan had saved another girl. Lu Jiejie felt a bit uneasy, knowing he was doing the right thing, but still feeling uncomfortable. When Sun Nan heard footsteps, she turned and saw Lu Jiejie. The two hadn't seen each other for over a year. Their eyes met, and each had different thoughts. To Sun Nan, Lu Jiejie had become even more beautiful, shedding her youthful innocence and now shining brightly, unforgettable. "Lu Jiejie," she couldn't help but whisper. Lu Jiejie called her name back, "Sun Nan." Sun Nan glanced at Shui Yan on the bed. "What are you doing here? Like you, Shui Yan is my lifesaver. He's hurt now, so I came to see him." Sun Nan. "Well, you two can talk. I'll leave." Sun Nan always felt a sense of inferiority in front of Lu Jiejie. When she was younger, she expressed her jealousy with arrogance, but now that she had grown up, she couldn't act that way anymore. As she left the hospital room, she turned to look at Shui Yan. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Since Shui Yan had saved her life, didn't that mean she would have to repay him like Lu Jiejie did, visiting him every time he got hurt? No, Shui Yan had a bad background. She was afraid of getting too close and being dragged into trouble. Thinking of her experiences from a few years ago, Sun Nan shivered, her breath quickening. Trauma can be slowly forgotten, but once a certain point is touched, it spreads through the body like flipping a switch. In the past, she had always avoided people with bad backgrounds, but since Shui Yan saved her life, she couldn't protect herself that way again. Right, her brother. She would let her brother handle it. She would repay Shui Yan, but never wanted to get close to him again. Before Lu Jiejie could question Shui Yan, he spoke first. "Do you know her?"
Are they
Related to Sun Qingzhu? A few years ago, the closest guy to Lu Jie was Sun Qingzhu. Shui Yan pretended not to care, but Sun Qingzhu was indeed better off than him in many ways, with a stronger family background. Shui Yan worried that one day Lu Jie might realize this and choose him instead. Lu Jie paused and said honestly, Sun Jinqing is Sun Qingzhu's cousin. Their grandfathers are brothers, so they're somewhat related. Back then, Sun Qingzhu liked to bully her, making her run around to buy things. She often felt lightheaded from not eating enough and all the exercise. She thought for a moment, I can't even remember when I first met him. Because of Sun Qingzhu, I don't have a good impression of the people around him. He really has many flaws, Shui Yan said seriously, his earlier gloom fading. He turned his face and analyzed. He is very rigid, suspicious, and too honest, which can easily put his family in danger. Shui Yan's tone was serious, and his evaluation was not without reason. Sun Jinqing had destroyed a drug lord's base and should have guessed that his family would be targeted for revenge. However, to avoid accusations of favoritism, he didn't send anyone to protect his loved ones. Shui Yan cautiously suggested, you should stay away from him in the future to avoid getting involved. Let's not talk about that, Lu Jie said, pulling the blanket tightly around her, looking unhappy as she leaned closer to Shui Yan. Now that I've told you, you should tell me how you saved Sun Nan. I'll tell you, she can be fierce. When we were in the art troupe, she was like a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. But now she talks to you so gently. Does she like you? Shui Yan pursed his lips, a slight smile revealing his thoughts, but he shook his head. Lu Jie didn't believe him. She tugged on the blanket, which had originally covered Shui Yan's waist, but had slipped down to his thighs. Seeing Lu Jie glare at him, Shui Yan, instead of feeling anxious, looked warm and deliberately pulled the blanket toward himself. When Lu Jie noticed he dared to resist, she pulled harder. Although Shui Yan was much stronger, he only used a little force, tightening and loosening the blanket playfully. Lu Jie's blanket was pulled away, and she pulled it back with more force. The two of them were playfully tugging at it. On the bed next door, a man pretended to be asleep. Lu Jie used all her strength to pull the blanket to Shui Yan's lower leg. Why aren't you saying anything? She wouldn't be interested in me, Shui Yan said, pinching the blanket with his fingers. Sun Nan at her age should already have someone she likes. Lu Jie didn't know that this was all part of Shui Yan's plan, and he was afraid to let her know the truth, worried she might be scared and push him away. How do you know she has someone she likes? Isn't this your first time meeting? She treated me with respect and didn't show any interest. If she liked me, she wouldn't have left just now. Lu Jie still held onto the blanket, thinking that Shui Yan was really good at reading people. At that moment, a steady voice exploded in her ear. Jie, what are you doing? Lu Jie was startled and immediately let go of the blanket, turning to see her father. Behind her father were a police officer and Shui Yan's father. Lu Jie glanced at Shui Yan on the bed and then at the three people who had entered. She swallowed hard. I thought Shui Yan was too hot and might be uncomfortable, so I was going to help him air out the blanket. Shui Yan maintained a serious face. I asked her to take the blanket out to air. The older brother on the next bed continued to pretend to be asleep. Lu Jie's father puffed out his cheeks. You're still young, don't mess around. Come here quickly.
Okay.
Lu Jie obediently walked over and explained, Shui Yan is my lifesaver, so I wanted to help him with this. Lu Jie's father lowered his voice. Just stay quietly over there, and I'll take you home later. Lu Jie nodded obediently. Comrade Shui Yan, thank you for your help to the country. The police officer praised him and finally said, you can be discharged now. To stabilize your condition, the village will send a tractor to pick you up. I will follow your instructions. Lu's father also praised a few things, then rode his bicycle to take Lu Jie home. He pondered, they say Shui Yan has done a great job this time, saving a lot of losses. Not only can he clear his name, but he will also receive a medal. Lu Jie felt a bit excited. Then the Shui family will have a voice in the village, and will be able to fit in. Actually, Lu Jie could sense the villagers' rejection of the Shui family. She smiled, knowing that Shuiyan would surely get better in the future. Lu's father nodded solemnly. He wondered if having such a capable future son-in-law was a blessing or a curse. He really needed to prepare some personal assets for his daughter. Having money provides security. If necessary, she could always find another man since many would want to marry her. In the afternoon, Lu Yegua drove a tractor to pick up Shuiyan and brought Lu Chao back with him. As soon as Lu Chao saw Shuiyan, she shrank back like a quail. Even though she knew he wouldn't harm her with so many people around, she still feared this man. When Shuiyan returned to the village, he attracted a lot of attention. Everyone looked at his bandaged arm and finally believed that he was indeed a hero in town. It was said that Shuiyan not only cleared his name, but would also be recognized by the town. Aunt Lu sighed, thinking that if she hadn't sent that fish and had directly married her daughter to Shuiyan, it would have been better. Lu Chao had suffered for 2 days, losing a lot of weight. Her face was still swollen, and the bruises on her body hadn't faded, making her look ghostly. Sister-in-law glanced at Lu Jejia and then at her own sister-in-law, feeling her eyes were strongly impacted. She used to be known as a lucky charm, but now it seemed everyone wanted to avoid her. In the past, when people mentioned Lu Chao, the village women would say, "She is a lucky charm. Marrying her will bring good fortune to the family." Now, when they talked about Lu Chao, the village women changed their tune, saying, "Don't marry her. If she brings bad luck, it could lead to disaster." This rumor scared the villagers away from Lu Chao. Thinking back, the Zhang family used to be good, but ever since they showed interest in Lu Chao, their son had injured his leg. Thinking about herself, it seems she has had her share of bad luck too. The Zhang family's good fortune can't help them, let alone her. When Lu Jejia first heard these rumors, she was confused. Even the loss of their dog was blamed on Lu Chao. Every family has its troubles. Although Lu Chao still had the title of a lucky charm, she was naturally disliked. However, Lu Jejia didn't have time to worry about Lu Chao now. She went out pretending to pick up Lu Chao, but really she wanted to check on Shuiyan. Seeing that Shuiyan looked fine, she went home to continue making chicken soup. As soon as she entered the house, her 3-year-old nephew, Zhuangtou, hugged her leg, drooling and saying, "Auntie, it's sour." "What's sour?" Lu Jejia squatted down and saw he was holding something dark. She took it from him and realized it was dried plum. A few days ago, she had picked some dried plums with Shuiyan and excitedly tried to cook them in a pan, but she ruined them all. Lu's mother glanced over and said, "If you want to do it your way, you probably need coal." Lu Jejia: "Coal is very expensive now. Making dried plums costs more than meat, so she decided to just leave them out in the sun to dry."
Can't eat this.
"Come on, Annie will take you to drink chicken soup." Lu Jejia tossed the dried plums into the corner. Zhuangtou frowned, probably too young to stop drooling. Lu Jejia quickly poured him half a bowl of chicken soup and reminded Zhang Shuyan to feed it to him slowly, so he wouldn't burn himself. Zhang Shuyan looked at her sister-in-law with gratitude, and compared to Lu Chao, the neighbor's sister-in-law was enviously crying. In this village, no sister-in-law could compare to Lu Jejia. Who else would share their good things with their nieces and nephews? Thanks to their sister-in-law, their family's living standards were even better than those in the city. Lu Jejia was mashing the tender chicken with her chopsticks, thinking about how to discreetly send the chicken soup to Shuiyan, when she turned and saw Zhang Shuyan looking at her with tears in her eyes, clearly moved. Lu Jejia. Lu Chao returned home. Although weak, he still sneaked out. Aunt Lu saw it but didn't say anything. She knew Lu Chao was looking for Zhou Wenqing. She couldn't worry about anything else now. She just hoped Zhou Wenqing would hurry up and propose. Now that the farming season was over and the weather was getting cooler, Zhou Wenqing hadn't been feeding the pigs these past few days and started working in the fields to earn points. He could earn about 3 or 4 points in a day, just enough to fill his stomach. The wheat had been harvested, and the newly planted seeds had just begun to sprout. The fields stretched endlessly, and it was easy to see people coming and going. Zhou Wenqing was standing straight to rest when someone suddenly tugged at his shirt from behind. Startled, Zhou Wenqing instinctively turned to look. Wenqing, I miss you so much, Lu Chao said, rubbing her braid and starting to cry. Zhou Wenqing. The people working in the fields were instantly drawn to the scene, and those who were resting quietly moved closer, while others were called by their companions nearby to look over. Lu Chao continued to cry while rubbing her big braid. If there hadn't been so many people around, she would have rushed over to hug him. Seeing everyone looking their way, Zhou Wenqing felt his face turn red and struggled to keep his expression serious. Didn't we break up? Why are you here? Break up? I'm not breaking up. Zhou Wenqing, when did I ever break up with you? Lu Chao was momentarily stunned, then she raised her voice to protest. Zhou Wenqing wished he could cover her mouth, but with so many people around, he could only say coldly, there are too many people here. Let's talk somewhere else later. Everyone will find out sooner or later. What's there to hide? Lu Chao pouted, trying to keep her eyes open. Zhou Wenqing looked at Lu Chao's tear-streaked face, his forehead tightening with tension. Does it matter if it's early or late? If it's too early, we could get in serious trouble. Lu Chao finally seemed to understand a bit more. She whispered, then I'll wait for you at our usual spot tonight. Zhou Wenqing wished she would leave immediately, but he frowned and nodded in agreement. Once Lu Chao left, someone teased Zhou Wenqing, Zhou, are you dating Lu Chao? Zhou Wenqing immediately denied it with a cold expression. What dating? She was sad for a while, so I comforted her a bit. Maybe she sees me as an older brother. Lu Jiejie made chicken soup. Today, she specially went up the mountain, cut her finger, and caught 2 chickens to cook in 2 ceramic pots. One pot was for her family, and the other was just for Shui Yan. The little ones at home were eager to try it. While Lu's mother was out, Lu Jiejie let the kids have a taste. Lu Yuan smacked his lips and said, Auntie is the best. I want to make chicken soup for her too. I want some too. Pihu shouted, raising his hand. Just then, Lu's mother came back from the field. Seeing the kids with bowls and smelling the delicious aroma, she worried about the neighbors hearing. What do you want? All you think about is eating. They can eat, but must they shout? What if someone hears them? We just want to be good to Auntie, Shirtu said, shrinking his neck. Lu's mother smiled for a moment. Well said. Lu Jiejie. Lu's mother washed her hands and told the kids playing in the yard, don't eat in the yard. Go to the kitchen and try not to let anyone else see. So the little ones rushed into the kitchen. Seeing it was getting dark, Lu Jiejie grabbed 2 cloths and lifted the pot of chicken soup simmering on the stove. Why did you make so much? Lu's mother glanced over and hurried over, reaching to lift the lid. Lu Jiejie nervously stepped aside. This is for Shui Yan. He saved someone and hurt his arm, losing a lot of blood. He needs to recover. What? Lu's mother was taken aback. Lu Jiejie quickly added, Mom, I'm not being unfair. I made 2 portions today, the other one is for you and Dad. Lu's mother. After thinking about her agreement with Shui Yan, she turned her face away, feeling a bit soft-hearted. Go ahead, let your 4th brother go with you. Okay. Lu Jiejie obediently placed the chicken soup on the table, waiting for Lu Yegua to return. Lu Yegua came back a little later than Lu's mother. When he heard they were taking chicken soup to Shui Yan, he nearly jumped with excitement. Lu's mother gave him a light tap on the back of the head. Why are you shouting? There are no rules at all. Shui Yan has saved your little sister several times. Now that he is injured, it's only right for our family to visit him. Otherwise, people might say we are ungrateful. Lu Yegua rubbed his head and reluctantly agreed. The 2 of them went to Shui Yan's house together. Lu's mother was worried about burning Lu Jiejie, so she asked Lu Yegua to carry the porcelain jar. Little sister, you're starting to care about Shui Yan, right? Lu Yegua said grumpily. Am I? Lu Jiejie pretended not to understand. She turned to Lu Yegua and said, 4th brother, Shui Yan is my lifesaver. It's only right for me to treat him well. Besides, I treat you well too. That's different. I'm your brother. Lu Yegua huffed. Shui Yan isn't your brother. Being so nice to him can easily lead to misunderstandings. Let them misunderstand then. This is bad. The two walked toward Shue's house, and people noticed them along the way. Big girl isn't thinking of marrying her daughter to Shueyan, is she?
How could that be?
There aren't many girls in our village willing to marry him, especially not Lu Jejia. Believe it or not, Shueyan is really good at farming. Now that he's heard he needs to take off his hat, some families are starting to think about marrying their daughters to him. When Lu Jejia arrived at Shue's house, she saw Shueyan weaving a basket. His fingers moved quickly, and he didn't look injured at all. Lu Jejia thought, "Is this how you recover?" As someone approached, Shueyan's eyes moved slightly. He raised his cold black eyes and was surprised to see Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia glanced at the basket and then met Shueyan's gaze, her eyes wide with a clear hint of warning. Shueyan immediately set the basket aside, sat up straight, and didn't know where to put his hands. The sky was left with only a few rays of sunset, and smoke was rising from every household. The Shue family was also cooking. After a moment of awkwardness, Shueyan stood up and walked toward Lu Jejia. "Dad, Jejia is here." Shueyang immediately noticed the ceramic jar that Lu Yegua was carrying. He not only liked to eat but also had a keen sense of smell, catching the faint aroma of meat in the air. He ran directly in front of Shueyan, opened the door with a big smile, and said to Lu Jejia, "Sister Jejia, please come in." Shueyan. Lu Jejia glanced at the fourth brother behind her and walked inside. Lu Jejia looked at the basket and asked quietly, "Didn't you hurt your arm? Why are you still making things? What if your wound opens up?" "It's fine." Shueyan hesitated. Lu Jejia ignored him. "You're here." Shue's father hurried out of the kitchen, wiping his hands.
Come in.
"Have a seat." "No need, this is chicken soup my mom made. Since Shueyan is hurt, I brought it for you to try." Lu Yegua stood in front of Lu Jejia, blocking her. "Do you have a bigger bowl for eating?" "The soup is ready, just pour it in." Lu Jejia asked Shue's father. "I can't accept this." Shue's father was flustered, unsure whether to accept or refuse. Lu Jejia said seriously, "Uncle Shueyan once saved my life. It's just some chicken soup, no need to be polite." "Well, okay then. Next time, you can try my cooking too." Lu Jejia nodded obediently. Shueqian and Shueyang. Shueyan pressed his lips together, his expression serious, as he looked toward the kitchen. He worried that once Lu Jejia tasted his father's cooking, she might want to break up with him. Shueyan said in a low voice, "Dad, bring out a bowl." Right. Shue's father smiled widely. The more he looked at Lu Jejia, the more he liked her. He preferred a daughter-in-law who was both obedient and pretty. Seeing his son has a chance, he couldn't stop smiling. Before going back to the kitchen, he scolded his eldest son, who was still standing there. "Why aren't you getting a stool?"
Oh.
Shueyan walked inside awkwardly. At that moment, Shueqian had already brought one out. "Eldest brother, don't move if your hand is hurt." Shueyan lowered his eyes, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, looking a bit weak. Lu Jejia huffed. He was making things even though he wasn't feeling well. He brought this on himself. Shueyan noticed that his deliberate disguise was not working, so he took the stool from Shueqian's hands. Lu Jejia saw that Shueyan was holding something and frowned without saying anything. But when she saw him walking around without putting it down, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. "Isn't your arm injured? You just made a basket, and now you're still holding something. Doesn't it hurt at all?" "It hurts." Lu Yegua chimed in, "Little sister, for us men, this is just a small injury. You don't need to worry." Lu Jejia shot her fourth brother a glare. "If you were hurt this badly, how could I not worry?" Lu Yegua instantly felt happy and chuckled a couple of times. Lu Jejia. "Lu Xiazi, the basin is ready. You can come in now," Shue's father called from the kitchen. Lu Yegua hurried into the kitchen, afraid that others would be jealous of how well they were eating. Soon, only Shueyan and Lu Jejia were left in the yard, while Shueqian and Shueyang had gone somewhere else. Shueyan neatly placed the stool behind Lu Jejia and softly said, "Sit for a while." "I'm not sitting. I'm leaving soon." Lu Jejia took a step forward and said softly, "It's fine. I won't disturb you. You can continue making your basket." Shui Yan's lips moved, unsure of how to comfort Lu Jiejie. He placed the stool back behind her. Lu Jiejie shifted to the side, and he moved the chair again, repeating this several times as if the stool was stuck to her. Seeing Shui Yan pursing his lips, Lu Jiejie didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. She had never seen someone so stubborn. Did Shui Yan think that if she sat down, she wouldn't be upset anymore? Lu Jiejie frowned and asked him sternly, "So, will you still make baskets before your arm heals?" "No more baskets," he replied quickly. "I'll take good care of my injury from now on." Shui Yan secretly glanced at Lu Jiejie. Her anger was just a sign that she cared about him. It had been many years since anyone cared for him like this. The attention he wanted came too quickly, leaving him unsure of how to react, and his expression tightened even more. Lu Jiejie seriously analyzed the situation for him, almost pulling on his ear. "You can't lift heavy things until you're healed. If you don't take this seriously now, when you're older, you'll have all sorts of problems. Right now, you're hurt making baskets, and later you won't even be able to lift your hands. I'll still be able to lift you then." "Is that what we're talking about?" Lu Jiejie thought Shui Yan's shy compliments were quite special. At least they made her blush a bit. She looked around to see if anyone was watching, and since Lu Jiejie hadn't come out of the kitchen, she stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Shui Yan's neck, kissed him on the corner of his lips, and quickly pulled away. Shui Yan's body instantly tensed. A jolt of electricity shot from his spine to his brain, and he felt momentarily dazed, as if he had lost control of his body. He had kissed Lu Jiejie before, but it was always him taking the lead. This time, her initiating the kiss felt completely different. Shui Yan cleared his throat and looked at Lu Jiejie's rosy lips, his fingers clenched tightly. Lu Jiejie tilted her head and whispered, "This counts as an early reward for you. Don't forget your promise. No heavy work until you're healed. If I find out you're lying, I won't kiss you again. If I behave, can I still get kisses later?" Shui Yan asked in a low, husky voice. "Time to go." At that moment, Lu Jiejie suddenly appeared in the kitchen doorway, holding a ceramic jar. Lu Jiejie realized she was standing too close to Shui Yan and took a step back. Lu Jiejie walked over to them, shot a fierce glance at Shui Yan, and then gently said to Lu Jiejie, "Little sister, let's go."
Okay.
Lu Jiejie followed Lu Jiejie forward, but after taking a step, she turned her head back to Shui Yan and smiled sweetly. "Just behave, and everything will be fine." Her smile was so sweet that it made her seem easy to tease, almost inviting someone to make her cry. "What will be fine?" Lu Jiejie asked. Lu Jiejie shrugged casually, "Nothing." Shui Yan watched Lu Jiejie walk away, letting out a heavy sigh. He turned and headed toward the kitchen. In the next moment, he heard an angry voice nearby. "Shui Yan, if you have the guts, come out and talk." Shui Yan turned to see Zhao standing at his front door. Zhao's chest rose and fell rapidly as he stared intensely at Shui Yan, his muscles tense, as if he had received a great shock. Shui Yan was worried that Zhao would do something irrational that could harm Lu Jiejie's reputation. After thinking for a moment, he walked toward the door. "Brother!" Shui Qian and Shui Yong ran out from inside, and their father also heard the noise at the door and came out with a ladle. "It's fine, I'm just talking to him. I'll be back soon," Shui Yan reassured his family before stepping outside with Zhao. The two went to a secluded spot where Zhao grabbed Shui Yan by the collar. "What were you doing just now?" "You actually," Zhao shouted. "You saw everything. What more is there to say?" Shui Yan smirked slightly. Zhao was furious. "You think you're worthy? Look at your family situation. Do you want Lu Jiejie to suffer with you in the future?" "I won't let her suffer." Shui Yan pulled Zhao's hand away, his sharp gaze unwavering. "If Lu Jiejie is with me, she will never suffer. What can you guarantee?" "You? There are plenty of people in the world," Zhao continued to shout. He thought Lu Jiejie would never like Shui Yan, but he didn't expect them to get together so quickly. He didn't even know when they had developed feelings for each other. "What does this have to do with you?" Shui Yan turned his eyes away and said quietly, "Zhao, I've taken off the hat, but you've lost your job in town. You're the one competing with me." "I'm not competing with you. I'm competing for Lu Jiejie." I want her to look back at me. Shui Yan's gaze suddenly turned fierce as he grabbed Zhao's collar. From now on, stay away from her. If I find out you have any other intentions toward her, you'll see my true methods. His voice was cold, like a demon's warning in the evening light, sending a chill down Zhao's spine. Zhao gritted his teeth defiantly. Lu Jiejie is still young and doesn't understand what love is. She must have been fooled by you. When she grows up and understands love, she will definitely regret it. After some time, Shui Yan came out from behind the house. His lips were bruised, and blood was seeping from his arm, but he didn't care about the pain. What mattered to him were the last few words from Zhao society. Shui Yan knew he had to quickly arrange everything and get engaged to Lu Jiejie, ensuring she couldn't back out. Not long after Shui Yan left, Zhao society also came out. He limped on one leg, with large bruises on his mouth and eye, holding his arm and leaving in frustration. Shui Yan was not a normal person. Even injured, he still had great strength. When Lu Jiejie returned home, Zhang Shuyan had not gone to work that afternoon and was cooking in the kitchen. Lu's mother was in the yard washing her hair and sitting in a rocking chair. A few girls were practicing writing on a sand table. The books they bought recently were treasures to them, especially for Lu Hao, who was particularly diligent and hardworking. Lu Jiejie knew this child was mature for her age. She studied hard to show Lu Ganghua that she could learn well. Once, she even overheard Lu Hao asking Lu Ganghua, "Dad, can I go to school with my sisters this year?" Lu Ganghua nodded. In that moment, Lu Hao smiled with her lips pressed together. What came easily to her other siblings required her hard work, but Lu Jiejie still felt satisfied. Lu Jiejie thought that if her second brother truly couldn't support Lu Hao, she could help her go to school first. At dinner, Lu's mother said, "In a couple of days, when things are less busy, our family should go to town for a photo." Lu Jiejie casually asked, "Why take a photo?" "Your third brother wants it. He wants something to remember us by." The house fell silent. Lu's mother huffed. "It doesn't matter if you all go or not. Your dad, your little sister, and I must go. Your third brother mainly wants a photo of the three of us. As for you all, I just want a family photo to keep. I want to take a picture with Grandma." Shirtu raised his hand first. Zhuan too quickly put down his chopsticks. "I want to take a picture with Grandma too." At that time, photography was not common and many people thought it was a waste of money and were unwilling to take photos. But if someone takes a photo, they can show it off in the village for a whole year. The children were especially excited when they heard about the photo opportunity. "Let's all go," said Mother Lu with a wave of her hand. Then she added, "The money for this photo was taken from your aunt's salary. I didn't want her to give it all up, but she was worried you might go hungry, so she contributed everything. When you start earning money, remember to think of your aunt. Don't forget to give her gifts during holidays, and if anyone bullies her, you should stand by her side right away." Lu Jiejie calmly sipped her chicken soup. "Got it," the little ones replied eagerly. Zhang Shuyan nodded along, smiling widely as she patted her chest. "Don't worry, Mom. We won't let our little sister suffer. I'll be the first to step up if anyone bothers her." Mother Lu was pleased with Zhang Shuyan's improving attitude. She served her another spoonful of chicken soup and added a piece of chicken leg. "You're getting wiser, and you too are making progress." Zhang Shuyan had often seen Mother Lu reward others, so she felt a rush of emotions when it was her turn. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Mom, don't worry. I'm the elder sister, and I'll treat our little sister like my own daughter since she's so good to me." Lu Jiejie. Mother Lu suddenly felt a bit unhappy. She scoffed. "What do you mean treating her like a daughter? I'm still here." "I misspoke. I meant to say I will take good care of our little sister." "That sounds better." Mother Lu served Zhang Xuan another spoonful of soup. "Drink more. My daughter specially made this for you to help with your energy. It would also help her work harder later." Zhang Shuyan felt touched again. In this era, chicken soup is quite nourishing, especially from wild chickens, and the once pale faces at home were gradually getting healthier. Mother Lu, worried about the gap with others, didn't want to overdo it at home, so she instructed Lu Jiejie not to make chicken soup for the week. Lu Jiejie didn't think much about it and obediently complied. As night fell, the border area was quiet. Lu Jinghua hid in the dug trench, his gaze fixed on the borderline. The recent tensions between both sides had been intense, and he wiped the mud off his face while looking through his scope. These troublemakers would never step onto our territory. One more step, and they would face consequences. Lu Jinghua skillfully loaded his weapon, biting down on the long strap on his wrist. His brother had come out. Tightening the strap on his wrist, Lu Jinghua carefully scanned the area with his binoculars until it was time for the next shift to arrive. After training, Lu Jinghua returned to his quarters. Wu Yu, already lying on the bed, poked his head up and said, "Lu Jinghua, your family sent you something. It's on your bed."
Yeah.
Lu Jinghua unbuttoned his military jacket, revealing the bandage on his shoulder. He decided to take off his shirt completely, his abdominal muscles taut. Slowly, he began to unwrap the bandage, and Wu Yu got up to help him with the medicine. He ripped off the white bandage and clenched his fist. "I just got nicked by a shrapnel piece. I didn't expect it to take so long to heal. What a hassle. It went deep into the flesh. It won't heal that quickly," Wu Yu replied as he applied the medicine to the wound. Lu Jinghua winced and pulled out a new bandage, biting down on one side while skillfully wrapping it with his other hand, finally asking his colleague to help tie it off. "Lu Jinghua, did your family send you some treats again?" Wu Yu adjusted his tank top. "When I brought it over, I felt a ken inside. They must have sent you something good." "Of course. My mom loves me the most after my little sister," Lu Jinghua said as he washed his hands, pushing back the stray hair from his forehead. Water droplets fell onto his nose, and when he saw Wu Yu reaching for his package, he casually tossed a nearby shirt onto his head. "Come on, it's just something your mom sent you. Do you really need to guard it so closely?" Wu Yu exclaimed, frustrated as he pulled the shirt off his head. Lu Jinghua walked to the bedside, slowly unwrapping a package. As he tore it open, he found a letter. He glanced at it and paused. "Little sister. It's from your little sister. You always talk about her, but we don't even know what she looks like. You say she looks like a fairy. When will you show us a picture?" "My sister is not for you to see." Lu Jinghua sat on the bed, curled his legs, and looked at the letter with his sharp eyes. "Little girl." Wu Yu scratched at the contents of the package. "Wow, your mom is really nice to you. Is this meat sauce? And clothes, all brand new. Who can wear new clothes these days?" Lu Jinghua glanced at Wu Yu, whose face looked pale. He held the letter between his long fingers, his damp hair slightly moving with the tilt of his head. He scoffed, "If you want to eat, just share it with the others. Just leave me one bottle." "Thanks, Lu Ge. I'll bring you some warm water for your feet. By the way, Lu Ge, you always say our little sister is beautiful. She's 17 this year and can get a marriage certificate soon. What if mom has already married her off by the time you return?" Wu Yu laughed as he sat next to Lu Jinghua. "Why not let me marry her? I promise to treat her well."
"Get lost."
Lu Jinghua kicked him away, his dark eyes glinting with thought as he rested his arm behind his head. Logically, that little girl should find someone. He must go back this year to check on her. He can't let her be bullied. In the early hours of the morning, almost everyone was asleep, but Lu Chao quietly stepped outside. She had been restless these past few days, having been fed irregularly by Aunt Lu, and had a high fever yesterday. Although she ate a chicken leg today, she wasn't sure if it was too greasy, but she ended up with a stomachache at the hospital. Back home, she couldn't eat anything, leaving her feeling weak. Lu Chao walked under a tree and suddenly felt dizzy. Her face was still swollen from a previous incident, hiding her weakness. She squatted under the big tree to rest for a moment before heading to the place she had agreed upon with Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing had been waiting in the same spot for over 10 minutes. He paced back and forth until he finally saw Lu Chao approaching in the moonlight. Then he managed to hide his irritation. Zhou Wenqing walked up to Lu Chao, his brow slightly furrowed as he tried to suppress his impatience. "What do you want to talk about?" "Wenqing, my mother agreed for us to be together. You should come to our house to propose tomorrow," Lu Chao said eagerly.
"Propose?"
Zhou Wenqing felt a chill run down his spine. "Lu Chao, don't joke around. Didn't we break up a while ago?" "Break up?" When did we break up? Lu Chao paused, feeling cold all over. She looked at Zhou Wenqing angrily. Do you not want to marry me anymore? Marry you? Zhou Wenqing took a step back, raising his voice in anger. Who would dare to marry you now? Everyone in the village laughs at you. You've made a mess of things, and I'm the one who has to take the blame. Who would want to marry someone looked down upon by everyone? I didn't mean it like that. I thought if I did this, others wouldn't propose to our family, and then I could marry you, Lu Chao stammered. It was only now she realized that ruining her reputation was a big mistake. Wenqing, I did all this for you. You can't refuse to marry me. Besides, I'm lucky. Marrying me will bring you good fortune. Zhou Wenqing scoffed. Forget it. My luck isn't strong enough to change yours. Now that I think about it, ever since we got together, I've been having bad luck. Maybe it's because of you. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Wenqing, do you dare not to marry me? Lu Chao, I used to really like you, but look at what you've become. The whole village sees you as a joke. If I marry you, I'll be laughed at too. Also, my parents wrote to me recently, and they don't like you very much. Zhou Wenqing looked very disappointed. Lu Chao, I'm sorry, but I can't go against my parents' wishes. Zhou Wenqing, why? Isn't true love supposed to conquer all? I've overcome everything for you. Why don't you want me anymore?
Lu Cao gỡ that Zhou Wenqing Li, Cunning.
Lu Jia gave up halfway, but I'm the one who still loves you the most. Zhou Wenqing pulled his hand away from Lu Chao. I'm sorry. Let's part ways peacefully. Besides, I already told you we should break up a while ago. I didn't agree to break up. You have to marry me, Lu Chao said, forcefully throwing herself into Zhou Wenqing's arms and holding him tightly. Zhou Wenqing, you're all I have now. You can't leave me. I don't know what I'll do without you.
Lu Cao,
Zhou Wenqing said with disgust, using all his strength to push her away. Normally, he wouldn't be able to move Lu Chao at all, but she was weak now. After a few seconds, she fell to the ground. Zhou Wenqing stepped back several paces, brushed off his clothes, and said expressionlessly, if you were marrying me under a good name or as a normal girl, I could accept it. But now that no one else wants you, you want me to pick up the pieces? That's a joke. He turned and walked away, getting faster and quickly disappearing from Lu Chao's sight. Lu Chao squatted on the ground for a long time, Zhou Wenqing's words echoing in her mind. She thought marrying Zhou Wenqing would be enough. She never considered anything else, and now it had turned out like this. Slowly, Lu Chao hugged her legs. Zhou Wenqing was all she had now. No matter what, she had to marry Zhou Wenqing. Lu Jia was bored at home. Since she couldn't make chicken soup, she secretly cooked a rabbit. What is that smell? Lu's mother, mending clothes in her room, came out after smelling the aroma. Lu Jia quietly opened the kitchen door a crack, quickly stepped out, and closed it behind her. I just made you a braised rabbit. Lu's mother. What are you eating? I don't want any. Lu's mother rolled her eyes. Zhuan, too, hearing about the rabbit, exclaimed, Andy, I want to eat. Zhang Shuyun, sensing something was off, quickly took her son away. Lu Jia peeked at Lu's mother and then walked toward the kitchen. After taking a few steps, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Lu's mother. Weren't you supposed to make the rabbit for me? This whole pot is mine. Lu's mother reached out, watching Lu Jia the whole time, and finally couldn't help but speak first. Jia, your dad and I initially wanted you to be with Shui Yan, but now we have some doubts. Lu Jia looked puzzled.
Why?
Do you know what we discussed with Shui Yan that day? Lu's mother threw firewood into the stove, and the flames flickered on her face, making it a bit unsettling. Lu Jia felt a knot in her stomach. At that time, we promised Shui Yan that as long as you liked him, we would let you two be together. We even thought about helping him find a job so that you wouldn't have a hard time. Lu Jia pressed her lips together, her eyes moving as she cautiously asked, Is there something wrong with that? I remember Shui Yan refused. It's not that part that's wrong, but what came after. Lu's mother's voice grew serious, her expression cold. Lu Jia furrowed her brows and listened carefully. He said he didn't need our help. he would solve all his problems and find a job on his own. Lu's mother looked at her daughter. At that time, we thought he was just boasting and a bit arrogant, but what has happened these past few days has shown me that Shui Yan is not arrogant. He is actually very capable. Her voice lowered, but this also means that Shui Yan is not an ordinary person. He is very smart and skilled. If he is not truly committed, it would be easy for him to walk away from you in the future. Lu Jiejie looked down, silent for a moment, then asked her mother, "Mom, how do you think Shui Yan views relationships?" Lu's mother thought for a moment, but Lu Jiejie spoke first. "I think he puts a lot of effort into every relationship. He has a deep bond with his father and brother." Lu Jiejie slowly raised her eyes. "He values me a lot. Before we were engaged, he was very mindful of my reputation and didn't want others to know about us until he had some stability. He wanted me to have other options until he was ready, so I wouldn't feel trapped. I can feel his restrained love. He is sincere with me, and I believe that if one day he truly doesn't like me anymore, he would never use cruel methods to make me leave. I know this is the kind of Shui Yan I like, and I like him just the way he is." Lu Jiejie said slowly, "I can't imagine regretting this in the future. If I have to regret something, let it be now. I just know that Shui Yan is worth my affection." Lu's mother was taken aback. She didn't expect her daughter to like Shui Yan so much.
"Wait."
Lu's mother suddenly said, "What do you mean you don't want outsiders to know about your relationship? Are you saying you two are already together in private?" Lu Jiejie: "We've already kissed, so of course we're together." Lu Jiejie muttered quietly. If she wasn't with Shui Yan, how could he have kissed her? "What did you just say?" Lu's mother was angry, feeling like her prized cabbage had already been eaten by a pig. Lu Jiejie: At noon, rabbit meat was secretly delivered by Lu Yegua to avoid being seen. Last night, Shui Yan's wound reopened, and he didn't want Lu Jiejie to find out. He secretly changed the dressing at noon. He took off his shirt, revealing taut muscles on his abdomen, with a 10-centimeter long wound on his arm. Shui Yan had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His chest muscles weren't overly pronounced, but it was clear he was fit. Shui Qian poured medicine onto Shui Yan's wound, and the sharp pain made Shui Yan frown, making his abdominal muscles more defined. To avoid waste, Shui Qian gathered the spilled medicine back onto Shui Yan's wound and whispered, "Big brother, what if Jiejie comes to see you today? She'll definitely notice the cut on your mouth and know you got into a fight." A hint of panic crossed Shui Yan's face as he glanced outside. "If she comes, just say I went for a walk in the mountains." "Okay. Tell her I didn't take anything, just went for a walk in the mountains."
"Got it."
Just as their conversation ended, Shui Yang's voice came from outside. "Yegua, you're here." "Lu Yegua." Shui Yan quickly scanned the room for a place to hide, but found there was no furniture. He pressed his lips into a straight line and finally looked up at the beam. "Shui Qian, is he really that scared of his girlfriend? Is this still my big brother? Today I made a little rabbit stew. My mother said to let you all try it," Lu Yeguang said as he approached Mr. Shui. Mr. Shui was surprised that the Lu family brought something again, especially since they hadn't finished the chicken from yesterday. "Oh, this is too much," he replied. He was thinking about how to return the favor. Lu Yeguang recalled his mother's words. "It's fine. Didn't your family give us over 10 pounds of wild boar meat? Besides, Shui Yan saved my little sister's life, so it's only right to give something in return. Just don't mention this to others," he added, worried that someone might get jealous and report them. Yes, I understand," Mr. Shui nodded. Having completed his task, Lu Yeguang didn't want to stay longer. "I still need to have lunch, so I'll be going now." Mr. Shui tried to keep him for a bit longer, but Lu Yeguang hurried away. Shui Qian felt relieved that only Lu Yeguang had come, but when he entered the room, he saw his older brother already preparing to climb onto the roof beam. Shui Qian said softly, "Brother, Jiejie didn't come." The table in the room was set, almost marked with footprints. Shui Yan's outer clothing was messily draped over his shoulders. He sighed, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. Shui Yan's long fingers pulled off the outer clothing, and with a blank expression, he wrapped a bandage around himself. Just as he tied a knot, Mr. Shui walked in with a bowl of soup. Xiaoyan, I added a bit of water and salt to the leftover chicken soup from yesterday. Please try it and see if it's good. Okay, Shuiyan replied slowly as he finished putting on his clothes. He looked up and saw Shuiyang by the door. Shuiyang stared at the bowl of soup on the table, his expression hard to describe. Seeing Shuiyan looking at him, Shuiyang quickly said, "This time it's not salty. Dad was worried it might not help your wound heal, so he added less salt. Brother, please try it and see if it tastes good." Shuiyan picked up the bowl and took a sip. It was indeed not salty, but it had no flavor. At lunch, Mr. Shui was eating rabbit meat and sighed, "The Lu family has given us so much. We must return the favor somehow. Otherwise, people will think less of us." Shuiyan replied softly, "I know." After resting for about 10 minutes, Shuiyan got up and went up the mountain. On the road, an old woman saw him and felt uncomfortable. She deliberately shouted loudly at his back, "Some people are just bad luck, bringing poverty to their own families and even causing harm to their own mothers. They don't deserve to live well. If they do, the people who care about them will suffer. Just wait. Trouble will come to their families soon." Shuiyan stopped in his tracks. People nearby thought the old woman was being too harsh and pulled at her sleeve, saying, "Stop talking. Everyone can hear you." So, what if they hear? I'm just speaking the truth. Even if the hat is off, everyone knows that this bad luck follows him. The better he lives, the worse it gets for those around him. The old woman shook her head and was about to continue when she met Shuiyan's cold, piercing gaze. After being put down for years, Shuiyan had developed a dark and dangerous aura. Looking into his black eyes felt like being haunted by a ghost, as if he could swallow someone whole in an instant. The old woman finally fell silent. She looked away, feeling guilty, and tightened her grip on her shoe in nervousness. Another woman nearby shrank back, thinking the old woman was going too far. Interestingly, the old woman's daughter was born on the same day as Shuiyan. That year marked a time of change, and just days earlier, everyone had congratulated the Shui family on the birth of their son, only for their land and property to be confiscated the next day. The old woman hated the Shui family because they had both given birth on the same day. She had a daughter while Shui's mother had a son, which led to her mother-in-law constantly criticizing her. After the Shui family fell, the old woman became more confident, and the rumor of bad luck first spread from her lips. She sat there for a while Shuiyan walked to a nearby tree, expressionless as he watched her. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, the old woman quickly made an excuse to go home, muttering under her breath, "That brat. Serves him right. No wonder he caused his own mother's misfortune." Shuiyan took a while to leave. He remained calm. He never believed in fate or the idea of bad luck. It was all nonsense. However, Shuiyan's eyes darkened. Some people truly needed to be taught a lesson. Shuiyan found ginseng shortly after going up the mountain. He had his own method for digging it out and carefully spent half an hour to extract all the roots. Shuiyan examined the ginseng closely, a warm smile on his face. He had helped the Shui family and would soon have a job. Now that he had the ginseng, he thought he was ready to propose. After proposing, he could earn money to build a house, and by the end of the year, he would be able to marry Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie taught Lu how a poem, then returned to her room to look at the high school textbooks she had bought earlier. According to her understanding of history, the college entrance exam would resume in 3 years, so she had plenty of time to gather information. Lu Jiejie had done well in her studies in modern times, as her family had hired a tutor to help her make the most of her time. She flipped through a couple of pages, picked up a pen, and wrote down the simple methods and insights she had learned, so she wouldn't forget them later. Lu's mother was not home in the afternoon and had been gone for a while, but she had spent some time in her room before leaving. Lu Jiejie noticed that her mother looked upset when she left, and she felt uneasy about asking her anything. She rested her chin on her hand, sitting by the window, watching Lu Hao outside. After studying for a while, her eyes felt tired, and she laid her head on the desk to rest. Lu Hao was in the yard grinding grass to feed the chickens, quietly reciting what she had just learned. When she finished with the grass and was about to get some water, a small stone suddenly hit her on the head. The stone was about the size of a fingertip, and it had been thrown with great force, causing a large bump to form on Lu Hao's forehead. She touched the bump near her brow, realizing it had almost hit her eye. Angrily, she looked toward the door, but her expression quickly changed. Tian Jinhua was hiding at the door, peeking out. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were almost covered. She looked very thin, with prominent cheekbones and little color in her face. At first glance, she resembled a zombie from the stories her aunt told her. Lu Hao took a step back in fright. "Come here, you silly girl." Tian Jinhua glared at her, not like a mother looking at her daughter, but more like an enemy. Lu Hao shook her head, unwilling to go outside. "Useless little brat, you worthless thing." Tian Jinhua cursed under her breath, wishing she could go in and drag Lu Hao out. She had long warned that the girl couldn't be spoiled and was unreliable, but the Lu family didn't believe her. Luckily, she didn't spoil the girl too much. Otherwise, it would have been a big loss. Lu Hao covered the swollen part of her face, bowed her head, mixed some water with the grass, and quietly fed the chickens. She slowly squatted down to place the chicken feed in front of the cage. As she bent over, a drop of water fell into the feed, splashing. Seeing that Lu Hao wouldn't come out and not daring to enter the Lu household, Tian Jinhua could only curse and look for other targets. Now that the fields were not busy, the villagers had divided the grain and were resting for a day or two, while the children were happily playing. Lu Yuan and a girl from the neighbor's house were jumping rope when suddenly someone rushed over and hugged her tightly. Lu Yuan, only 5 years old, turned pale with fear and began to cry loudly when she recognized the person. The other little girls nearby shrank back, startled by the sudden appearance of the woman. "Stop crying, you silly girl. I'm your mother," Tian Jinhua said sharply, giving Lu Yuan a hard pat on the back of her head. Lu Yuan was sobbing, and Tian Jinhua quickly took her to a secluded place. Lu Hao had been watching the situation outside, and upon hearing her sister's cries, she rushed out to see Tian Jinhua taking Lu Yuan away. She felt helpless and trembled with fear, but she was the only girl left at home to take care of her sister, while the other children had gone to the mountains to gather grass. After thinking for a moment, Lu Hao knocked on Lu Jiejia's door. Lu Jiejia was leaning on the table, half asleep. The knock on the door roused her. She closed her book and lazily asked, "What's wrong?" "Auntie, my sister. My sister has been taken by my mom."
"What?"
"Your mom." Lu Jiejia didn't process the words at first, blinking a few times before realizing, "Tian Jinhua?" She quickly walked out. "Who did Tian Jinhua take?" "Little Yuan. She took little Yuan." "Is she out of her mind? Didn't she say she didn't want a daughter?" Lu Jiejia glanced around the house and noticed it was completely unprepared. Zhang Shuyan had taken stones and bricks to the neighboring village to chat with friends, leaving only her and Lu Hao at home. Against Tian Jinhua, their chances were less than 30%. Lu Jiejia could only seek help from Aunt Lu next door, but she couldn't leave her 2-year-old son, Lu Yi, alone at home. So, she went inside to pick him up. Recently, their meals had been good, and Lu Yi had gained weight, making him heavier to carry. She took Lu Hao and Lu Chao next door, calling out, "Auntie. Auntie." Aunt Lu was home today, and came out when she heard the call. Second cousin's wife also quickly emerged from the neighboring room. "Jiejia, what's wrong?" Lu Jiejia, out of breath, set Lu Yi down. "Tian Jinhua came to my house and took Lu Yuan away. It's just the 3 of us at home, and I don't think I can handle her alone."
"What?"
"Wait a moment, Auntie." Aunt Lu immediately grabbed a stick from the corner, and second cousin's wife looked for something useful too. Lu Jiejia's parents were good to Aunt Lu's family, often sending over some food. With just that meat, Aunt Lu couldn't just stand by, especially since she was growing fonder of Lu Jiejia. At that moment, Lu Chao slowly walked out of the house, her face swollen and raised high. Leaning against the door, she said, "Mom, Tian Jinhua used to be my second cousin's wife. It wouldn't look good for our family to get involved. Besides, Lu Yuan is her own daughter. What could she do?" She must be missing her child, and Lu Yuan will be back soon. No need to make a fuss. Lu Chao was really annoyed with Lu Jejia. She wished her mother would pay more attention to her instead of praising Lu Jejia every day in front of her. Was it just because Lu Jejia was pretty?
What was so special about that?
It was ridiculous that their mother praised her daily. Now, pretending to help her niece, trying to look good, wasn't it just to build a great image? It was laughable that these people couldn't see through it. Lu Jejia didn't have time to explain to Lu Chao and anxiously looked at Aunt Lu. You don't know anything. Aunt Lu almost wanted to hit Lu Chao. Jejia, don't worry. I'll go with you right now. Just then, they heard Lu Jejia's mother's voice outside. Her eyes brightened. My mom is back. She hurriedly carried Lu Yi and rushed towards her own home. Aunt Lu and second sister-in-law followed behind.
Mom.
Lu Jejia saw her mother and quickly told her what had just happened. Lu's mother was furious. How dare she come to our house? She really has some nerve. Our family won't let anyone bully us. No matter what, the Lu family's second branch wouldn't let anyone take advantage of them. Lu Jejia put Lu Yi down and asked Lu how to stay home. You stay here and take care of things. Lu Hao would have to face Tian Jinhua someday, but not now. Tian Jinhua took Lu Yuan to the back of the house. Seeing Lu Yuan still crying, she pinched her face hard. Stop crying. Do you hear me? Hold it in. Lu Yuan tried to stop but was pinched a few more times, eventually just hiccuping and trying not to cry. Tian Jinhua glared at her. I am your mother, and you must listen to me. Do you understand? Lu Yuan sniffed but didn't respond. When we go back, you can't say anything. I just came to see if you're doing well. Tian Jinhua looked Lu Yuan up and down. When she left, Lu Yuan was a bit thin, but now her face had some meat on it, so she must be doing okay in the Lu family. Thinking about it made Tian Jinhua angry. She was struggling outside while Lu Yuan was living well, and no one even asked about her. She shouted, Tell me, what have you been eating at home lately? Lu Yuan continued to cry without answering, shrinking her neck and leaning against the wall. You ungrateful girl, after all this time, you should know I'm your mother. If I had known you would be so ungrateful, I should have ended it when you were born. Tian Jinhua reached for Lu Yuan's waist and twisted it hard. Lu Yuan didn't scream, but her tears flowed even more. Feeling relieved, Tian Jinhua said impatiently, I heard you delivered chicken soup to the Xue family yesterday. You must have some chicken left at home, right? When is the house empty? Steal a few pieces for me. If there's anything good in the Lu family, bring it to me secretly, but take only a little at a time, so they don't find out. Lu Yuan sat on the ground, shook her head, and buried her head in her arms, bracing herself for what was to come. Tian Jinhua originally wanted to take action again, but, remembering her mother's words, she knew that a mix of punishment and kindness would make Lu Yuan more likely to listen. She sighed, Xiao Yuan, you're still angry with me, right? But I can't help it. You are my child, and I care for you. Sometimes I get too upset. Do you really not want me as your mother anymore? Do you want another woman to be your mother? If you have a stepmother, she won't care for you like I do. That woman will have more children with your father, and then you and your sisters will be left without parents. I may not be perfect, but I am your real mother, and I will always look after you. Silly child. Don't you know who to trust? Tian Jinhua placed her hands on Lu Yuan's shoulders, but as soon as she touched her, Lu Yuan started to tremble uncontrollably. Tian Jinhua frowned. This was not how her daughter was supposed to react. The girl didn't seem to feel close to her at all. What was wrong? Tian Jinhua opened her mouth to say more, but she suddenly heard Lu's mother shouting nearby, and she instinctively turned to run. When Lu Jejia arrived, only Lu Yuan was left. Seeing Lu's mother and Lu Jejia, Lu Yuan weakly complained, Grandma, Auntie. Lu Jejia gasped at Lu Yuan's swollen cheek and quickly hugged her to comfort her, saying, It's okay, it's okay. Lu's mother pulled Lu Yuan over and examined her closely, her expression growing darker. Finally, she said, Let's go home. That evening, Lu's mother recounted what had happened that afternoon. Lu Gangwa lowered his head, his eyes red. Lu's mother sneered, Gangwa, since she bullied your daughter, you should go and teach Tian Guangzong a lesson. Lu Jiejie was speechless. Lu's mother continued, also, a few days ago, I asked a matchmaker to send a message. The other party is interested, so in a few days, you two should meet. If there are no objections, just go ahead and register for marriage.
Ah.
Who is it? Lu Jiejie was confused. She had no idea and couldn't believe they were already talking about marriage. Lu Ganghua looked just as bewildered, feeling a bit lost. Zheng Xiulian, Lu's mother said casually. Lu Ganghua froze in place. How could it be her? Lu Jiejie also thought the name sounded familiar. She raised her little head and thought carefully, suddenly realizing something. Is it her? I saw that some people guessed that second sister-in-law is Li Fun, but that's impossible. Li Fun is about the same age as the female lead, and second brother is almost 30 with 4 children and a second marriage. His overall situation isn't great, laughing and crying emoji. That young girl definitely wouldn't marry him. If I were to force it, that would be a bit much. Li Fun is actually matched with fourth brother. Today, dinner was quite late, and it was completely dark outside. The kerosene lamp wasn't very bright, and everyone at the table looked equally surprised. Only Lu Jiejie dared to ask, her face full of curiosity. Mom, isn't Zheng Xiulian the sister you introduced to second brother? Zheng Xiulian was the bride Lu's mother chose for Lu Ganghua, but after they met, Lu Ganghua insisted on marrying Tian Jinhua after some time. In Lu Jiejie's memory, this sister was very gentle and kind, but she had a strong personality. In short, the husband had to listen to her after marriage and be the head of the family. Lu's mother appreciated this quality because she was sensible and had a good background, which was suitable for someone like Lu Ganghua, who lacked decisiveness. Lu Ganghua scratched the back of his head and stammered, "Isn't she already married?" She got divorced. After marrying, she had 2 daughters, but her in-laws were eager for a son and treated her poorly, so she left with her 2 daughters, Lu's mother said, not only without disdain but with admiration. Nowadays, women who can't have sons often blame themselves. Even if they are mistreated by their husbands, they refuse to divorce, willingly working hard and making themselves feel like servants. But Zheng Xiulian is different. When her daughters were mistreated and her in-laws didn't treat her well, she took the initiative to divorce and sought a new path. Lu's mother looked at Lu Ganghua softly. Second, I've already checked for you. If you marry Zheng Xiulian, life will definitely be good. Lu Ganghua rubbed his hands together. But did you mention our family situation? I have 3 daughters. She also has 2 daughters. As long as you are willing to live a good life, she will treat them equally. But first, let's see if she's interested in you. Lu Ganghua had no more questions this time. He thought back to when he first met Zheng Xiulian. Actually, their first meeting wasn't the one where they just looked at each other. After dinner, when no one was around, Lu Jiejie curiously asked Lu Ganghua, "This sister is gentle and kind. I heard she is also quite pretty. Why didn't you like her?" Lu Ganghua blushed and stammered as he recounted what happened back then. Lu Jiejie quickly pieced together the story. Their mother had said she liked a girl from a certain family, and Lu Ganghua, being young and hopeful about marriage, wanted to sneak a peek at his blind date. But before he met Zheng Xiulian, Tian Jinhua had already set her sights on Lu Ganghua, often pretending to be pitiful and kind in front of him. Lu Ganghua, being a bit naive, didn't realize this was Tian Jinhua's strategy. Out of curiosity about his future wife, he secretly went to observe Zheng Xiulian. Zheng Xiulian naturally spoke softly, and Lu Ganghua liked her at first sight. But the next moment, Zheng Xiulian picked up a stick from the corner and hit her brother, looking fierce and losing all her previous gentleness. Lu Ganghua immediately ran away in fear. He didn't want to marry someone so strong. He heard she was the second in command at home, and everyone, including her younger siblings, had to listen to her. She was usually gentle, but when angry, she was like a fierce tiger. Comparing her to the gentle and pitiful Tian Jinhua, Lu Ganghua felt even more averse to Zheng Xiulian and was determined to marry Tian Jinhua instead. Lu Jiejie. What a dramatic story. Second brother, make sure to handle this well. I don't think Zheng's sister will like you that much. After all, You don't have many good qualities, Lu Jiejie said, somewhat disapproving of her brother's thinking. She not only found him straightforward but also suspected he was a bit slow. She advised, if Zheng's sister does like you better listen to her. If she tells you to work, just do it and put in the effort. I know, of course, Lu Gangwa replied quickly. He understood he had made mistakes in the past and that it was better to let someone smarter manage things. If Zheng Xiulian could run the household well, he would definitely obey her in the future. Lu Jiejie woke up early the next day. As soon as she got up, she saw her mother holding a wild chicken and a rabbit. Before she could ask, her sister-in-law, Zhang Xiuyan, spoke up. Mom, this must be from Shuiyan. Didn't we give him a chicken and some rabbit meat? I didn't expect him to return the favor with live animals. Lu Jiejie looked at the chicken and rabbit. They were indeed alive, and to prevent them from struggling, the chicken's legs and wings were tied. Lu Jiejie's eyes lit up. Let's not kill them yet. In a couple of days, we can prepare them and share half with Shuiyan. Their family had enough meat, and Lu's mother didn't argue. After breakfast, news about Tian Guangzong getting beaten spread through the village again. Zhao Shihui had been watching Tian Guangzong closely. Just when he was about to take action, someone else intervened. Zhao Shihui. Lu Jiejie ignored the rumors and kept thinking about how to meet Shuiyan. Tian Guangzong was once again beaten up badly. He lay in bed groaning, while Tian's mother went to Lu's father for help in finding the culprit. Lu's father pretended to look around and finally told Tian's mother to go to the town to report it. Tian's father angrily went to the town, while Tian's mother cried by Tian Guangzong's bedside. My son, who could be so cruel? Mom, it must be Lu Gangwa again. He's the one who beat me, Tian Guangzong said, then thought of Tian Jinhua. Yesterday, the whole village heard that Tian Jinhua went to find their maid, and today I got beaten. Who else could it be but Lu Gangwa? Tian's mother scolded the Lu family, but didn't dare confront them directly. She took her anger out on Tian Jinhua instead. That troublemaker, I must teach her a lesson today. Mom, you should hurry and marry her off. How can a girl just stay at the Tian family forever? I'm trying to find someone. Remember the widower I first found for your sister? I heard the woman he married before was beaten to death, and now he's looking again. He's offering $40. I'll see if I can get more. Mom, $40 is a good amount. What are you waiting for? Tian Jinhua stays at our house, eating and drinking for free. Why should we support her? Tian's mother rubbed her hands together. I just want to see if there's a better offer. Tian Guangzong was anxious. Is there anyone better? My sixth sister is so unattractive, and she's a second marriage, thin as a stick. Who would marry her besides widowers and fools? All right, I'll listen to you. Once we marry off Tian Jinhua, our family will give you 2 pounds of pork as a reward. And buy some buns too. DeFei is so hungry, he's getting thin. Okay. In the afternoon, Father Lu returned home from the town on his bicycle, carrying something in his pocket. Get ready, we have a meeting soon. Father Lu parked the bicycle at home. What's going on? Mother Lu paused her sewing and tossed aside the clothes of the second family's children. Since it was very likely that Shui Yan would become their future son-in-law, Father Lu was quite invested in the matter. Shui Yan's certificate has arrived, and the town even gave an award. Make sure to cooperate. Mother Lu pouted. Do you need to say so much? Today was the day to win favor with the Shui family. If things went well, they could integrate into Shishui village and wouldn't be rejected like before. Lu Jiejie happily hugged Mother Lu from behind and touched her cheek. Mom, you are the best mom in the world. I like you the most. Mother Lu's face instantly turned red. She patted Lu Jiejie's hand and smiled. My daughter is so thoughtful. Lu Jiejie said seriously, I will take good care of you and support you in the future.
How can that be?
Mother Lu widened her eyes. How can I rely on you for support? I raised your brother to marry and have children, and now I'm supposed to rely on my daughter? That's embarrassing. I'm counting on my son to take care of me. Father Lu chimed in. If daughters support you, what do we need sons for? Lu Jiejie. Having just finished lunch, her 3 brothers quickly said, Little sister, we're here for you. You won't need to worry about that. If they couldn't even support their own parents, they would have no face to stay here. Their pride would be shattered. Lu Jiejie pursed her lips. There was no point in arguing. She hugged Mother Lu and smiled. If my brothers are supporting you, then I'll take Mom and Dad on trips and have fun. My daughter is so filial. Mother Lu couldn't stop smiling at her precious daughter. Mr. Lu also smiled. He and his wife really liked their daughter. Over the years, she had excelled in many ways. Looking at their son, only the youngest was doing okay. The others were not worth mentioning. Aunt Lu originally wanted to chat with Mrs. Lu, but when she heard what Lu Jiejie said, her heart sank. Seeing her sister-in-law's daughter and then looking at Lu Chao made Aunt Lu feel frustrated. She went home and walked around the yard for a while before she couldn't help but enter Lu Chao's room. During the day, Aunt Lu saw Lu Chao sleeping soundly and felt angry. For so many days, Lu Chao hadn't worked at all. Not only that, but she also didn't cook and only washed her own clothes. Besides that, she just sat around and ate. It wasn't just the two daughters-in-law who were upset. Even Aunt Lu couldn't stand it. She couldn't find a single good thing about Lu Chao. She picked up a willow branch and gave Lu Chao a light tap on the backside. Lu Chao woke up, ready to complain, but when she saw her mother, she pouted. Mom, what are you doing? What am I doing? Don't you want to marry Zhou Wenqing? The whole family has agreed. When are you going to get married? Lu Chao felt a rush of anxiety and clutched her thin blanket. Aunt Lu felt frustrated every time she saw Lu Chao. Lu Chao's reputation was already ruined. Nothing she did seemed to help. It would be better to marry her off quickly. Hurry up and get Zhou Wenqing to propose. I will make sure he comes to propose soon, Lu Chao murmured. Aunt Lu sensed something was off and opened her mouth to ask more, but just then, the loudspeaker announced, Shui Yan, our inspirational figure from Shishui village, brave and fearless, has saved the lives and property of the people. Everyone should gather at the hall for a meeting. No one can miss it. Aunt Lu felt a mix of emotions and slapped her thigh in frustration. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to you. I should have married you off to Shui Yan. Look at him now. He's doing well and has a bright future. I won't marry him, Lu Chao said, breaking into a sweat. Shui Yan seemed like a terrifying devil to her. Aunt Lu scoffed. You should see who you can marry now.
Who would want you?
I will marry Zhou Wenqing. I will make sure he marries me. An hour later, the village meeting began, specifically held for the Shui family. As they entered, everyone in the village turned to look at them. Shui's father kept his head down, staring at his toes. Shui Yan wore a calm expression, seemingly unconcerned about the gazes around him, occasionally glancing at Lu Jiejie. Lu's father coughed a few times. Everyone knows the main purpose of today's meeting. Comrade Shui Yan captured a dangerous criminal and saved a life in the process. He was injured and shed honorable blood. Our Shishui village has also received recognition, so let's give him a round of applause. After Lu's father finished speaking, the room fell silent and no one clapped. After a moment, Lu's mother and Lu Jiejie started clapping and the little one beside them joined in. With a few people starting, others gradually began to clap as well. Shui's father listened to the applause, his eyes becoming misty as he reflected on the passage of time. He had experienced wealth and poverty and faced exclusion, but now he stood proudly before everyone once again. What's the big deal? It's just a little injury, Granny Qian couldn't help but speak harshly. Lu's mother had been waiting for her to say something. As soon as she heard Granny Qian, she raised her hand to speak. Lu's father encouraged her to stand up, and Lu's mother looked directly at Granny Qian, saying, I just heard your disdain, which dismisses the country's decisions. Such behavior is shameful. Why did Shui Yan get injured? He did it for the people, and he saved a life. That is an act of heroism. Granny Qian was publicly called out, and almost everyone's gaze turned to her. The usually bold woman wished she could disappear into the ground. Qian Heir was almost driven to frustration by his mother. Last time, she made a scene over wild boar meat, and now she dared to oppose the country. He even suspected his mother had been kicked by a donkey, otherwise, Why would she keep doing such embarrassing things? Lu Mu said, everyone can see Comrade Shui Yan's hard work. This summer, he contributed 2 wild boars for us. Look at the neighboring village. Everyone is thin and hungry. After working hard, they have no meat to eat. Now look at our Shishui village. Thanks to these 2 wild boars, everyone has more energy to work and earn more food for their families. I think we should learn from Comrade Shui Yan, especially his hunting skills. You can all ask him for advice. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, Lu Jiejie started clapping, and the little ones at home joined in. Soon, others began to clap as well, and the applause grew louder. Qian Pozi turned pale. On stage, Lu Fu said, Comrade Shui Yan, you are a role model for the community. The town has praised you, and we in Shishui village need to learn from you. Please come up to receive your award. Lu Fu handed Shui Yan a certificate, a beautiful red booklet, and an enamel jar with printed quotes. Shui Yan took the items and looked at the crowd, feeling something had changed. Lu Jiejie smiled up at Shui Yan. She wore a cream-colored long-sleeve shirt, with 2 braids hanging in front. The left braid had a red ribbon tied at the top, resting on her fair neck. The red and white colors complemented each other, making her delicate features even more charming, shining brighter than the sun outside. As Shui Yan looked at her, his gloom faded away, and his thin lips curled up slightly, resembling a handsome young man of his age. After the meeting, a few young people hesitated as they looked at Shui Yan. They usually enjoyed hunting with him, but due to their backgrounds, they rarely communicated and their relationship wasn't very close. After today's events, they wondered if they could invite Shui Yan to hunt with them in the afternoon, but they still felt shy about it. Zhao Shihui didn't notice anyone else. He only saw the exchange between Shui Yan and Lu Jiejie. Angrily, he walked over and whispered, Shui Yan, don't get too proud. You may have taken off your hat, but I won't give up. You only like Lu Jiejie for her looks. I'm different. Even if she were ugly, I would still like her. Zhao Shihui's face still bore the marks of a fight, and he frowned tightly, looking quite frustrated. Shui Yan, however, remained calm and expressionless. Since the 2 people were facing each other, the young man in the distance could not see Zhao's face and thought he was also inviting Shui Yan. Wang Jingguan noticed someone had taken the first step, so he felt less burdened and walked over. He asked, Are you discussing the hunting trip this afternoon? Zhao replied sternly, So what if we are? Wang Jingguan said, Then why not go together this afternoon? Zhao remained silent. Not long after Wang Jingguan arrived, others began to join them. Someone asked about hunting techniques, and Shui Yan glanced at Lu Jiejie, who was smiling. She was happy to see him integrating back into the group. Shui Yan never cared about others' opinions, but with Lu Jiejie around, he wanted to build good relationships with those nearby. Shui Yan spoke a few key points in a serious tone, and soon others joined the discussion, but Zhao was pushed out by the crowd. Zhao was frustrated and opened his mouth, realizing he was at a loss. Lu Jiejie noticed how Shui Yan handled the situation calmly. He seemed to have lost his initial coldness and was now more approachable. Let's go, Lu's mother urged Lu Jiejie. She nodded, glanced at Shui Yan, and followed her mother out. Aunt Zhao quickly chased after Lu Jiejie. Seeing his mother move, Zhao unconsciously clenched his fists, his heart racing. He kept thinking about what was so special about Shui Yan when he was good too. If Lu Jiejie were willing to marry him, he would treat her like a little princess. Dia, wait for me. Aunt Zhao caught up with Lu's mother, wearing a flattering smile, especially when she saw Lu Jiejie's bright smile. Lu Jiejie responded with silence. Lu's mother, who had a good relationship with Aunt Zhao, casually asked, I saw your family bought a bicycle, a good brand too. That must not be cheap. The Zhao family is doing really well. Not really. We were just thinking that our Xiao should be getting married soon, so we wanted to get something nice to show off. We thought about using this bicycle as a betrothal gift to impress the girl's family. Lu's mother was surprised. That's quite a gift. Usually, it's the girl's family that provides dowry. If your family is giving a bicycle as a betrothal gift, it should be easy to find a daughter-in-law. Yes, aren't we in the middle of choosing? Aunt Zhao turned her gaze to Lu Jiejie and smiled, asking, "Look at your Jiejie. She's beautiful, understanding, and respectful. In Shishui village, only you could give birth to such a wonderful daughter." "That's right. I'm not boasting. My daughter is better than most in every way. She was pretty as a child, and now that she's grown, she's still beautiful and especially respectful. She insists on doing household chores and always thinks of me and her father when it comes to food and drink. She lets me manage the money she earns." Lu's mother gently patted Lu Jiejie's hand, saying, "I don't know what good deeds I did in my past life to deserve such a wonderful daughter." She leaned closer to Aunt Zhao and whispered, "Let me tell you something I haven't shared with anyone. Our Jiejie has been blessed since she was little. On the day she was born, the sky was filled with bright red clouds, and our chickens laid 2 extra eggs. I was afraid no one would believe me, so I never dared to mention it." "Aunt Zhao, haven't we talked about this several times? Has she forgotten?" Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie silently looked away, trying to act like a robot. Aunt Zhao, used to Lu's mother praising Lu Jiejie, took it lightly and whispered back, "I've always thought Jiejie was blessed. Just her looks are like a fairy from the sky, and her mannerisms are different from ordinary people. You don't know. I felt she was special back then, but I could only admire her from afar." Lu's mother smiled happily, "Right? I didn't expect you to notice." Lu Jiejie. Lu's mother continued with a smile, "I've cherished this daughter for many years and won't let her be mistreated. While other families are eager to marry off their daughters, I have no such plans. We must wait until she is at least 18. Otherwise, I will never agree." Aunt Zhao's smile faded slightly as she understood that Lu's mother was rejecting her suggestion. However, she didn't quite understand Lu's mother's intentions. Logically, they were from the same village and lived close by. If Lu Jiejie married into their family, she would definitely not be mistreated. Moreover, their family's social standing in the village was quite good, so marrying Lu Jiejie's son would not be a bad thing at all. She subtly suggested, "It's better for her to marry someone nearby. That way, family can take care of her." "I'm thinking the same thing, but my daughter has to like it." Aunt Zhao understood what Lu's mother meant and didn't say more. The two started talking about other things. Lu Jiejie sighed with relief. At first, she thought her mother was just blindly praising her and didn't realize Aunt Zhao's intentions. She didn't expect her mother to resolve it so easily. Zhao Shihui was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his brow relaxing and furrowing alternately. He knew that Lu Jiejie probably wouldn't agree to be with him now, but if Lu's mother agreed, he would be halfway there. Zhao Shihui had one leg on the ground and the other bent, making Lin Xiuxia's heart race. She walked over, pretending to be familiar. "Zhao Shihui, you look a bit unhappy. Is something wrong?" Zhao Shihui turned to see Lin Xiuxia smiling at him and thought she was strange. Last time, he had been quite harsh with her, and now she dared to approach him. "Go away." Zhao Shihui stepped aside and happened to see Shui Yan leaving, so he quickly followed. Zhao Shihui couldn't believe that the girl he liked was with Shui Yan. He felt frustrated and unwilling. He had liked Lu Jiejie for a long time, and it was hard for him to let go.
"Shui Yan."
Zhao Shihui hurried after him, saying, "Why are you quiet now? Are you scared? Or feeling guilty?" Shui Yan was afraid his wound would reopen and didn't give Zhao Shihui a glance. Seeing that Shui Yan was ignoring him, Zhao Shihui deliberately provoked him. "You probably don't know, but my mom wanted to talk to Aunt Lu about me and Lu Jiejie today. You know our family situation, and my mom has a good relationship with Aunt Lu. I believe Lu Jiejie is just confused by you. As long as Aunt Lu is on my side, Lu Jiejie might not marry anyone else." Shui Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks, his long legs coming to a halt. He looked coldly at Zhao Shihui. "What did you say?" Zhao Shihui arrogantly repeated, "I said, my mom went to propose today. What about you? What do you have?" "Let me tell you, Lu Jiejie." Before he could finish, Shui Yan pulled him aside into a small grove. Zhao Shihui was also determined not to lose, pulling on Shui Yan's arm as they balanced each other out. Wang Zhengguo noticed how close the two were and remarked to his friends, Zhao Shihui and Shui Yan have a good relationship. Today, he was the first to congratulate Shui Yan. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have dared to invite Shui Yan to go hunting. I've seen them exchange glances several times. They might be good friends privately, even if they don't show it openly. That's a good point. Shui Yan didn't care about the injury on his arm and expressionlessly started fighting with Zhao Shihui. Zhao Shihui, heartbroken, was reckless in the fight. Lu Jiejie is mine, Zhao Shihui shouted, covering his injured face and repeating fiercely. Shui Yan held back from letting Zhao Shihui hit his face, so he took a few more hits to his body instead. Every time Zhao Shihui spoke, Shui Yan frowned deeply, focusing his punches on Zhao Shihui's mouth. Zhao Shihui felt overwhelmed and, after enough fighting, sat under a big tree in a daze. Shui Yan felt heavy-hearted too. Zhao Shihui's situation was indeed better than his, and Lu's mother might really consider the Zhao family. He covered his shoulder and walked home, his lips pressed into a straight line. Zhao Shihui watched Shui Yan's back and muttered sadly, Shui Yan, you jerk. Just because you're stronger? You stole the woman I like. I'll never forgive you, even if you kneel and apologize. I won't forgive you. Once Shui Yan's figure disappeared completely, he lay down on the ground. He looked at the yellowing leaves, with only one thought in his mind. He was heartbroken. Lu Jiejie still didn't know about the fight between Shui Yan and Zhao Shihui. In the afternoon, Lu's mother was preparing things at home. Although Lu Gangguo was on his second marriage, they still wanted to make the girl feel valued. When Lu Jiejie left at noon, she heard about hunting and insisted on going with Lu Hua and the others to gather pig grass in the afternoon. She walked for a long time on the mountain, cutting grass, but still didn't see Shui Yan. Eventually, Lu Jiejie gave up. She sat on a rock to rest, feeling a bit sleepy as the wind blew. Just as she propped her chin and looked across, she heard the sound of leaves being crushed behind her. She turned her head, her eyes brightening as she spotted Shui Yan. Shui Yan walked behind Lu Jiejie, pressing his lips together and remaining silent, standing there like a small mountain. His expression was lonely, and thankfully, he was standing. If he were crouching, he would look even more pitiful. Lu Jiejie. What's wrong? Lu Jiejie stood up, looking at Shui Yan with confusion. She tentatively asked, Did someone bully you? That shouldn't be the case. Shui Yan seems quite strong. No, Shui Yan replied, crouching down. He kept his gaze on the ground. Lu Jiejie looked down at Shui Yan's height while crouched, and her hand reached out to pat his head. Curiously, she placed her hand on his head, feeling unexpectedly good. Shui Yan looked up at Lu Jiejie with confusion. Lu Jiejie cleared her throat and pulled her hand back, sensing something was off. Are you okay? You look a bit unhappy. Shui Yan glanced around, his voice quiet and strained. Can I have a kiss? Lu Jiejie. That was a sudden change of topic. Lu Jiejie's eyes moved awkwardly, and a faint blush appeared on her fair face. She felt warm and didn't respond immediately. Shui Yan's dark eyes dimmed, and he lowered his gaze, looking dejected, like a fierce dog with its tail between its legs, sulking as he stared at the ground. Lu Jiejie looked around and noticed there weren't many people nearby. However, the memory of the last time Shui Yan kissed her flooded her mind, leaving her breathless. She softened her tone. A kiss is okay, but not for too long. Before Lu Jiejie could finish her sentence, a shadow fell over her. When Shui Yan stood up, he was tall and strong, and she suddenly felt surrounded by his presence. Shui Yan placed his large hand on her waist, seemingly knowing there was a narrow stone gap nearby, and effortlessly guided Lu Jiejie into it. Without giving her a chance to back out, he pressed his lips firmly against hers. Lu Jiejie struggled to breathe, gripping Shui Yan's shirt tightly, her fingers turning white as she lost color in her fingertips. After 2 experiences, Lu Jiejie was quite scared to kiss Shui Yan. Each time felt like being suffocated. At that moment, she felt completely wrapped up, as if she were drowning, and the man she held on to was her only lifeline. Perhaps it was her survival instinct. Although her mind was blank, Lu Jiejie learned to catch her breath. After a while, Shui Yan slowly pulled away from Lu Jiejie's swollen lips, his eyes dark like they were stained with ink. Lu Jiejie felt weak and wanted to push Shui Yan away, but the space was so small that she couldn't move him at all. Her fingers brushed against his chest. Occasionally, her cool fingertips touched Shui Yan's skin. Lu Jiejie started to panic and tried to move away, but Shui Yan's arm was around her waist, and as she struggled, they bumped into each other. Lu Jiejie. She froze, blinked, and looked up at Shui Yan, her ears turning warm. She stammered, Why you? Why are you like this? Shui Yan didn't expect to be suddenly bumped into. He clenched his fingers, feeling hot all over. The next moment, a drop of blood fell onto Lu Jiejie's light sweater. He wiped it away in pain and said in a hoarse voice, I don't know either. Lu Jiejie didn't know how to react. She had never experienced something like this before. With wide eyes, she angrily accused, You're too much. You did that on purpose. She didn't even know what she was saying, but she blamed Shui Yan and threatened, Why you can't do this, or I won't let you kiss me again. Shui Yan took a deep breath, pulled his hand back, and gritted his teeth. I understand. You go out first. I'll be fine soon. The weather outside was gradually getting cooler, and the wind carried a chill from the mountains. Lu Jiejie's loose hair swayed in front of her fair forehead. Her legs felt weak, so she sat on a nearby rock, breathed gently, and stole a glance at Shui Yan. Sweat dripped from Shui Yan's forehead, leaving a wet mark on his throat. His long fingers pressed against the stone as he wiped away a bit of blood from his nose, his serious profile showing a hint of frustration. Lu Jiejie shifted back a little. Having spent so much time in the modern world, she understood this kind of situation. She suddenly feared what it would be like if she married Shui Yan, especially since he didn't seem very gentle in such matters. Lu Jiejie thought she needed to teach him not to be so rough all the time. Her lips still stung, so she splashed her face with cool stream water, which eased the pain a lot. At that moment, Shui Yan came over and crouched beside her, splashing some water on his own face. Lu Jiejie moved aside, touching her lips, feeling a bit wronged and about to speak when Shui Yan spoke first. In a low voice, he asked, What do you think of Zhao? Lu Jiejie looked up at him with a puzzled expression, her eyes moving as she realized something. She smiled. I know why you're upset. Zhao must have said something to you, and you're feeling jealous. You're not afraid I might leave you, are you? Shui Yan's face instantly showed panic, as if she had uncovered his secret. He opened his mouth to explain, No, that's not what I meant. How could I ever leave you? Lu Jiejie interrupted, lowering her eyelashes and seriously counting Shui Yan's good qualities. You are bold and careful, brave and hardworking, and you look just the way I like. You like me, and I will always like you, only you. Even if no one else wants you, I will still want you. Lu Jiejie playfully expressed her feelings, showing no shyness at all. Shui Yan's ears turned bright red, as if they were on fire. For him, her words were both overwhelming and delightful, like sunshine driving away his worries and darkness little by little. Lu Jiejie noticed Shui Yan's ears were red. This time, she didn't reach out to touch them. She just thought he was quite cute. Usually as cold as a stone, she didn't expect him to blush so much from her few sweet words. Lu Jiejie leaned closer to him and whispered, Today, Aunt Zhao really wants to meet, but my mom has politely refused her. We haven't had much contact with Zhao since he gets along well with my fourth brother, so he's kind of like my brother. This term has been twisted by Zhou Wenqing and Luo Qingqing, and when Lu Jiejie said it, she felt a bit awkward. Shui Yan's heart raced. He reached into his pocket and opened a paper bag, saying, Dried fish. A lot of girls like to eat this. Lu Jiejie took it and, under Shui Yan's gaze, took a bite. She had been teasing him earlier, but now her attention was back on her lips. She widened her eyes and murmured, Didn't we just say to be gentler? Now it's swollen again. If my mom finds out, she will definitely scold you. I bought some ointment, Shui Yan said, pulling out a small tube from his pocket. Lu Jejia. Shui Yan hurriedly lowered his voice. I won't do this again next time. Lu Jejia. She looked down at the bloodstains on her sweater and with a serious face, said, You just need to drink more water. Shui Yan pressed his lips together and didn't respond to that topic. Earlier, Lu Jejia had washed a small part of her sweater in the stream, and while the blood had faded, it was still noticeable upon closer inspection. Shui Yan's dark eyes focused on Lu Jejia's forehead. In a nervous voice, he said, I was thinking of proposing in a few days to start the engagement process. Now it was Lu Jejia's turn to be stunned. So soon? She had never thought about getting engaged at such a young age. Going from dating to marriage felt like lightning speed.
Yeah.
Shui Yan lowered his voice, curling his fingers. If you don't want to, What would happen if she didn't want to? Shui Yan didn't know what to say. He couldn't come up with any threats, so he fell silent. Lu Jejia looked at him curiously, but Shui Yan started to sulk, looking downcast and a bit pitiful. Despite his large build, which could easily take down a wild boar, his expression somehow felt endearing and created a charming contrast. Lu Jejia couldn't help but compromise. Okay, we can get engaged first, but I don't know what my parents think. I'll handle everything else. As long as Lu Jejia agreed, Shui Yan had a way to manage all the matters. Shui Yan leaned closer, his dark eyes looking at Lu Jejia. Can I kiss you again? Lu Jejia pushed Shui Yan's face away, confidently refusing no. If they kissed again, the swelling wouldn't go down. At that moment, voices from other young people in the village called out Shui Yan's name. His expression suddenly turned cold, and his sharp brows furrowed. Lu Jejia instinctively moved closer to a nearby stone, afraid of being seen by others. It was different for her to be engaged to Shui Yan than to be alone with him outside. Shui Yan always cared about Lu Jejia's reputation. He picked up the basket and neatly packed the oil paper into her bag. He stared at her red lips, stopped playing around, and hurried home. Lu Jejia nodded obediently. Shui Yan lifted his leg to leave, but his thumb reluctantly brushed over Lu Jejia's lower lip, making her already rosy lips even redder. A breeze blew, and a faint fragrance surrounded Shui Yan, the springtime warmth enveloping him. Shui Yan took a deep breath and then walked away. Lu Jejia felt confused by Shui Yan's actions and gaze, sensing that she was about to embark on a new journey. The hunters were still looking for Shui Yan. However, Shui Yan approached from another direction, his face shadowed. He was tall, standing out among the young men, and with his strength, a few people surrounding him wouldn't necessarily be able to overpower him, creating a strong sense of pressure. Wang Xinghua swallowed hard. We were just saying that the trap you set caught a wild rabbit.
Yeah.
Shui Yan walked in the opposite direction. There are more animals over there. Let's go together.
Okay.
Lu Jejia applied a thin layer of ointment to her lips, feeling a cool sensation that quickly eased the pain. She walked toward the little ones, gathering a basket of pig grass to take home. Lu's mother and Zhang Shuyun cleaned the house. During dinner, they mentioned that they would go to town tomorrow to take photos and buy some things. The children were all excited, but Lu Yu was only 2 years old and too young to know how to go with them. With so many kids, it could be troublesome if anything happened. However, after thinking it over, Lu's mother decided that this was the first family photo for the Lu family. She carefully reminded Lu Gang to take good care of Lu Yi and asked Lu Hao and Lu Yuan to keep an eye on their little sister, making sure everyone watched over the kids. The next day was Sunday and Lu Yegua was driving the tractor. By the time the villagers arrived, the tractor was almost full of Lu family members. Everyone. They tried to squeeze in, but there was no room. There was nothing they could do since they had arrived late. After finally squeezing in, some aunts asked Lu's mother, Hey, are you all going to town today for a special reason? Oh, what could it be? It's just that my daughter is paying for everyone to take a family photo. She says city folks love these and when we grow old, we can look back on them. I said I didn't want to take one, but she insisted. I had no choice, Lu's mother sighed. This is all her idea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of taking photos. She even told me not to mention it, but since you asked, I shared. The ants. Lu's mother was animated. Do you think my daughter is silly? She pays and puts in effort, but doesn't brag about it. She's so thoughtful. I'm worried her kindness might backfire on her in the future. The ants. Actually, they were quite envious. Zhang Shuyan was puzzled about when her sister-in-law said all this, but her mother-in-law quickly explained, and she suddenly understood. It really was thanks to her sister-in-law that they could take this family photo, which was quite a big deal for the village. Lu Jejia swallowed hard and touched her forehead. It was one thing for her mother to talk about things she had done, but she could also praise things she hadn't done. Wasn't that misleading? Lu's mother kept talking enthusiastically, and this time Zhang Shuyan joined in, praising her sister-in-law wholeheartedly. You don't know how beautiful my little sister's handwriting is. Even though I can't read it, I can tell it's special and pretty. I've seen others write, but none are as lovely as hers. Don't say silly things. Lu's mother teased her daughter-in-law, but it was clear she wasn't upset. What's so great about it? It's just nice handwriting. Maybe she just practices more and works a bit harder. There's nothing to brag about. Mom, I was just saying it casually. The ants wanted to hear, so I picked the least important thing to talk about. The ants. Lu Jejia. The two of them complimented Lu Jejia all the way, and the little one sometimes chimed in, Annie is so great. The ants, feeling a bit dazed, looked at Lu Jejia and couldn't help but think, how can there be such a wonderful girl? She is filial, understanding, obedient, can earn money, is good-looking and well-behaved. Goodness, how come they didn't have the ability to raise such a great daughter? Lu Jejia herself didn't realize how wonderful she was. She got off the car feeling lighthearted, and Lu's mother and Zhang Shiyun's playful banter came to an end, leaving them wanting more. Today, Lu's mother was particularly pleased with her daughter-in-law. After all these years, she had never felt this satisfied. She turned to Lu Aigua, saying, You really married a great wife. Treat her well from now on. If you dare to mistreat her, I won't let you off easily. Lu Aigua quickly nodded. Lu Jejia looked up at the white clouds, calming her emotions. Lu's mother affectionately held her daughter's hand and said to the others, Let's go take pictures. We'll walk in front, the kids in the middle, and the adults at the back. Anyone who runs off will get a little smack. The little ones, who were looking around, instantly became obedient. The family arrived at the photo studio. Lu's father had gone to a meeting in town that morning, and everyone waited until 10 for him to ride over on his bicycle. The Lu family had all dressed in their best clothes. Lu's mother went up and brushed the dust off Lu's father's clothes, frowning. Be careful. You might ruin these nice clothes. Mr. Lu straightened his back and said, It's just a bit dusty. It won't break. Mrs. Lu shot him a glare, and he immediately fell silent. Lu Jejia tugged at her vintage outfit. She really liked this old-fashioned clothing. It would be great for photos and would hold sentimental value. Let's go. Let's take pictures. Mrs. Lu waved her hand, and the Lu family entered the photo studio one after another. What? $1. Mrs. Lu's eyes widened. The photographer sighed. With so many people in the family photo, the printed picture will be larger. This is the standard rate. You can check if you don't believe me. Reluctantly, Mrs. Lu agreed. She turned to her family. Everyone, smile nicely. Don't waste this. Everyone quickly nodded. They all took their places. Lu Jejia stood behind her parents, with her two older brothers on her left, and her eldest brother and sister-in-law on her right. Mrs. Lu held Lu Yi, while Mr. Lu held a brick, and the others stood on either side. Lu Jejia thought this photo might be one of the most cherished memories for the rest of their lives. The kids were still young, and her parents weren't old yet. Her brothers were in their prime. Everyone was showing their best side. The photographer called out, Everyone, pay attention. When I say 3, 2, 1, smile. There was a flash, and it was over. Mr. and Mrs. Lu took a separate photo with Lu Jejia, planning to print 2 copies, one for themselves and another to send to the third child. Lu Jejia took another photo by herself. The little girl smiled sweetly, her delicate features shining, her hair falling over her chest, and her eyes sparkling like stars. They would also print 2 copies of this photo, Mrs. Lu planned to keep one and send the other to Lu Jinghua. How much? Mrs. Lu felt like she was going to spend a lot. The photographer paused for a moment, then said, "How about this? We'll share the photo of this little girl, and you won't have to pay for any of your other photos." Though the photographer's tone sounded negotiable, he had a look that suggested the Lu family was taking advantage. Mrs. Lu rolled her eyes in disdain. "My daughter is so beautiful, and you want to share her photo for just $3 or $4. Who knows what you might do with it? Do you think I can't afford it?" Lu's mother slammed her hand on the table, looking like a rural woman who didn't understand anything. "How much is it?" she asked. The photographer shrank back, $2.90. Lu's mother took out a handkerchief and counted out $2.90, placing it on the table. "Make sure to count it carefully." While Lu's mother was paying, Lu Jijia noticed the little ones drooling over the sour plum juice across the street. She walked over to buy 2 cups for them to try. However, as she reached the middle of the road, someone yanked her bag hard to the side. Lu Jijia instinctively tried to grab it back, but the man was too strong. In less than 2 seconds, he snatched the bag from her shoulder, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. There were pebbles on the road, and Lu Jijia's forehead hit the ground directly. It hurt so much that her head was ringing, and she vaguely heard shouting around her. Lu Jijia lifted her head, a drop of blood falling onto her eyelashes. The scene unfolded too suddenly. No one expected someone to boldly steal in broad daylight. By the time people reacted, the man had already escaped into an alley. Everyone's attention turned to Lu Jijia, a delicate girl who seemed weak. Those with ill intentions often prey on the vulnerable, seeking to gain the upper hand. Lu's father was the first to rush to Lu Jijia's side. His eyes were filled with anguish as he held her shoulder, his voice trembling. "Jijia, Jijia." Lu Jijia's head was buzzing. She couldn't hear anything clearly. The pain in her forehead made tears flow down her face. When people are hurt, they rely on those close to them. She grabbed her father's arm, her eyes red. "Dad, my head hurts so much." Lu Jijia wasn't even sure if she had spoken out loud. Her father, feeling a lump in his throat, picked her up and ran toward a nearby hospital, while Lu's mother stumbled after them. Her second brother ran after the thief, while her eldest and 4th brothers stayed by their father's side. Zhang Shuyan anxiously watched the children. Despite his age, Lu's father, who often felt sore from farm work, ran faster than many young men while carrying Lu Jijia. Lu Jijia, feeling increasingly unable to open her eyes, was not only in pain but also felt a bit nauseous, unsure if she had a concussion. "Sweetheart, Jijia, Jijia, it's okay, it's okay." Lu's mother was lost for words, her mind blank as she kept running. Lu Jijia fainted and found herself in a vast empty space, as if trapped in a dream. She looked at her hands in confusion when suddenly, angry screams echoed around her. "You wandering spirit, give me back my body. Get out of my body and return it to me." Lu Jijia turned to see a pretty girl glaring at her with malice. The girl couldn't get close to Lu Jijia and shouted angrily, "Give me back my body. I am Lu Jijia. Why did you enter my body and take it from me? Isn't once enough? You took my body again. Give it back to me." She completely disregarded her appearance, acting like a madwoman trying to step forward. Lu Jijia calmly guessed the girl's identity, saying, "Cheng Xian, right?" Cheng Xian stretched her neck and shouted, "No, I am Lu Jijia. Cheng Xian is just my past life. I am the true owner of this body. Why did you take it from me? If I took your body, isn't it because you took mine first?" Lu Jijia slowly approached, examining Cheng Xian closely. "You've used my body for so many years, yet you dare to claim it's yours. If this is truly your body, why do you look like this? What do you mean?" Cheng Xian paused, staring at Lu Jijia's face, a thought suddenly striking her. She had always believed the true owner of this body was long gone, and the person before her was another traveler. Could it be that this person was the real Lu Jijia? How could this be? If she had traveled here, then the real Lu Jijia should be dead. She was a traveler. She should have the aura of a main character, with all the men revolving around her, gaining wealth, status, and the best partners. Lu Jiejie blinked and smiled sweetly. Do you want to know what you look like? She looked around, her hands behind her back. I wonder if this is my dream. If it is, then I can have whatever I want. You appearing here must mean I'm supposed to deal with you, right? Lu Jiejie turned her head and smiled even more brightly, but her eyes were cold. Cheng Yingxian pulled her neck back, glaring at Lu Jiejie. So, what if you are the owner of this body? I've been in this body for so many years. It should belong to me. Besides, I've worked hard to get close to the main character of this world. You fool. Why not give your body to me? I can make this body enjoy the best wealth and power. Are you talking about Zhou Wenqing? Lu Jiejie's smile suddenly vanished. You're the fool here. You still don't realize that your role is just a stepping stone, a tragic supporting character. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in Lu Jiejie's hand. She tossed it in front of Cheng Yingxian. Do you see clearly now? This is you. You occupy my body and squander what I've worked hard for, and you have the nerve to act like this. This isn't me. This isn't who I am. Cheng Yingxian looked at the face in the mirror, and then at Lu Jiejie. Your face is mine. Then look closely. Lu Jiejie grabbed Cheng Yingxian's hair and, with a flick of her hand, revealed a larger mirror. Do you see clearly now? Cheng Yingxian. Dreaming is truly enjoyable. You can have whatever you want. However, today's events must have a purpose. Is it to let me vent my anger? Or to have me eliminate Cheng Yingxian? Cheng Yingxian wanted to scratch Lu Jiejie's face, but since Lu Jiejie was the owner of this body, she couldn't hurt her at all. Cheng Yingxian looked at her reflection in the mirror and collapsed to the ground. She murmured, So what if I am Cheng Yingxian? If it weren't for me, could you be with Zhou Wenqing? He is the main character of this world, and will one day have everything. If I hadn't relentlessly pursued him, could you have such a great man? Cheng Yingxian suggested, Why don't we share your body? That way, it would be a way for you to repay me. Repay you? Lu Jiejie lazily sat in her chair, a fierce look in her glassy eyes. Her voice was both innocent and sweet. How do you want me to repay you? Like this? Cheng Yingxian found herself sinking into a swamp below her. She struggled in panic, but she sank deeper and deeper. Cheng Yingxian was scared. She had come to this world after jumping from a building. She couldn't go back and could only take over Lu Jiejie's body. If she died in this dream, it would be real. Even worse, if she couldn't convince Lu Jiejie to let her have the body, she would completely disappear in this dream. Lu Jiejie, I helped you. It was me who helped you win over Zhou Wenqing. You can't kill me. You can't. Lu Jiejie mocked her, slowly pronouncing, Zhou Wenqing. Yes, I will tell you everything I know. As long as we share a body, we can have endless wealth and power. You must believe me. I am a time traveler. As long as I am here, the Lu family will surely prosper. Lu Jiejie found it amusing. She blinked, her fair fingers resting on her chin. A time traveler? Do you think you're so special? Just because you've seen a more prosperous future, you think you're a genius? How many Tang poems can you recite? How much physics and chemistry do you know? Have you studied explosives or crossbows? Do you think people in this era aren't smart? No one is a fool, and you're not clever either. Lu Jiejie felt that these people were just lucky, but a small mistake could reveal their true selves. Just like she knew many opportunities for wealth, but it was her knowledge of history that helped her, while some people could sense opportunities just from their own courage and vision. Cheng Yingxian opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. Lu Jiejie raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you really think my family hasn't figured out that you're a fake? What do you mean? Cheng Yingxian was taken aback. Don't you understand what I mean?
Impossible.
Do you really think that just because you traveled here, you're the main character of this world? You're just a pawn being used. Lu Jiejie lifted her eyelids and carefully explained the background of this world to her. Then she stood up and looked at Cheng Yingxian with pity. You are just a chosen pawn, thinking you have received divine favor. You've been pursuing Zhou Wenqing for a year now. Have you found anything special about him? Because I am uncontrollable. They brought you here to replace my fate in the original story, only to be trampled to death in the end. This is impossible. I'm the main character here. This world should revolve around me. Qing Ingxian shook her head, refusing to accept reality. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Lu Jiejie stepped closer to Qing Ingxian, watching her slowly sink. You don't belong to this world, and your intentions are not pure. If you hadn't died in your original world, you should have been sent back by now. Now you come here to steal my body. Unless your original body is already dead, Qing Ingxian, you've stolen my time, so you haven't lost completely. No. I am Lu Jiejie. This body is mine. Qing Ingxian reached out, trying to crawl out of the swamp. You should be the one to die. This body is mine. Qing Ingxian felt as if she were truly trapped in a swamp, struggling to breathe and slowly suffocating. She thought she was doomed. But in the next moment, the swamp disappeared. Lu Jiejie tilted her head, looking at Qing Ingxian's desperate state, and sighed in frustration. It's a pity. Although I want you to face consequences, I don't want to kill you myself. I can't get over that hurdle. After all, I am the rightful successor. However, maybe because you are in my dream, I can read all your thoughts. I won't kill you, but if I leave this dream, you will disappear just like this dream. Lu Jiejie smiled sweetly at her. This doesn't count as me killing you, Qing Ingxian.
Goodbye.
Removing her without shedding blood was even more ironic than killing her. Qing Ingxian shouted in frustration, no. Lu Jiejie vanished from the spot. The dream collapsed and Qing Ingxian, who should have died long ago, completely disappeared. Lu Jiejie regained consciousness. She smelled strong disinfectant and felt a sharp pain in her head, as if a small blade had sliced her forehead. Her eyelids fluttered, and after a long while, she finally opened her eyes. Jiejie, Jiejie, Jiejie. Lu's mother softly called by the bedside. At first, Lu Jiejie only heard a buzzing sound, but later she clearly caught the end of her mother's voice. I'm fine, she said, realizing she hadn't been unconscious for long, just a bit hoarse. She's awake. Her dad. Our daughter is awake. Lu's mother exclaimed, shaking the bed with excitement. Lu's father hurried over, and her 3 brothers gathered around, forming a circle by the bedside. Lu Jiejie thought. Her head hurt. Mom, I won't be disfigured, right? She remembered how much blood she had lost and worried about the size of the cut and the scars it might leave. Disfigured? It's nothing serious. I promise you won't have any scars, Lu's mother said gently, standing by her daughter's bed, though tears kept falling, which she quickly wiped away with her sleeve. She choked up, it's all my fault. If I hadn't taken you for photos today, nothing would have happened. Lu Jiejie looked up at the people surrounding her and tried to sit up, but her mother quickly supported her. As soon as Lu Jiejie felt pain, she wanted to frown, but that would pull at the wound on her forehead and make it hurt even more, so she had to keep a straight face and endure it. Did they catch the person? Lu Jiejie asked weakly. Lu Gangwa quickly replied, don't worry, little sister. Second brother has caught him and gave him a good beating. Lu Jiejie moved her pale lips. I'm okay, just bumped my head a bit, it hurts a little. Oldest brother, hurry back and make chicken soup.
Okay.
Zhang Shuyun hurried out of the hospital room. Lu Jiejie had a bandage wrapped around her forehead. Her skin was pale, and now it looked even whiter without color. Her lips also lost some color, making her eyes stand out more, with a watery gleam in her glassy pupils. She was young, with plenty of collagen in her face. Her brightness had faded, but her fragility had increased. Lu's mother felt a sharp pain in her heart. Lu Jiejie lifted her eyes, wanting to say she wanted to be discharged, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt dizzy and nauseous, likely from a concussion. She decided to stay in the hospital for a couple more days, just in case of any emergencies that required quick treatment. Mom and Dad, I have something I want to tell you. Lu Jiejie leaned against the pillow at the back. Lu's mother hurriedly sent the others away and sat beside Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie spoke softly and briefly explained what happened with Qing Ingxian. She moved her lips. Don't worry anymore. She has disappeared and will never come back.
Why are we still talking about her at this time?
Lu's mother held her daughter's hand and sniffled. What a nuisance. Who cares about her? Having taken over her daughter's life for so many years, Lu's mother had long wanted to get rid of her.
I'm tired.
Lu Jiejie slightly turned to the side, placing her mother's fingers on her back, and said sweetly, "Mom, please pat my back." Her injury was on the other side, and after lying down for a long time her body felt sore, so lying on her side was just right. Okay. Lu's mother pressed her lips together and gently patted Lu Jiejie's back. What a terrible person. Look at what they did to our little sister. I must make him pay. Lu Yeguang angrily hit the wall. Lu's father, with a serious face, tapped his smoking pipe. He didn't scold his son but said, "How can we deal with him when he is inside? We have time. Stealing won't take long." Lu Yeguang instantly understood his father's meaning. Air and sea, take the kids home and take care of things there. Lu Yeguang squatted down. I won't go back. I want to stay here and watch over my sister. Today you drove the tractor. You must go back. Lu Yeguang could only nod. The news of Lu Jiejie's injury spread in the village that night. It started to drizzle, and the stars were dim. When Shui Yan arrived at the hospital, it was already early morning. He had walked a long way, and his clothes were soaked. Lu Aigua was squatting outside, trying to sleep, but urgently needed to use the restroom. When he looked up, he saw a tall figure in the dim moonlight. A cold wind blew outside, and the branches rustled. Suddenly, a person appeared in the darkness, making Lu Aigua's heart skip a beat. The tall shadow approached, and because he was at the hospital, Lu Aigua recalled the ghost stories he heard as a child. He was never afraid of snakes or insects, but he was always scared of ghosts. Who is it? Lu Aigua swallowed hard. No one answered him, and the shadow kept approaching. Lu Aigua pressed himself against the wall, trembling as he threatened, "If you don't speak, I won't be polite." Just as he hesitated, the shadow was already in front of Lu Aigua. "Where is she?" The voice on the other side was extremely hoarse. Lu Aigua felt a sense of familiarity. As he squinted in the dim moonlight, he recognized the person, and all his fear vanished. His face turned angry. "Shui Yan, are you out of your mind?" Shui Yan only asked, "Where is Lu Jiejie?" Lu Aigua, furious, grabbed Shui Yan by the collar and pushed him against the wall. "Stay away from my sister, and I'll tell you." Before he could finish, Shui Yan pushed him back against the wall. His dark eyes were like those of a ghost rising from hell. Lu Aigua tried to pull Shui Yan's hand away, but it was like a vice. His hand started to bleed, but Shui Yan remained unfazed. Now, Shui Yan looked like a vengeful spirit. With one hand holding Lu Aigua down, Shui Yan's gaze shifted to the room beside them. He shifted his weight, seeming to gain strength, and attempted to push the door open. Lu Aigua whispered harshly, "What time is it?" "My sister is already asleep. Do you know she has a cut on her head?" "She finally fell asleep. Do you want to wake her up?" Shui Yan's raised foot suddenly lost its strength. He muttered, "A cut. Yes, she finally fell asleep. Don't disturb her." Lu Aigua noticed Shui Yan's grip loosened. He quickly pulled away and squatted down, feeling a bit defeated. "My sister has been through so much. The doctor said she needs to rest well." Shui Yan froze, standing outside the door. After a while, Lu Aigua couldn't take it anymore and went to the bathroom. When he returned, Shui Yan was still in the same position. Shui Yan stood outside all night like a statue, showing no signs of fatigue. Lu Aigua woke up several times in fright. When he spoke to Shui Yan, he received no response, just a stare at the door. Until morning, when Lu's father opened the door from inside, he was startled to see someone standing outside but quickly composed himself. He stepped out, closed the door, and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to see her." Shui Yan only glanced briefly. He didn't even see Lu Jiejie. Mr. Lu wanted to scold Shui Yan for being reckless, but seeing his wet clothes, he sighed and said, "It's nothing serious." Shui Yan remained silent. So stubborn. Mr. Lu opened the hospital room door, and Shui Yan stepped inside. noticing Lu Jiejie still fast asleep. Lu Jiejie was not sleeping peacefully. Her face was pale, and her fingers clutched her mother's clothes. He stared for a few seconds and quietly said, "Take good care of her." Then he turned and left without another word. After leaving the hospital, Shuiyan sought out an old partner and carefully inquired about what happened yesterday. Lu Yegua rushed to the town before dawn, carrying freshly made porridge and pancakes. Lu Jiejie had little appetite. After swallowing a bite, she saw Sun Jinxing walk in. Sun Jinxing was responsible for yesterday's robbery, and he was accompanied by a female assistant. The two asked about the details of yesterday's events. Sun Jinxing tightened his grip on his notebook and said, "We have already gathered this information. What will the judgment be?" Lu's mother asked with a frown. Lu Jiejie lifted her small face, clearly eager to know as well. Sun Jinxing's eyes shifted, and after a moment of silence, his female assistant spoke up. "Well, we checked, and there was no money in Comrade Lu's bag. So, that means there was no robbery amount and we—" Lu's mother understood the implication and exclaimed, "But my daughter was hurt. Just look at her injuries." Mr. Lu tapped his smoking pipe, his face dark and silent. There are countless ways to seek revenge, not just through legal punishment. He had his methods. The female assistant lowered her head, a bit embarrassed. Comrade Lu Jiejie did fall, but her brother also fought back and broke the attacker's ribs. He can't even get out of bed now, and he has an illness, so he won't be held for long if we follow the proper procedures. Lu Jiejie was taken aback. He has a mental illness? Epilepsy. What does epilepsy have to do with this? Lu Jiejie was confused. There are only two people in their family, him and his mother. They are very poor and have resorted to stealing to pay for medical treatment. He was also badly injured by her family and didn't manage to steal anything, so Lu Jiejie understood. Her suffering was in vain. It could also be said that the situation regarding the robbery was quite unclear, with no strict regulations in place. "We will strive for the harshest judgment," Sun Jinxing stated. The female assistant glanced at Sun Jinxing. They were in a difficult position, as the family involved in the robbery also sought justice. That family may not have been in the right, but the elderly woman was unreasonable, often asserting her status as a poor person. She was not only troublesome but also insisted on kneeling outside their office. Lu's mother was furious. She had never faced such a significant loss, especially since her daughter was hurt, and she wanted to resolve this easily. "Since we have finished asking questions, let's go," Lu's mother said coldly. Sun Jinxing glanced at Lu Jiejie, who was looking down and eating her porridge slowly. She didn't dare to make any sudden movements, fearing it would make her feel dizzy and nauseous. Sensing his gaze, Lu Jiejie looked up and asked, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Sun Jinxing shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and then left the room. Lu Jiejie found Sun Jinxing a bit puzzling, but didn't dwell on it. Lu's mother was fuming, her expression changing rapidly within moments. Lu Jiejie forced herself to drink half a bowl of porridge. She wasn't strong and had lost a lot of blood, feeling weak and faint. She lay back on the hospital bed and soon fell asleep again. Around noon, Lu's father returned home, accompanied by Lu Ganghua and Zhang Shuyan, who had brought rich chicken soup. Perhaps her condition had improved, as Lu Jiejie felt tempted by the smell of the chicken soup. She filled a bowl and was about to drink when the door suddenly opened, and an elderly woman with half-white hair walked in. As she entered, the door to the neighboring room quickly shut. "Who is it? Isn't it that old woman from the Wang family? I wonder who she has latched onto this time. That family is in for trouble. This old woman is the best at spreading rumors and has no shame at all. Her? What good does closing the door do? Quickly block the door. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." She thought that every girl likes to have parents who stand by her side when she feels wronged. Others heard the commotion and rushed outside to see two elderly women arguing. Lu's mother glared at them. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen rural women argue?" The onlookers shrank back and returned to their rooms. The doctor quickly arrived and reminded the two arguing women, "No loud noises in the hospital. It can disturb the patients. Let go of each other. or you'll both have to leave. Zhang Xuyan immediately closed the hospital door and smiled at the doctor. The door is closed, so they can't hear and won't disturb the patients. Doctor. Lu Jiejie pressed her pale lips together. I'm the only patient here. It's fine. I'm not afraid of noise. Doctor. That still doesn't mean. Before the doctor could finish, Lu's mother sat on the floor, patting her thigh and singing. I don't want to fight with her. You all judge for yourselves. My daughter was robbed by this troublesome woman's son on the street. It's not about the things taken. We don't care about that. She pointed sadly at Lu Jiejie. Look at what they did to my daughter. Her head is injured. We didn't even go looking for them first, and this woman came here to cause trouble. Not only did she want my daughter to let her son go, but she also cried and demanded money from us. If we don't give it, she makes a scene. Doctor, I had no choice but to retaliate. Think about our family's long history of hard work for the country, with one son even fighting abroad. We are being bullied like this. Lu's mother's emotional singing clearly explained the situation. Lu Jiejie blinked in agreement, her discomfort evident as tears quickly filled her eyes, looking very weak. The doctor glanced at Lu Jiejie and sternly told the elderly woman covering her face, What are you making a fuss about? The patient needs to rest. If you come here to cause trouble again, I'll have you removed. The elderly woman struggled to speak. I didn't. Her intention was to make sure the girl wouldn't bother her son and to ask for some compensation. But she hasn't said anything yet. The old lady is already in tears, and she hasn't spoken those words. Zhang Xuyan wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Doctor, you can't blame my mother-in-law. This old lady is too much. My younger sister doesn't even know her son. She was suddenly pushed and hurt, and we don't know who she thinks she is. She demands an apology from our family and wants 30 yuan, or she'll come here every day to cause trouble. Not only that, but as soon as she entered, she sat on the floor and said that if we don't agree, she'll spread rumors that we hit her. Lu Jiejie clenched his fists in anger. We all heard that. This person is outrageous. Lu Jiejie nodded, holding back tears as she sniffled. I didn't agree, and she tried to hit me. That's when my mom hit her. The old lady. She felt wronged. Oh my goodness. The old lady instinctively slapped her leg and was about to sing. The doctor frowned and scolded, If you don't leave, you'll be considered a troublemaker. Don't blame me for having you taken away. The old lady bit her lip, not expecting to leave empty-handed after being hit. She pretended to faint. Doctor, do you think she's about to faint? Lu Jiejie said, relieved. But we're in the hospital, so she can be treated right away. The old lady rolled her eyes, but then looked away. Under the doctor's cold gaze, she covered her face and left. Don't cause trouble in the hospital, the doctor said before asking about Lu Jiejie's condition and leaving the room. Lu Jiejie drank a bowl of chicken soup and had a few bites of chicken. She looked at her family. You don't need to stay here in such large numbers.
I'm Fine.
Oldest, you and your wife should go home to see the child. Second, you go back to work. Fourth, go to the cafeteria and see if there's anything good for recovery. Lu's mother organized everyone and stayed alone with Lu Jiejie. Not long after, Lu's father rode back to town. Half an hour later, a nurse came in to change Lu Jiejie's bandage. Lu Jiejie had a 3 to 4 centimeter long cut on her forehead, deep, especially where she first hit. If not treated properly, it could easily lead to infection and a high fever. The disinfectant applied to the wound caused a sharp pain, and Lu Jiejie's eyes instantly turned red. It was at this moment that Shuiyan walked in. He looked at the injury on Lu Jiejie's forehead, his lips tightly pressed together, his fists opening and closing. Lu Jiejie only knew that she was hurt on her forehead. She didn't dare to look at the extent of the injury and could only rub the blanket, enduring the pain. When Lu's father entered and saw Shuiyan, he said nothing. After Lu Jiejie finished applying the medicine, she finally saw Shuiyan. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she wanted to complain. Shuiyan was holding a basket. He closed the door and took out warm dishes. Stir-fried pig liver, black chicken soup, and sweet soup with goji berries and red dates. All of them were nourishing. It was impressive that he could bring out all these dishes at once. Lu's mother widened her eyes, but didn't ask anything. Shui Yan placed the food on the small table in front of Lu Jiejie, speaking softly and trying to smile. You don't need to worry about anything. Just leave it to me. Be good and eat more. Lu Jiejie pouted and nodded. She first looked at her parents, saw they didn't stop her, and smiled as she tried the goji berry and red date soup. It was sweet, and there were raisins inside. She had just taken a few spoonfuls when she heard, I want to propose. Shui Yan looked at Lu's father and mother, his body tense. He spoke firmly, I want to get engaged first. I will always treat Jiejie well, and will never let her be bullied. Lu Jiejie wiggled her toes and cautiously looked up at her parents. Come out and talk to us, Lu's father said as he left the hospital room, and Lu's mother followed. Lu Jiejie. Why couldn't she listen as the person involved? The weather outside was gloomy, possibly getting colder, with the cold wind making the branches crackle. Lu Jiejie stirred the soup in her bowl with a spoon, looking down at the goji berries, but her mind drifted to the last time Shui Yan was called in by her parents. She moved her eyes and lifted one foot, preparing to get out of bed to eavesdrop. Just as Lu Jiejie propped herself up, she felt dizzy, as if something was spinning in her head. She exhaled softly and sat back down. It feels really uncomfortable. Lu Jiejie rubbed her forehead, then picked up a piece of pig liver, ready to nourish her blood. The stir-fried pig liver didn't have a strong smell. She didn't know which chef made it, but it was fresh and fragrant. Lu Jiejie didn't have the energy to eavesdrop anymore and focused on her bowl of rice. After about 10 minutes, the door opened again. Shui Yan's sharp eyebrows relaxed slightly, and even his usually tight lips curved up a bit. He tried to keep a serious face while controlling his true emotions, resulting in a strange expression. Lu's parents, however, were not as happy. Lu Jiejie secretly glanced at the three people in front of her. Seeing her parents looking unhappy, she already guessed the answer. To avoid upsetting them, she diligently drank the black-bone chicken soup in her bowl. Black-bone chicken is also good for nourishing blood, Shui Yan said as he tore off a chicken leg for Lu Jiejie. Eat more. In this current environment, most families could only raise 2 ordinary chickens. Having 3 could lead to trouble. Shui Yan must have used some method to make her this pot of black-bone chicken soup. Lu Jiejie didn't ask. She already knew that his skills were impressive. He not only had strong counter-surveillance abilities, but was also very smart and cautious. Whenever he wanted to do something, almost everyone could fall into his plans. Lu Jiejie swallowed the chicken soup. Would she be completely under Shui Yan's control in the future? No. She straightened her back. She had to be in charge at home. As soon as she had this thought, her head drooped. She felt dizzy. Maybe she should discuss this with Shui Yan later. It seemed a bit complicated. Lu Jiejie took a few more bites of pig liver and shook her head. I don't want to eat anymore. You all can have it. To avoid raising suspicion, Lu's parents had only eaten the flatbreads they brought from home and had some porridge that morning. Although this was much better than what most people in the hospital ate, Lu Jiejie felt uneasy seeing her parents eat so little. She had been careful while eating, specifically setting aside her small portion and not touching the rest. Shui Yan, did you have breakfast? Lu Jiejie suddenly looked at him. She didn't know that Shui Yan had come last night. Noticing his wrinkled clothes, she frowned slightly. You definitely didn't eat. She took a deep breath and said to Mr. and Mrs. Lu, I'm really fine. Please don't skip meals because of me. What if you get sick? Maybe it was because she was too angry, but Lu Jiejie felt a sharp pain in her forehead. Lu Jiejie's eyes instantly turned red. It hurt a lot. The cut must be quite big, and she would probably have a scar. Seeing Lu Jiejie about to cry, Mrs. Lu thought she was angry and quickly said, Eat, eat, let's all try it. The food was even better than what they had at the village feast. Mrs. Lu swallowed hard when she saw the pig liver. She was tempted. After eating so much meat at home, she still craved more. Once things got better, she wanted to eat meat every day. The 3 of them ate together. Mrs. Lu felt sad seeing Shui Yan, but she held on, thinking of his promise. Lu Jejia got sleepy after eating, so she lay on the bed, bored, looking at her fingers. On the other side, Lu Yegua returned to the hospital. He didn't find anything special, just 6 meat buns, which he thought were the most delicious thing. Happily, he walked to the hospital room and opened the door. A delicious smell hit him. "Mom, I bought meat buns." Lu Yegua paused when he saw Mrs. Lu putting a piece of pig liver in her mouth. It looked really tasty. "Lu Yegua, you're back. What did you buy?" Mr. Lu asked. Lu Yegua took out the oil paper bag from his pocket. Meat buns. Go ahead and eat. Bring the rest home for the kids to try." After eating, Shuiyan left again. He seemed very busy, but no one knew what he was busy with. Around 2 in the afternoon, Sun Jinxing came again, this time alone. He looked through the glass door at Lu Jejia, who was sleeping soundly on the hospital bed. Lu Jejia looked very weak, especially her face, which had no color at all. He remembered the first time he saw Lu Jejia. She looked just as weak. At that time, Sun Jinxing was patrolling the town and heard someone shout, "Someone has fainted." During the Great Famine, it was not surprising that someone fainted. He walked over to take a look and saw a young girl collapsed by the roadside, her face pale, with her hands on her chest, looking very unwell. Sun Jinxing hurried over. The girl was quite pretty. She was thin, but her large, watery eyes and full forehead made her look less worn than others who were also thin and pale. He felt a tug at his heart and approached to ask what was wrong. "I'm fine," Lu Jejia said, standing up and gagging slightly. "Thank you, but I have to go." Worried she might faint again, Sun Jinxing followed her. Half an hour later, he saw the girl handing something to a young man. The young man raised his head slightly, looking arrogant. "You were supposed to be back in 10 minutes. Look how long you've taken. Do you not want?" The last part of his words was spoken quietly, and Sun Jinxing couldn't hear it clearly, but he recognized the young man. His cousin Sun Chengzhu. He met Lu Jejia again at the art troupe when he went to pick up his sister. Lu Jejia seemed different from the other girls around her. She was special, as if she had studied how to carry herself with grace. She had a certain pride about her. She could glare at Sun Chengzhu, show weakness, and endure, yet she never seemed humble. Lu Jejia was like a delicate flower that had fallen into a harsh desert, yet no matter how the wind blew, she stood tall. Sun Jinxing realized he had feelings for her, but since Lu Jejia learned he was Sun Chengzhu's cousin, she had been very cold towards him. Sometimes, he couldn't stand seeing Sun Chengzhu bully her. He couldn't help but feel angry. "Don't you like her? How can you like someone and still bully her, making her buy things and rushing her back?" "Cousin, what do you know? I want her to give in. If I don't bully her, she won't even pay attention to me. Anyway, she will be my girlfriend sooner or later. Don't worry, I will marry her." Sun Jinxing was 5 years older than Sun Chengzhu. He understood that this behavior would only make Lu Jejia dislike him more, so he kept his thoughts to himself. But soon, Sun Chengzhu said to him, "Lu Jejia is about to agree to be my girlfriend. We are talking." Sun Chengzhu kept talking about Lu Jejia all day, and while Sun Jinxing felt annoyed, he also felt a bit anxious. In the end, he could only choose to distance himself. After that, he never dared to see Lu Jejia again. Sun Jinxing was afraid he couldn't control his feelings. He couldn't make a mistake. But reality told him he had actually missed the best opportunity. Sun Jinxing looked at Lu Jejia's profile and slowly pressed down on the doorknob. No, maybe he hadn't missed it. He might still have a chance. The door creaked open, and Lu's mother was knitting a sweater. She turned her head and, seeing Sun Jinxing, pursed her lips without saying a word.
How is she?
Sun Jinxing asked in a low voice. Lu's mother tugged at the yarn forcefully. What do you think? She has a 3 or 4 centimeter cut on her head and got 2 or 3 stitches. It's only been a day. How can she be better? Her daughter was so unlucky. Maybe it was just her fate. If Shuiyan hadn't been strong and protected her several times, she wouldn't have easily agreed to this marriage. Just leave if there's nothing else. Lu's mother didn't want to get angry, but she was feeling frustrated. Honestly, Why was he just hanging around? Lu's mother took a deep breath. Sun Jinxing's face stiffened, feeling a bit awkward. Lu Jiejie was woken up. When she opened her eyes and saw Sun Jinxing, she asked in confusion, "Is there something else you want to know?" Sun Jinxing nervously swallowed. "I came to say that Wang Si is a troublemaker. I will try to find out more about him." Lu Jiejie nodded to show she understood. Sun Jinxing suddenly didn't know what to say. He had forgotten everything he planned to say before coming. "I'm sorry you got hurt. We didn't want this to happen. If the medical expenses are not enough, I can help." Lu Jiejie tilted her head in confusion, thinking Sun Jinxing was a bit strange. She had never thought that Sun Jinxing could like her. Her impression of him was that he was serious, like an older brother. In her mind, Sun Jinxing belonged to the older generation. Lu's mother, being experienced, immediately saw Sun Jinxing's intentions. She stood up and said, "My daughter needs to rest after such a serious injury. If you have nothing else, you should leave." Sun Jinxing was afraid of annoying Lu Mu, so he forced a smile and said, "Well, I'll leave now." Not long after Sun Jinxing left, Shui Yan entered the hospital room. Lu Mu had just gone to the restroom, leaving only Lu Jiejie inside. With no one else around, Shui Yan felt bold. He gently touched Lu Jiejie's face and said seriously, "You don't have a fever." Lu Jiejie swatted his hand away. "I wasn't sick to begin with."
Right.
Shui Yan kept his hand there, feeling her temperature. His voice was low but cheerful. "I want to tell you something." Lu Jiejie's face turned red, and she thought to herself. Just a few months ago, she was considering not getting married, and now she was being proposed to. She bit her lip. "I know. They agreed to my proposal." Shui Yan touched the bandage on her arm and said hoarsely, "This won't happen again. Also, I got a job as a security guard at the textile factory, so I have a stable position now." "You found a job so quickly?" Shui Yan nodded, explaining recently there was a theft at the factory and someone got hurt. "They haven't caught the thief yet. My background has changed, and I received a bravery award. They are eager for me to start." He wouldn't rely solely on Sun Jinxing for job opportunities. With that award, everything would fall into place. Lu Jiejie teased him by grabbing his wandering fingers. "Shui Yan, it seems like you've really turned things around." "Yes, from now on, my salary will go to you." Shui Yan looked serious, but his fingers playfully brushed Lu Jiejie's chin, like he was teasing a kitten. Lu Jiejie. She felt a bit annoyed, thinking this man was getting a little too cocky. She grabbed his fingers and threatened, "Don't get carried away, or I won't give you any pocket money." "I don't want any." They stopped their playful banter when footsteps were heard outside. Lu Mu entered the room, saw Shui Yan and frowned, sitting down angrily on the bed next to them. There are 2 beds in the room, and the Lu family bought both of them. At night, Mr. and Mrs. Lu rest on one of the beds. "Mom, Shui Yan found a job." Lu Jiejie broke the silence. Mrs. Lu was surprised it happened so quickly and asked, "What job?" "He's working as a security guard at a textile factory." Being a security guard at a textile factory is a good job. There's not much to do, just walking around the yard and doing some training, plus the pay is decent. Mrs. Lu asked bluntly, "How much does he earn in a month?" 16, Shui Yan replied quietly. Mrs. Lu rolled her eyes and calculated in her mind. Together, they would earn 31 a month, which is even higher than the salary of their 3rd child. This means their future life won't be too difficult. Also, since the Shui family doesn't have a mother-in-law, her daughter won't have to face any pressure. Thinking this way, Mrs. Lu found Shui Yan more likable. "That's okay, just barely enough," Mrs. Lu said stubbornly. "We agreed that Jiejie will manage the money, and you just focus on earning." Lu Jiejie. "I know. I'll give it all to her," Shui Yan replied obediently. Mrs. Lu was pleased with Shui Yan's attitude. "Then find an auspicious day for your father to bring gifts and propose. But it's just a proposal. You must wait until you're 18 to get married. The law says you must be 18, and I won't let you live together without a marriage certificate." Having a marriage certificate is important. She doesn't want Jiejie to face any criticism. Although it's easier now to just hold a wedding banquet, What if Sui Yan's future turns out well, and her daughter faces judgment because of this? It must be done properly, with a marriage certificate. Shui Yan nodded. Mrs. Liu added, also, don't skimp on the house. Once you get paid, start building a house, at least 2 rooms. If you can, build more for your father and brother. Shui Yan promised, I will build the house as soon as possible. Lu Jiejie listened carefully. She knew her mother was very wise, and with her around, she didn't have to worry about anything. She could relax. In the afternoon, Mr. Liu gave Shui Yan the confession letter written by Wang Si. The handwriting above is crooked, like a dog's paw print, but if you look closely, you can still understand what it says. Mr. Liu didn't know what Shui Yan was useful for, but he reminded him, if you're going to do something, do it quietly and don't let anyone catch you. Don't worry, Shui Yan said as he put the confession letter in his pocket and walked out. Sun Qingzhu had been causing a scene at home for many days and had even started a hunger strike. Sun's mother gritted her teeth and said, It's been 2 years, and you still want to marry that Lu Jiejie? She's just a country girl, a bit pretty, but not someone you can show off. I only like Lu Jiejie. If you don't propose, I'll starve to death at home. Sun Qingzhu hadn't eaten for 2 days, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, looking worn out. She taught you this, didn't she? I underestimated her. I didn't expect her to be so cunning. No, Lu Jiejie didn't teach me any of this, Sun Qingzhu protested. Sun's mother shouted. She didn't teach you? Do you think I would believe that? Do you think if I go propose, her family wouldn't agree right away? They probably discussed it long ago, wanting to cling to you, and you're the only fool still thinking about her. The Sun family lives in a well-decorated apartment building in town, but it's not very soundproof. When one family argues, the neighbors can always hear it. Why is that family always fighting these days? What's going on? The man next door frowned. The woman of the house replied from the kitchen, Qingzhu has his eye on a girl, but Guizhen doesn't approve, so they keep arguing every day. She lowered her voice. Fan Guizhen praises her son every day and keeps asking matchmakers to find daughters of leaders. But honestly, many families like that have moved to the capital. How could they be interested in someone from our side? Don't talk nonsense. It's best to stay out of it. If they weren't arguing every day, who would care? Sun Qingzhu turned his back to his mother. He hadn't eaten in a long time, and this movement made him catch his breath. If you don't approve of Lu Jiejie, I'll starve here. Even if you starve, I won't let you marry a country girl. I want to see what tricks she can pull. Sue's mother slammed the door and left. In the afternoon, Shui Yan prepared to go home and brought several nourishing dishes for Lu Jiejie. There was red date and pork rib soup, red date and pumpkin soup, sweet and sour ribs, and a bowl of rice. Before Shui Yan left, Lu's mother and father had already gone home. They were getting older, and Lu Jiejie couldn't keep them by her side all the time, so she let them go home to rest for the night and come back tomorrow. Lu's mother was indeed feeling a bit weak and didn't like the food made by Zhang Shuyan, so she planned to go home and cook something delicious for Lu Jiejie. Thus, it was Zhang Shuyan who stayed in the hospital room with Lu Jiejie. Zhang Shuyan knew about the relationship between Shui Yan and Lu Jiejie, but she didn't expect Shui Yan to bring so many dishes. Unlike Lu's mother, who could hide her cravings, Zhang Shuyan couldn't help but show her desire for the food, and just thinking about it made her mouth water. Especially the braised ribs. The aroma was irresistible. I need to use the restroom. She said a few words and had to wipe her mouth. Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie didn't have much of an appetite, but looking at the braised ribs on the table made her feel a bit hungry. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, she asked Shui Yan, Where did you get all this food? Just eat. It's not stolen or anything, Shui Yan said, noticing Lu Jiejie's pale face. Lu Jiejie had been through a lot. Not only had she lost blood, but the wound on her head was also painful. Be good and eat more. If their relationship weren't so complicated, he would have fed Lu Jiejie himself. Shui Yan gently touched the girl's soft face, feeling lucky. She was only 17, and he was already 23. He had gotten close to her before she had met many others. Shui Yan brushed his fingers against the corner of Lu Jiejie's lips. I want to kiss you. Lu Jiejie looked up, her face turning slightly red, and she firmly rejected him. No, it makes me dizzy. Just a little touch. Shui Yan's fingers gently stroked Lu Jiejie's chin. Lu Jiejie didn't respond to him, neither agreeing nor refusing. Shui Yan waited a few seconds and slowly leaned down to gently touch his lips to hers. But as he was leaving, he playfully nibbled on her lower lip. Lu Jiejie instantly got upset. She grabbed a pillow from behind her and was about to hit Shui Yan with it. Why did you bite me? What if someone else sees? You did it on purpose. Shui Yan didn't expect his feelings to be noticed. He had recently learned that Sun Jinxing was responsible for the robbery case. Actually, he had noticed in the hospital that Sun Jinxing seemed interested in Lu Jiejie. What if he tried to take advantage of Shui Yan's absence? But he could never admit to being so petty. Shui Yan cleared his throat, grabbed the pillow, and put on a serious face. I didn't mean it. Stop messing around. I can already feel a sting. It will definitely swell. And what about the bite mark? Lu Jiejie glared at Shui Yan fiercely. You never used to bite. You must have done it on purpose. If they had just started dating, Lu Jiejie wouldn't have any doubts. However, this guy had already shown jealousy many times. From Zhang Tao to Sun Qingzhu and Zhao Shihui, Lu Jiejie slowly realized that Shui Yan's unusual behavior was almost always related to jealousy. I didn't mean it. It was just an accident, Shui Yan insisted, refusing to admit it. He lowered his voice. I won't bite again. If someone asks, just say you accidentally bit your lip while eating. No one will suspect anything. Shui Yan just wanted to cover it up. Just eat your meal, and don't overthink it. I have things to do, so I'll head back to the village, Shui Yan said kindly as he placed the pillow behind Lu Jiejie. Before leaving, he couldn't help but remind her, make sure not to meet strangers alone. I know, Lu Jiejie pouted. She sat back down, still glaring at Shui Yan. Shui Yan didn't dare stay longer. He quickly left after making sure Lu Jiejie had everything she needed. Lu Jiejie pressed her slightly stinging lower lip. There were no mirrors around, so she had no idea what her lip looked like. However, the excuse Shui Yan suggested could work, but using it would mean that his earlier bite was pointless. Lu Jiejie couldn't understand why he had to bite her. She looked at the food in front of her, picked up a piece of rib, and started to eat slowly. Just after a couple of bites, someone knocked on the open door twice. Lu Jiejie turned her head and saw Sun Jinxing. She blinked, thinking she might be mistaken. Sun Jinxing walked in, holding a lunchbox. When he saw the food on Lu Jiejie's table, which included both sweet and savory soups, as well as a plate of ribs, he tightened his grip on the lunchbox and said, I didn't expect you to eat so well. Eating well right now wasn't something to be proud of. Lu Jiejie quickly explained, I lost a lot of blood from my injury yesterday, so my family bought this from the cafeteria to help me recover. What brings you here? Lu Jiejie glanced at the sky outside. Is there something you want to ask? And no, Sun Jinxing raised the lunchbox in his hand. We messed up this time, so my family made some chicken soup. I brought it for you to try. Lu Jiejie sensed something strange about Sun Jinxing and directly refused, no need. You can keep it for yourself. Sun Jinxing looked at the ribs on the table, set the lunchbox aside, and found a stool to sit down. I have something else to discuss today. Sun Jinxing straightened his back, looking serious as he faced Lu Jiejie. Do you dislike Sun Qingzhu and want nothing to do with him? Sun Jinxing looked too proper, making Lu Jiejie feel like she was being scolded for dating in school. She had always been a good student and felt a bit uncomfortable. She frowned and said, I really have no relationship with Sun Qingzhu. Do you have something to say, Comrade Sun? The air fell silent. What do you think of me? Sun Jinxing asked unexpectedly. Lu Jiejie's eyes widened slowly as she struggled to process his words. What did you say? Comrade Lu, if you think I'm decent, we could try dating, Sun Jinxing said, his heart racing. In this era, relationships between men and women were quite pure. Many people got together just to live their lives. If the first impression was good enough, they would start dating. Sun Jinxing, being very straightforward, felt that being indirect was inappropriate, so he decided to be honest. I don't have any other bad habits. We have 4 rooms at home, and I earn $20 a month. My parents both work at the commune. If you think that's okay.
Wait.
Lu Jiejie felt the situation was a bit surreal. She never thought Sun Jinxing would be interested in her. This was as shocking as a strict principal falling for a female student. It was unbelievable and hard to understand. Lu Jiejie quickly said, "Comrade Sun, did you misunderstand something? We are not suitable for each other, and I never thought about our relationship." "Well, you can think about it now," Sun Jinxing said sadly. "I believe we still have a chance." Lu Jiejie shook her head and quickly replied, "There's no chance, not at all. We are not suitable, and I already have a partner. He will be coming to propose to my family soon. If there's nothing else, you can leave. You have a partner." The first person Sun Jinxing thought of was Shuiyan. He opened his mouth, then closed it, and after a long pause, he said, "I understand. I won't bother you anymore except for work. Thank you." Lu Jiejie still felt like the earlier scene was a dream. She realized she hadn't even spoken much to Sun Jinxing. It seemed she had quite a few unwanted admirers. Lu Jiejie touched her still warm lips and suddenly thought that Shuiyan biting her before leaving was quite appropriate. Sun Jinxing stood up in a daze and turned to leave the ward. Lu Jiejie reminded him, "Comrade Sun, please take your soup with you. It's not good to leave it here." Sun Jinxing turned back awkwardly, glanced at the food in front of Lu Jiejie, and left without a word. Lu Jiejie sighed in relief and picked up a piece of rib to take a bite. Suddenly, she missed Shuiyan a little. Lu Jiejie loved eating ribs and hardly touched the rice. She finished most of the braised ribs and drank 2 bowls of soup. The bowl of rice and the leftover food all went into Zhang Xuyan's stomach. Zhang Xuyan patted her belly, thinking that taking care of her sister-in-law was a great job. She wouldn't get to eat such good food at home. Lu Jiejie washed her face and brushed her teeth with hot water before going to bed. However, Zhang Xuyan couldn't sleep. She lay in bed with her eyes open, staring at the ceiling. "My sister-in-law is getting married at 18. Her birthday is at the end of November, which means Lu Jiejie won't be home for long." Zhang Xuyan suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Her sister-in-law is so wonderful, and soon she will be leaving. She regrets it. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have wished for her sister-in-law to marry so soon. When Shuiyan returned home, it was already dark. The Shui family had finished dinner, and Shui's father warmed up some corn buns for him. Shuiyan didn't have much of an appetite, but for his health, he took a few bites of the bun. "How did it go?" Shui's father asked as he sat beside him. Shuiyan found it hard to chew the bun. "I got hurt on my forehead and had many stitches. It might leave a scar, so I was thinking." "I know," Shui's father interrupted him. "Today I went up the mountain to gather some herbs, but, the most important ingredient is ginseng. Without it, we can't make the ointment." The Shui family has a history of serving as royal doctors. When Shui's father was young, his family was well off, allowing him plenty of time to pursue his interests. He enjoyed studying ancient medical texts. Since the royal doctors mainly served the empresses, most of the remedies they left behind were for beauty and skincare. Shui's father is particular about appearances and often prepares skincare products for his wife. He also has a secret recipe for scar removal that works very well, but it requires specific herbs. "I have some," Shuiyan said as he walked to the storage room. He rummaged around and brought out a small box. He opened the box and handed the ginseng to his father. "See if this is old enough." Shui's father took it and asked in surprise, "When did you find ginseng?" "I found it a few days ago. I was afraid others would discover it, so I've been drying it secretly. Let me know if it's enough. If not, I can go back to the mountain tonight. That we don't need that much. Half is enough." Shui's father started to walk back. Shuiyan followed him. "Choose a good day. Once Jiejie's condition improves, go to the Lu family to propose." Shui's father stumbled. "Propose? Her parents have already agreed, and I got a job as a security guard at the textile factory." During dinner, Aunt Lu said, "Jiejie was hurt this time, and I heard it's quite serious. She had several stitches on her head. Last time she went to the hospital to see Xiao Qiao. We should go visit her this time." How about we prepare a chicken to help her recover? If Jiejie has several stitches on her head, won't that leave a scar? Lu Chao's eyes brightened, feeling a rush of excitement. An ugly scar on her forehead would make Jiejie look less pretty. Lu Chao knew she shouldn't be so happy, but she couldn't help it. Even her lips were curling into a smile. The older cousins looked at each other, speechless. Aunt Lu couldn't be bothered with her troublesome daughter and turned to Uncle Lu. Should we kill the chicken? Lu Chao quickly interjected. No. We only have 2 hens, and they lay eggs for us every day. If we kill one, it will take a long time to get another egg-laying chicken. Aunt Lu hesitated, not wanting to part with the egg-laying hen. I think we can just buy some food from the cafeteria, like big meat buns. That would be good. After thinking it over, Aunt Lu agreed. That works too. Lu Chao was thrilled. Ever since she learned about Jiejie's injury yesterday, she had been in a great mood. She thought about how beautiful Jiejie used to be. Now with stitches on her face, it would be best if they were on her cheek, making her look less attractive and unable to be proud in front of her again. It felt like fortune was on her side. The next day, on her way to work, Lu Chao acted very sad. Other girls kindly asked her what was wrong. Lu Chao looked down and said, "It's my cousin. The day before yesterday, she went for a photo shoot and got hurt. She has several stitches on her face, and it makes me feel bad." The other girls didn't share Lu Chao's delight. They were just a bit sympathetic. Several stitches on her face? That's really serious. Jiejie is so pretty. I hope she won't have scars. Aunt Qian, who had twisted her ankle a couple of days ago and was sitting under a big tree, happened to overhear Lu Chao's words. She rolled her eyes and started gossiping with the women in the village. She began with, "Daya's daughter has several stitches on her face. She's been disfigured, and the wound is quite long." In the end, Daya's face was disfigured, with wounds reaching her mouth. Her face was a bloody mess, and she had many stitches. She couldn't face anyone at all. However, no one mentioned this in front of the Lu family, as everyone knew they cared the most for Lu Jiejie. If they upset the Lu family, it would not end well. The villagers were very curious and were waiting for Lu Jiejie to return to see how she looked. After 2 days, Lu Jiejie's condition had improved significantly. The doctor advised her to change the dressings regularly at home. Otherwise, the wounds could easily get infected and leave scars. Lu's mother quickly nodded in agreement. At this point, Lu Jiejie had to pay attention to the wound on her forehead. She touched the bandage on her head with her fingertips, feeling a bit down. It would definitely leave a scar, but she didn't know what kind of scar it would be. Lu Jiejie felt gloomy. No girl wants to ignore her appearance. "Don't move. Be careful not to touch the wound," Lu's mother said, moving her hand away. "Okay." Reluctantly, Lu Jiejie placed her hand on the railing of the hospital bed. There was no mirror in the room, so she asked her mother, "My scar won't look ugly, will it?" "It's fine. It will fade as it heals. If it leaves a scar, I'll help you cut your hair to cover it," Lu's mother said while tidying up Lu Jiejie's clothes. She added casually, "Besides, Shuiyan doesn't mind. You already have a boyfriend." Shuiyan had been busy these past few days, and every time he saw her daughter, his eyes sparkled with joy. Lu's mother felt there was nothing to worry about. "Even with a boyfriend, I still don't want a scar." Lu Jiejie lay back on the bed, feeling defeated, and kicked her legs slightly. After a while, no one paid attention to her. Lu Jiejie. Why was no one comforting her? This was her face. With a sad expression, Lu Jiejie made her mother want to laugh. Usually, she was very strong, but when the little girl got hurt, she either wanted a pat on the back or some comfort. "Silly girl. You don't look bad at all. The doctor said that in a week, when the scab falls off, it will be fine. Besides, you're still young. Scars will fade away." Lu Jiejie thought the last sentence was the key point. That meant there would be a scar. Lu's mother packed up their things, and Lu Jiejie also composed herself. What happened has already occurred. They can only live on with strength. Lu's father completed the discharge procedures, and Lu Jiejie eagerly walked outside. Unexpectedly, the person who caused her injury, Wang Si, was also being discharged today. At first, She couldn't recognize who Wang Si was, but she could identify the old lady who had complained about her. The old lady, feeling sorry for her son, kept muttering, "See, you have suffered so much. That cruel person beat you badly, and you just got out today. They rely on their numbers to bully us, and that wretched person will get what they deserve. I hope that little troublemaker's face gets ruined." Lu Jejia. Lu's mother was furious, her forehead veins bulging. Just as she was about to rush over, the mother and son began to wail. The old lady, so focused on cursing, didn't watch her step and tripped. As she fell, she instinctively grabbed her son's arm, and both of them ended up on the ground. Wang Si's ribs were still healing, and now he was curled up in pain on the ground. Lu Jejia, but is this karma? Wang Si was just about to leave the hospital, but now he was carried back inside. The old lady, in her panic, didn't notice Lu's father and daughter nearby. Lu's father wore a stern expression, but when he saw Lu Jejia beside him, he quickly masked his anger. "Don't pay attention to them. Let's go," Lu's father said, patting Lu Jejia's head and adjusting the luggage on his shoulder. Lu Jejia nodded. In broad daylight, they really couldn't do anything. The three of them reached the hospital entrance. Lu's father had a bicycle. He cherished it greatly and never allowed anyone else to touch it, especially his son, fearing they might damage it. Lu Jejia approached the bike. It was an old-style bicycle with a large bar in front. Lu's mother was tall, so sitting in front would be uncomfortable. Lu Jejia volunteered to sit in front. Lu's mother placed a cushion for Lu Jejia in the front and then sat on the back seat, holding the luggage. Lu Jejia curled up in front, not daring to look up, afraid of blocking her father's view. Crouching down wasn't a problem, but the road was bumpy. After just a few minutes, Lu Jejia felt her bottom starting to hurt from the bumps. After riding for about half an hour, Lu's father stopped, and the three of them took a break. They rode and stopped, and it took them 2.5 hours to reach Shishui village. As they approached the village entrance, Lu Jejia's neck was sore, and she tilted her head slightly. Just then, she caught a glimpse of someone in the nearby woods. Although the person hid quickly, she recognized it was Zhou Wenqing. However, there was a girl standing next to him, and she didn't look like Lu Chao. Looks like he found someone else. Lu Jejia furrowed her brow, then looked away and ignored it. At the village entrance, a large crowd had gathered. Somehow, news of Lu Jejia's return spread, and many people were waiting to see what she looked like now. Especially Qian Pozi, who had a disagreement with Lu's mother recently and was ready to confront her today. Wasn't she the one who cherished this daughter the most? Now that her daughter was disfigured, let's see what she has to boast about. Not far away, Lu Chao was squatting under a big tree, fiddling with her long braid, looking excited. Today, Lu Jejia would completely become an ugly duckling, and no one would say she was pretty anymore. Even her second aunt wouldn't praise her. Lu Chao, what will happen to Lu Jejia now? I heard from others that she fell badly, and her face is ruined. What if she can't get married? The other girls felt mixed emotions. Lu Jejia was very talented, and they certainly envied her. But now that her beauty was gone, they weren't really happy. They just felt such a pretty face shouldn't be ruined. She must be very sad. Even her second aunt said she cried several times, but there's nothing to be done. The fall was too severe. Lu Chao tugged at her pants and looked down. We should try not to mention her face in front of her. I'm afraid she might feel worse. Then you should really encourage her. Actually, her face shape is still nice. Even if she has a scar, she might still look better than us. Lu Chao remained silent, a smile tugging at her lips. What good is a pretty face when there are such ugly scars? Lu Jejia will have to deal with that for the rest of her life. As for her, as long as she marries Zhou Wenqing, Lu Jejia will always envy her. She will prove to everyone that she is better than Lu Jejia, that she has more luck, and that her life is 100 times better. The old woman Qian sat on a stone, pouting with a smile on her face. You didn't mention that Dia cared so much for her daughter. Now that she's disfigured, I wonder how she'll handle it. I'm worried she might faint from the shock. If anything happens, You all need to help her. Many knew that Qian was enjoying the situation, but her words were blunt. That girl Jejia is hurt so badly, Dee will definitely struggle with it. Just the other day, I saw her in town still smiling. How can someone whose daughter is disfigured still smile? It must be. Some pointed to their heads meaningfully. No way. Daya is usually quite strong. How could that be? While everyone was talking, Lu's father rode up on his bicycle. Lu Jejia tried hard to keep her head down. She was already 17, not a child anymore. Children can sit on the front bar without a care, but she felt like a squished cookie, struggling to lift her waist. She could only lower her head and grip the handlebars tightly. If she wasn't careful, she might block Lu's father's view. Lu Jejia. Lu's father was the first to notice the people at the village entrance. There were usually some folks chatting there, but today there were many more than usual. They're coming, Qian said excitedly, clutching her clothes. The others around her whispered. Lu Jejia is keeping her head down, with bandages on her head. She looks frightening. Is she too shy to lift her head? Thinking about it, a person who is so beautiful suddenly disfigured. Who could accept that? I hope she can learn to not care about her looks in the future. Everyone, please don't mention the stitches later. Otherwise, Lu Jejia might not handle it well. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Lu Chao rolled her eyes. Everyone who came to the village entrance was curious about Lu Jejia's face, yet now they spoke such insincere words. She said, "It's true. Anyone who goes through this can't accept it. If someone talks about my cousin, I would definitely be angry with her." Mr. Lu wanted to ride past, but Granny Qian blocked the way. Mr. Lu quickly hit the brakes, and Lu Jejia instantly gripped the handlebars tightly. Her waist. "Captain, I heard Jejia was hurt. Is she okay?" Granny Qian walked up to Mrs. Lu. "Don't be too sad. No one wants to get hurt. You need to stay strong. Your daughter still needs you." "What am I sad about?" Mrs. Lu rolled her eyes and lifted her chin. "My daughter is beautiful, kind, and has a good job. Who in the 10 miles around can compare to her?" Granny Qian scoffed. Still being stubborn, she said, "Your daughter does have a good job, and with that, someone will want to marry her." "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you looking for a fight?" Mrs. Lu got off the bicycle and stared at Granny Qian. Granny Qian huffed and didn't say anything more. What was the point of being tough? Lu Jejia still looked like a mess. Granny Qian had a sharp expression, while others were closely watching Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia no longer wanted to ride that old bicycle. She jumped off, rubbed her waist, and looked up to find a dozen people staring at her. She had a white bandage wrapped around her head and wore a cream-colored sweater. She had been taking good care of herself lately, and looked well. With red lips and white teeth, her face looked soft and fair, and her big eyes darted around to see everyone. Everyone was taken aback. Is this what they called a mess? No one thought Lu Jejia looked pitiful with the bandage on her head, and who said her whole face was bruised and bloody. Were they just spreading rumors? The excitement on Lu Chao's face slowly faded, as if she had been splashed with cold water. How could this be? Wasn't Lu Jejia supposed to look like a mess? Why did she still look so good? Lu Jejia didn't care why so many people were gathered at the village entrance. She looked at Mrs. Lu and said, "I won't ride anymore. I want to walk back." Lu's mother pushed the money lady aside and placed the luggage in front of Lu's father. "Let's go. Mom is going with you. Your dad rides so badly. He keeps going into the ditch. It's almost shaking me to pieces." Lu's father. As they walked, Lu's mother bragged about her daughter, not caring whether the other person wanted to listen. "My daughter is doing well. Look at her lovely face." During her hospital stay, everyone praised her looks. "She's very considerate and takes good care of me. She packed all the luggage for her dad and even covered me with a blanket at night. How did I get such a wonderful daughter?" The lady. Lu Jejia. Lu's mother asked again, "How did I get such a wonderful daughter?" The lady cleared her throat and said, "It must be because you know how to raise them well. Look at how pretty your daughter is and how she can earn money."
Who wouldn't envy that?
Why can't you say nice things properly? Lu's mother chided. Even if you know, don't say it out loud. It's not nice to remind those who lost their daughters. Everyone in the village knew that the money lady had let her 2 daughters starve to have a son, and Lu's mother was scolding her. The family slowly walked away, leaving a group of confused people behind. The money lady blinked foolishly and soon received mocking looks from those around her. Let's go, let's go. Their daughter is doing well. I don't know what the money lady is thinking. Yesterday, she kept cursing their daughter. It's better to avoid people like her. Others glanced disdainfully at the money lady. No wonder. She let her own daughter starve. How could she care about anyone else's? Wanting a son was once common, but saying it out loud was not a good look. Lu Chao also felt the strange looks from her companions. Lu Chao, isn't your cousin doing well? Stop saying silly things. Lu Chao ignored them. Others felt it was awkward and left. Lu Chao's fingers tightened, her lips pressed together, feeling as if a heavy stone was on her heart. She sat for a while, then got up to go home. Just as she turned around, she spotted Zhou Wenqing. Lu Chao lifted her head. Her reputation was already ruined, and Zhou Wenqing was her only choice, as well as the best way to make Lu Jiejie jealous. She thought for a moment and decided to establish a relationship with Zhou Wenqing in the coming days. Soon, Shuiyan came to the Lu family to see Lu Jiejie during lunch, helping her future mother-in-law chop wood and fetch water. The 3 older brothers looked at Shuiyan with suspicion. They really didn't understand what their mother saw in Shuiyan. He was so strong. What if he hurt their little sister someday? After finishing his tasks, Shuiyan planned to use the remaining time to resolve the issue with Wang Si in town. Before he left, he gave Lu Jiejie a few soft cakes to keep her occupied. Shuiyan couldn't enter Lu Jiejie's room, so he quietly reminded her by the side of the door, drink plenty of water, avoid spicy food, and take a few walks in the yard when you're bored. Be careful when changing clothes, don't disturb your injury, and remember to change your bandages. I know, Lu Jiejie replied, feeling that Shuiyan was being overly cautious. She huffed. Don't you think I've gained weight? Really? Shuiyan glanced around. They were standing by the side of the door, hidden from view, while Lu Jiejie's family was called into the kitchen by their mother. He pressed his lips together and said seriously, I don't think you've gained weight. That's your imagination. I've been eating a lot these days. Besides this injury on my head, I'm perfectly fine. Shuiyan looked doubtful, then seriously picked Lu Jiejie up in a princess carry, as if weighing her. He then set her down and said earnestly, You haven't gained weight. You need to eat well. Lu Jiejie blinked in surprise, and just as she was about to respond, Shuiyan had already left. Some people saw Shuiyan leaving the Lu family, and the young men in the village became a bit sensitive. Why did Shuiyan go to the Lu family again? Does he have feelings for Lu Jiejie? His companion looked skeptical. Ask anyone in the village if they don't have feelings for Lu Jiejie. I'll tell you, the Lu family would never marry her off to Shuiyan. There must be something else going on. Shuiyan arrived in town and took 2 bites of a steamed bun from his backpack. Wang Si had already been discharged from the hospital. He sat in the yard, groaning with every movement. As Shuiyan walked by the door, he glanced at Wang Si. Wang Si looked very thin, with a slightly protruding mouth and restless eyes, resembling a petty person. He didn't notice the person at the door and was complaining to his mother in the kitchen, Mom, I was in the hospital for so long and didn't even get a bowl of chicken soup. Why didn't you ask that family for something? What do you want me to ask for? The old lady replied, glaring. I usually pick families with fewer people to take advantage of, but this time there are 3 big men, and they have a fierce woman who is even tougher than me. I can't get anything from them. She almost pointed at her son's forehead and scolded, Why did you have to pick such a tough family to rob? Wang Si pouted, I thought she looked small and dressed well, so I took a chance. Who knew I wouldn't find a single cent in her bag? And her brother hit me hard. If I get the chance, I will definitely get back at him. You foolish boy. Be more careful next time. The old lady brought out a bowl of vegetable soup.
Drink this.
Wang Si pushed it aside in disgust. How can this fill me up? It's so annoying. If I had won that game a few days ago, I wouldn't have to eat this stuff today. Winning games, winning games. How many times have you actually won? It's good enough if you don't owe anyone anything. The old lady forced the vegetable soup into his hands. Hurry up and drink. Later, I'll see if the neighbor's young wife has anything good to share. Thinking about the slaps she received a few days ago made her angry. That wicked woman will eventually get what she deserves. That little brat will never get married, and even if she does, she won't have a son. She'll be treated like a servant every day. At the corner by the door, Shui Yan's expression suddenly turned cold. He glanced back with dark eyes and then disappeared into the surroundings. That night, everything was quiet. Shui Yan first dropped a letter into the suggestion box and then returned to the vicinity of the Wang family. The Wang family's yard was small, and the house was very shabby. Shui Yan entered the Wang family home, used a homemade drug to knock Wang Si unconscious, and carried him away. In a remote place, Wang Si was jolted awake by a splash of cold water. He had a burlap sack over his head and felt a bit dazed. A fist struck him hard on the jaw, and Wang Si let out a loud wail. Shui Yan thought about the injury on Lu Jiejia's forehead. She had lost so much blood and had a long scar. Since it was near her eyes, she couldn't use anesthesia. How could Lu Jiejia not be in pain? But she had to endure it. That night, he stood outside the door and heard her muffled sobs. Her cries were quiet. She was holding back. Shui Yan kept hitting him. Wang Si was dazed from the blows, clutching his head and crying out, "Stop, stop. I know I was wrong." Shui Yan grabbed his collar with one hand and continued to hit him hard with the other, stopping after 5 or 6 punches. He didn't want to kill him. There were still good days ahead. He lowered his voice, making it intentionally hoarse. "Wang Si, today is just a lesson. You owe so much money, and if you don't pay soon, it won't be so easy to negotiate." Wang Si thought it was revenge from the Lu family, but he didn't expect it was from Dog Ye's people. Dog Ye secretly organized underground venues where bored people could gamble. If they were lucky, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a year. If they were unlucky, they could lose everything. A few days ago, he had tried to rob that young girl to get some money to pay off his debts. Wang Si winced in pain but promised, "I will pay the money back as soon as possible." "I heard you were questioned by the staff a couple of days ago. You didn't spill our secrets, did you? Let me tell you, if you do, it won't just be a beating."
No, no.
"I didn't say anything." Wang Si quickly shook his head inside the sack. Shui Yan's dark eyes were intense as he continued in a low voice, "I just came to teach you a lesson. Tomorrow, you need to explain everything to Dog Ye. Make sure you promise him you didn't mention anything to the staff. Otherwise, I can't predict what might happen." Wang Si swallowed hard. "Don't worry, I will definitely go and say that." Shui Yan released Wang Si's collar and quickly disappeared into the night. Lu Jiejia returned to her job, and during her recovery, Lu Hua and Lu Hao took over her responsibilities. Lu Hua learned to read and spent a whole day figuring out how to keep track of work points. After a few days of work, Lu Hua really enjoyed reading. "Grandma, I found that working is much easier after reading. I want to be a scholar like my aunt in the future." Lu Mother nodded. "It's good to have that ambition. What worries me is those who lack ambition and don't dare to dream. You all should study hard. This knowledge will be useful sooner or later. School starts in 3 days, so I will enroll anyone who wants to learn." A few years ago, when something happened, people in the village said that education was useless, but Lu Mother thought that was nonsense. She didn't understand the big theories, but she knew that those who worked in the commune could read, and there were educational requirements for hiring. How could education be useless? If there were no jobs for literate people, those who couldn't read wouldn't even qualify to compete. This year, everyone goes to school. The family will pay, but once you're in, you must study hard. Anyone who doesn't do well will have to kneel outside like your father did for a whole night. The 3 brothers were shocked. Now the children knew that their father had indeed knelt before. Lu Jiejia chuckled. The next day, Lu Mother went to the town to pick up the photos and sent the ones that needed to be mailed to the youngest son. After the family photo day, which had been quite a struggle for Lu Jiejia, Lu's mother didn't feel fond of the picture anymore and just put it in a frame in the living room. On the same day, news about Shui Yan's job spread quickly through the village. Shui Yan got a government job? Not only did his status change, but he also landed such a good position, and everyone in the village was talking about it. Shui's family must be lucky now. Their lives are getting better and better. Shui Yan is clearly not an ordinary person. He works the hardest. Isn't it unusual for an ordinary person to hunt wild boars? The Shui family is on the rise again. But he's 23 and still unmarried. I bet a matchmaker will come knocking soon. In this era, being 23 was indeed considered quite old for a man. Suddenly, many people started thinking about it. The main character, Shui Yan, has been enjoying feeding Lu Jiejie these past few days, buying her different treats every day and checking if she has gained weight when no one is around. Lu Jiejie's wound has completely scabbed over, and the bandage on her head has been removed. It turns out the white bandage was hiding the scab, and Lu Jiejie feels she looks even better than before. However, now that the bandage is off, the dark scab looks like a centipede crawling across her fair forehead. It's like a beautiful painting with a streak of ink on it. Looking in the mirror, Lu Jiejie feels a bit sad. Every girl loves to be pretty, and she can already imagine the shape of the scar. As she walks to work, Lu Chao sees Lu Jiejie and pauses, then laughs out loud when she sees no one around. Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie, you really have become less pretty. A few days ago, when you had the bandage, no one believed it, but now? Even the prettiest face can't be looked at with such a big scar. Are you joking? Lu Jiejie looks Lu Chao up and down. Before you mock others, take a look at yourself. What's wrong with the scar? No matter what, you can't be prettier than me. You. Lu Chao looks at Lu Jiejie's rosy face, gritting her teeth. Just keep being stubborn. You'll be the one crying later. Lu Jiejie presses her red lips together. Cry? What do I have to cry about? Scars will fade over time. What about you? Didn't you say you were going to marry Zhou Wenqing? Why haven't you heard from him? He wouldn't have given up on you, would he? Lu Chao instantly looks like someone stepped on her tail and shouts, just wait. Zhou Wenqing will be mine soon. Well, good luck with that, Lu Jiejie says as she walks away. Although Lu Jiejie has a scar on her head, it doesn't really affect her looks overall. Once the dark scab falls off, there might not even be a scar left. After the last incident, the villagers didn't gossip much. Shui Yan notices the scar on Lu Jiejie's head and his expression darkens. He walks over and gently touches it, his voice low and rough. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore, just looks a bit ugly, Lu Jiejie replies, looking up at Shui Yan, waiting for his response. Shui Yan presses his lips together. It's not ugly. Lu Jiejie happily withdrew her gaze. After so many days, she had come to accept the scar on her forehead. This scar might be noticeable at first, but it will definitely fade over time. Yes, it won't leave a mark. Lu Jiejie was pleased with Shui Yan's response. Just as she was about to praise him, Shui Yan leaned in closer and said urgently, "Someone is coming." Lu Jiejie didn't react in time and was pulled behind the wall by Shui Yan. Why are we hiding? If someone sees us, we can just say we're a couple. Curious, Lu Jiejie tried to peek at who was coming, but Shui Yan placed one hand beside her face and gently held her waist with the other, saying seriously, Wang Si has been arrested.
Huh?
Lu Jiejie was intrigued and looked up at Shui Yan, asking, wasn't it said he wouldn't be sentenced? It's about something else. What is it? He likes to gamble, and because he owed money, he voluntarily reported those people, and they all got arrested. Some of them were sentenced seriously. Lu Jiejie thought for a moment and said, voluntarily reporting? That doesn't seem likely. Those people would retaliate against him. The handwriting proves that he reported them. Shui Yan's fingers gently rubbed her waist. Lu Jiejie's waist was soft and slender, and he had often felt the urge to touch it, but he had held back. Unable to resist, Shui Yan pressed his fingers against the soft flesh of her waist. Lu Jiejie was sensitive in that area, and the physical reaction made her legs feel weak, her eyes reddening. Lu Jiejie glared at him, but her fingers unconsciously tightened around his shirt. What are you doing? Seeing her like this, Shui Yan's dark eyes deepened as he leaned closer and murmured, I want to kiss you. No kissing. Lu Jejie turned her hand away from Shui Yan's face but added, I've been feeling unwell and have mouth sores. What happened? Shui Yan gently held her cheek. His grip was firm, and despite trying to be gentle, her soft flesh was pressed in, forcing Lu Jejie to open her mouth. Lu Jejie patted his hand, and Shui Yan realized he was holding too tightly, so he immediately relaxed his grip. It must be a minor issue. It will be fine in a couple of days, Lu Jejie said, sticking out her tongue. My father knows traditional medicine and has many remedies to help with that. Shui Yan's heart raced as he looked away. He checked the calendar, and 3 days from now is a good day. I want to propose.
Propose?
Lu Jejie's heart also raced, and her mouth felt dry. Isn't that a bit fast? The day after 3 days is the best. Shui Yan turned his head and explained earnestly. I consulted others, and 3 days from now is the best day left. Then, you propose, Lu Jejie stammered, feeling a bit annoyed that he kept asking her. She pushed Shui Yan aside and moved to the side. I'm not talking to you anymore. I want to go home.
Wait.
Shui Yan wanted to ask her something else and reached out to stop her, but his fingers accidentally brushed against Lu Jejie's chest. Lu Jejie. Shui Yan felt warmth at his fingertips, and a jolt of electricity seemed to surge through him, making his heart race. He quickly pulled his hand away, his expression darkening. He wiped his fingers under his nose, and they immediately turned red. You. Lu Jejie blinked, unsure if she should slap him. This was too much. Touching her waist was one thing, but still. Shui Yan stepped back several paces, reacting even more than Lu Jejie. He stammered, I didn't mean to. I won't touch you again until we're married. Shui Yan was breathing heavily, his throat moving as he looked at Lu Jejie. I just wanted to tell you, don't worry about the scar on your head. The ointment will be ready in 3 days, and it can be part of the betrothal gift. Lu Jejie's mind was a mess. She only heard about the betrothal gift and didn't process anything else. This was so embarrassing. She decided to ignore Shui Yan for now. Lu Jejie tried to hide her panic with a fierce expression. Don't ask me anymore. Just bring whatever you want, you rascal. Lu Jejie, feeling angry, turned and walked away, while Shui Yan stood in place for a long time before heading outside. Shui Yan's status was different now. He had a job in the town, and villagers greeted him when they saw him. Wang Xinghua saw Shui Yan and jogged up beside him, asking, When are you free to go hunting together? Wang Xinghua admired Shui Yan. Not only was he strong, but he also had a commanding presence that could intimidate most people with just a glance. With Lu Jejie around, Shui Yan's attitude toward others was not as sharp as before. He was trying to fit in with everyone. Shui Yan thought for a moment and replied, I might be busy lately, but I'll reach out to you when I have time. Lu Jejie ran home, where her father was discussing Wang Xi's situation with her mother. Reporting has its rewards. Wang Xi's report had a signature, and the day before he was caught, he made a point to tell the leader that he wouldn't say a word. This makes it impossible for him to clear his name. Lu's father knew this was all Shui Yan's doing. He felt a bit impressed by the young man. Not only was he clever, but he could also imitate handwriting. Plus, he owes money, so anyone would think Wang Xi did this on purpose because he can't pay it back. Lu Jejie initially wanted to go to her room but was drawn to the conversation. After thinking for a moment, she said, even if Wang Xi is released for reporting, others won't let him off easily. Wouldn't he be scared all the time? Shui Yan's methods were too clever. Did she still have a chance to fight back? Right now, gambling isn't a serious crime. As long as someone speaks up, they won't let him go, Lu's father said, looking at the scar on Lu Jejie's head, gently patting her head with concern. This is a form of retribution, I suppose. But my poor daughter, Lu's mother said, planning to make something nice for Lu Jejie to eat. She then remembered something else. Your second brother and Zheng Xiulian are meeting tomorrow. The matchmaker said they should go to the girl's house first to talk, and if all goes well, they'll get their marriage certificate in a few days. That's so soon. Lu Jejie was taken aback. Lu's mother lowered her voice. What's the rush? Zhang Xuelian has been back at her parents' for 2 months. Her sister-in-law is getting restless, and it's tough for a divorced woman at this time. She needs to check her daughter's little savings. In a couple of years, when the conditions improve, she can buy a house in her name. Well, Lu Jieje didn't quite understand the rules here. If her second brother gets married, does that mean she and Shuiyan will have to wait? At first, Lu Jieje thought Shuiyan's proposal was sudden, but she felt his affection and urgency. After such a long time, she had already accepted it in her heart. If they have to wait, Lu Jieje would feel a bit upset. Besides, in 3 days there is a lucky day. Lu Jieje was so frustrated that she wanted to draw circles on the ground with a stick. I posted a bit late today, but I stayed up and finished it around 2 a.m. I wanted to comment and tell everyone not to wait, but I used to be afraid that comments would affect my mood, so I uninstalled the app and I can't post from the back end. The young girl, who had been in good spirits, now looked downcast. Lu's mother asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lu Jieje's eyes moved, and then she slowly raised her head. Shuiyan said that 3 days later is a lucky day, and he wants to come and propose. But will that clash with my brother's good day? 3 days later? Lu's mother counted on her fingers and checked the calendar hanging on the wall. She widened her eyes. It really is a lucky day. Lu's mother looked at Lu's father, and they exchanged a glance without saying a word. They weren't worried about the clash. They just didn't want to part with their precious daughter. But if they didn't get engaged, it would feel a bit secretive and improper. Lu Jieje looked at her parents, wanting to hear their opinions, especially since marriage is like a second chance at life. And she was currently in love. It could be troublesome if she got too confused. Lu's mother thought for a moment, then let's go ahead and set it. Lu Jieje was at the right age to start dating, and they could marry when the time was right. Especially since Shuiyan is a good guy who can take care of her daughter. No matter how reluctant they were, they couldn't ruin their children's chances at love. Lu Jieje did not expect her mother to agree so easily. She thought she would get a disapproving look or an eye roll. In the afternoon, Lu Jieje followed her mother to the school 2 kilometers away to register the children. There are 4 villages in this area: Dongshui Village, Shishui Village, Nanshui Village, and Beishui Village. The school was built with the combined efforts of the 4 villages to ensure that children have access to education, as there were too few students in any single village to support a school. Lu's mother huffed at the little ones. Look at the other kids. Just having enough to eat is a blessing. They don't even have a chance to go to school. Even if they do, it's because their parents work hard to earn money. You all are being funded by public money. Do you know why? Currently, only the first and second households have children. Those who are not married are helping to support them, so it's not fair to ask their families to pay for school, as it would be unfair to the other children. Moreover, those who can go to school have grown up and can help with work at home, so sending them to school means losing valuable labor. Lu's mother crossed her arms. No other elderly woman in the village could match her. Lu Hua looked at Lu Jieje and spoke first. I understand. It's because of our aunt. Lu Jieje. Lu's mother rolled her eyes. Yes, your aunt has earned a salary this year, and there is extra money at home, which is why we can pay your school fees. Otherwise, where would the money come from? Aunt is great. I like her the most, Lu Hua said, looking up. That's right. I'm not just saying this. Go look at the other aunts in the village. How many of them think of their nieces and nephews when it comes to food and drink? How many would be willing to spend money to send their nieces to school? Lu's mother rolled her eyes again. You all should be grateful for what your aunt does for you. If you grow up and don't stay close to her, that would be ungrateful. Lu Jieje thought for a moment, and it did seem true. She really was quite good to them. Lu Hua and Lu Hao said, we understand. We will be good to our aunt when we grow up. Lu Yu said very seriously, when I grow up and have money, I will buy delicious food for my aunt every day, like big meat buns. Lu Jieje. That's not necessary. Today, she brought Lu Hua, Lu Hao, and Lu Yu to register. The others were not old enough yet. Each person pays 1 yuan for school. The book fee is 60 cents, totaling 1 yuan and 60 cents. 3 people pay 4 yuan and 80 cents. Lu Mu, feeling pained, counted out the money from her pocket. After paying, she sternly told the three girls behind her, "You must study hard. I'm not trying to be harsh, but you're different from the boys. Education is very important. If you don't do well, you might miss opportunities and have to face the consequences alone." That was all she could do. She feared the village women would gossip about her being wasteful and not knowing how to manage money. Lu Jieje looked around the school of this era. The podium had only a broken table and a blackboard. There were 30 or 40 desks below the podium, and the walls were old and worn, typical of the village's conditions, which were quite tough. Moreover, every day they had to walk 2 miles to school, and they probably couldn't go home for lunch, only able to eat box meals at school. In winter, their hands and feet might get frostbite. Lu Jieje sighed softly. Life was hard for people in this era. Just as she was about to look around, a voice came from behind her. "Where are you from?" Lu Jieje turned around and saw a woman in her 20s who looked very gentle, with a natural kindness. Lu Jieje politely replied, "I'm from Dongshui village." "A Dongshui village person," the woman smiled. "I remember seeing you in town before." Lu Jieje felt a bit shy. "I'm sorry, I don't remember." "That's all right." The woman began to introduce herself. "My name is Li, and I'm a teacher here, from Nanshui village." Lu Jieje smiled back politely.
I'm Elujaya.
"You can call me Jieje, Sister Li. Jieje, that's a nice name," Li said, carefully pronouncing it. "Your parents must care a lot about you." Nowadays, many girls' names don't carry much meaning and are often chosen randomly, but Jieje's name stood out from the others. She looked at the obedient girl and said, "You see, our school needs more teachers, but there are very few high school graduates in the village. I remember that there are educational requirements for joining the arts troupe. Can I ask, did you graduate from high school?" "I graduated from high school, but I already have a job," Lu Jieje politely declined. She has no experience with children, and her current job is great, easy, well-paying, and close to home. "I see." Li thought for a moment. "If you find someone suitable, you can introduce them to me." Lu Jieje's eyes widened even more, and her lips parted slightly. "Sister Li, you want me to help you find someone?" "Yes, we already have a teacher from Nanshui village, so we can't hire another one. Since we need to find someone from another village, I think it would be good to leave it to you. Of course, I will evaluate them. I'll give you 5 days, and if you can't find someone by then, I'll have to look for someone myself." "Why me?" Lu Jieje tilted her head in confusion. This is a great opportunity. Being a teacher is much better than farming. If word got out, many would rush to apply. Li gently patted the girl's head and swallowed the words she initially wanted to say. "Maybe I just find you likable. I like pretty girls." Lu Jieje quickly left with her mother, and Li watched her figure slowly disappear from view. Li looked lost in thought. For years ago, during the Great Famine, she begged many people in town, but only Lu Jieje was willing to give her half a steamed bun. She remembered that the little girl only had 1 bun herself. Although that half bun didn't save her sister's life, it helped her survive. Li stood at the school gate for a long time. She didn't expect they lived so close. On the way home, Lu's mother noticed Lu Jieje was distracted and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Jieje recounted what happened with Li. "I know a little about her. Her mother died young, and her stepmother is very harsh. A few years ago, her younger sister, who is 7 years younger, starved to death. But now she has turned her life around and married the only son of the village chief in Nanshui village." Lu's mother comforted her. "There's nothing to worry about. And think about it, do we have anyone in our family who graduated high school? It won't benefit us." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she felt like she was about to explode. Just look at those unfortunate people. They weren't prevented from going to school back then, but what happened? Besides your third brother, not a single one graduated from middle school. Now, such a good opportunity is right in front of them, and they can't even take it. Lu Jieje thought about it and realized she probably couldn't help with this. Lu's mother turned to the little girls behind her and scolded, "Did you hear that? Because your parents didn't study well, now there's a great opportunity in front of you that you can't use. Isn't that embarrassing? The little girls felt quite embarrassed and promised to study hard. When they got home, Lu's mother scolded her sons. Zhang Shuyan also lowered her head. If she had become a teacher, the job would be easier and there would be a salary, but unfortunately, they didn't meet the qualifications. After dinner, Lu Yegwa secretly pulled Lu Jiejie aside. Little sister is graduating high school enough? What's wrong? Lu Jiejie looked up. Isn't fourth brother supposed to have someone in mind? Lu Yegwa's face turned red. Yes, there is someone. Who is it? Lu Jiejie leaned in to ask. It's Li Fun. She's a youth sent to the countryside, the one who helped me last time, and she graduated from high school. Oh, her. Lu Jiejie thought for a moment and asked directly, do you want her to be my fourth sister-in-law? Fourth brother. To be honest, I don't know why Sister Li wants to give me this good job, but if I introduce someone to her, I would owe her a favor. Why should I owe a favor to a stranger? Lu Jiejie said straightforwardly. Right? You're quite clever. Lu's mother suddenly jumped out from behind the wall and tapped Lu Yegwa on the back of the head. Why should my daughter introduce such a good job to that Li Fun? Does she owe her something? Even if you two really have something going on, we need to see what kind of person she is and whether she treats my daughter well. Does my daughter even want this? Lu Jiejie nodded obediently. She didn't like owing favors to others, especially not for such unclear reasons. Even if Li Fun were to become her sister-in-law, it would depend on her attitude. Otherwise, the Lu family would be lowering their standards too much. And giving a job without any relationship would make the eldest sister-in-law think differently. Lu Yegwa covered his head. I was just asking. Why are you asking us? You should first find out what she means. My daughter. If she gets such a good job, how will she treat my daughter? Have you all explained that? Of course. She will treat my sister well. Lu Yegwa replied without thinking. Lu Mu rolled her eyes. That sounds nice, but have you talked to her? How do you know she will treat your sister well? Tian Jinhua said the same thing to your second brother before. Why did this suddenly come up? Lu Jiejie helplessly rubbed her nose. There are still a few days left. Tomorrow, my second brother has a blind date. We can talk about it then. That night, Lu Jiejie took a hot shower and went to bed. In the middle of the night, someone knocked on the door, and voices and footsteps echoed in the yard. She turned over, but did not fully wake up. Sleepily, she opened her eyes and saw the outside getting bright. Thinking there was a fire, she quickly got dressed and opened the door, only to find it was a burning torch. What's going on? Lu Jiejie asked, looking at the people in the yard. Seeing Lu Jiejie awake, Lu Mu casually brushed her hair with her fingers. Lu Chao is in trouble. What happened? Lu Jiejie rubbed her eyes. Lu Mu gritted her teeth. It's because of Zhou Wenqing. I think she's gone mad. She can do anything. With this kind of reputation, she might never hold her head up again. You go back to sleep, I'll go check. I'll go with you, Lu Jiejie said, walking behind Lu Mu and pulling her clothes. All the men in the Lu family were out except for Lu Ganghua, since there were so many girls at home. What if someone came to steal while they were away? Keep an eye on the house, Lu Mu instructed Lu Ganghua and took Lu Jiejie toward the small woods nearby. Before they arrived, Lu Jiejie saw a man and a woman surrounded in the middle, with Aunt Lu crying and scolding. Torches burned around them, and the people in the center were trapped with nowhere to hide. Zhou Wenqing, perhaps too panicked, spoke with a trembling voice. It wasn't me. I really didn't do anything to Lu Chao. Why would I do that? I could never do such things. But no one around believed her. Lu Mu told Lu Jiejie not to move around, and then went over to comfort Aunt Lu. Shuiyan walked over to Lu Jiejie, noticing her sleepy eyes, and gently touched the back of her neck with his fingers. Lu Jiejie was small and soft all over. Shuiyan could easily pinch her neck with just 2 fingers. His fingers were warm, and Lu Jiejie shrank her neck back. She turned to glare at Shuiyan, looking like a puffed-up cat, and quietly exclaimed, "What are you doing?" She seemed quite grumpy. Shuiyan, with a blank expression, pulled his hand back and softly tempted her. Do you want to know what just happened? I can guess, Lu Jiejie huffed. Shuiyan continued. It seems Lu Chao used some method to force Zhou Wenqing to meet her at night. It's very likely that Zhou Wenqing wrote her a love poem and Lu Chao said she would return it. Then they met, and Lu Chao started calling for help while holding on to Zhou Wenqing tightly, who couldn't escape because he wasn't as strong as her. That's how you got the scene you see now. You sound like you really know what happened. How do you know? Lu Jejia turned her face away, but secretly glanced at Shui Yan. Shui Yan said seriously, now Zhou Wenqing has no choice but to marry Lu Chao. No one will believe him. Who would trust a man who sneaks out at night to meet someone? Lu Jejia fell silent. Shui Yan knew Lu Jejia was still upset. Usually sweet and obedient, she became hard to soothe when angry and held grudges. He lowered his head and said softly, I was wrong in noon. If you want, you can punish me in another way. Shui Yan always sought Lu Jejia's permission before crossing boundaries, and he had accidentally touched her today out of urgency. He lowered his eyelids. If Shui Yan were a big, fierce dog, when he felt jealous but couldn't say it, his tail would drag on the ground. But when he begged for forgiveness, his tail would wag eagerly. Though he looked big and fierce, he was actually quite silly and cute. Lu Jejia tried to keep a serious face. Then your punishment is that you can't come to find me tomorrow or talk to me. She was about to get engaged and felt she needed a day to calm down. Shui Yan's expression changed slightly, and he said quietly, then after tomorrow, you won't be allowed to be angry anymore. Lu Jejia nodded. She wasn't sleepy anymore and stepped forward to see what was happening. Shui Yan knew that Lu Jejia was very curious, so he followed her to protect her. Not far away, Zhao was watching with red eyes but forced himself to look away as if he hadn't seen anything. Over here, Zhou Wenqing and Lu Chao had already put on their clothes. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Zhou Wenqing was extremely embarrassed and tried to explain, I really didn't do anything to Lu Chao. She took off her clothes and pulled me, not letting me leave. Think about it. How could I do something like that? You are talking nonsense. Aunt Lu pointed at Zhou Wenqing with a trembling hand. Deep down, she understood that Zhou Wenqing might be telling the truth, but since they were trying to take advantage of the situation, they had to go along with it. The Lu family couldn't afford to lose face. Aunt Lu got straight to the point. If you were forced, why did you come here at night with my daughter in such a state? Zhou Wenqing stammered for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. He knew that if he gave a reason, it would only make things worse for him. Lu Chao looked up angrily. Zhou Wenqing, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, trying to blame me. Her face was stained with tears, and as she cried, her features almost scrunched together. Zhou Wenqing and I have been dating recently. Tonight, he said he had something important to tell me. But just after we talked for a bit, he started tearing my clothes. I was so scared that I could only scream for help. You are lying. Zhou Wenqing looked at Lu Chao in anger. Look at yourself. I would never look at you even if you stood in front of me, without clothes. You jerk. Lu Chao's older brother punched Zhou Wenqing to the ground. You almost bullied my sister, and now you dare to insult her? If you don't care about her, why are you here at night? I'll take you to the town to report you, and you can wait to go to the Labor Reform Center. Zhou Wenqing covered his face. He regretted it. He should never have provoked Lu Chao, this crazy woman. Zhou Wenqing looked up in despair and happened to see Lu Jejia standing not far away. Lu Jejia's bright little face was illuminated by the torch, her red lips and dark hair contrasting with the wild Lu Chao. Zhou Wenqing felt a sharp pain in his heart, overwhelmed by regret. He thought that if he had married Lu Jejia back then, he would have had an easy job and strong support from the Lu family, living a fulfilling life in Shishui village. Especially since Lu Jejia was so beautiful and graceful, even the city girls couldn't compare. Why did he keep refusing her? Zhou Wenqing crawled toward Lu Jejia, mumbling, Lu Jejia, in my heart. There is you. Before he could finish, Shui Yan stepped on his fingers. Zhou Wenqing cried out in pain, his fingers curling up. Shui Yan glanced at Zhou Wenqing with dark eyes and said, why not just send him in? Aunt Lu cried, but what about my daughter? My poor daughter, Her reputation has been ruined by Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing. The situation was chaotic, and after some commotion, Zhou Wenqing was left with only two choices: marry Lu Chao or go to jail. Going to jail would be on his record, and with his current circumstances, he would never recover. Though Zhou Wenqing felt overwhelmed, he remained clear-headed and realized he had to give in to Lu Chao. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will marry." As soon as Zhou Wenqing's voice fell, a young girl in the crowd covered her face and ran out, clearly heartbroken. Lu Jie recognized her as Kai Chiu, who was good friends with Lu Chao, often working and chatting together. Lu Jie didn't expect Zhou Wenqing to be so skilled, catching Lu Chao and then her best friend. She wondered if Lu Chao had noticed. Seeing that Zhou Wenqing's situation had come to an end, Shui Yan discreetly stepped back and stood behind Lu Jie. Lu Jie yawned, her eyes feeling tired. Just as she was about to rub them, something was placed in her hand. She glanced back, but Shui Yan remained expressionless. Without saying a word, Shui Yan tapped her palm with his finger and turned to leave. Lu Jie. Lu Yegua happened to walk up to Lu Jie and said, "Little sister, Mom asked me to take you home. Let's go back now." "Okay." Lu Jie rubbed the item in her hand, and the quiet night was filled with faint sounds of plastic. Lu Yegua turned his head in confusion. "What sound is that?" Lu Jie quickly shook her head, biting her lip. "Nothing. I didn't hear anything." When she got home, Lu Jie closed her bedroom door, opened her hand, and found 3 large white rabbit milk candies lying in her palm. "I'm not a child," Lu Jie said angrily as she placed the candies on her bedside table and sat back on her bed. "You can't bribe me with candy." In the early hours of the morning, Lu Jie lay in bed unable to sleep. She sat up again, took a candy from the bedside table, held it in her palm, and soon fell into a drowsy sleep with her fingers resting on her pillow. Lu Jie didn't get up until 7:30. Besides her, Lu's mother and Zhang Shuyan also woke up late. After the events of the previous night, everyone was tired. From what happened in the early morning, although Zhou Wenqing's late-night outing was questionable, Lu Chao also went out for a secret meeting. Women in this era faced more criticism than men. Lu Chao got married as she wished, but her reputation was ruined. Lu Jie felt that Lu Chao would have a hard time in the future. After getting married, life wouldn't be as easy as it was at her parents' home. Moreover, Aunt Lu wouldn't keep annoying her daughter-in-law just for her sake. After washing up, Lu Jie went to work. There were few tasks and even fewer people working, so she quickly finished her job. When it was time to eat, Lu's mother was still yawning. By the time they finished eating, it was already 8:30. Zhang Shuyan smacked her lips, savoring the chicken from earlier. In the morning, Lu Jie had just tied her hair up casually, but now that she had some free time, she let it down and rebraided it. Just as she started to smooth her hair, she heard Aunt Lu's furious shouting from next door. "How can you even say you want to live at home? Who gets married and lives at home? Let me tell you, you'd better not cause any trouble, or you can just leave and do whatever you want. Live at home." Lu Jie skillfully wove her fingers through her hair, her ears tuned to the commotion next door. Is Lu Chao out of her mind? Uncle Lu would never let Lu Chao and Zhou Wenqing live in their home. Not to mention there isn't enough space, but with Zhou Wenqing, who barely does any work, the older sisters-in-law would be driven crazy. Moreover, Zhou Wenqing probably won't provide a bride price, so Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu might have to contribute something. Aunt Lu rolled her eyes. The Lu family had a lot of worries, and since they were relatives, she felt she had to say something. She could only run to comfort one person and console another. Aunt Lu adjusted her new clothes. Fortunately, today was the day of the second son's blind date, which had been planned for a long time and couldn't be changed. Otherwise, she would really be overwhelmed. "How's the outfit change going?" Aunt Lu was a bit impatient. If Lu Chao caused Aunt Lu the most worry, then Lu Ganghua was the one who worried Aunt Lu the most. She really wanted to pack him up and send him away. "Okay, I'm ready." Lu Ganghua changed into new pants and wore a new black jacket. He also tidied his hair, and at first glance, He looked quite presentable. Aunt Lu glanced at him a few times, then went back to the room to get a feather duster. The three brothers shrank back at the sight. Lu Igua and Lu Yegua saw that it was aimed at the second son and looked around, pretending not to see anything. Although Lu Gangwa stood tall and still, he leaned back slightly, seeking help from his father. Lu father looked straight ahead, pretending not to see anything. Lu Jejia swallowed hard and quickly tied her braid. She stood up and said, "Mom, are we taking second brother on a blind date today?" Why was she suddenly getting ready to act? "Yes, we're taking him on a blind date. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother," Aunt Lu said, tugging at Lu Gongwa's clothes. She tapped the feather duster on his back. "You don't pay attention at all. It's all dusty back here. Can you clean up properly? How did I end up with such troublesome kids?" It turned out she was just dusting, and everyone sighed in relief. Lu Jejia awkwardly sat back down. Soon, Aunt Lu and Uncle Lu left with Lu Gangwa, accompanied by Zhang Xuyan. Since it was just a blind date, Lu Jejia, being an unmarried younger sister, wasn't suitable to go. Feeling bored, Lu Jejia planned to go to the storage room to tidy up the farming tools. Just as she was about to step out, she saw Shui Yan coming this way. She blinked and quickly took a step back, closing the door. Weren't they supposed to not let him come find her today? "Auntie, what's wrong?" Lu Hua finished feeding the chickens and was washing her hands when she noticed Lu Jejia standing by the door, looking confused. "Did you forget to get something?" "No." Lu Jejia initially thought about leaving, but now she changed her mind and wanted to see what Shui Yan was doing. Lu Jejia sat back down on the bench. The door opened quickly, and Shui Yan walked in. "Where's Aunt?" Shui Yan asked Lu Hua. Lu Hua looked at Shui Yan and then at Lu Jejia. "My grandmother took my uncle out for a matchmaking meeting. She's not home."
Oh.
Shui Yan glanced at Lu Jejia but spoke to Lu Hua. "This is the flour and money you gave me before. I'm returning it today." Lu Hua looked at Lu Jejia and quietly said, "This is for you from Grandma. Since she's not here, can you wait for her to come back to take it?" "That's too much trouble. I have other things to do." Shui Yan placed the items in the kitchen. Lu Jejia. Shui Yan soon came out, hesitated for a few seconds, then pulled out some ointment from his pocket. He said to Lu Hua, who had followed him out, "This is a special scar cream. It has a pleasant scent and, when applied to scabs, usually doesn't leave scars. Tell your aunt this is just for her." Lu Hua widened her eyes and looked at Lu Jejia, who was sitting in the chair, her face full of confusion. But she still said, "Okay, good." Shui Yan. Lu Jejia was almost laughing in frustration. At that moment, Shui Yan turned around, the corners of his mouth twitching, and ignoring Lu Hua behind him, walked towards Lu Jejia and said, "I didn't come to find you. I came to find Aunt, so I didn't break my promise." "Then why are you talking to me? Didn't you promise not to? You spoke to me first. I thought you wanted to ask me something." Lu Jejia wasn't really angry. She wanted to take a day to calm down because, as the proposal day approached, she felt increasingly nervous. Shui Yan understood Lu Jejia's anxiety. For him, life was changing for the better, but for Lu Jejia, it was different. She was about to enter a new stage in life and join a new family. The young girl was still quite young, and it was normal to feel anxious. He understood, but he wouldn't allow any changes. He planned to secure things first before addressing any issues. He handed a small porcelain bottle of ointment to Lu Jejia. "This is a secret recipe my father worked on for a long time. If you apply it regularly, it won't leave scars." Lu Jejia didn't take it, but her frustration eased a lot. She deliberately asked in a cold tone, "Are you afraid that I will have ugly scars? Do you care about my face?" She thought Shui Yan would panic and explain, maybe even blush, but he didn't. He looked into her glassy eyes. "I don't care," Shui Yan said seriously, "but you care, so I care too." Lu Jejia's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly took the small bottle. It seemed that next time she wanted to tease Shui Yan, she would have to use sweet words. Simple questions wouldn't make him shy at all. Lu Hua, standing nearby, was confused. "Osmanthus cake, your favorite," Shuiyan said as he took out a piece wrapped in oiled paper from his basket. He was careful not to crush it and had made a small basket just for the osmanthus cake. Lu Jiejie looked at Shuiyan and then at the cake. She finally understood why women liked sweet gestures. Because it felt cherished and brought joy. Lu Jiejie reached out to take it, her red lips curling into a smile. She asked, "Aren't you working today? I need to go through the process. I won't go to town for another week." A gentle breeze brought a faint fragrance to Lu Jiejie, and Shuiyan swallowed hard. He was afraid his actions would make her uneasy, so he said, "I'll go to work now. If you need anything, just find me." Lu Jiejie nodded. Sun Qingzhu had been on a hunger strike for 5 days. Although he secretly ate a little, it didn't satisfy his hunger, and he had lost a lot of weight. Sun's mother, who had insisted on not giving in, finally relented. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. You really want to marry that girl, right?" "I agree. You mean it?" Sun Qingzhu exclaimed excitedly, trying to sit up, but he didn't have the strength and fell back onto the bed. He smiled foolishly. "But I need to make it clear. Until she has a son, you two are not allowed to get a marriage certificate." Mother Sun continued, "I will not give them a bride price. If she truly loves you, she should just pack her things and come over. Of course, once she arrives at our home, she won't need to work. She will only be responsible for cooking, cleaning, shopping for groceries, and tidying up the house." No marriage certificate? Sun Qingzhu became anxious. "That won't work. She won't agree." "She won't agree?" Mother Sun scoffed. "Once you tell her, a woman like her will definitely agree. Many want to marry into our family. She knows that herself. It's not at all like you think." Sun Qingzhu was too emotional and started coughing. He remembered what Lu Jiejie had said, feeling a wave of despair. She won't agree. No marriage certificate, no bride price, no formal marriage. Only a fool would marry me. Sun Qingzhu lay on the bed, pulling at his pale lips. "You know how much I like her. If I only liked her a little, I wouldn't have forgotten her after all these years." He smiled bitterly. "No wonder she doesn't like me. If I were a woman, I wouldn't marry myself either." Sun Qingzhu's laughter was bleak, filled with a sense of hopelessness, and his thin frame made it seem like he truly couldn't go on. "What are you talking about?" Mother Sun said, a bit flustered. "What are our family's conditions? What are theirs? You silly child. She is just playing hard to get. How could she not want to marry you?" Sun Qingzhu remained silent, slowly closing his eyes. Mother Sun nagged a bit more before leaving the room. As she closed the door, she looked at her son lying on the bed, feeling a vague sense of unease. In the afternoon, she returned to the room. Sun Qingzhu was already very weak, speaking in broken sentences. "Are you trying to kill yourself over a woman?" Mother Sun scolded with a stern face. Sun Qingzhu shut his eyes and turned his face away, having lost the desire to talk. A week ago, Sun Qingzhu was tall and full of energy, but in such a short time, he had become dejected like an old man. Mother Sun noticed her son's determination, but she still refused to show weakness and turned to leave. Half an hour later, she entered the room in tears, her voice filled with frustration. "Fine, I agree to get the marriage certificate and will provide the bride price, but she must stay at home and behave. I have only one request of her, to take good care of you." "Really?" Sun Qingzhu struggled to speak. Sun's mother sneered, "With everything happening, do you think I would lie? But let me tell you, this is my final concession." Sun Qingzhu sighed in relief and immediately wanted to go find Lu Jiejie, but he was too weak. As soon as he sat up, he felt dizzy. Sun's mother watched her son work so hard for Lu Jiejie and thought to herself that she was trouble. She had heard that the girl was only 17, and once she was in the house, she would have ways to deal with her. "Eat first. Once you are healthy, you can go find her," Sun's mother said angrily as she left the room. She quickly returned with a bowl of noodles and sarcastically said, "Now you can eat in peace, right?" Lu Jiejie opened the small porcelain bottle, and a refreshing herbal scent filled the air. Just from the smell, she felt the ointment would be effective. She dipped her fingertip into the light green paste and applied a layer to her wound while looking in the mirror. Not long after applying it, she felt a cool sensation, as if the ointment was soaking into her skin. Lu Jiejie examined her reflection closely and then happily put away the remaining ointment. She stepped outside and saw Lu Hao hanging clothes out to dry. Lu Hao looked downcast, clearly troubled. Lu Jiejie wasn't naive. If she were in Lu Hao's position, she would worry too. She walked over to Lu Hao and gently ruffled the girl's hair. "Little Hao." As soon as Lu Hao heard her name, her eyes turned red, and she bit her lip, trying to hold back tears. Lu Jiejie felt a pang of sadness and hugged the little girl. Lu Hao was taken aback for a moment, then carefully rested her chin on Lu Jiejie's shoulder and choked out, "Annie, am I useless? Am I too timid? But I don't want to be like this. No, little Hao, you are the bravest and most hardworking girl I have ever met." Lu Jiejie initially didn't want her second brother to get a divorce because she was afraid it would hurt the children. She gently patted the little one's head, offering comfort without saying anything more. Lu Hao's tears fell heavily as she clutched Lu Jiejie's shirt, sobbing for a while before slowly calming down. Once Lu Hao expressed her emotions, Lu Jiejie gently moved her hands from Lu Hao's shoulders and said seriously, "Xiao Hao, you are already doing great. You need to trust Grandma's judgment. Plus, you will have two little sisters who are just as scared and uncertain as you are. You don't have to please anyone or force yourself to accept things right away. Feelings can grow over time. I want to tell you that not all biological mothers love their children, and not all stepmothers are unloving." Lu Jiejie wiped her tears and said, "Trust me, everything will be different from before. You will live a life even better than you can imagine." "A life better than I can imagine." Lu Hao looked up, unable to help but mumble. "Yes, Xiao Hao. Work hard in your studies and pursue what you want to do in the future, instead of being stuck in Shishui village." "What I want to do?" Lu Hao replied, a bit confused. "But I don't even know what I want to do yet." "You'll find out. There are many professions in this world," Lu Jiejie said, tilting her head and thinking. "For example, a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, a designer, or learning foreign languages." "So many options." Lu Hao's eyes brightened. "Exactly, Xiao Hao. Your life won't be limited to this place. There are better and more valuable things waiting for you outside. This is just a small part of your life experience." Lu Hao looked at Lu Jiejie and then at the sky, suddenly feeling a strong longing for the future. She loved learning, and studying well was easy for her. "Don't be afraid. You still have Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and your aunt around you. Your family is all around you," Lu Jiejie said, gently pinching the little girl's cheek. "Think about your new little sisters. They only have their mother, and they are probably just as scared and uncertain as you are, maybe even more afraid that we will be unkind to them." "That's right." Lu Hao thought about the two new sisters coming to their home. It seemed they only had their stepmother as a relative. Lu Hao shook her head. "I won't be unkind to them." Lu Jiejie guided the conversation. "So, look at who is more pitiful. You have a whole circle of family around you, while your new sister only has her mother as a familiar face." "That's true. They are more pitiful." Lu Hao's fear quickly faded. She thought for a moment, "I will not bully them. I will treat them like my own sisters and help them feel safe." "Good girl." Lu Jiejie smiled. "Xiao Hao is the kindest girl. Children don't ask for much. They just want to feel safe." Lu Hao's face turned slightly red. Lu Jiejie continued, "Actually, Xiao Yuan is also very scared, right? Xiao Hao should comfort her sister. Look at how fierce Grandma is. How could she let you get bullied? It's the new sister who needs your help." "I understand." To soothe the children's feelings, Lu Jiejie shared the osmanthus cake that Shui Yan had given her today, giving each little one a piece. As noon approached, Lu's mother and the others returned home. Upon arriving, she went straight to the kitchen for a big bowl of water. Lu Jiejie noticed that Lu Gongwa's expression was more relaxed than when he left, his brows no longer tightly furrowed, suggesting that the matchmaking went well. "Mom, when is Ergo getting married?" Lu Jiejie asked directly. Lu's mother sighed, 15 yuan for the bride price, a new outfit, and they will get the marriage certificate in a week. We will have 7 tables at home. A week until they get the marriage certificate. Lu Jijia paused. Sister Xiulian is willing, right? What's there to be unwilling about? I've given all the respect due. The bride price and tables are all according to first marriage standards. At their age, each of them has their own children. Living together is what matters most. I don't have the energy to deal with unnecessary details. Lu's mother said, rolling her eyes as she continued to drink water. It's not bragging. Zheng Xiulian won't find a more generous mother-in-law at her age. She doesn't mind the children and follows the first marriage standards. Moreover, Zheng Xiulian cannot have more children. Aside from Lu Ganghua, the suitors are either single men or those with health issues. Facing these suitors, Zheng Xiulian would certainly hesitate to marry, especially with her 2 daughters. Let's talk about their family. Lu's father is the team leader. Although Lu Ganghua is a bit reserved, he is honest, hardworking, and cares for his children. Overall, he is a man who knows how to live life. As for why they are getting married so quickly, it's not because the Lu family is in a hurry, but because the Zheng family is. They don't have enough space, and the 2 daughters-in-law are arguing over Zheng Xiulian. Lu's mother put down the bowl in her hand. In a few days, we need to go to town to buy some things like sugar and meat so we can have a lively gathering. She turned to Lu Ganghua. I've done everything I can for you. As for building a new house, don't think about it. When you married Tian Jinhua, you already used up your chances. Now I've given you more for the bride price and organized the banquet. I'm making it clear today. I won't interfere with how you 2 live your lives, but you must take good care of the children. And about the bride price, you must pay me back when you have the money. I understand, Lu Ganghua said, feeling ashamed. Lu's mother glanced at Zhang Xian. Her words were meant for the first family. Being a mother-in-law is tough. The second family has spent so much, and the first family is bound to have complaints, but they can't refuse to give Zheng Xiulian the bride price. According to what her daughter said, in a couple of years, when things get better, that bride price won't seem like much. The second family will definitely be able to pay it back, which will reduce complaints from the first family. She could choose not to pressure the second family to repay, letting them pay when they have the money, but there must be a formality. There's no way around it. If the 4 sons aren't treated equally, there will be complaints. If they are treated equally, those who don't contribute will struggle. Lu's mother continued, I've talked to Xiulian about all this, and she agreed. Times are tough now, and you can't earn much, but when things improve, you must repay. Lu Ganghua replied, Don't worry, Mom. I will repay you. Zhang Xiulian stayed silent, but she smiled a little more. Lu Jijia suddenly felt that maintaining family relationships is very difficult, especially in families with many sons. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lu Jijia sweetly said, Mom is the best. There's nothing she can't accomplish. She said she would bring me my sister-in-law, and today she made it happen as soon as we stepped out.
Wow.
Lu's mother beamed with joy. My daughter really cares for people. Hearing that makes me feel good, unlike my son, who wouldn't say a word even if you poked him 3 times. The third son. He realized he had underestimated them. They could let something slip without being poked. By the way, Mom, Shui Yan returned the flour and money. Lu Jijia pointed to the cabinet nearby and then took the money out of her pocket to give to Lu's mother. With this money, the family should be okay, right? It was indeed better. But they had lost a daughter. Lu's mother reluctantly accepted the money. The Lu family was busy because of Lu Ganghua, and Lu Jijia happened to have her period, so she went up the mountain with her parents that night. They brought back 8 wild chickens, 10 rabbits, and a silly roe deer. Now, Lu Ganghua's wedding feast could be a bit better, but they wouldn't show off the money, just enough for their needs, and the rest would be for the family. On the 3rd day, Lu Jijia started to feel anxious. Even eating was difficult, and she could barely swallow the chicken soup. Next door, Lu Chao was very happy today. Her relationship with Zhou Wenqing was finally settled. Zhou Wenqing casually gave $2 as a betrothal gift, and the Lu family's main house accepted it, considering the deal done. Lu's mother didn't expect her youngest daughter to marry like this, but then she thought, at least, she was getting married.
So be it.
Shui Yan woke up at 5. He reviewed the things he had prepared the day before. $36 for the betrothal gift, half a ginseng, and 3 pieces of fabric. Actually, he wanted to give more nice things, but their family had just gotten back on their feet. The money was borrowed from colleagues in town, but if he brought too many gifts, it might attract envy and lead to complaints. So, he kept the gifts slightly above the usual standard. Shui Yan understood that he could always send the gifts later. But right now, the most important thing was to safely marry Jejia. Big brother, you're up again. Shui Qian had a habit of waking easily. Even the slightest noise could wake him. Since Shui Yan started dating, he had been the biggest victim of it. Shui Qian drooped his eyelids. Big brother, this is the 10th time you've checked the betrothal gifts. They won't disappear. I didn't watch it. I just got up to drink some water. Shui Yan waited until 8 o'clock. Shui's father nervously counted the money in his hand. Just as the family was about to leave, a thin woman rushed in, pulling a dark-skinned girl beside her. She wore a flattering smile. Brother Shui, are you going to work? Luckily, I came early. Otherwise, you would have missed a good opportunity.
Who are you?
Shui's father didn't recognize her. Don't you remember? My last name is Gao, and my name is Gao Dian. I don't remember. My mother used to work as a cook for your family before she married and moved to Beishui village. After all these years without contact, I thought of a good opportunity for both our families. Gao Dian winked. We don't know you. Why are you at our house? Shuiyong looked at the woman with a frown, sensing her smile was not sincere. What nonsense are you talking about, child? This is a good opportunity. Gao Dian's bony finger pushed the dark-skinned girl forward. This is my daughter, Gao Zhaodi. Your eldest son still hasn't married, right? What do you think of my daughter? The villagers who had gathered gasped. It turned out she was there for a matchmaking. The Shui family had indeed been doing better lately. With their hats off, Shui Yan had also secured an excellent job, so life was certainly improving. Several other women with similar intentions, who hadn't acted yet, curled their lips in disdain. Shui Yan was from their village. How could he marry someone from another village? Gao Zhaodi shyly glanced at Shui Yan. At 23, Shui Yan was still unmarried. She expected him to be short and unattractive, but he was tall and had a presence that was hard to find in country boys. Gao Zhaodi looked at Shui Yan with satisfaction. Shui Yan noticed her gaze and looked back with his dark eyes. He rarely smiled at anyone except for Lu Jiejia. Due to his sharp facial features and fierce expression, Gao Zhaodi instinctively shrank back. Gao Dian laughed and said, Your eldest son is 23 and still unmarried, and brother Shui hasn't held a grandchild yet. That's why I brought my daughter here. Let me tell you, my daughter is healthy. Having 2 children in 3 years is no problem. Shui's father remained silent, looking stunned. He had never experienced anything like this before. Shui Yan warned in a low voice, Get out. You must be the eldest, right? Why are you so rude? Gao Dian ignored Shui Yan's words. At 23, he still wasn't married, and now someone was offering him a wife. He should be happy. She was about to say something to Shui Yan, but when she looked up, his fierce gaze frightened her. Gao Dian swallowed hard, thinking that this young man didn't know how to get along with others. She nervously turned to Shui's father, who seemed easier to talk to. If you think my daughter is good, let's discuss the bride price. We won't ask for much. I heard your eldest makes 16 a month, so how about 30? But she has 2 younger brothers, and she can't just leave them behind. You can give them 6 each month for their expenses. Gao Dian believed the Shui family would surely accept. Her daughter had just turned 18, was capable, and could have children. At this age, the eldest son of the Shui family would surely want a wife to hold. Shui Qian looked at the sudden visitor as if she were foolish. Are you out of your mind? My brother is already in a relationship and is going to propose.
What?
Gao Dian was taken aback, but quickly dismissed it. How could your brother have a partner? If he did, he wouldn't still be single at 23. She had heard that the eldest son of the Shui family had just started working. Even if someone liked him for his job, it wouldn't happen so quickly. Unless they had been dating before he got the job. But the Shui family was so poor back then. Who would want to be with him? Shui Qian's words caused quite a stir among the villagers. Shui Yan already had a partner and was going to propose today. How had they not heard any rumors? This must be a joke. No one had heard of Shui Yan dating any girl. Last warning, get out. Shui Yan lifted his eyelids. Today was a special day for him, and he didn't want to resort to violence. Shui Yan's expression darkened as he said coldly, "If you don't leave, I'll use a stick to force you both out." You. Gao Dian was stunned. The reason she brought her daughter here was that she was sure the eldest son of the Shui family wouldn't refuse. After all, at 23, she still hadn't found a husband. She thought her marriage would be easy, but unexpectedly, the eldest son of the Shui family didn't want her daughter. Gao Dian rubbed his hands together. I asked around before I came here. You don't have a partner. Do you think the bride price is too high? $15 would be fine. Some villager scoffed. This person has no shame. Who brings their daughter to ask for a bride price like that? I know the Gao family from Beishui village. Their family is similar to the Tian family, and they ask for a high bride price. With the example of the Tian family and Gao Zhaodi not being very attractive, no decent family would want to marry her daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be single at 18. The law states that you can get married at 18, but most people are already engaged before that age. The rest are mostly those who can't get married. Shui Yan said little and walked over to pick up a stick. He was tall, and the muscles in his arms showed as he held the stick. When he looked up, he resembled a fierce wolf ready to pounce on its prey. Gao Dian shrank back and pulled Gao Zhaodi away. Gao Zhaodi felt a bit unwilling. The eldest son of the Shui family had a good job and was capable. If she could marry him, it would help her brother, and she would have support for her future. The two ran to a nearby tree, and Gao Zhaodi whispered, "Mom, the eldest son of the Shui family saying he is a partner must be a lie. Didn't he say he was going to propose?
I want to see what his partner looks like."
Yes, it must be a lie. I asked around when I came here, and he really doesn't have a partner. Otherwise, how could he be 23 and still unmarried? Let's follow them and see if they embarrass themselves. All the bride price was placed in Shui Yan's backpack as he moved quietly. Shui's father walked ahead, and as soon as they stepped outside, Old Wang curiously asked, "Brother Shui, you just said you were going to propose. Why didn't we hear any news?" "What news? Didn't you all know already?" Shui's father used a response he had prepared. Shui Yan had saved Lu Jiejie twice, and according to previous rules, if the man was interested, he could propose. Shui's father's face was a bit flushed with excitement. "It's Jiejie. Our families have discussed it, and we're going to propose today." "What?" Wang Pozi thought her ears were playing tricks on her. She reached up to check and then said in disbelief, "You said you want to propose to the Lu family? I must have misheard. Which Lu family? Lu Chao or Lu Jiejie?" "Of course, it's Sister Jiejie. Lu Chao is with that educated youth, right? My brother would never propose to her," Shuiyang replied, rolling his eyes. "It's definitely the pretty one." Shui Yan usually didn't like his family talking about useless things, but today he looked at Shuiyang gently. Shuiyang straightened up immediately. His brother's praise meant he hadn't said anything wrong. He continued, "We agreed with Aunt Lu to propose today." The people around were stunned. Shui Yan and Lu Jiejie. How come they hadn't heard any news? Moreover, the Lu family was willing to marry their daughter to the Shui family. Since the proposal was happening, it couldn't have been decided in just a day or two. When did they discuss this? Why didn't we hear anything? Wang Pozi exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Shuidago, you aren't doing the same thing as last time, are you? You really talked it over with the team leader's family? Don't let it turn into another incident like last time." Last time, Shui's father went to propose, but it ended with Lu Jiejie jumping into the river. The Lu and Shui families almost became enemies. Shui's father, who wasn't good at arguing and had been suppressed for many years, quickly shook his head. No, it was all agreed upon. Everyone still didn't believe him, and Shui Yan was waiting for their disbelief. If these people had known early on that he was dating Lu Jiejie, they would have surely said something persuasive in front of Aunt Lu. After hearing too much, Aunt Lu would definitely hesitate. She loved her daughter and would only make things tougher for him. This way, he would take the initiative, leaving no time for others to react. In the countryside, once a proposal was made, Lu Jejia would basically be his. Shui Yan walked toward the Shui family. Yesterday, he had shown the bride price list to Uncle Lu, and everything was following the proper steps. Gao Dian was secretly following behind. She saw the four of them calm and frowned. So Shui's eldest really has a girlfriend? How come I haven't heard about it? Gao Zhaodi bit her lip. Shui Yan is already this age and still not married. He probably won't marry a good girl. I'm just waiting for him to regret it. I wish I had come earlier. I don't know which woman made her move before me. I really want to see what makes our family worse than theirs. Some villagers noticed the Gao family sneaking around at the back, and they were more shocked that Shui Yan went to propose to Lu's family. No one had time to pay attention to them. Many still did not believe it. Surely, the Shui family didn't think they were good enough to propose directly, did they? Besides, didn't Lu's mother say she wanted to marry Lu Jejia off to someone in the city? How could they possibly be interested in Shui Yan? Although the young men in the village thought this way, they felt anxious inside. If they had known Shui Yan could do it, they would have sent their parents to propose too, and maybe they would have won a beautiful bride. The Lu family had cleaned up nicely today, and the candies bought by Lu's mother were ready. Lu Jejia wore a light blue sweater and had a red headband on. Lu's mother entered her room with a handful of candies. Today, Shui Yan is proposing and we, the Lu family, are considering him. According to tradition, you are not allowed to leave your room at first. You can come out once the elders have made a decision. Do you understand? I got it. You've said it many times already. Lu Jejia peeled a piece of candy and put it in her mouth. Even though today was about her proposal, she felt like an outsider. It was as if she didn't have to do anything, and the ceremony would be complete. Lu Jejia joked, "Maybe I should just sleep in my room." Lu's mother replied indulgently, "If you want to sleep, go ahead. I'll send a girl from the house to keep you company." Just then, the Shui family arrived. Old Lady Qian asked in a sharp voice, "Captain, is Shui Yan really here to propose? I heard you all agreed. Is that true?" Proposals are usually lively, but when Old Lady Qian spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked at Shui Yan. If Lu's father had a cold expression, the Shui family's faces looked bruised. Many people were inclined to believe that Shui Yan was lying, or they preferred to think he was lying. They kept trying to convince themselves. Although Shui Yan had a job in town, Lu Jejia also had a stable job. The key was that she was beautiful, could dance, and wrote well. How could she possibly marry these country bumpkins? Mr. Lu smiled and said, "I thought everyone already knew. After all, the young man from the Shui family has saved my daughter several times. This is a destined match and we cannot stop it. Our Lu family will be connected to the Shui family from now on." Mr. Lu was used to speaking clearly. Even when he smiled, there was a hint of authority in his tone. Granny Qian instinctively shrank her neck, feeling dazed. The Lu family really accepted Shui Yan as their son-in-law. Last time when Mr. Shui came to propose, the two families were at odds, and it almost led to violence. Granny Qian looked at Shui Yan behind her and thought of the late Mr. Shui. She moved her lips, unsure of where her intuition came from. The Shui family was about to thrive again. Mr. Shui's face turned red again. "Don't worry. Our Shui family will treat Jejia well. If Shui Yan dares to do anything wrong to her, I will do everything I can to stop him." Mr. Lu extended his hand. "Let's not speak of bad things on a good day. Come in." The Shui family entered the Lu home, but the young people surrounding them heard the sound of their own hearts breaking. They never expected that Shui Yan would make such a bold move and successfully propose right away. If they had known, they would have pursued Lu Jejia too. Even if they couldn't win her over, they wouldn't feel so regretful now. Gao Dian pulled his daughter forward and carefully observed the Lu family's courtyard from a short distance away. The courtyard was not only large, but there were also many houses. He grabbed Granny Wang and asked, "Whose house is this?" Granny Wang recognized him and rolled her eyes. "This is our captain's house. You should avoid embarrassing yourselves in our Shishui village and leave quickly. Gao Dian felt humiliated, but Granny Wang was tall and strong, so he was afraid to confront her and could only glare. Come, 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 have some candy. At that moment, Mrs. Lu walked up to Granny Wang and handed her a few pieces of candy. It's a happy occasion. Of course, it's a happy occasion, but I'm surprised. I hadn't heard of your two families before. Granny Wang accepted the candy. How could you not have heard? Shui Yan saved my daughter, so he should come to propose. We didn't want to follow the old customs, but the two kids are meant to be together. Yes, yes, the old woman nodded. This is... Mrs. Lu focused her gaze on the Gao mother and daughter, quickly showing a look of realization. You are the ones who came directly with your daughter, right? Your family is short of men like this. You should have said so earlier. Our village has plenty of single men. Just let us know where to go, and we can line up at your house. The old woman chuckled. Exactly. I've lived so many years and have never seen anyone so eager. You. The Gao mother and daughter turned red and pale. Let's go, let's go. Gao Dian pulled Gao Zhaodi toward home. Gao Zhaodi was a bit dissatisfied. Mom, I want to see what the eldest son of the Shui family's bride looks like. I bet she is just as short and chubby as the daughter of our village leader, not even close to me. What if she is ugly? Gao mother gritted her teeth. Gao Zhaodi bit her lip. That just shows the eldest son of the Shui family has poor taste. He is marrying her just to be the village leader's son-in-law. As long as I look better than her, everyone will know what that means. The old woman they just saw must be that woman's mother, Gao Zhaodi thought. If her mother is not good-looking, how can that woman be pretty? Gao Zhaodi lifted her chin. When she comes out of the house, I will intentionally walk by the Lu family's door. No one can say I can't walk there. Gao Dian thought for a moment and finally said, all right, since our reputation is already ruined if you look better than her, maybe we can regain a little face. As they walked back, they encountered Old Lady Qian coming toward them. Old Lady Qian had been with the Shui family for over a decade and felt humiliated repeatedly. She was upset and decided to go home to rest. Halfway there, her legs suddenly gave way and she fell hard to the ground. The Gao mother and daughter heard the noise and, frightened, ran away even faster. The Shui and Lu families quickly exchanged the betrothal gifts, and the crowd murmured in surprise. The Shui family received 36 coins and 3 pieces of cloth as a generous gift. There was also a small box, but Shui Yan, fearing that taking out the ginseng might cause disputes, did not open it and handed it directly to Mrs. Lu. The 3 brothers awkwardly looked at their future brother-in-law. Why did they suddenly propose? They haven't even tested this guy yet. Lu Jiejie listened to the noise outside her room, resting her chin on her hand, bored as she looked at her high school textbook. After 2 full hours, Lu's mother finally came in to let the two meet and go through the final steps. Lu Jiejie. As Lu Jiejie got out of bed and quickly walked towards the door, she suddenly felt nervous. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. When she stepped outside, Shui Yan was holding 3 pieces of fabric. The colors of the fabric were sky blue, cream, and red. Nowadays, most fabrics are black or gray, making these bright colors hard to find. She's coming out, it looks like she's coming out, Gao Zhaodi said, peering through the crowd, but because there were so many people in the yard, she could only see the other person's legs. Shui Yan's heart raced, his fingers tensed as he focused on Lu Jiejie. He stepped forward and placed the fabric in front of her, saying in a low voice, for you. With so many people watching, Lu Jiejie felt a bit shy. She lowered her head and took the fabric. Gao Zhaodi couldn't wait any longer and moved to the entrance of the Lu family's home, but Shui Yan was blocking her view with his height. She squeezed in and tried to move to the side, planning to confront Lu Jiejie. But as soon as Gao Zhaodi saw Lu Jiejie's face, her legs froze. The girl across from Shui Yan had fair, delicate skin, big sparkling eyes, and red lips with dark hair, resembling the wealthy young ladies she imagined while listening to stories. Others also noticed Gao Zhaodi. It had been years since anyone had come forward to propose. So many remembered her well. How dare the Gao family come here? Are they out of their minds?
I would have run away by now.
With her looks, she has the nerve to come here? That girl has a partner, is beautiful, and has a job. Even someone blind wouldn't choose her. Wow. Is she just asking for humiliation? She started off shameless, and now she's lost all sense of pride. People around them were gossiping, and Gao Zhaodi's sense of relief was completely shattered. She looked at Lu Jiejia and pushed through the crowd to run outside. She ran too fast and didn't pay attention to her feet, and she fell over.
Gao Zhaodi.
Gao Dian also saw Lu Jiejia's face, helped Gao Zhaodi up, and walked outside while quietly scolding, "I told you not to come back, but you insisted. Now look at the trouble you've caused." Lu Jiejia was confused. She didn't know what happened that morning and looked up at Shui Yan, asking softly, "Who is that?" "I don't know." Shui Yan shook his head. He looked down at the cloth in Lu Jiejia's arms. "Put everything away. If you don't like something, you can give it away, but keep that red cloth.
You can wear it on your wedding day."
Lu Jiejia lowered her head again, her toes tensing. Could someone give her a little time to adjust? She kept being reminded. Unlike Lu Jiejia's engagement, no one came for Lu Chao. Aunt Lu watched Lu Mu, who was in a good mood, from outside. The strong contrast made her feel like a heavy stone was pressing on her heart. Aunt Lu slowly returned home and saw Lu Chao braiding her hair and humming a tune. She felt a rush of anger and walked over to throw the wooden comb from Lu Chao's hands onto the ground. She almost shouted, "Our family is not doing poorly. No matter what, you could marry a good man.
Why do you lower yourself like this?"
The last two words were said with particular emphasis. She didn't understand at all what Lu Chao was thinking. Tomorrow, she would confront Sun Chengzhu and Sun Mu. The family hen was clucking happily, but when Aunt Lu got angry, it stopped, raised its neck, looked around for 2 seconds, and then flapped its wings and ran away. Lu Chao looked at the comb on the ground. She let go of her braid and faced Aunt Lu's questioning without any fear, instead smiling. "Mom, I know you're angry now, but won't Lu Jiejia have a better life than me in the future? Besides, Shui Yan is just a country bumpkin, while Zhou Wenqing is an educated youth from the city. One day when he returns to the city, I'll be a city person too. Life is unpredictable. No one knows what the future holds." Lu Chao picked up the comb. She never expected Lu Jiejia would really marry that devil Shui Yan. She just had to wait for the hard times to come. She wanted to see how things would turn out for Lu Jiejia in the future. Aunt Lu wanted to knock some sense into Lu Chao's head. "Are you still a city person? Do you have a house now that you're getting married? Where do you and Zhou Wenqing live? How will you raise a child? Have you thought about any of this? Wenqing can work now, and he can still recite poetry for me. Mom, stop worrying about food and drink all the time. Being mentally rich is what matters most. Besides, the Shui family doesn't have a house either." Aunt Lu felt dizzy and quickly sat down on a nearby stool, catching her breath. Shui Yan's monthly salary can cover a room, and in 2 months, he could afford a small yard. How could they not have a place to live? Your second aunt is so smart. She wouldn't let her daughter marry just anyone without thinking it through. "I don't care about those things," Lu Chao said, pouting. Seeing her expression, Aunt Lu got angry and slapped her. "You troublesome girl. You better get out of here, or I'll really hit you." Lu Chao covered her face and started to cry. Sun Qingzhu visited Shishui village 2 years ago and only remembered the general direction. He ended up getting lost and had to ask several people to find the exact location. "Mom, when you get to the Lu family, make sure to speak nicely." Sun Qingzhu wiped the sweat from his face and said again, "Jiejia hasn't agreed to marry me yet. When I met her, she didn't want to date me. Your attitude needs to be good. If her parents agree, maybe Jiejia will too. Don't worry, those old ladies in the countryside will forget about their daughters when they see money." "I've seen it too many times over the years," Sue's mother said, holding onto her son's shirt while sitting on the bicycle. "I'll give them 30 yuan as a betrothal gift and buy Lu Jiejia outright. Those old ladies won't be able to contact us again." "Mom, can you stop saying useless things? Jiejia has a job. How could she abandon her parents?" Sun Chengzhu frowned tightly, pushing the bicycle with his feet. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I can't marry Lu Jejia, I will." Sun Qingzhu didn't finish his sentence, but he had already made plans over the past few days. "What will you do?"
Go on. Say it.
"What else do you want?" Su's mother roughly tugged at her son's shirt from behind. Sun Qingzhu couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Enough." Sun's mother was startled and trembled, but feeling embarrassed, she grabbed and cried, "I raised you all this time. What do you want? Everything we did was for you, but look at you now, abandoning your own mother for a woman." As she cried, Sun Qingzhu felt pain in his back. He sat still, staring blankly at the handlebars. Noticing something was off, Sun's mother leaned in to look at his expression and saw his tense face, devoid of emotion. She started to panic and pushed him. "Say something." Sun Qingzhu coldly replied, "Today is a good day. I don't want to argue with you, so please stop pushing me." Sun's mother stopped, surprised that her once obedient son had become so cold and unfeeling. Sun Qingzhu rode his bike forward, saying, "I'm not joking this time. If I can't marry Lu Jejia, I'm leaving." "Leave? Where will you go?" Sun Qingzhu didn't respond, and his voice was carried away by the wind. Sun's mother was still thinking about how to maintain her composure later. The Xue family stayed at the Lu family for lunch. Lu's mother had stewed a chicken and stir-fried a rabbit. Mr. Xue was in the living room talking to Mr. Lu, assuring him that they would build the house soon. To show he was committed, he even offered to help in the kitchen. He was very honest and straightforward, saying, "I usually cook at home. If Jejia doesn't want to cook after we marry, I can do it. Of course, this young man should learn too, and I'll make sure to teach him well." Xue Yan. Lu Jejia, curious, elbowed Xue Yan and said, "I won't be cooking every day." "Uncle is right. You should take this time to learn from him." "That I'm already learning," Xue Yan replied awkwardly. Mr. Xue's cooking was simple. Just add water and salt, and if he stir-fried, it would turn out burnt. When it came to household chores, Lu Jejia frowned and mumbled, "I suddenly don't want to get married anymore. If I marry you, I'll have to cook, do laundry, make clothes, clean the house, and tidy up." She had thought about these issues before, but Lu Jejia knew that Xue Yan wouldn't let her do all the chores alone. But now she suddenly started to overthink. Lu Jejia pressed her lips together. "Is this what they call pre-wedding anxiety? I can handle it. I take care of everything at home," Xue Yan quickly replied, trying to sound calm. "I want to marry you, not because I need you to take care of me, but because I want to take care of you." Lu Jejia paused for a moment, then her lips curled up slightly. She realized that Xue Yan was getting better with his words. Xue Yan didn't talk much, but he was very capable. Without needing to be asked, he filled the water for the Lu family and chopped some firewood. Lu's mother was smiling widely. She liked smart people, unlike her 3 foolish sons, who only acted after being told. "Today is the proposal. How can you work?" "Come wash your face," Lu's mother called to Xue Yan with a warm smile. Sun Qingzhu and his mother arrived in the village at 1 o'clock. As soon as Sun Qingzhu got off the bus, he started asking about Lu Jejia, directly pulling a woman aside to ask, "Is Lu Jejia in your village? Where does she live?" Everyone in the village knew about the engagement in the Lu family, while Zhao was hiding at home feeling down. Aunt Zhao, worried about her son, had come to the village for a stroll after lunch and unexpectedly ran into a mother and son looking for Lu Jejia. The young man in front was tall and handsome, though a bit thin. The woman behind him was dressed very stylishly, with curly hair, wearing a red coat and small leather shoes. "What do you want with Jejia? Are you related to her brother?" Aunt Zhao scrutinized the newcomers. Sun Qingzhu shook his head. "No, just tell me where her house is. I need to find her for something." "Oh, something," Aunt Zhao said. "If it's good news, you can go today. If it's not so good, I advise you to wait, since Lu Jejia is getting engaged today. Don't disturb the good occasion." Engaged. Engaged. Sun Qingzhu felt like he had been hit on the head. He could barely find his voice. "What engagement?
Who are you talking about?"
"I'm looking for Lu Jejia." "Lu Jejia." He emphasized her name. "Yes, that's right, it's Jejia. She's getting engaged today. Aunt Zhao murmured, her eyes filled with doubt. You didn't know? Two people were dressed nicely, and Aunt Zhao couldn't guess their identities. Sun's mother was momentarily confused. She looked at Sun Qingzhu, who was frozen in place with a blank expression, feeling uneasy. Instead of feeling happy, she felt a sense of oppression. Lu Jiejie had actually gotten engaged. This was impossible. She clearly wanted to keep her son interested in marrying into the Sun family, so how could she marry someone else? Sun's mother smirked. That can't be true, right? The Lu Jiejie we talked about used to be in the art troupe and is decent looking. How could she possibly be engaged? She got engaged today, and it was proposed by Shui Yan. Almost everyone in the village knows, Aunt Zhao said, watching the two with suspicion. Where did you come from? What do you mean it can't be true? Why can't they be engaged? The man is unmarried, and the woman is unmarried. You're not here to cause trouble, are you?
Shui Yan.
Shui Yan, it's Shui Yan. Sun Qingzhu murmured the name. His cousin had mentioned something about Lu Jiejie and Shui Yan before. It was true. Sun Qingzhu let out a bitter laugh. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, he couldn't change the fact that the Lu Jiejie who got engaged today was the one he liked. I need to see. Sun Qingzhu frantically looked around, trying to figure out which house was the Lu family. But after a few seconds of searching, he found nothing and felt the world spinning around him. Qingzhu, what's wrong? Sun's mother's voice faintly reached his ears, and her presence made him even more agitated. Sun Qingzhu widened his eyes and grabbed Aunt Zhao. Where is the Lu family? Tell me where the Lu family is. Aunt Zhao could tell he was looking for trouble and remained silent. Sun Qingzhu quickly walked in another direction, asking a few passers-by until he finally confirmed the direction to the Lu family. The Shui family and the Lu family had finished lunch, and the two children's engagement was officially settled. Mr. and Mrs. Lu were seeing off the guests from the Shui family when a mother and son approached from a distance. Sun's mother called out from behind, while Sun Qingzhu walked ahead quickly. He spotted Lu Jiejie in the courtyard. The girl needed to be composed. According to tradition, she couldn't step outside to see off the guests from the Shui family, or else others would say she was too eager to marry. It was considered very embarrassing for a girl. The house was a bit messy, with candy wrappers scattered on the floor. Just as Lu Jiejie picked up a broom to sweep, she noticed Sun Qingzhu about to run out the door. Lu Jiejie. The three brothers blocked Sun Qingzhu.
Who are you?
Why are you at her house? Take him to a quiet place, Shui Yan whispered. With so many people at the door, it was bound to attract unwanted attention. Even if it wasn't Lu Jiejie's fault, people would still gossip behind her back. Sun Qingzhu was quickly dragged away by four men, while Sun's mother shouted anxiously from the side, "What are you doing? What are you all doing? If you shout again, I'll give you a slap," Lu's mother said, pushing Sun's mother slightly. Lu's mother knew Sun Qingzhu, but didn't know much about the past. Lu Jiejie never talked to her about it. The only time she got really angry was when that woman made a fuss about buying grain. She was rude and arrogant, taking her money while acting superior. Lu's mother wasn't foolish. She could tell from that one encounter that her daughter was struggling to help them. Sun's mother wasn't afraid. "You country folks." Lu's mother swiftly slapped the back of Sun's mother's head. It didn't hurt too much, but Sun's mother felt extremely humiliated. She was about to shout, "You all." Lu's mother calmly raised her hand. Years of hard work had made her strong. Sun's mother's voice suddenly caught in her throat, and she closed her mouth. "I want to see Lu Jiejie," Sun Qingzhu said, trying to break free from Lu Aigua. Lu Aigua was furious. "You're a man, and you have nothing to do with my sister. Yelling to see her. Are you trying to ruin her reputation on purpose?" Sun Qingzhu shook his head, his eyes vacant, his voice hoarse. "I just want to ask her. Just want to ask her. She is already engaged to me. What right do you have to ask her?" Shui Yan said, lifting his eyelids. His dark eyes were deep, making it hard to read his emotions. Sun Qingzhu was clearly drawn in by those words. He turned to look at the tall man in front of him. Sun Qingzhu's gaze turned fierce.
You are Shui Yan.
That's right. Shui Yan's thin lips moved slightly, and the corners of his eyes lifted a bit, leaving others unsure if he was cold or smiling. Sun Chengju was the first to strike at Shui Yan, but Shui Yan caught his fist effortlessly, even as Sun Chengju used all his strength. Can't hit me anymore? Shui Yan then punched Sun Chengju in the corner of his mouth. Sun Chengju stepped back a few paces, feeling like his teeth were loose.
Ah!
Sun's mother screamed and rushed forward to support her son, Chengju. Sun Chengju wanted to get up and fight Shui Yan again, but his mother held him back. Stop fighting, there are too many of them. Sun Chengju leaned against the wall and wiped his mouth. I want to see Lu Jiejia. I want to see her. Lu's mother rolled her eyes. You think you can just see my daughter? Why should she meet you? I'm telling you, leave now. If this escalates, your future might be ruined. Sun's mother broke out in a cold sweat. If her son caused trouble, their family would suffer the most. Let's go. There are plenty of women out there. I'll find you the best one. Why do you have to insist on this girl? She was used to calling her names and let it slip. Lu's mother grabbed Sun's mother's neatly styled hair. What did you say? Who are you insulting? I was trying to be polite, but if you want to make a scene, fine. Let's see how it goes when my daughter is engaged and you come to our house causing trouble. Acting like bandits, trying to take someone away. Indeed, they were from the countryside. It didn't take long before they were ready to fight. Sun's mother felt tears welling up as she was pulled. She wanted to get angry but feared it would escalate and become uncontrollable. She struggled. Let go, you can't just hit people like that. Lu's mother pushed her to the ground and tossed her hair aside, confidently saying, Well, this is how I am as a rural woman. I can not only hit, but I can also cry, make a scene, and even threaten to hang myself. You're no match for me. Sun's mother. Sun's mother looked around at the tall men and then at the fierce Lu's mother. She pulled Sun Chengju forward. Come on, son, let's go. I want to see her. If she doesn't see me today, I won't leave. Sun Chengju leaned against the wall, smiling sadly. Lu's mother signaled to her 3 sons, preparing to take Sun Chengju back to town. Sun Chengju, didn't we make things clear already? Why are you here? Lu Jiejia's words had barely left her mouth when she stepped out from the other side of the wall. She knew that Sun Chengju was very difficult to deal with and wouldn't leave without seeing her. Lu Jiejia added, What do you want to say? When Sun Chengju saw Lu Jiejia, his eyes lit up. He wanted to approach her, but Shui Yan's serious gaze and strong arm pressed against his neck stopped him. Sun Chengju wanted to fight back, but after fasting for several days, he hadn't regained his strength and couldn't match Shui Yan. He stared intensely at Shui Yan, saying, This isn't fair. Shui Yan remained silent, his expression dark. Years later, Sun's mother saw Lu Jiejia again. The last time she saw her, she was young and pretty, but still not fully developed. Now, Lu Jiejia had matured, looking beautiful with bright, clear eyes that sparkled when she looked at others. No wonder her son had been thinking about her for so long. Sun's mother sighed in relief. Lu Jiejia's presence meant that she must care for Chengju, and their chance for a turnaround had come. Lu Jiejia stepped forward, glanced at Sun Chengju, and tapped Shui Yan's arm. Shui Yan pressed his lips together, hesitated for a moment, and slowly released Sun Chengju. Sun Chengju straightened up, looking at Lu Jiejia, his voice rough. I want to ask you, are you really engaged? Shui Yan raised his arm to block Lu Jiejia, remaining silent, worried she might step forward again. Lu Jiejia. She nodded yes. You like him, Sun Chengju said with a bitter smile. As soon as he asked this, both men tensed up. Lu Jiejia sighed lightly. Isn't it obvious? You pursued me for so long. You should know my personality by now. I want to hear you say it. Yes, I like Shui Yan and that's why I want to marry him, Lu Jiejia said seriously. Sun Chengju, it's impossible for us. I told you from the start that I never deceive myself. I don't like you. Shui Yan's lips twitched slightly, and the sharpness in his expression softened a bit. Grandma Sun was taken aback. She clearly did not expect Lu Jiejia to say that. She said. Lu Jiejia actually said she didn't like her son, never liked him at all. Sun Chengju was momentarily unsure whether to cry or laugh. Did you really never like me? Did you never think about liking me? No, Lu Jiejie replied without hesitation. After a pause, she added, Sun Chengju, you'll find another girl who likes you, someone who truly cares for you. Don't waste your time on me. The air was silent as Lu's mother stepped forward, ready to speak. Sun Chengju spoke first. I understand, but Lu Jiejie, I want to tell you that I really liked you sincerely. In the past, I was too foolish to know what to do when you like someone. I just wanted you to notice me, but it only made you dislike me more. You have someone you like now. I won't bother you anymore. I wish you. Never mind, I don't really want to wish you well. Sun Chengju choked up and paused. I'm leaving. He turned and slowly walked away. After walking a few meters, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. I should have realized this long ago. Chengju, what's wrong? Grandma's son caught up with him, flustered. Lu Jiejie doesn't like you. That's her lack of vision for liking a country bumpkin. Don't worry, Mom will find you someone much better, someone 1,000 times better than Lu Jiejie. Sun Chengju ignored his mother and continued walking, picking up his bicycle under the big tree. Grandma's son, feeling anxious, patted his back. Is it worth it for just one woman? Sun Chengju still didn't respond. He got on his bike and rode away, and Grandma's son angrily hopped on behind him. Sun Chengju rode like a madman, suddenly breaking halfway, almost throwing Grandma's son off. What are you doing, you silly boy? Sun Chengju looked ahead and said to himself, a few years ago, I wanted to join the army, but you wouldn't let me. I liked Lu Jiejie, but you didn't approve. I didn't want to be a student at a labor university, but you insisted. It's time to fulfill my original wish. He wanted to protect his country, but the battlefield was dangerous, and his parents disagreed. Yet, Sun Chengju looked up at the sky. I want to become the person I aspire to be. What was your original wish? Do you really want to join the army? Your dad and I only have you as our child. What will we do if you go? Sun's mother was most afraid of Sun Chengju wanting to enlist. Isn't it good to stay at home? You studied management at the agricultural university, and you could get a good job and stay with us. Sun Chengju let out a heavy sigh. I'm leaving. Sun's mother complained behind him on the bicycle, and the wind carried away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Life is long, and there is no one here who can hold him back anymore. He turned and shouted down the empty road, Lu Jiejie, years from now, if that Shuiyan treats you badly, I'll still be here and will come back to pursue you again. Lu Jiejie, the girl he fell in love with at first sight and couldn't forget. He was finally going to try to distance himself from her little by little. Sun's mother thought he would come home feeling down, but the next day, he was full of energy as he left. A few days later, Sun's parents learned that he was going to join the army, and it was for the front lines. Sun's mother slapped Sun Chengju, crying, Is this how you repay me? Don't you want to marry Lu Jiejie? I can go and beg her right now. I treat her like family, so that should be enough, right? This has nothing to do with Lu Jiejie. Please stop bothering her. She never said she wanted to be with me. I was the one who kept pursuing her. As for joining the army, Sun Chengju covered his face, his eyes shining with determination. I want to join the army for myself, not because of anyone else. I don't want to live a meaningless life anymore. I want to protect my country, and it needs me now. I disagree. I disagree. Sun's mother shouted. She regretted not agreeing to let her son marry Lu Jiejie earlier. But soon she remembered Sun Chengju's words. Lu Jiejie had never agreed to be his partner. Feeling hopeless, she didn't know how to stop him. Even though Sun's mother opposed Sun Chengju joining the army, he still left. Many new recruits had people to see them off, but only Sun's father came to send him off. His mother did not. Take care, Sun's father said, tears filling his eyes. Sun Chengju nodded. Grandma's son shed a pillow of tears. She had raised her son for so long to join the army, and if he didn't come back, what would she do for the rest of her life? A deep sense of regret filled the room. It felt like a heavy weight was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Since the engagement, Lu Jiejie felt relaxed. Someone else was taking care of the work points for her in the morning. At first, Shui Yan's handwriting wasn't very nice, but gradually he found his rhythm and his writing became stronger. The Shui family is really rising in status. Lu Jie won't give this job to Shui Yan, will she? With Zhou Wenqing's influence, villagers couldn't help but speculate that Lu Jie was trying to please her partner by giving work to Shui Yan. Shui Yan was in the warehouse organizing tools when someone complained, "Comrade Shui, this is Comrade Lu's work. Why are you doing it for her? Then you should find someone who can help you with your work," Shui Yan replied coldly, glancing at the woman behind him. Lin Xiuxia huffed and turned to leave. Lu Jie had been busy lately. Her sister-in-law was getting married, and she had to clean and sew new clothes. When Lu's mother went to work in the fields, she asked Zhang Xuyan to sew clothes, and Lu Jie learned alongside her. Having studied carving, she was skilled with her hands and picked it up quickly. The Shui family also started building a new house in their yard. Shui's father was very energetic, constructing the new house on the land behind their home, planning to give the young couple their own space. After finishing his work, Shui Yan knew that the second family would get their marriage certificate tomorrow and have a banquet the day after. He would definitely come to help. He reminded Lu Jie that he expected payment, looking at her with droopy eyes. "The day after tomorrow, I'll be chopping wood, fetching water, preparing dishes, washing plates, and cooking." Lu Jie paused, her big eyes wide open. "Did my mom give you that much work?" Shui Yan shook his head. "Not that much, but I will definitely do all of it." Lu Jie thought for a moment. "Then what should we do?" "You can take it easy. Just do what you can. Don't push yourself." "I want to kiss you." "Everyone, don't worry about me. I just caught a cold, but I'm feeling much better." "Another kiss. Don't you find it bothersome?" Lu Jie pushed his face away with her finger, a bit annoyed. Since the two of them got engaged, they always say let's kiss, and it ends up lasting for several minutes. Shui Yan's expression suddenly turned gloomy. "It's not a bother, just stand still." He lowered his eyelids, looking cautious, but Lu Jie felt a bit annoyed. How could she possibly stand still? She reached out and pinched Shui Yan's ear, feeling a bit exasperated. "You always do this. It's not fair to you." She was the one who felt unfair, struggling to catch her breath each time. "I'm not feeling unfair." Shui Yan shook his head, his ears almost twitching. Lu Jie thought she needed to assert herself. She imagined a pose in her mind, her face slightly flushed, and cleared her throat. "Well, don't move. I'll kiss you while." Shui Yan glanced at Lu Jie's small frame. His dark eyes shifted, and he straightened up, softly saying, "Okay." Lu Jie wasn't short, about 1.65 meters, but Shui Yan was 1.88 meters tall. With her smaller frame and his larger build, Lu Jie hung onto Shui Yan's neck, standing on her tiptoes. This is a bit tiring. You need to bend down a little," Lu Jie pouted. Why was he so uncooperative? Shui Yan tilted his head slightly, but was still a bit too tall. Lu Jie. She tried hard to stand on her tiptoes and lightly touched him. Pulling at Shui Yan's sleeve, she said dismissively, "All right, let's go. We still have work to do." Lu Jie's lips were soft and fragrant, suddenly awakening Shui Yan's memory. His throat quickly moved, and he firmly wrapped his arm around Lu Jie's waist. He pressed her against the wall, his knee blocking her path, his voice hoarse and warm. "After so many kisses, you still don't know how? Let me teach you. Next time you can kiss me like this." Shui Yan's presence was always intense, and Lu Jie felt marked when she was with him. Her fingers pressed against his arm, and before she could react, she found herself enveloped by him. Feeling a bit dizzy, Lu Jie wanted to pinch him, but his arm was too firm, so she could only move her hand upward. At the same time, her top shifted, and Shui Yan's fingers brushed against her waist. Lu Jie's waist was soft and slim. Shui Yan's rough fingers felt a little awkward, and he froze, carefully touching her, afraid of startling her. Lu Jie had already placed her fingers on the back of Shui Yan's neck, intending to pinch him, but the slight itch on her waist distracted her. She noticed before that ever since Shui Yan had touched her waist, He couldn't help but measure and squeeze around her whenever they were close, just like the rumors about waist enthusiasts. The unfamiliar sensation made Lu Jiejia's body go weak, and even her fingers lost strength. This person. It was like he was full of energy. After kissing her, Shui Yan saw Lu Jiejie glaring at him with red eyes, and he quickly came to his senses. He immediately wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth and carefully adjusted her clothes. He explained, "You kissed me, I kissed you, now we're even. But you just touched my waist. I'll let you touch me too." Shui Yan took Lu Jiejie's hand and placed it on his waist. Lu Jiejie. Seeing her still glaring at him, he even lifted his shirt to show off his toned muscles, saying, "I can let you touch like this." Lu Jiejie was almost amused by his boldness and asked, "Do you think that's fair?" Shui Yan replied sincerely, "You can touch wherever you want." Lu Jiejie. She looked down at Shui Yan's narrow waist. His abs weren't overly pronounced, but they had smooth lines. This was his own doing. Lu Jiejie playfully poked around, her delicate fingers sometimes pressing against his bronze abs, squeezing and prodding. Shui Yan quickly let out a muffled sound, and when Lu Jiejie heard it, she lifted her head and ran away. Shui Yan could have easily caught her, but he hesitated halfway, afraid of scaring her, and had to squat down and endure it. Lu Jiejie ran back to her house. Just as she caught her breath and hadn't settled down, she heard someone calling her at the door. "Jiejie, Jiejie, are you there?" Lu Jiejie stood up, feeling a bit weak in the legs. She stomped her foot and took a few deep breaths before opening the door.
Lily Jia.
Lu Jiejie exclaimed in surprise. Lily smiled gently and said, "It's been 5 days. I want to check in on you, since I haven't heard anything. Do you really not have anyone to recommend for this job?" She owed Lu Jiejie a favor, but Lily disliked being in debt to others. It felt like having cotton stuffed in her heart, making it hard to forget. She didn't want to miss this great opportunity to repay the favor, and someone had to fill the teacher's position, so it was better to pass it on. I forgot." Lu Jiejie paused and quickly added, "I'm sorry, our family has been really busy lately. I didn't mean to forget." "It's okay," Lily replied calmly. "Do you want to recommend someone else for this position?" Lu Jiejie felt embarrassed and wished she could disappear. She hesitated. "Do I need to say it now? I can give you 2 more days. If no one comes to me by tomorrow or the day after, I'll have to find someone myself." "Another 2 days?" Lu Jiejie paused and bit her lip. "Lily, can I ask why you're being so nice to me?" Lily looked down, thought for a moment, then slowly raised her head. "I didn't want to say this, but my kindness might seem strange. However, you don't need to worry. I want to repay you." Lily recounted what happened in town. "Thank you for that half bun you gave me. Without it, I might have starved. I have seen people carried away during that terrible famine." Lu Jiejie tried to recall that time, but her memory was hazy. She was just trying to survive, and her family was thin from hunger. She had cried at night, too overwhelmed to remember anything else, focused only on how to find food. "So don't worry. This is my way of repaying you," Lily said. "I know this isn't worth a life, but if you ever need help, feel free to ask me." Lu Jiejie waved her hand. "No, I just gave you half a bun. You've already given me enough." Yes, it was just half a bun, but at that time, it could save a life. It's different. Lu Jiejie didn't know how to refuse such kindness. She awkwardly said, "You don't have to be so nice. I've already forgotten about it." She hurriedly took out some candies from her pocket and said, "I want to treat you." "You silly girl. Why do you act like I'm your savior?" Li took the candy. "School is starting soon, and I have things to do, so I'll leave now." Lu Jiejie nodded and walked her part of the way out. With her head down, Lu Jiejie thought to herself, "I didn't realize I had saved a life before. When I think about it, I really am a good person. Watch where you're going." The sudden reminder made Lu Jiejie turn her head sharply to look at Shui Yan. She huffed and continued walking. When she turned back, Shui Yan was still following her. "Why aren't you going home?" "I haven't finished chopping the wood." "Jiejie." Shui Yan suddenly called from behind. Lu Jiejie asked sharply, "What's wrong with you now?" "I just..." I feel really bad, he said softly. Lu Jiejie wanted to kick him. You pervert. Shui Yan remained expressionless and asked, when will you make me shoes? After a couple gets engaged, the woman is expected to make shoes for the man as a sign of commitment. Lu Jiejie instantly frowned and said, I just started making them. Why are you in such a hurry? If you ask again, I won't make them. She was so fierce because she didn't know how to. At noon, when it was time for lunch, Lu Jiejie mentioned Li Li's situation to her parents. She said, what will happen with the job? My daughter is suffering, Lu's mother said, holding Lu Jiejie's hand. If only we had someone to support the family, we wouldn't be missing out on such a good opportunity. It really was a missed chance. Lu's father tapped his smoking pipe. I was afraid our daughter would owe someone a favor, so I didn't mention this before, but now it seems the girl from Nanshui village really wants to repay that favor. We should find someone to help. Lu's mother was silent for a moment, then shouted out the window, Lao Si, come here. Lu Yegua was about to take a nap, but jumped out of bed and went to his parents' room. He opened the door and asked, what's wrong, Mom? How are things going with that girly Fun? Lu Mu was too lazy to beat around the bush. Recently, there's been some progress with that teacher's job. You know, good opportunities shouldn't be wasted. If you and Li Fun don't work out, our family will lose out. She had been observing Li Fun these past few days. The girl was nice, capable, and had her own opinions. She was too good for fourth brother. Lu Yegua didn't expect this topic to come up again. He scratched his head. I already told you. Xiao Fun said she doesn't want to, and when she found out I mentioned it first, she scolded me for embarrassing her. Fourth brother, your relationship has already reached this point, Lu Jiejie said as she looked him up and down. Xiao Fun was already being called, yet he was quietly dating someone. Lu Jiejie asked, so are you two dating now? No, I'm afraid she won't agree. Lu Jiejie looked at Lu Yegua with disdain. Fourth brother, you need to take the initiative. Are you waiting for Li Fun to bring it up first? Think about it. Li Fun is a young, educated woman with no support in Shishui village, and her family isn't nearby. If she brings it up first, it would be embarrassing for her. Plus, with Luo Qingqing around, she would definitely worry you'd misunderstand her intentions. Her fourth brother was too straightforward, going straight to the point. He didn't even consider that the girl had already started calling him Xiao Fun, yet he hadn't made any move. If she liked a man like this, she would be so frustrated. So, what should I do? Lu Yegua finally reacted, feeling anxious, mainly because he had no experience dealing with girls. Lu father and Lu mother. Lu Jiejie. Lu mother was almost ready to hit him. Why haven't you talked to her yet? If she agrees to the engagement, once your second brother's matter is settled, I will go propose. You still have that 50 yuan, and once the engagement is settled, we can build a house. As for the job, if she agrees to be with you, that job will be hers. But you need to make it clear that this job is thanks to your little sister's efforts. After you get married, her salary should go to the family, so she won't have to work in the fields every day just to get by. Farming is tough. In summer, it gets unbearably hot, and in winter, it's freezing cold, leaving hands sore and dirty. Lu's mother rolled her eyes and advised, you need to talk to her properly this afternoon. If possible, go report tomorrow. It's mainly about you, so think carefully about what to say. Don't annoy her daughter. Today, I will talk this afternoon, Lu Yegua said nervously, swallowing hard. But what if she doesn't agree? Why are you scared? You're a grown man, Lu's mother exclaimed, picking up a feather duster. Did you not understand what your little sister just told you? You should be the one to talk to her first. I got it. Lu Yegua stepped back when he saw the feather duster. Lu Jiejie handed over the teacher's job to Lu's mother and focused on learning how to make shoes from her sister-in-law in the afternoon. Yesterday, Lu Jiejie had already learned that Shui Yan's shoe size was 44. Zhang Shuyan said while looking for shoe patterns, his feet are even bigger than your brother's. This will be hard to make. Lu Jiejie leaned on the table, watching her sister-in-law measure the shoe patterns. She picked up a thick sole and asked, do I need to start with the sole first? Yes, Stitch it carefully, starting with the sole, Zhang Xuyan said, glancing at her sister-in-law's delicate hands and then at the large needle. Sewing the sole requires strength, as the needle needs to pierce through the sole repeatedly, and someone strong like her would need a thimble for help. I'll demonstrate first. Zhang Xuyan threaded the needle, used the thimble to push the needle, and with some effort, the needle finally pierced through the sole. She pulled the needle out with her fingertips and turned to Lu Jiejie. Did you get it? The theory is simple, Lu Jiejie said, taking the thimble and placing it on her finger. She pushed the needle, but the sole was too hard, and since she had never done heavy work before, she couldn't get it through. She looked at the door, ran over, and pressed the needle against the wood, pushing down hard until the needle finally came through. Zhang Xuyan. Lu Jiejie continued to try, gripping the needle tip and pulling, but it wouldn't budge. Why do I even have to make shoes? I'd rather buy shui and a pair. No, 3 pairs would be fine. Lu Jiejie had endured 3 painful needle pricks, and her delicate fingertips were bright red. She turned to Zhang Xuyan with a sad look. I don't want to do this anymore. She wanted to buy a pair of shoes for Shui Yan, but making shoes was beyond her ability. Zhang Xuyan replied. Seeing the fine sweat on Lu Jiejie's forehead, Zhang Xuyan felt a bit sorry for her. Little sister, if I could make them for you, I would, but these meaningful shoes are hard for me to make. But I can't do it either. Lu Jiejie was overwhelmed for the first time. The soles are too thick. Why do we need to sew them again when they are already this thick? Sewing them helps to secure and make them durable, Zhang Xuyan explained honestly. After struggling for a while, Lu Jiejie finally couldn't take it anymore. Her fingers hurt with just a slight touch. Lu Jiejie went to the place where Li Fen worked. Li Fen worked almost every day, her palms calloused. Hearing a sound behind her, she quickly turned around. Why are you here? Li Fen turned back to continue weeding. Wang Jingguo walked up behind her. Isn't that tiring? Let me help you. No need, Li Fen replied with little expression. Wang Jingguo awkwardly scratched his head. He was already of marriageable age. He had previously liked Luo Qingqing, but that ended without success. He didn't want an arranged marriage, so he looked at the village girls and found Li Fen quite nice. Not only was she good-looking, but she was also very hard-working. Wang Jingguo had been pursuing Li Fen for a few days, but she didn't seem very interested in him. He tentatively said, Li Fen, I remember you turned 18. Although you came to the countryside late, many young people have been here for 7 or 8 years and still can't return to the city. Do you really want to live alone? His words were quite clear, but Li Fen pretended not to understand. Being alone is nice. I can do whatever I want. Wang Jingguo didn't realize this was a polite refusal. He hurriedly said, What's so good about being alone? Look at you, a girl working in the fields every day. If you get sick or tired, there's no one to help you. It's better to get married. Then you'll have support. Li Fen replied. I just like working alone. You should go back now. Li Fen frowned in annoyance and turned to see Lu Jiejie walking towards her. Her eyes lit up for a moment, but quickly dimmed again. Lu Jiejie walked quickly to Li Fen, stood in front of her and scolded Wang Jingguo, saying, Why are you here, if you're not working properly? Everyone, please don't criticize the female lead for being weak. Making shoes in the 1970s was really difficult, especially the soles. Strong women sometimes needed pliers to help because it was so hard to insert and pull out the materials. Making a pair of shoes took a lot of time and effort. I just came to chat with Li Ziqing, Wang Jingguo said, looking puzzled at the two of them. Leave quickly. She's not interested in you. Lu Jiejie replied coldly. Wang Jingguo. Wang Jingguo looked at Li Fen, who was hiding behind Lu Jiejie, and his heart sank. He was interrupted again. He had a crush on Lu Jiejie, got beaten up by Zhao Shihui, liked Luo Qingqing, but then she had an accident, and just when he started to notice Li Fen, Lu Jiejie appeared. Why was it so hard for him to find a wife? Wang Jingguo walked away, looking frustrated. Lu Jiejie turned to Li Fen and said angrily, If you ever encounter someone like that again, just tell me. If he dares to bother you, I'll make sure he can't stand near you. This was an unusual way of expressing care. Li Fen's face turned slightly red and she teased, "How do you know I don't like him?" Their relationship was strange. They weren't officially a couple since Liu Yegua had never confessed his feelings, acting as clueless as a block of wood. Yet, she found herself liking this side of Liu Yegua, which only made her feel frustrated with herself.
Ah.
Liu Yegua was taken aback, feeling more anxious. "You like Wang Jinghua? How could you like him? He's not loyal at all. He used to like Luo Qingqing." "And you?" Li Fen's expression turned cold. "You used to like Luo Qingqing too." "I'm not like him," Liu Yegua replied urgently. "How are you different? Did you never think about marrying Luo Qingqing?" Seeing Liu Yegua fall silent, Li Fen's expression grew colder. She huffed and turned back to her work. Liu Yegua felt anxious and stood in front of Li Fen, unable to say a word. Li Fen laughed lightly and turned to walk away. Liu Yegua suddenly grabbed her arm, saying, "Stay with me. I will treat you well. Wang Jinghua can't compare to me." Li Fen's heart raced, and she awkwardly pulled her arm away. "Why are you saying this all of a sudden?"
My mom told me to say it.
Li Fen felt as if she had been splashed with cold water. "My mom said if I like you, I should tell you right away. If you agree to be with me, I'll make sure you get that teaching position. Otherwise, it will be gone soon." Li Fen felt warmth rise in her heart. She pressed her lips together and said, "So you do like me?" "I'm not sure." Li Fen felt frustrated. Liu Yegua scratched his head, looking confused. "I used to like Luo Qingqing, but I can't remember her when I don't see her. However, if I don't see you for a day, I really miss you. Talking to you makes me very happy." Li Fen didn't know whether to feel happy or angry. Liu Yegua thought she was upset about his past feelings for Luo Qingqing, so he quickly added, "Don't worry, I don't like her at all now. But I feel like saying I like you doesn't quite capture my feelings." Li Fen smiled slightly. She tightened her grip on the shovel she was holding and asked nervously, "Will your mom and little sister dislike me? I didn't know the situation before, and I used to side with Luo Qingqing. Plus, I asked for a job at your family's place before even getting in. Isn't that inappropriate? How could they dislike you? My mom and little sister aren't petty like that.
They've already forgotten about it."
Li Fen's expression turned serious.
"My mom and little sister just want you to not cause trouble like Tian Jinhua.
They're the type who will favor you as long as you show them affection. But if you intentionally create issues, they will definitely get upset." It made sense, but it was still frustrating. Seeing Liu Yegua about to speak again, Li Fen raised her shovel and said, "Don't say anything. What's wrong?" Liu Yegua looked confused. Weren't they having a good conversation? Liu Yegua quickly apologized. "Did I say something wrong? I apologize, but the teacher has only 2 days to work. Tomorrow, my second brother needs to get a certificate, and the day after, we have a family gathering, so we need to finalize things this afternoon." Li Fen paused. "We need to confirm our relationship today. Yes, if you are part of our family, then you will get the job. If not, why should I give it to you? Besides, what's wrong with me? If you are with me, I will treat you well. I can handle all the work. You are a teacher, so you have breaks, and it's easier for you. Just remember, no matter what happens at home, you need to support my sister. Also, think of her when there are good things. My sister treats well those who treat her well. She never lets those around her suffer." Li Fen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She gritted her teeth. "What you said makes sense, but can you say it differently?" She raised her finger, trying to guide him. "Can you say it more nicely? Don't be so straightforward. If she didn't like him, she would want to hit him." Shui Yan finished work around 5 and went straight to the Liu family. They need a lot of firewood for the gathering the day after tomorrow. All the pots and pans need to be cleaned. As soon as Liu Jiejia saw Shui Yan come in, she hurried out of the room and approached him. "Don't chop wood today. Let fourth brother do it. Come help me with the shoe saws."
"What?"
Shui Yan didn't understand at first. Liu Jiejia kindly brought a stool for Shui Yan, then took out the shoe saws and needle and thread, smiling sweetly. "I really can't do it. Sister-in-law said not to let outsiders do it, but I think you can help." Shui Yan looked at the shoe sole and then at Liu Jiejia. He sat down on the stool and asked in a deep voice, "How do I do it?" "Just insert it like this, then pull it out and cover the sole with the thread," Lu Jijia demonstrated with the needle and thread. She also sat on a stool next to Shui Yan, yes, just like that, back and forth. Shui Yan. When the three brothers returned, they saw their tall future brother-in-law sitting in the corner, working on the shoe soles. Shui Yan's tall and strong figure seemed mismatched for sewing. Especially when holding the embroidery needle with 2 fingers, his expression was blank, and he naturally had a cold demeanor, which looked a bit strange. The three brothers. Lu Jijia was sewing the shoe upper. Nowadays, things are made to be sturdy and durable, so they are particularly tough, and she had to use a lot of effort to make a pair of shoes. Honestly, she wasn't suited for heavy work. She was better at using her brain. But because it had a good meaning, Lu Jijia didn't consider skipping it or secretly spending money to buy a pair in town. Of course, what she couldn't finish would have to be helped by Shui Yan. Shui Yan was also becoming more skilled at attaching the shoe soles. Before leaving, Lu Jijia handed him a pair of shoe soles, tilting her face up. "Continue working on it when you get back. No rush, we have plenty of time." Shui Yan. Lu Jijia then brought out a small bowl of spicy chicken pieces from the kitchen. She poured it into a ceramic jar and placed it in Shui Yan's backpack for him to take home. Shui Yan didn't move, staring directly at Lu Jijia, silent, just looking at her lips. The redness on Lu Jijia's face slowly became more apparent. The sky had darkened, and there was little sunlight left. The two could only see each other clearly at close range. Lu Jijia's eyes moved slightly as she scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one looking their way, she tugged at Shui Yan's clothes and easily pulled him out. Once they reached the corner, Lu Jijia pushed Shui Yan against the wall, her small face a bit guilty. "Today, we already kissed at noon. If we kiss again, people will notice." "My hand hurts," Shui Yan said in a low voice. He raised his palms seriously in front of Lu Jijia, looking somewhat pitiful despite his neutral expression. Lu Jijia instinctively examined his fingers. Although Shui Yan's thumb and index finger had calluses, they were slightly red due to the lack of protection and the thin needle. She reached out to massage his hand. "It's okay. I'll give you some medicine later. Just apply it when you get home." Lu Jijia's fingers were slender and delicate, making her hands look even smaller compared to Shui Yan's. Shui Yan looked at the soft, pale tips of his fingers and held them gently. "Bring the shoe upper over too. I'll finish it and deliver it to you directly. Making a pair of shoes is really too troublesome." He worked for an hour, and his fingertips turned red, while Lu Jijia, with her small strength and delicate skin, must be suffering. Lu Jijia playfully scratched Shui Yan's palm and smiled sweetly. "The upper part is fine. Just make sure the sole is good. I promise to make it nice for you later." Shui Yan swallowed hard. "Can I get a kiss then?"
Why do you always think about that?
Lu Jijia pulled her hand back. "We've already kissed today. I'm not kissing today."
So obedient.
Lu Jijia smiled up at him. "Then I'll make you something delicious tomorrow, like spicy rabbit meat." Shui Yan stared at her and said softly, "I won't kiss today, but can you listen to me on our wedding night?" Lu Jijia. Lu Jijia angrily closed the door. Shui Yan's face was as cold as ice, but his words always ignited a fire, exploding instantly. "What's wrong, little sister? Did Shui Yan bully you?" Lu Yegua asked quickly.
No.
Lu Jijia huffed and turned to her room to continue sewing the shoe upper. She walked a few steps, paused, and then came back. She looked at Lu Yegua's bruised lip. "Fourth brother, you got into a fight." Lu Yegua shook his head. "No, I didn't fight." "Then, how did you get that bruise?" "It looks like someone hit you," Lu Jijia pointed out. Lu Yegua looked away. "Don't guess. I just bumped into something. I'm going to chop wood now." Their parents soon returned. Their father had been in town for something, and their mother had gone to find someone to help for the next couple of days. Zhang Shuyan started cooking as soon as everyone was home. Just as Lu Jijia took a bite of the steamed bun, she suddenly remembered something and asked Lu Yegua, "Fourth brother, did you talk things over with Sister Li Fin?" "I saw Sister Li was quite anxious. If possible, let her report tomorrow." "I talked to her. She agreed to be my girlfriend, Lu Yegwa said with a silly smile. He picked up a bowl and drank, but the soup was still hot and burned his mouth. He yelped, and the corner of his mouth started to hurt. Lu Yegwa felt a bit wronged but managed to hold it in. Fearing that her family would think poorly of Li Fun, Lu Jejia asked curiously, "How did you talk to Sister Li Fun?" Lu Yegwa excitedly shared what happened in the afternoon with his family, even blushing a bit when he mentioned his confession. Lu Jejia's expression slowly faded, and she nearly squished the bun in her hand. "So you told Sister Li Fun about our conversation without any edits, and it came out quite rough." Lu Jejia felt a tightness in her chest. She turned to her mother. "Mom, I think my reputation has been ruined by fourth brother. The conflict between sisters-in-law started because of him." "Lu Yegwa, you fool." Lu's mother felt a headache coming on. She gritted her teeth. "You can't even say a few words or comfort a young girl. Not only did you fail to speak well for our family, but you also tarnished our reputation. What were you thinking? Your second brother is stubborn, and you are straightforward. How did I end up raising such silly kids?" Lu's mother looked around and picked up a rolling pin, giving Lu Yegwa a couple of light taps on the back. Watching Lu Yegwa dodge, Lu Jejia finally understood how he got the bruise on his mouth. It must have been from Sister Li Fun. He deserved it. Once he gets married, fourth sister-in-law should give him a good lesson on how to speak properly. Lu Yegwa, used to speaking his mind, sat far away looking wronged and said, "Xiaofan has already agreed to be my girlfriend." Lu Jejia touched her forehead. This was definitely true love. After dinner, it was already dark. Lu Jejia planned to go to her room to sleep, but stopped Lu Yegwa on the way. "Fourth brother." Lu Yegwa turned around. And noticed his other cheek was also bruised. "Lu Yegwa." Lu Jejia tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She got up, lit the oil lamp, and slowly started sewing the shoe. Half an hour later, her eyes felt a bit tired, and she blew out the lamp. She had tried her best, yes, she really had. So, Lu Jejia peacefully fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Gangwa woke up early to tidy up, changed into his outfit for the blind date, took the household registration, and left the house with a spirited demeanor. Tomorrow is the big day, so today the Lu family is busy, and no one is working. Lu mother doesn't want Lu Jejia to work. She worries that if Jejia stays home, she might be bossed around, so she urges her to go to work. She hands Lu Jejia some dried sweet potatoes and says, "Don't come back until noon. Just stay there." Lu Jejia replies, "I'll come back later. What if someone talks?" Lu Jejia shakes her head. What could they say? None of us are working today, so we're losing points. Besides, your job needs people, Lu mother says, frowning in frustration. "You silly child, why don't you understand how to take it easy? With so many of us, we can't do much without you. Plus, this family relies on you. What's wrong with you doing a bit more work?" She won't let her daughter do the hard chores, but expects her to help others. Lu mother slings a bag over Lu Jejia's shoulder and adds, "Besides, you're the one providing the meat for the feast. What can we do without it? If you're contributing, you should also help out. It doesn't make sense otherwise." Lu Jejia thinks. That makes sense. She seems to be the one providing the most. Go on, just come back for lunch, and in the afternoon. Lu mother leans closer and whispers, "Come back by 4. You just need to keep track of the accounts then." Lu Hua hears part of the conversation and looks up, saying, "Aunt, you should go to work. We can handle things here. We can't earn money, but you can, and it's hard to earn money." Zhang Shuyan also urges, "Yes, little sister, you should go work. Just come back for lunch. We can manage here." She wishes she could carry Lu Jejia to her job. A few days ago, she brought a chicken back to her family, earning a lot of respect, all thanks to her sister-in-law. Seeing her hungry nieces and nephews at her family's home, and then looking at her healthy children, Zhang Shuyan wishes she could support Lu Jejia completely. How can she let her sister do hard work? They can handle this little bit. Why fuss over it? Lu mother is increasingly pleased with her eldest daughter-in-law. She turns to Lu Igua and says, "Look how clever your wife is, and then look at your thick head." Lu Igua. Lu Jiejie was urged by her family to go to work. When Lu Jiejie arrived at her workplace, she noted her work points. Once she had some free time, she took out the shoe upper from her bag and began to sew slowly. She was very focused, trying hard to make the stitches neat and tight. At noon, Lu Jiejie returned home for lunch. Shui Yan naturally came over to help, and besides Shui's father, Shui Qian, and Shui Yong also joined. Today, the family made a big pot of rice, adding some venison, and everyone who came to help enjoyed it greatly. Big girl, what kind of meat is this? It's so delicious. Wang Po couldn't stop drooling. If she could eat such good food every day, she would come to help daily. We hunted some rabbits and chickens a while ago, and we chopped them up and saved them, so we could use them now. Lu's mother had asked her 3 sons to chop the meat last night. The venison was quite substantial. It would be a problem if it had to be reported. Shuiyong said nothing, just focused on his bowl of rice, nearly burying his head in it. Shui Qian. As soon as Lu Jiejie returned, her sister-in-law immediately served her a bowl of rice and thoughtfully handed her a steamed bun. The meat they were eating now was all thanks to the little sister. Without her, they wouldn't be able to enjoy such good food every day. The sister-in-law was really becoming nicer to her. Lu Jiejie set her bag aside and saw everyone sitting outside eating, so she followed suit and grabbed a stool to sit down and eat. Shui Yan glanced in Lu Jiejie's direction. He wanted to walk over, but with so many people around, he felt it might not be appropriate. Oh, Yan, are you trying to find Jiejie? You can't bear to be apart from her even for a day, Wang Po teased. In Shishui village, once the betrothal gifts were given, the couple had a recognized relationship, and joking in public wouldn't harm their reputation. Shui Yan instantly stiffened. He had faced disdain and mockery before, but he never paid much attention to it. However, today, with everyone joking kindly about him and Lu Jiejie, he suddenly felt at a loss, his lips pressed tightly together, unsure of where to place his bowl. Lu Jiejie was confused about why she was being mentioned with Shui Yan. She looked up with a puzzled expression. Wang Po said, Jiejie is almost 18, right? It's September now, and her birthday is in November. Doesn't that mean they can get married in just 2 months? Shui Yan tightened his grip on the chopsticks, looking down with an inexplicable hope that Wang Po would say more. Lu Jiejie, being young, felt lost in the face of such intense talk and didn't know if she should speak up. Her eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and then she slowly lowered her head. This girl is still young. I need to hold off a bit longer, Lu Mu thought, trying hard not to roll her eyes. She knew her daughter was about to get married, but could someone please not remind her? Shui Yan. Lu Jiejie focused on her food, unsure how the conversation had turned to her and Shui Yan. Can we talk about Go and Saw? They are the real stars of today. Shui Yan glanced at the small figure not far away, rubbing his fingers on the bowl, his mind only on Lu Mu's words. Hold off a bit longer. Most of the work was done for the morning, just waiting to tidy up tomorrow. Shui Yan continued walking, and Shuiyong patted his stomach on the way. The food at Jiejie's house is really delicious. Big brother, when are you going to bring Jiejie home? Marrying her isn't just about cooking at home. You all need to learn to cook too, Shui Yan replied, his face serious as he walked ahead. Shuiyong didn't dare to ask more. Lu Jiejie looked curiously at the marriage certificate in Lu Gang's hands. The page had 2 big red flowers and simply listed the couple's information. Now they were officially together, completely cutting ties with Tian Jinhua. Word of her second brother's wedding had spread throughout the village. She had thought Tian Jinhua would cause a scene, but surprisingly, everything was calm. You've all been busy for the morning. Hurry and take a nap, Lu Mu directed everyone. Lu Jiejie returned to her room for a nap, then went back to work. Just as she turned the corner, she was pulled aside by a sudden force. She looked up to see Shui Yan and playfully pinched his arm. Shui Yan, feeling her waist, looked at her with his dark eyes, silent. What's wrong? Lu Jiejie asked, puzzled. Shui Yan showed her his thumb, which had been pricked by a needle. Lu Jiejie immediately thought of what Shui Yan said yesterday about listening to him on their wedding night when she saw the needle's eye. You wish, Lu Jiejie glared at him. She would never agree to such a tactic. I don't want this, Shuiyan said in a serious tone, pressing his thin lips together, his voice slightly deeper and even a bit hoarse. Many people say I'm an old man. Lu Jejia. I'm only 23. Don't listen to what they say. He looked expressionless, his eyelids drooping. I'm getting married later than others. People my age already have kids. But it's not the same. They may have kids early, but some can't provide a good life for them. Lu Jejia felt something was off but didn't dwell on it. Even if you marry later, you can definitely give a child a good life, and that's what matters. But those people keep saying things that make me uncomfortable, he continued in a low voice. Lu Jejia seemed to catch on to something. Shuiyan said seriously, I want to get married soon. Lu Jejia raised her eyebrows slightly. Has someone said that? I haven't heard it. Who said it? Zhao Society. Lu Jejia angrily pinched Shuiyan's ear and said playfully, I know why you've become like this, but I can't decide. My parents have the household registration book and I. Before she could finish, her lips were caught. Lu Jejia's fingers fell, gripping the fabric on Shuiyan's shoulder. This man was usually obedient and caring, but every time they touched, he felt like a fireball, full of energy. Being engaged had its benefits. Shuiyan was becoming bolder in his affections. It was unclear if it was a coincidence, but this time Shuiyan touched Lu Jejia's waist again, eager to touch her everywhere. Lu Jejia wiped her lips forcefully, about to get angry, but Shuiyan suddenly had a nosebleed. Lu Jejia felt a bit panicked. Lu Chaoyuan watched from a distance as Shuiyan held Lu Jejia in his arms. Shuiyan was not as fierce and scary with her. His cold expression had warmth, and he never showed impatience when facing Lu Jejia's fierce accusations. Two words instinctively popped into Lu Chao's mind. Listen. Yes, listen. Lu Chao never thought she could feel this way about Shuiyan. She rubbed her long braid and stepped back. She thought that Shuiyan was just pretending to be nice because he hadn't married Lu Jejia yet. Once they were married, he would surely show his true self. What good is a country bumpkin? Lu Chao turned and walked toward the youth center. Lu Jejia was wiping Shuiyan's nosebleed with her handkerchief. Just as Lu Chao turned away, Shuiyan glanced over. Since he was pretending nothing happened, he didn't bother to respond. After Lu Jejia finished, she hurriedly found an excuse to leave. She walked ahead and soon spotted Lu Chao. Lu Chao hadn't been going out much lately and had been staying at home. The bored villagers saw Lu Chao. Some frowned, some rolled their eyes, and most pretended not to see her. Sneaking out at midnight to meet a man and taking off her clothes, a young girl doing such things was embarrassing to think about. As Lu Chao walked by, a woman turned her gaze away in disgust. Phew, what a joke. I think it's all fake. If it were real, why would she wash clothes for so many years and only catch a fish that one day? Maybe it was just a coincidence. Besides, if Phew could do such things, she has brought shame to our Westwater village. The woman was so bitter because her daughter was close to Lu Chao and kept talking about true love. True love isn't wrong, but being shameless is. Lu Chao paused, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. What do these gossiping women have to do with her? She stopped and realized having such a reputation was not good. She tightened her lips. What are you talking about? It wasn't my idea. It was Zhou Wenqing who liked me and acted that way. The woman didn't expect Lu Chao to stop and argue back. She scoffed, if you didn't mean anything by it, why were you with Zhou Wenqing in the middle of the night? A good girl wouldn't sneak out to meet a man. Lu Chao was taken aback, opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. Lu Jejia heard a conversation not far away. She and Lu Chao were cousins, and if she passed by, she would likely be called over, so she slowed down her pace. Lu Chao's actions were damaging to others and herself, especially since she was going to form a family with Zhou Wenqing, which was like stepping on her own foot. Don't talk too much, or you'll get in trouble, Lu Chao said bluntly, before turning to leave. The woman spat. You dare to act and still worry about what others say? How shameful. Lu Chao was completely taken aback by how bad her reputation had become. In the past, people greeted her with smiles, even calling her Little Chao. She never expected such a change today. She had never experienced such disdain before. Seeing Lu Chao leave, Lu Jiejie quickly walked past, but the woman called out to her. Lu Chao turned to see this scene and snorted. In the past, Shui Yan was ostracized in the village, and now Lu Jiejie was Shui Yan's fiancé. What good could come of that? She stood under a nearby tree, waiting to see what would happen. Is there something you need? Lu Jiejie turned around. She was pretty and looked obedient, so the woman hurried over. What was she up to? Lu Chao felt a twinge of excitement. The woman approached Lu Jiejie and, under everyone's gaze, pulled out a handful of roasted peanuts from her pocket. Jiejie, thank you for teaching our child to write. You don't know, our little one can now write their name. It's nothing, just a small thing, Lu Jiejie replied, pushing the peanuts back. She had only helped her nephew and niece write their names. The rest was done by the kids themselves. These are from our home. No charge, the woman insisted, stuffing the peanuts into Lu Jiejie's pocket. Good food was hard to come by, and giving food to others was a sure sign of fondness. After pushing back a couple of times, Lu Jiejie finally accepted a few peanuts. Lu Chao stood frozen, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, her shoulders slumping. Several people greeted Lu Jiejie on the way, but when they encountered Lu Chao, their expressions instantly soured. They either whispered behind her back or turned away with a scoff. Lu Gao. Lu Chao was so angry that her teeth were clenched. She purposely stopped to wait for Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie, you must be feeling proud right now, huh? But let me tell you, there are still many days ahead. Shui Yan is just a country bumpkin, but Zhou Wenqing is a city youth who came to the countryside. His future is limitless. Lu Chao listed Zhou Wenqing's strengths. Zhou Wenqing can read and write, and he can even write me love poems. What can Shui Yan do? He only has strength. Lu Jiejie looked at Lu Chao with her big eyes, standing there with her glassy pupils shining in the sunlight, making it hard to tell her feelings. Why aren't you saying anything?
Lu Gao Edgar Lim.
Lu Jiejie raised her eyebrows and replied, then hurry up and marry Zhou Wenqing. Her small face was calm, and Lu Chao felt looked down upon. Marriage? We will get married soon, just wait. I want to see who has a better life, you or me. Lu Jiejie didn't want to waste time with Lu Chao. Life is her own. There's no need to compare with others. She walked past Lu Chao to her workplace. Lu Chao clenched her fists and headed towards the youth station. Zhou Wenqing, your girlfriend is here to see you. Everyone knew about their secret meetings at night, and even though they were now engaged, there was still disdain. Zhou Wenqing faced rejection from other youths and was reluctant to interact with them. He walked out of the room with an unhappy expression. Lu Chao had completely ruined him. What do you want? Zhou Wenqing slammed the door of the youth station shut. The veins on his forehead bulged, and seeing Lu Chao made him feel nauseous. Especially thinking about the accusations Lu Chao made that day, he wished he could slap her. Wenqing, are you still mad? Lu Chao nervously fiddled with her long braid. I had no choice that day. You broke up with me. Besides, you already asked my family for my hand, so I'm your girlfriend now. Why can't I come see you? What do you want? My mom asked me to find out when we are getting married. Let's talk about it later. I'm not ready for anything right now. Lu Chao immediately put on a serious face. No, we must get married right away. What if you change your mind? I can't wait too long. You need to find a place to live. I'll give you half a month. If you don't marry me, don't blame me for going to the town to report you. Zhou Wenqing's face turned pale and then flushed with anger. He looked at Lu Chao's large face and regretted his decision more than if he had drunk poison. Zhou Wenqing couldn't understand why he had rejected Lu Jiejie and ended up entangled with Lu Chao. His face turned ashen. Just wait at home. I'll find a way, but during this time, don't come looking for me. When Zhou Wenqing returned to his room, he felt dazed. None of the other young workers paid him any attention. He tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, and eventually sat at the door in a daze. A male young worker saw Zhou Wenqing outside and decided to sit with him. Like Zhou Wenqing, he often slacked off while working. He propped one leg up and said, "What are you acting like this for?" "To put it bluntly, I think you got a good deal." "Got a good deal?" Zhou Wenqing felt the other person was mocking him. "How is it not a good deal? Look, Lu Chao isn't even of marriageable age yet, and you don't need a certificate. Once you marry, someone will help with housework and farming. In a few years, when you can return to the city, you can just leave without a care. What do we men lose?" Zhou Wenqing's expression changed. "But she looks. What does looks matter? Do you need to consider looks when getting a maid?" That night, Lu Chao was too excited to sleep. She sat up and looked next door. Lu Jejia was marrying a countryman while she was marrying a city dweller. Especially since Lu Jejia had pursued Zhou Wenqing for so long but couldn't win him over, yet now Zhou Wenqing was marrying her. One day, she would live 100 times better than Lu Jejia. The Lu family got up before dawn to tidy up. Everything had to be in order. Lu Jejia, still half asleep, looked at the gray sky, unable to fully open her eyes. She wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone, and just focused on helping with the work. When she felt tired, she sat on a bench, resting her face in her hands for a moment. Seeing that she was too sleepy, Lu's mother urged her to go back to her room to rest. Lu Jejia shook her head, curling up and sitting there weakly. The children were more excited than she was. There was a feast at home with plenty of delicious food, and no cooking was needed in the morning. Lu Yuan was happily munching on meatballs. There were fried dishes and meat, making everyone's mouth water. Lu Jejia also took one and took a bite. Shui Yan was carrying some dishes and, seeing Lu Jejia reach for the food, he pushed the bowl of meatballs closer to her. When Lu Jejia looked up and saw Shui Yan, she smiled up at him. Shui Yan swallowed hard. The banquet at the Lu family was quite standard, with Lu's mother controlling the quality of the food, which included only 2 meat dishes. The rest were cold dishes. Around 9 o'clock, Lu Gangwa went out to pick up Zheng Xilian. Just as he stepped outside, he was suddenly hugged by Dashan. "Dad, please save my mom. My mom is going to be sold by my grandma." The lively Lu family instantly fell silent. "What do you mean sold? The country doesn't allow such things." "If that's the case, you should talk to the team leader." Lu's mother rolled her eyes and pushed Lu's father forward. This matter indeed fell within Lu's father's responsibilities. "Second, this isn't your concern. Hurry up and go pick up the bride," Lu's mother said with a stern face. She absolutely could not let Lu Gangwa get involved with Tian Jinhua again, or she might cling to him once more. Today was a happy occasion, yet Dashan was wearing tattered clothes, with one shoe missing and mud all over his feet and hands. Lu's father stepped out with a grim expression, looking serious. "Now, tell me what's going on?" Dashan shrank back, holding onto Lu Gangwa's leg tightly, crying softly, "Dad, please save Mom." Lu Gangwa lifted Dashan up and said, "If there's something, tell the team leader. Your mom and I have no relationship anymore, so I have no reason to help her." He was getting married today, and he had already obtained a marriage certificate with Zheng Xilian. Going to save Tian Jinhua on his wedding day would be disrespectful to Zheng Xilian. After thinking it over for several days, he realized that if he went to save Tian Jinhua today, she would surely cling to him even more. When it's time to cut ties, it must be done.
"Dad."
Dashan looked at Lu Gangwa sadly. "Do you not want me and Mom anymore? I have never wanted to abandon you." Lu Gangwa felt very heavy-hearted. His hoarse voice asked, "Don't you want your father anymore?" Dashan stood frozen in place. He looked at the Lu family behind him. Yes, he had given up his grandparents, father, and even his younger aunt and sisters for his mother. "Come on, talk to me," Lu's father said as he bent down to take Dashan away. What was supposed to be a joyful day suddenly turned serious, and the guests exchanged worried glances. Lu Jejia stepped forward. "Second brother, you go greet second sister-in-law first." "Dad, we'll handle this." Lu Gangwa had lost his earlier spirit. He moved his lips slightly and heavily walked away. Lu's mother said she wouldn't care about Dashan anymore and turned back to the courtyard. Lu Jejia rested her chin on her hand, thinking about what Dashan had just said. The Tian family sold Tian Jinhua. They wouldn't be making her marry again, would they? Shui Yan walked over to her. Uncle will take care of this, don't worry. I'm not worried about that. I'm thinking about what will happen to Dashin in the future. Lu Jiejie shared her concerns with Shui Yan. Dashin has hurt my mother's feelings. The old lady will definitely not recognize him as her grandson anymore. If second brother brings him back, my mother will surely want to separate the second branch from the family. At this point, Lu Jiejie's face became very serious. With Dashin, there are 6 children in the second branch. Can second brother and second sister-in-law support them all? They'll definitely end up hungry and thin. Shui Yan replied solemnly, from start to finish, it was your second brother's choice to take this path. I'm different from him. The sudden comparison left Lu Jiejie a bit confused, and she curiously asked, how are you different? If you give me 6 children, I will definitely be able to support them. Shui Yan said with great seriousness. Lu Jiejie's eyes widened slowly as she stared at him. 6 children? Am I a pig? Having one child after another would take her 6 years. Lu Jiejie suddenly felt frustrated. I won't have any. She's not just here to have children. Then just have one. Suddenly reducing it by 5 to just 1 made it sound like children were as common as cabbages. Boy or girl, I will like whichever you have, he said, looking intently at Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie's fair face flushed with a hint of pink, and she blinked her eyes. How did their conversation turn to having children? Lu Jiejie pushed Shui Yan away, almost losing her temper. Can you stay away from me? Lu's father quickly returned and repeated what Dashin had told him. Tian Jinhua is being forced by her parents to marry that widower from years ago. She disagrees and has been held for the past few days. Even Dashin has been watched and is being sent away today. Lu Jiejie glanced at Dashin, who was squatting outside, looking thin and weak, with vacant eyes. Lu's father lowered his voice. Since there are cases of selling girls in the village, as the village chief, I can't ignore it. Lao Si, go to the town and report it. The rest will depend on how they handle it. What about Dashin? Lu Jiejie asked. Lu's mother scoffed. What about Dashin? He is registered under the Tian family. He belongs to them. Do you want to get involved with the Tian family? Just handle the village matters and stay out of it. I'll make it clear. Whoever interferes with Dashin's situation will deal with it. I'm not getting involved. The lively villagers outside ruined the good mood of the Lu family. Lu's father had to be present today. He tapped his smoking pipe on the table. Lao Si, take Dashin to the town. Don't rush in. Let Dashin explain the situation. Otherwise, if Tian Jinhua turns against us, we'll be in trouble. Lu Jiejie nodded. Ride my bicycle. I understand. He finally got to ride his father's bicycle. Lu Jiejie sat quietly, not saying a word. For matters she couldn't handle, she decided to wait for those who could solve them. Many people knew about Dashin coming to find Lu Ganghua, and they were all talking about it. Everyone expected the Lu family to look serious, but when they came out, Lu's mother acted as if nothing was wrong. She welcomed guests and chatted as usual. Lu Jiejie helped lift the table and benches, which were borrowed from neighbors. There was no choice. They were poor, and when one family had an event, others would lend tables to help out. Stop it. Shui Yan walked behind Lu Jiejie and noticed the oil stains on her off-white sweater, his brows tightly furrowed. Shui Yan's opinion of Lu Ganghua had dropped to its lowest point. Not being able to see people's true nature had caused his family to suffer. Lu Jiejie put down the stool and realized her hands were oily. The oil mixed with dirt, making her hands sticky, dark, and dirty. She patted her hands and looked up to see Shui Yan's unhappy face. Shui Yan was lifting a large table, and the muscles in his arms were slightly visible. The table was made of solid wood and was heavy, but he looked very relaxed, as if he were holding a small toy. Don't move around here. It's easy to bump into the table, Shui Yan said, tilting his chin in another direction. There are many young ladies over there. Go chat with them, and I'll handle this. Okay. Lu Jiejie obediently got up, ready to wash her hands. After drying her hands, she stood up to see if there was anything else to do. Just as she glanced around, she noticed Shui Yan's gaze sweeping over her. Lu Jiejie. She looked away and walked toward the crowd as instructed. After taking a few steps, she spotted Li Fin standing among the people. Li Fin looked a bit shy when she saw Lu Jiejie, but she still approached her.
Jiejie.
Li Fin appeared to have dressed up carefully. Her eyebrows were thin and dark, and she had a hint of color on her lips, though it wasn't very noticeable. Lu Jiejie understood and smiled, asking, "Sister Li Fin, are you looking for my brother?" Li Fin's face turned slightly red. "I didn't come to find him. I came to thank you. I went for a teaching job interview yesterday, and Sister Li has already helped me get the position." She had never helped Lu Jiejie before, and now receiving such a big favor left her unsure of how to express her gratitude. Li Fin's face turned even redder. "Jiejie, thank you so much. That's nothing. We're all family in the future." Lu Jiejie took Li Fin's hand, and they chatted about school. Lu Chao also slowly arrived at the Lu family home, but after walking around, no one paid her any attention. She suddenly felt a bit lost and didn't know why she felt so sad, but she couldn't pinpoint the reason. Lu Chao stood in a corner for a while, trying to shake off the distracting thoughts in her mind. They're just some ordinary people. One day, when they follow Zhou wenching back to the city, they will definitely envy her. Lu Chao looked around a couple of times, finally focusing on the food not far away. The delicious smell in the air made her mouth water. Around noon, Lu Gangwa carried Zheng Xuelian back. He really carried her all the way. Lu Jiejie sighed, thinking that people in this era work hard in the fields every day, especially the men who are very strong. Zheng Xuelian wore a bright red outfit. Her face was small, and she had makeup on her face and lips. When she smiled, she looked particularly graceful and elegant. Lu Jiejie glanced at her several times. To be honest, if it weren't for the times, her second brother really wouldn't match Zheng Xuelian. "Here she comes. The bride is here," the elder called out loudly. Lu Jiejie ran forward to open the door of the second room, letting Lu Gangwa carry his sister-in-law inside. Once inside, two little girls followed, looking about 7 or 8 years old. They had their hair styled in cute buns tied with red ribbons, looking very charming. They were quite thin, with pale faces and little color, fitting the characteristics of most people in this era. As soon as the little girls saw Zheng Xuelian sitting on the bed, they rushed over to grab their mother's clothes, their big eyes nervously scanning the room. Lu Jiejie bent down and smiled warmly. "What are the names of these two pretty little girls?" For children, a beautiful older sister can easily win their affection. The two little girls, who were initially scared, looked at Lu Jiejie for a few seconds and opened their mouths. "I'm Lu Shu. Lu Xian." Zheng Xuelian smiled at Lu Jiejie, gently stroking her daughter's heads. "This is your little aunt." Zheng Xuelian naturally spoke in a soft tone, which was very gentle and comforting. She looked at Lu Jiejie with fondness. She was 10 years older than Lu Jiejie and knew that Lu Jiejie was well-loved. Since she married into the Lu family, Zheng Xuelian was ready to treat Lu Jiejie like a little sister. She explained, "When we got the marriage certificate, we changed their last names." Sister-in-law was too gentle, making Lu Jiejie feel a bit shy. She glanced outside and said, "It's time to eat. I'll go get you some food." Everyone has already sat down at the table, and Mr. and Mrs. Lu are bustling around busily. Shui Yan was serving food when he saw Lu Jiejie coming over. He quickly filled a big bowl with meatballs and also got her 3 or 4 steamed buns. Lu Jiejie smiled sweetly and turned to go to her new room. "It's time to eat," Lu Jiejie said as she placed the meatballs on the small table in her room and then turned to close the door. The two little girls, smelling the delicious food, kept swallowing. They looked up at Zheng Xuelian, and after receiving a nod, they immediately ran over. Zheng Xuelian looked at Lu Jiejie and said, "Little sister, you don't need to take care of us anymore. You should go eat." "Okay, I'll come back after I finish eating." Dashan and Lu Yegua arrived at the police station, and Dashan explained the situation nervously. "This is no longer the old society. Parents can't just marry off their daughters without reason." Lu Yegua said, "My father was supposed to come today, but my second brother is getting married, so I came instead." The staff nodded to show they understood. After taking notes, they got to work. On the way back, Dashin looked down and asked Lu Yegua, "Uncle, does Grandma not want me anymore?" Lu Yegua paused while riding his bicycle and replied, "You shouldn't be asking if Grandma doesn't want you. You should be asking your parents. Just because Grandma took care of you for a while doesn't mean she has to take care of you forever. Your parents are the ones responsible for you." Dashin, holding on to the handlebars, started to cry. "Uncle, I was wrong. Grandma has not been good to me. She was lying to me, and she hasn't treated Mom well either. Do you want to come back?" Lu Yegua asked directly, not beating around the bush. Dashin just cried and didn't answer. Lu Yegua pressed his lips together. "Do you know why your grandma is so determined to cut ties with you?" Dashin shook his head. "If a stranger or someone unrelated insults her, she might not get truly upset. But if she has invested real feelings and that person betrays her, she will immediately let go." Dashin looked down and continued to cry. Lu Yegua looked at the road ahead, his voice heavy. "My mother lost her own mother when she was 8. Then my grandfather remarried, and his new wife had 4 more children. She died giving birth to the 4th child. My grandfather drank a lot, and my mother had to support the family all by herself. Life was very hard for her. She sacrificed everything for her younger siblings, but you know what? Those siblings took everything from her and ended up being ungrateful." Dashin's crying stopped, and Lu Yegua continued. "She worked really hard to save money for her brothers' and sisters' weddings. That winter was especially cold, and she got pneumonia. The people she fought so hard to protect didn't care about her at all, not even enough to take her to the hospital. Those siblings thought she was going to die. They stood outside saying she was an outsider, just a cow in the family that should have died long ago." Lu Yegua took a deep breath. So she can never forgive those who turned against her. The ones she hates the most are the ones who took advantage of her and then insulted her. She didn't oppose my second brother taking you back, nor did she oppose others looking after you. She just will never care for you again. Dashin, my mother will never be your grandmother." Dashin was stunned, his body shaking. Forever. He still couldn't fully understand that word. Yes, forever. Lu Yegua pedaled the bicycle hard, catching his breath. "She is very biased. She will protect her own no matter how hard it gets and won't allow anyone to bully them. But if you are cast aside, you will never be picked up again." Soon, the meal was over and Lu's mother and a close aunt were washing dishes. Lu's mother pushed Lu Jiejie out to work. "With just this little bit of work, why are you staying home? You'll smell later. Little sister, hurry up and go." "It will be a problem if you delay," Zhang Shuyun urged. Lu Jiejie sighed and left. Half an hour later, some staff came to find Lu's father. Lu's father got up to leave with them, and Lu Yegua set Dashin down. Dashin had no shoes on and had left his things at the Tian family, so Lu Yegua had to carry him back. Lu's mother didn't care much and continued washing the dishes. Zhang Xulian came out of her room in a new outfit and helped tidy up. She understood how the Lu family was and didn't want to be overly dramatic. The most important thing was to live well. Someone joked, "Gong were really married a good wife this time. She's pretty and hardworking." Lu's mother looked up. "Of course. My daughter-in-law was chosen after a lot of careful consideration. How could she be anything less? She's from the main family, and I took my time picking her." Zhang Xuyan felt encouraged and worked even harder. By the afternoon, everything was packed up, and Lu's father and Lu Yegua returned home. Lu's mother rolled her eyes and didn't ask anything, and the 2 daughters-in-law dared not question anything either. In the evening, Lu's mother served dinner. There was plenty of food left, and everyone got half a bowl of meat. Especially Lu Shu and Lu Xian, who hadn't had such delicious meals in a long time, were all smiles. They got along well with Lu Hao and Lu Yuan. Even though they had only known each other for a few hours, they felt like sisters. Children find it easy to connect, but it's not as simple for kids and adults to build relationships. Lu Hao, Lu Yuan, and Zheng Xulian were still quite unfamiliar with each other. Lu Jiejie didn't dare to mention Tian Jinhua in front of so many people. After dinner, she pulled Lu Yegua out for a walk. "What else can we do?" Lu Yegua waved his hand. "At most, we'll just warn Tian's parents. And with Tian Jinhua's personality, she would probably agree to anything for her brother soon enough. Lu Jijia looked up. What about Dashan? Does he want to come back to the Lu family? I don't know, but if he insists on returning, then my second brother's family will have to split off. 6 kids. Lu Jijia felt overwhelmed just thinking about it. She said, "Fourth brother, if you get married, don't have so many kids. People have limited energy, and it's easy to overlook children's mental health. Why are we talking about having kids?" Lu Yegwa suddenly felt embarrassed and looked down. Lu Jijia. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to bed. Lu Jijia turned and walked back. The second branch got married, but Shui Yan was about to start working in town right away. The family is building a house, and Mr. Shui can't handle it alone. Shui Yan thought for a moment and decided to ask the 2 brothers from the Lu family to help. He would pay them daily and supervise the other workers. Lu Aigua and Lu Gangua waved their hands, saying, "We can't take money." Shui Yan spoke calmly, making it clear that refusal wasn't an option. "This is what you deserve. I just got this job and can't take time off, but if no one is at home, the house might not get built. I want to pay you according to the local wage." "Go ahead," Lu's mother said decisively. "You 2 will help with the house, and you will be paid as normal workers. But the 2 of you, this is your sister's future home, so please pay extra attention and make sure no one cuts corners. Even brothers should keep things fair. They shouldn't let a small amount of money cause trouble." The 2 brothers exchanged glances and agreed, okay. Lu Jijia was making shoe parts nearby. When she looked up, her eyes met Shui Yan's. After Shui Yan left, Lu Jijia pretended to go for a walk. As soon as she turned the corner, someone pulled her into a secluded spot. "I'm leaving tomorrow," Shui Yan said, his lips pressed into a straight line. Lu Jijia nodded obediently, "Then make sure to eat well. When I'm not around, don't associate with people who have bad intentions." Lu Jijia raised an eyebrow, like who? "Zhao Shihui," Shui Yan replied, then thought of another name, and Zhang Tao. Lu Jijia huffed, "What about you? I heard there are many female workers at the textile factory. What does that have to do with me?" Shui Yan narrowed his eyes. "I only have eyes for you. And you need to eat well," Shui Yan said, moving his fingers. "Let me see how heavy you are." He lifted Lu Jijia with ease, bouncing her slightly. "Not too heavy. When I come back, you must weigh more than now." Lu Jijia. "Give me a kiss." Shui Yan leaned closer. This time, Lu Jijia was especially obedient, her big eyes looking at Shui Yan, appearing very easy to tease. Shui Yan, feeling encouraged, kissed her more firmly than before. Lu Jijia couldn't help but react, playfully scratching his neck. "Ow!" In a secluded corner, a man and a woman stood facing each other. Lu Jijia was taken aback. She glanced at the small amount of blood on her fingertip and then at the 4 marks on Shui Yan's neck. Feeling guilty, she bit her lip and hid her hand behind her back. Shui Yan touched his neck and didn't feel much pain. Instead, it brought a strange thrill. "What should we do?" Shui Yan asked in a low voice on purpose. "Others will definitely notice. It's not my fault. It was you who pinched my waist and bit me." Lu Jijia suddenly felt less guilty. She straightened her back and said, "Just say your neck was itchy and you scratched it. I'm not talking to you anymore. Figure out yourself." Lu Jijia turned to leave, her pace quickening. Shui Yan touched the wound on his neck, his fingers stained with blood. His dark eyes dimmed slightly, and his lips curled up a bit. Before he left, he took a group of young people to go hunting, while Zhao Shihui and Zhang Tao were pulled along by others. Zhao Shihui didn't want to go. "Shui Yan is going to work in town tomorrow. You 2 get along well, so you can't just skip it," Wang Jingwa said, pushing Zhao Shihui's shoulder. "Don't be stubborn, who said we were close?" Zhao Shihui nearly punched him. Shui Yan had taken the girl he liked. How could Zhao Shihui still be on good terms with him? Who spread that rumor? "Let's go. There's nothing else to do lately." A few young people nearby agreed, and Shui Yan glanced at Zhao Shihui, which only fueled his anger. As they entered the mountains, someone noticed the marks on Shui Yan's neck and asked, "Shuiga, what happened to your neck?" "I scratched it by accident," Shui Yan replied. moving his neck, making the marks more visible. Wang Zhenguo leaned in to take a closer look. How did you scratch it? It's bleeding. Were you in a fight? Shui Yan looked around, squatted down, touched the damp soil, and whispered, I'm leaving tomorrow, and Jie isn't very happy. His words were too casual, almost like he wasn't bragging. But that casualness was more impactful than bragging. Most of the young men present had once had a crush on Lu Jie, especially Zhao Shihui, whose eyes were turning red with anger. But Shui Yan did not look pleased. He maintained a stern expression as he stood up, revealing his height advantage. His long legs and strong arms made the young man who thought about confronting him reconsider. Zhang Tao shook his head. He had initially thought it was just a regular hunting trip, not realizing that Shui Yan had intentionally organized it to assert his dominance. He really left no room for others. Lu Shu and Lu Xian were now of school age. In the afternoon, Lu Mu made another trip to the school to enroll her 2 granddaughters. Zheng Xulian's eyes turned red with emotion. These were her ex-husband's children, but they had never attended school at their previous home. She never expected that as soon as they arrived at the Lu family, the 2 girls would start school. Zheng Xulian choked up slightly. Mom, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Lu Mu replied directly, the money for their schooling comes from my daughter. Xulian, I have no other demands. Just treat your sister-in-law well.
Mom, don't worry.
Since the day I married in, I have treated my sister-in-law like my own sister, Zheng Xulian said. Our family relies on her support for food and other needs. If anyone is ungrateful, they are no better than animals. Xulian, I really didn't make a wrong choice with you, Lu Mu said, admiring Zheng Xulian. The older sister-in-law, who was mending clothes, was silent. Zhang Xuyan felt a sense of competition. How could her younger sister-in-law speak so well? When Lu Jie returned home in the evening, Zhang Xuyan immediately approached her. Little sister, are you tired? Would you like some water? I'm a bit thirsty, Lu Jie replied honestly. Zhang Xuyan smiled broadly. All right, I'll get you some water right away. Lu Jie. Zheng Xulian came over holding some clothes. Little sister, I've washed your clothes and they're already dry. I didn't want to enter your room without your permission. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Lu Jie quickly took them. She returned to her room, just putting the clothes away when there was a knock at the door. Zhang Xuyan called from outside, Little sister, I've prepared a bowl of warm water for you. You must be tired after a long day. I just made some warm water for you to wash your face. Lu Jie. The next morning, Shui Yan left early, while the older brothers went to the Shui family to do some masonry work. Lu Jie had nothing to do, so she spent her time reviewing high school materials to strengthen her knowledge. After 3 days, Li Fen rushed into the warehouse, out of breath. Jie, something's wrong. Your second sister-in-law and Tian Jinhua are fighting.
What?
Lu Jie stood up and quickly walked out, locking the door behind her.
Where are they?
Over there, Li Fen pointed in a direction. As Lu Jie walked, she asked, Are there others around? Li Fen replied, Yes, but they're just some villagers. You're the closest from the Lu family. What should we do? I doubt I can handle Tian Jinhua either, Lu Jie frowned. Tian Jinhua works in the fields all the time and is very strong. If she fights seriously, even a man might struggle to hold her back. Li Fen asked anxiously, What should we do then? I'll go over first. You go to Shui Yan's house and get the older brothers, Lu Jie said. No way. Li Fen shook her head. Lu Jie was the precious one in the Lu family. What if something happened? Lu Jie looked into the distance urgently. Sisterly fun, it's fine. I'll assess the situation.
Thank you.
Li Fen thought for a moment, then bit her lip. All right, but until someone arrives, don't intervene recklessly. Lu Jie nodded, and they split up. Lu Jie jogged over and saw a crowd gathered from afar. Her heart raced. Zheng Xulian was delicate-looking and smaller than Tian Jinhua, and Lu Jie feared she would be overpowered. When Lu Jie reached the scene, the crowd parted to let her through. Zheng Xulian was being pinned down by Tian Jinhua. Tian Jinhua, looking fierce, raised her hand to strike Zheng Xulian's face. In a panic, Lu Jiejie picked up a stick from the ground and struck Tian Jinhua's back several times. Tian Jinhua flinched and rolled to the side, glaring angrily at Lu Jiejie. Zheng Xuelian took the opportunity to push Tian Jinhua down and slapped her 3 times. You think I'm afraid of you just because you're thinking about my man? Lu Jiejie. After observing closely, Lu Jiejie realized that both Zheng Xuelian and Tian Jinhua were equally matched in the fight. She didn't know what to do. She wanted them to stop, but they both seemed very enthusiastic. Lu Jiejie reached out her hand, but then pulled it back. Tian Jinhua had been locked up by her family for several days, and when she got out, she heard that Lu Ganghua had already married. When she ran out, she saw this woman who had taken Lu Ganghua from Zheng Xuelian years ago, so she recognized her immediately. Unfortunately, during her time locked up, she hadn't eaten well and had no strength, while Zheng Xuelian had been working hard on the farm, so she couldn't gain the upper hand. Tian Jinhua was furious, her eyes almost popping out. You shameless person, stealing my man. I have 4 children with Lu Ganghua, and you still have the nerve to marry him. Zheng Xuelian sneered. So what if I married him? I have 2 kids of my own, and Lu Ganghua is willing to help me raise them. Lu Jiejie. Feeling a bit lost, Lu Jiejie almost tucked her fingers into her sleeves. Stop fighting. Lu Ganghua quickly ran over from a distance. He helped Zheng Xuelian up and stood in front of her. Tian Jinhua, we have no relationship anymore. What do you want? Zheng Xuelian would never seek trouble with Tian Jinhua. It was Tian Jinhua who had started the fight. Lu Ganghua, you heartless man. It's only been a short time, and you've married another woman. Tian Jinhua lunged at Lu Ganghua, scratching and clawing. Lu Ganghua never easily hit women, and since Tian Jinhua had lived with him for so many years, he couldn't be so cold-hearted as to fight with his ex-wife. As long as Tian Jinhua didn't hit Zheng Xuelian, he wouldn't retaliate. Lu Ganghua had several scratches on his face. Annoyed, he pushed Tian Jinhua away. We are divorced now. We have no relationship. What do you want? What do I want? Tian Jinhua stepped forward to hug Lu Ganghua, saying, Ganghua, I don't want to divorce you anymore. Let's get married again. She thought that with the mountains behind them, Lu Ganghua would not let her go. As long as Lu Ganghua asked to remarry her, she could have respect in her family and be in charge at her in-laws. Unexpectedly, Lu Ganghua had remarried, and it was to the woman he had met years ago. Zheng Xuelian said nothing and looked coldly at Lu Ganghua. Lu Ganghua felt a chill. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ganghua looked at Tian Jinhua as if she were crazy. Since we are divorced, we have nothing to do with each other except for the children. Yes, the children. We have 4 kids, and I am their real mother. Only I will truly care for them, Tian Jinhua pleaded. Ganghua, divorce this woman and let's remarry. Lu Jiejie thought Tian Jinhua had lost her mind. Li Fen walked over to Lu Jiejie and whispered, I think Tian Jinhua is not thinking clearly. Lu Jiejie quietly replied, remove the I think. She really is not thinking clearly, and it's serious. There's no fixing it. Lu Ganghua pushed Tian Jinhua away again, his brows tightly knitted. It's impossible. I warn you one last time. You can do whatever you want to me, but if you touch Xuelian again, I won't hold back. Tian Jinhua was stunned. She remembered the last time Lu Ganghua had protected her like this, but now it was someone else. Lu Ganghua took Zheng Xuelian and left, with Lu Jiejie following closely behind. Halfway down the road, she looked back. Tian's parents were pulling Tian Jinhua away. Tian Jinhua was unwilling to marry that widower, especially since the last wife had died from abuse. Going there would mean trouble. Tian's parents had been warned by staff last time and didn't dare force Tian Jinhua to marry. They could only scold and hit her, and aside from that, they made her work hard. Tian Jinhua barely ate and worked intensely every day, making her look like a thin skeleton. Lu Jiejie saw her a few times and felt uncomfortable. In fact, Tian Jinhua was so capable that even if she stood on her own, she shouldn't be this starved. But when Aunt Tian scolded her and said a few kind words, she willingly worked for the Tian family. It's true that those who are pitiful often have their flaws. Everything can't withstand someone's willingness. Lu Jejia came home from work and saw Lu Chao as soon as she entered the house. "Cousin, you're back?" Lu Chao said with a bright smile as she approached. They both knew how to put on a show, always calling each other cousin when others were around. Aunt Lu was also there, and Lu Jejia smiled politely in response. Lu Chao reached out to grab Lu Jejia's arm, but Lu Jejia dodged. Aunt Lu pushed past Lu Chao and pulled Lu Jejia into the kitchen, saying, "You must be thirsty. Drink some water." She sat next to Lu Jejia, rolled her eyes at Aunt Lu behind her back, and then turned back. "Sister-in-law, did you two come for something?" Aunt Lu opened her mouth, seemingly hesitant to speak. Lu Chao sensed Aunt Lu's rejection and felt a bit wronged, sitting next to her and pouting. "Aunt, do you dislike me like everyone else?" Knowing the answer, Aunt Lu shrugged. "Of course not." "Lu Gao." Lu Chao glanced at Lu Jejia and then at Aunt Lu. She had always hoped to be Aunt Lu's daughter. If she were, she would definitely be more filial than Lu Jejia. Suppressing her discomfort, Lu Chao said, "Aunt, actually my mom and I came to ask if Jejia could see me off." Cough. Lu Jejia nearly choked on her water. She understood now. Lu Chao wanted her to be the maid of honor. Did she think she was foolish? Being a maid of honor for Lu Chao, a girl who wasn't even married yet, would surely harm her reputation. Besides, why should she be Lu Chao's maid of honor? Aunt Lu's expression turned serious. Lu Chao had done so many questionable things. She could just pack her things and go without dragging her daughter into it. Was she too easy to talk to? "Sister-in-law thinks the same," Aunt Lu said sternly, looking at Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu stammered, "Well, it's just that we couldn't find anyone else. Besides, Jejia is already engaged. It won't affect anything." "Won't affect anything?" Mrs. Lu stood up angrily, saying, "Your daughter has done something embarrassing, and the whole Shishui village knows about it. Are we supposed to let Jejia accompany her and share in the shame?" Mrs. Lu wanted to be polite, but she didn't expect the Lu family's main branch to be so demanding. "If you can't find her, why don't you look for your niece? Why not have your daughter-in-law find her sister? Or do you think others don't want to come, and that Jejia should suffer for you?" Aunt Lu didn't expect Mrs. Lu to openly confront her. Since Lu Chao's incident, the villagers had looked at their family with some ridicule, but Mr. and Mrs. Lu treated them the same as before, without any disdain. She was really frustrated lately, just wanting to marry Lu Chao off quickly. When she heard Lu Chao suggest that Jejia take her, she impulsively came along. After sitting there for a while, she realized it was inappropriate, so she kept quiet. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Lu exploded. Seeing Mrs. Lu speak so harshly, Lu Chao's eyes instantly turned red. "Second aunt." Jejia put down her bowl and looked at Lu Chao, who was staring at Mrs. Lu with teary eyes. She pouted and said a bit jealously, "Lu Chao, don't think I can't see what you're thinking. No matter how much you like her, she is my mother, not yours. Your mother is sitting over there." Lu Chao's expression stiffened. Aunt Lu's face turned pale instantly. She quickly glanced at Lu Chao and saw her staring intently at Mrs. Lu. With that pleading expression, one might think Mrs. Lu was her real mother. Aunt Lu felt complicated. Her face looked as if it had been remade. Mrs. Lu didn't want to deal with the main branch's issues anymore. "Sister-in-law, Jejia will not be taking Lu Chao out, and I will never agree to that. I believe I have not wronged the main branch. Don't be too harsh in your actions. It makes both our families look bad." Aunt Lu knew her demands were excessive, but she couldn't bring herself to apologize. Aunt Lu looked coldly at Lu Chao. "Let's go." She walked toward the door, then turned back after a few steps. "If you don't leave now, you won't need to come home again. Our family doesn't need a daughter like you." Aunt Lu left with a gloomy expression, and Lu Chao hurried to follow her. What kind of people are these? Lu's mother rolled her eyes. She didn't expect Aunt Lu to be so unreasonable. Indeed, people often like to bully those who are kind to them, taking advantage of their goodwill. Lu Chao followed Aunt Lu home, knowing that her parents were the ones who could help her the most. She hurriedly said, "Mom, Don't listen to Lu Jiejia's nonsense. Aunt Lu remained silent. She felt anxious. When they got home, Lu Chao thought she was going to get scolded and was prepared to run around the yard. However, Aunt Lu stood in the yard for a while before going straight to her room. In the afternoon, the two brothers from the Lu family went to find Zhou Wenqing. Before leaving, Aunt Lu said to her two sons with a serious face, "You need to make sure he finds a place to stay in the next 2 days and gets married within 3 days. If he doesn't take Lu Chao away in 3 days, I will report it to the town." The two brothers hesitated and asked, "Mom, isn't 3 days too rushed?" "What's the rush? If we wait any longer, the villagers will ruin our family's reputation." The eldest sister-in-law nodded in agreement. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet when she went out, people looked at her differently, which was so embarrassing. Seeing Aunt Lu's gloomy expression, Lu Chao didn't dare to speak, but she felt a bit happy inside. She was about to marry Zhou Wenqing, and once he returned to the city, she would be a city girl. Even if Zhou Wenqing couldn't go back to the city, she would still be marrying an educated man. She didn't know how many village girls secretly envied her. Since that night when Zhou Wenqing talked to another male youth, he looked at the calluses on his hands and became less opposed to marrying Lu Chao. Thinking about having someone to help with household chores and farm work, he even felt a strong urge to marry Lu Chao as soon as possible. Zhou Wenqing smiled at Lu Chao's two brothers and said, "Elder brother, second brother, I want to marry Xiao Chao quickly, but I haven't found a place to live."
Well.
The two brothers exchanged glances and finally replied with serious faces, "We're not getting involved. You figure it out." Zhou Wenqing. With no other option, Zhou Wenqing decided to go find Lu's father and first ran to the Lu family. The door of the Lu family was open, and Lu Jiejie was sewing the shoe upper. She had already finished one and was now working on the last one. Some parts of the shoe were quite stiff. She pressed her lips together, her soft cheeks puffing up, and when she really couldn't manage, she pushed the needle against the door to get it through. Her skin was delicate, and her fingertips were bright red. She alternated between her index and middle fingers, carefully watching with her beautiful big eyes, afraid that it wouldn't look nice. Zhou Wenqing couldn't help but walk in. Lu Hao was holding Lu Yi in the sun. When she saw Zhou Wenqing enter, she immediately stood up, blushing, and called out, "Auntie, Zhou. The beggar is here." Zhou Wenqing. Lu Jiejie looked up and saw Zhou Wenqing standing in their yard. She stood up with the needle in her hand and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Jiejie, I came to find your uncle." "Then go check the village office." Lu Jiejie didn't want to deal with him. She had initially planned to take revenge for this body, ready to make Zhou Wenqing's life miserable. But after understanding the situation, she realized that Zhou Wenqing was just a smooth talker who tricked people out of money, and Chen Yingxian was also willingly involved. She had already taught him a lesson, and since she was engaged now, she didn't want to get entangled with him again. If he got desperate, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Besides, Zhou Wenqing was about to marry Lu Chao, who was not an easy person. Zhou Wenqing would have plenty of trouble ahead. Why should she invite more chaos into her life? Lu Jiejie looked at Zhou Wenqing with disdain. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Zhou Wenqing turned to step outside but hesitated and looked back. "Lu Jiejie, I'm getting married." Lu Jiejie slowly lifted her eyelids. Who in this village doesn't know that Zhou Jiqing is getting married? Sneaking into the woods with a girl at night and taking off your clothes. Zhou Jiqing, do you think that night was an achievement? You should go chat with the elders at the door instead. Zhou Wenqing. Was that really what he meant? Big sister. Lu Jiejie called for Zhang Shuyan when she saw he wasn't moving. Zhang Shuyan was tidying up the room and ran out when she heard the voice. "Little sister, what's wrong? There's someone at home." Before Lu Jiejie could finish, she turned around, and Zhou Wenqing was already gone. Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie sewed the shoe upper for a while and then ran to the kitchen to make pickled fish. Zhang Shuyan came over to help. She looked at the large fish in the kitchen, glancing at them a few times. "Little sister, your third uncle really cares for you. He even found a way to get you fish." "My third brother has always taken care of me," Lu Jiejie smiled. tilting her face up. Zheng Xiulian looked at the fish and felt hungry again. During her few days at the Lu family, she had meat every day and could even drink rice soup. She used to only eat such good food during the New Year, but now she had it almost every day. She was glad she married into this family. Zheng Xiulian looked at Lu Jejia. To be honest, Lu Jejia truly deserved the kindness she received. Very few people contribute so much to their family without being proud or looking down on others for their efforts. She had heard that during the tough years, it was this performing arts group's sister-in-law who supported the family's food supply. A girl of 13 or 14, facing such harsh conditions, chose to support her family instead of just thinking about her own survival. Even an adult might not have such resilience and willingness to give. Zheng Xiulian thought that the Lu family should cherish Lu Jejia for all her contributions and kindness. After so many years, finding a relative willing to give so much, what was there to be petty about? Zheng Xiulian knew Lu Jejia didn't like to scale fish, as young girls usually dislike getting fishy smells on themselves, so she took the task upon herself. She wasn't very skilled at scaling fish either, but there was a sense of happiness in being able to prepare fish. After struggling for over 10 minutes, the two finally finished preparing the fish. One fish weighed 5 to 6 pounds, and with 2 fish, it filled a large bowl. "Little sister, are you making that much?" Zheng Xiulian felt a bit concerned. Lu Jejia cracked an egg and poured it over the fish. "This is for Uncle Shui and the others. Besides, my brothers do heavy work every day. It's good for their health to have more nourishment. When young, she missed out, and now that she was older, she had to face the consequences." Zheng Xiulian still felt a bit reluctant. 2 people made a big pot of food. Lu Jejia set aside half a bowl to wait for her second brother to come back and take it to the Shui family. When Lu's mother returned and saw the pot of fish, she quickly closed the kitchen door. She reminded Zheng Xiulian, "Make sure to tell Lu Shu and Lu Xian not to talk about this outside." "Mom, I understand. I've already told them," Zheng Xiulian replied with a gentle smile. Lu Jejia looked at Zheng Xiulian. The second sister-in-law was much smarter than the eldest sister-in-law. Her mother really knew how to pick people. Once their situation improved, the second family would definitely do well. In the evening, the little ones returned after gathering pig grass. Before dinner, Lu's mother said, "School starts tomorrow, so wake up early and be alert." "Do you hear me?" "Yes." The 5 little girls shouted loudly. Shirtu picked at his fingers and said, "Grandma, I want to go to school too." "You're not old enough. They won't accept you." Lu's mother rolled her eyes. Shirtu was only 5 years old, and the earliest age to start school was 6. Lu's mother pouted. "The teacher said there's no class for your age. Why go so early? You wouldn't understand anything, and it would be a waste of money. You don't want to end up like your dad, failing every year." "Lu Igua. When your sister comes back, she can teach you. By the time you start school while other kids can't write, you will be able to. You can brag about it as much as you want," Lu's mother said while serving soup. Shida's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Hua. "Big sister, you have to teach me when you come back." Lu Hua nodded. Lu's mother began to serve the fish. Everyone in the family liked spicy food, so Lu Jejia added extra chili, and everyone was sweating while eating. Shuiyang was so satisfied he almost cried. "Dad, this is so good. I want to be Jejia's son. Get out of here." Shui's father, a scholar, surprisingly cursed. Shuiqian took a bite of fish and squinted. "Dad, is big brother coming back soon?" "He's coming back the day after tomorrow." Since the little one started school, the house has been very quiet. Lu Jejia also didn't like staying at home and often went to her workplace to study. She organized her math notes and planned to teach Shuiyan step by step when he returned. Lu Jejia was preparing to take the college entrance exam with Shuiyan. The day after tomorrow, after dinner, Lu Jejia was about to go to work when she saw Zhou Wenqing enter the next room. She sensed something was off. After taking a few steps, she saw Zhou Wenqing trembling as he carried Lu Chao out. Lu Chao was dressed in red. This means they got married. Lu Jejia looked around but saw no guests or anything. Zhou Wenqing didn't bring anyone to welcome the bride, and Lu Chao had no one to send her off. The two just got married like that. Aunt Lu didn't even come out of the house. Zhou Wenqing noticed Lu Jiejie and opened his mouth, while Lu Chao also saw her and proudly lifted her chin. But the next moment, Zhou Wenqing couldn't hold on any longer and set Lu Chao down. In Shishui village, there is a rule that the bride must not touch the ground when leaving her home. She must either be carried by the groom or taken in a vehicle, and only upon reaching the groom's house can she step on the ground. Unexpectedly, Lu Chao was set down just a few steps out of the door. Lu Chao's face darkened instantly. Before she could get angry, Zhou Wenqing spoke up. "You're too heavy. You never think about eating less. I can't carry you at all. Look at other girls, they are so slim. Why are you so heavy?" Lu Chao glanced at her waist and then at Lu Jiejie's waist, feeling instantly discouraged. She was furious. "How am I heavy? I'm just like other girls. Everyone says I'm good for having children, unlike those skinny ones who have a hard time giving birth." Lu Jiejie pressed her lips together, her expression cold. But today was Lu Chao's wedding day, and villagers had already arrived, so she couldn't argue with Lu Chao in public. Since Lu Chao had already lost her shame, who knew what more shameless things she might do? So, Lu Jiejie turned and went back home, standing by the door to watch.
"Lu Gao."
"You know if you're heavy or not," Zhou Wenqing said impatiently, pulling Lu Chao. "There's still a lot to clean up at home. We're busy, so hurry back." Zhou Wenqing turned and walked ahead, and Lu Chao, feeling angry, pushed his shoulder. "Who are you calling heavy?" Zhou Wenqing was suddenly pushed and lost his balance, falling to the ground. His white shirt got dirty, and his hand was scratched by a stone. Lu Jiejie. Lu Chao Chao. Laughter erupted around them. Lu Chao Chao. Zhou Wenqing angrily got up from the ground. He wanted to retaliate but thought better of it since Lu Chao Chao was stronger than him. "You really went too far. Today is our special day, and you made me lose face like this." He stormed off in anger. Lu Chao Chao hurried after him. "Wenqing, I didn't mean to." In her rush, Lu Chao Chao tripped over her own legs and fell to the ground. Lu Jiejie. What kind of day is it today? Are these two here to entertain? She even wondered if she was watching a circus. Lu Chao Chao, with a sore arm and dirt in her mouth, quickly got up and chased after Zhou Wenqing. Today was supposed to be Lu Chao Chao and Zhou Wenqing's wedding day, but it turned into a farce. After they walked 100 meters, Lu Jiejie also left home for work. She didn't know where Zhou Wenqing found a place, but it was on the same road as hers. Lu Jiejie watched as Lu Chao Chao caught up with Zhou Wenqing, apologizing as she walked. Zhou Wenqing had blood on his hand and shouted angrily at Lu Chao Chao. Lu Chao Chao, irritated by him, gave Zhou Wenqing a light slap on the shoulder, causing him to stumble again. Then Lu Chao Chao started apologizing once more. Lu Jiejie's expression was hard to describe, but it was quite entertaining to watch. Lu Jiejie followed closely behind, not wanting to miss any moment. She had never seen such a wedding style in her life, so she felt it would be a shame not to watch closely. As Lu Jiejie stared intently, she didn't notice when a tall figure appeared behind her. Lu Jiejie was so captivated that she walked past her workplace without realizing it, just in time to see Zhou Wenqing stumble again after being pushed by Lu Chao Chao. With her eyes sparkling, she took a step forward, but suddenly felt a pinch on the back of her neck. Startled, Lu Jiejie quickly turned her head to look. The person behind her was too close, and as Lu Jiejie turned around, she bumped into him, enveloped by a familiar scent. She looked up with a smile. "Shui Yan." Shui Yan held Lu Jiejie's waist to steady her and asked with a straight face, "Do you think it's nice?" Lu Jiejie was about to say it was quite interesting when she heard a low voice beside her. "Is Zhou Wenqing nice?" Lu Jiejie shot Shui Yan a glare and confidently said, "I'm here for work, not just to see them. I happen to be passing by." "Here for work?" Shui Yan raised an eyebrow. Lu Jiejie straightened her small frame. "Yes, I'm here for work." "Really?" "Yes." Shui Yan asked, "Where are you working?" Do I really need to say?
At.
Lu Jieje looked around and realized she had walked more than 10 meters away from her work area. Her eyelashes fluttered as she glanced past Shui and toward the door, and she kindly said, "Since I finally came home, you should go see Uncle first. I need to get to work." As she walked ahead, she glanced back and saw Shui Yan right behind her. Lu Jieje felt uneasy and turned to glare at him again. "Why are you following me? I still have work to do. That's the most important thing. If you have something to say, do it later." "Why are you following them?" Shui Yan's dark eyes narrowed. "And why do you look so captivated, staring without blinking?"
"I'm not."
Lu Jieje felt wronged. She noticed some villagers looking their way, so she pulled Shui Yan into the house. Once inside, she explained seriously, "I was just curious. Don't you think it's strange for those two to get married?" Lu Jieje thought for a moment for the right word. Too unusual? "I've just never seen a wedding like that, so I wanted to take a look." Shui Yan knew Lu Jieje was telling the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. "You were staring at Zhou Wenqing for a long time," Shui Yan said quietly. Lu Jieje retorted, "I wasn't just looking at Zhou Wenqing. I also looked at Lu Chao." Shui Yan fell silent for a moment before saying, "But you were still looking at Zhou Wenqing. It's been so long since we last met, and you don't seem happy to see me at all." Shui Yan lowered his head, his expression blank. Lu Jieje was already used to this routine. "Are you thinking about kissing again? If it's a kiss, then let's do it." Lu Jieje grabbed the front of Shui Yan's shirt and stood on her tiptoes. Shui Yan slightly lifted his gaze, his large hand protecting Lu Jieje's waist. He then moved to the side of the wall, lifting his foot to close the door. Once the door was shut, the room instantly became dark, and the warm air surrounded them. Lu Jieje felt even her breathing was heated. She bit her lip and placed a hand on Shui Yan's shoulder. Shui Yan was very assertive when kissing. Every time it happened, it felt like he was hunting, and he wouldn't allow the other person to resist. Maybe it was because they had been apart for too long. Shui Yan used one hand to hold both of Lu Jieje's hands, trapping her completely. Frustrated, Lu Jieje bit his lower lip, but her body was too soft to push him away. Shui Yan wiped the blood from his lip and said in a low voice, "You are the one who looked at Zhou Wenqing first." Lu Jieje leaned on his shoulder and bit him again. This man was just making excuses to tease her. After spending so much time together, she knew exactly what he was thinking. If she really liked Zhou Wenqing, Shui Yan wouldn't be so calm talking to her. He would probably. Well, Lu Jieje couldn't think of what Shui Yan might do. But she knew he should be very, very angry, not just sulking like this. "Let me go." Lu Jieje stepped on Shui Yan's foot. Shui Yan looked at her with dark eyes. "You still haven't healed from the last time you scratched me. If I let you go, you can't scratch again." Lu Jieje nodded. Lu Jieje quickly moved a few meters away from Shui Yan, sitting down like a tired cat. Shui Yan took out many items from his backpack. Lu Jieje glanced over casually. There were candy, cookies, and a jar of crab sauce. "Put these in the drawer so you can eat them whenever you're hungry." Shui Yan put the jar of crab sauce into Lu Jieje's bag. "Take this home and see how it tastes. If it's good, I'll bring you more next time." As Shui Yan spoke, his thin lips moved slightly. However, Lu Jieje was focused on the bite mark on his lower lip. She had accidentally hurt him earlier, and now it was very noticeable, clearly a bite mark. Feeling down, Lu Jieje didn't want to talk and didn't even know what Shui Yan had said. Her mind was filled with the impression of his lip. Finally, frustrated, she slammed the book on the table and shouted at him with her eyes closed. "It's all your fault. You were the one who held my hand first, and that's why I bit you." Shui Yan seemed a bit confused by Lu Jieje's sudden outburst. He replied softly, "A little bite is nothing." "It's broken," Lu Jieje said, feeling deflated. "There are bite marks. Others will definitely notice." Shui Yan pressed his lips together. "I can say I bit myself. Do you believe that?" "It's fine, I can handle it." Shui Yan then took out a pair of shoe soles. "I've already fixed them." Lu Jieje looked at the neat stitches and suddenly regretted biting Shui Yan. Why did she have to bite his lip? She could have bitten somewhere else or scratched him instead. Lu Chao followed Zhou Wenqing into a rundown house at the end of the village. She walked in with high hopes, but found almost nothing inside. There was only a broken table and an unkempt bed, which was dirty and covered in dust, with damp, rotting straw on it. Zhou Wenqing's belongings were scattered messily on the floor. Lu Gao, is this all there is? How are we supposed to live with just this? Lu Chao looked angrily at Zhou Wenqing. She had seen many weddings, and even the poorest families had pots and pans. But they only had a broken house with no wedding items at all. Zhou Wenqing sat on the only clean stool. Can you blame me? Your family didn't provide anything for the wedding. I rented this house yesterday and had the roof fixed. I've already spent all my money. Look at other women. They at least bring some furniture, pots, and pans. You have nothing. Lu Chao's confidence quickly faded. She truly had no dowry at all. Thinking back to her older sister's wedding and then her own, she felt that her mother was really unfair, giving her nothing. Zhou Wenqing took out some ointment from his luggage and applied a bit to his wound. He glanced at Lu Chao and said, "Hurry up and pack. Do you want us to have nowhere to sleep tonight?" Lu Chao was also lazy at home. She stared at the chores, unsure of where to start, and stood still for a while. She felt a bit sad, but after thinking it over, she got up to tidy up. The room was very dusty, and her red dress quickly got dirty. She swept the bed vigorously, causing dust to fly everywhere. Lu Chao started coughing hard, and tears even came to her eyes.
Xiao Gao.
Suddenly, she heard her older brother's voices outside. Lu Chao's eyes brightened, and she happily ran outside. Her brothers each carried a package. When they entered the room, they saw there was hardly any space to put things, so they just placed them on the floor, like Zhou Wenqing. "Xiao Chao, this is everything you have at home. Mother asked us to pack it for you." Lu Chao opened the package and saw her clothes and some small items. Feeling unsatisfied, she asked, "Big brother, don't I have anything for my wedding? I remember Mother prepared a lot for my sister's wedding. Why do I have nothing?" "Mother knew you would ask. She told me to tell you that when your sister got married, she received $16 as a dowry, and Mother used it all to buy things for her, so she could have a grand wedding," her brother said quietly. "You only have $2 as a dowry. Mother even lost $2 to make you a dress, so naturally, she couldn't give you much." Lu Chao was stunned. Her brother sighed helplessly and took out a few bills from his pocket. "Xiao Chao, this is the pocket money your second brother and I saved, a total of 50 cents. You can use it as you need. Also, Mother said not to come back home too often. Just focus on living well." Before Lu Chao could react, her brothers left, and she felt a heavy sadness in her heart. She clearly married the person she wanted, so why does it feel like she lost so much more? Lu Chao slowly stood up, unsure of what to do. "Your family is really heartless. Once a daughter is married, they just let her go," Zhou Wenqing scoffed. Lu Chao remained frozen in place. "Hurry up and pack your things. Do you want to eat lunch or not?" On the day Lu Chao got married, news spread from the Zhang family in Dongshui village. Although Zhang Lei was injured, he received treatment at a field hospital, and his leg was saved. During his recovery, he developed feelings for a nurse at the hospital, and they reported it to their superiors, becoming revolutionary partners. The people of Dongshui village couldn't help but sigh when they thought of Lu Chao's wedding. It really is a matter of fate. When Lu Jiejie heard this news, she was taken aback. She asked her mother, "Mom, did you know in advance that Lu Chao was getting married today?" Lu's mother rolled her eyes. "Who knows? Your aunt didn't say anything. I think she didn't tell anyone. She probably couldn't bring herself to." Lu Jiejie worked hard on making shoes and said, "Revolutionary partners, love born from life and death. Sounds so beautiful. Mom, do you think my third brother will find me a sister-in-law too?" "I don't know. If he can find one, that would save me some trouble," Lu's mother replied, busy tending to the fire. Although the weather wasn't as hot as before, she was still sweating. She fanned herself. "Your third brother has high standards. Whoever he chooses must be good. I just need to prepare the betrothal gifts." Third brother is indeed impressive, Lu Jejia said, resting her chin in her palm. I wonder what kind of girl he likes. As she imagined the face of her future sister-in-law, her older brothers returned home. At lunch, Lu Igua glanced at Lu Jejia and said, Shuiyan is back today. Lu Jejia subtly moved her toes. Lu Igua sighed. I think it's not easy for him to be a security guard. What's wrong? Lu's mother asked. They still have to train. Even someone as strong as Shuiyan fell down. His mouth is bruised and scraped. Lu Jejia quietly ate her meal, not saying a word. She found it strange that she had clearly bitten it, leaving teeth marks, yet her brother thought it was from a fall. In the afternoon, Lu Jejia returned home early. The soles of her shoes were ready, and the upper parts were done. She just needed to sew them together. Lu Jejia struggled and worked hard, sewing one stitch after another. Just then, Shuiyan walked in. A shadow fell over Lu Jejia, and when she looked up, she was stunned. Shuiyan had several half-centimeter cuts where the teeth marks were, and there were some bruises around them. Now it had scabbed over, but it would definitely split if he moved too much. Lu Jejia felt a pang of sympathy and asked, What happened to you? I fell, he replied. In the afternoon, only the second sister-in-law was home. When she saw Shuiyan come in, she went straight to her room with Lu Yi. Lu Yi was young, and Zheng Xuelian was especially gentle, treating Lu Yi like her own daughter. Now, whenever Lu Yi saw Zheng Xuelian, she would smile and slowly wander off to find her after a while. Seeing Lu Yi staring out the window, Zheng Xuelian mercilessly closed it. Look at your aunt, Lu Yi said, hugging Zheng Xuelian's neck and acting cute. Zheng Xuelian took out a little tiger she had just sewn and asked, Do you want to see your aunt or the little tiger? Lu Yi thought for a moment and took the little tiger to play in the corner of the bed. Lu Jejia felt both heartbroken and angry. She knew Shuiyan was afraid of what the villagers would say, so he intentionally hurt himself. But Lu Jejia was also angry about how rough he was when he kissed her. If he had been gentler, would she have bitten him? Shuiyan could only stay for one day and had to leave in the afternoon. Seeing the door closed, he leaned forward to weigh Lu Jejia. He frowned, not heavy. Girls don't want to be heavy. Lu Jejia thought about biting him again. Shuiyan said in a low voice, I ate everything I brought for you. Lu Jejia replied dismissively. The scab on the little girl's forehead had turned dark and dry, almost ready to fall off, with a corner even peeling. However, the exposed skin, while slightly paler, showed no other bumps. During this time, she had been well taken care of, and beneath her fair skin, there was a healthy glow, with her lips soft and red. Shuiyan pressed his lips together and said softly, I can only see you once a week. Lu Jejia understood and replied, Work is important. I can visit you when I go to the town in a couple of days. Visit me? Yes, I heard there are many female workers at the textile factory. I need to let them know you have a fiancé. Shuiyan liked that Lu Jejia felt possessive of him. He pulled her closer to his heart and asked, When will you come to see me? Lu Jejia thought for a moment. I'm not sure. It could be tomorrow or the day after. I need to do a surprise check. Shuiyan's dark eyes moved, and his voice was hoarse. Come to get our marriage certificate on your birthday, and then no one will dare to be interested in me. I will make sure they get married soon. There's just over a month left, and the female lead will be 18. I was thinking about having them have kids. The original plan was for them to have at most 2, but it could also be just 1. Lu Jejia fiddled with the fabric of Shuiyan's clothes. She thought it was a bit early, but she said, The household registration book isn't my responsibility, but if my parents are willing to give it to me, I will definitely agree to get the certificate on my birthday. She looked at Shuiyan obediently, but he didn't notice her little thoughts. He glanced at the sky outside and rubbed her waist gently. I have to go now. If I don't leave, I'll be late. Shuiyan reluctantly set Lu Jejia down. Lu Jejia nodded. Seeing she wasn't too conflicted, Shuiyan poked her cheek playfully and casually asked, While I'm away, no one else has been bothering you, right? Lu Jejia swatted his hand away. You think too highly of me. Who would bother me? Do you think a bunch of guys follow me around on the street? Shui Yan replied seriously, "That's not certain." Shui Yan smirked slightly. "I'm leaving. If anyone bothers you, just tell me, and I'll find a way to handle it." Lu Jijia casually said, "Got it." After taking one last look at her, Shui Yan left and arrived in town when it got dark. "Hey, Shuego is back," Zhang Shuiquan joked as he put down the towel he was holding. After Shui Yan arrived at the security department, his strong and tall build made him unbeatable by the other guards. Men often bond through physical challenges, and Shui Yan quickly fit in. Feeling hot, Shui Yan took off his outer jacket and tossed it on the bed, revealing bite marks on his arm. Zhang Shuiquan sparred with Shui Yan and, after receiving a couple of punches, respected him. They now had a good relationship. He glanced at the bite marks, thought he was mistaken, looked again, and after confirming, exclaimed, "Shui, did you get into a fight with your fiancé?" Zhang Shuiquan's gaze shifted to Shui Yan's mouth, noting, "Your lip is also cut." "I fell," Shui Yan replied as he took off his tank top to change into a clean shirt. "I accidentally tripped, and my fiancé was upset that I couldn't take care of myself, so she bit my arm." Zhang Shuiquan was speechless. With his back to Zhang Shuiquan, every movement revealed his toned muscles. Zhang Shuiquan admired Shui Yan's tall figure and thought that if things got intimate, most women might struggle to handle it. "Shui, is your fiancé strong?" Zhang Shuiquan asked instinctively. Shui Yan paused while getting dressed, turned his head, and looked at Zhang Shuiquan coldly, saying, "Why are you asking that?" "And no reason." Zhang Shuiquan quickly shook his head. "I was just thinking that your fiancé bit you, which seems fierce." "She is indeed fierce." Shui Yan glanced at the bite marks on his arm. "Sometimes she even likes to scratch." Zhang Shuiquan hesitated, "Then you'll probably get scratched again." "Everyone has their limits, and will fight back." Zhang Shuiquan suddenly became curious about what Shui Yan's fiancé looked like. However, he could guess that a girl from the countryside, who worked hard every day, would be strong. Initially, it might be tough, but over time, she might adapt. Lu Chao spent the whole day cleaning the house, something she had never done so diligently at home. In the evening, her hand trembled as she put it in the water. The rundown yard was full of weeds, and without tools, she could only pull them out by hand, leaving her hands red and sore. "What's for dinner?" Zhou Wenqing asked as he got up from the bed. The first thing they organized at home was the bed. Aunt Lu packed up the blankets and pillows that Lu Chao usually used and brought them over. Lu Chao spent a long time arranging the blankets for herself and Zhou Wenqing. Lu Chao took a breath and said, "There's nothing to eat. We can only have some porridge." "Is that all we have? That having this much is already good. There's nothing else at home, only a little grain you got from the youth program." Zhou Wenqing was annoyed. "Cooking is a woman's job. You're really not helpful at all." "Then go earn some food for me," Lu Chao said, standing up angrily. "Zhou Wenqing, don't go too far." Zhou Wenqing chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so materialistic." "Yes, I'm poor and have no food. You said you wouldn't mind when we got married, but now, less than a day later, you blame me for not bringing in food?" Lu Chao opened her mouth but then closed it after a moment. She took out a clay pot to cook porridge. After a while, she looked at Zhou Wenqing and said, "Wenqing, recite a poem for me." Zhou Wenqing didn't want to refuse right away, so he reluctantly recited a poem for Lu Chao. Lu Chao smiled widely, looking satisfied. After they finished, they each had half a bowl of thin porridge. By the time they were done, it was already late at night. Lu Chao took off her clothes and lay down, shyly reaching out to Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing turned over. "Lu Gao." Lu Chao moved and hugged Zhou Wenqing from behind. "We're already married. It's okay. We can have a son, and a daughter would be fine too. She can help take care of her younger brother." Before she could finish, Zhou Wenqing pushed her hand away. "Let's talk about it later. I didn't eat enough today, and I don't have the energy." Lu Gao. Lu Chao didn't really understand these things. She only knew from playing with friends that when a man and woman get married, they can sleep together, but she didn't know the details. Just as she was about to touch Zhou Wenqing's leg again, her stomach growled, and she decided to give up. The next day, Lu Jejia told her mother that she wanted to go to town to take a look around. She was bored staying at home all the time and wanted to go out for a bit. Eldest brother and second brother are working at the Shui family, while the fourth brother is at home doing farm work. Mother Lu plans to let the fourth brother go with Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia shook her head. I'm not a little kid. I can go by myself. Besides, the fourth brother needs to watch the tractor. You should at least find a companion. Fourth brother, ask Li Fun if she wants to go to town tomorrow, since it's Sunday. Lu Yegua smiled. I'll ask her. At noon, Zheng Xiulian called Lu Hao into the room, rummaged through the cabinet, and took out a pair of new shoes. I just made these for you. Put them on. Lu Hao looked at Zheng Xiulian, her exposed toe curling slightly. Her voice was a bit hoarse, and her eyes blinked quickly. Are these for me? You're the only one at home with worn-out shoes, and your toes are showing. You can't bear the cold, so I made these for you. Zheng Xiulian didn't intend to spoil Lu Hao. She believed she was kind-hearted and wouldn't be harsh on her child. What was meant to be would come naturally. Quick, try them on and see if they fit. Lu Hao hadn't worn new shoes in 2 or 3 years, and these were actually Lu Hua's old ones. Feeling anxious, she sat on the bed, her fingers touching the new shoes, unsure of what to do. Lu Hao bit her lip and put them on. Zheng Xiulian pressed the front of the shoes. How do they fit? Too small? Lu Hao shook her head. No, they're not small. They're pretty good. Zheng Xiulian had a naturally gentle face, and with her voice, Lu Hao felt a bit emotional. As long as they fit. Zheng Xiulian noticed the girl's eyes were red and sighed, gently rubbing Lu Hao's head. Study hard, and I'll make you new shoes again in the future. Lu Hao nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Lu Jejia had already finished one shoe. She examined it carefully and found her skills were quite good. But the shoe was too big. Her hand barely reached halfway across the sole. Why do I have such big feet? Lu Jejia muttered. It's making my hand sore. But soon, Lu Jejia smiled again, eager to finish quickly, so she could give it to Shui Yan tomorrow. Shui Yan has a job now, and on Sundays, it's Lu Yegua who drives the tractor. Lu Yegua took Lu Jejia to secure a spot early and even got a stool for Li Fun. When Li Fun arrived, the other young people next to her teased her with their shoulders, making her feel a bit shy. She lowered her head and sat next to Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia had her bag ready, but Li Fun had a basket on her shoulder, which she placed beside her. Worried that the basket might hit her when the vehicle moved, Lu Yegua kindly moved it to the front and placed it by his feet. Don't worry, nothing will get lost. Okay. Lu Jejia chuckled quietly at the scene. Half an hour later, the vehicle started moving. Just a few meters in, a voice called out from afar. Wait. Lin Feng climbed onto the vehicle, carrying something on his shoulder. Since Lin Feng lived with the cattle, he had a certain smell, and everyone kept their distance from him as soon as he got on. The atmosphere in Shishui village was generally good, and no one bothered the cattle shed. Lin Feng's living conditions were slightly worse than usual, but it was not much different from when he was at the youth station. Lin Feng scanned the area and spotted Lu Jejia. She had fairer skin than the other girls and stood out with her charm, her red hair swaying gently in the breeze. He lowered his head and found a random spot to sit down. He thought of Luo Qingqing, who used to be very beautiful, but the last time he saw her, she looked pale and thin, her eyes lacking their usual sparkle. Lin Feng tightened his fingers. In 2 months, she would be released. When they reached the town, Lu Jejia and Li Fun went to explore the mall first. Lu Jejia wasn't very interested in food since Shui Yan had already bought her a lot. Li Fun, however, was tempted by some cookies and decided to buy a few. Lu Jejia didn't bring much money. She looked around and decided to buy some gray fabric, planning to have her parents make outfits. After they left, they passed by the former art troupe. Lu Jejia noticed people moving things inside, but didn't pay much attention. It took them a long time to find the textile factory where Shui Yan worked. There was a security guard standing outside the factory, but Shui Yan was not there. Excuse me, do you need help? A round-faced male security guard asked, blushing as he looked at Lu Jejia. If others had been chased away by the security, It would have been different for Lu Jiejie because she was pretty and young, making them feel a bit embarrassed. "We're here to find someone," Lu Jiejie said, showing her work ID. "I'm from Shishui village, looking for my fiancé, who is also a security guard at the textile factory." "Fiancé?" The round-faced security guard paused. "Also a guard?" He quickly thought of all the security guards, wondering who could have such a fiancé. "Who?" the round-faced guard asked with a forced smile. "I'll help you find him. I'm looking for Shui Yan," Lu Jiejie replied directly. The round-faced guard almost stumbled. Just mentioning Shui Yan made his shoulder ache. "Oh, it's Brother Shui. I'm about to change shifts, but I'll go find him right now." The round-faced guard hurried inside. The other guards couldn't help but watch Lu Jiejie, and she smiled back confidently. She wanted everyone to know that she was Shui Yan's fiancé. Shui Yan was heading to the cafeteria with a lunchbox when someone behind him tripped and bumped into him. He quickly stepped forward, causing the person behind to fall to the ground. Shui Yan turned to look back. The woman on the ground pushed herself up and angrily said, "It's you again. We're not done with the workshop issue."
Who are you?
Shui Yan frowned, thinking it was a work-related problem. The woman, surprised that he didn't remember her, stood up and glared at him.
I'm Feng Eru.
"I don't remember," Shui Yan said, turning to leave. Feng Ru had been deliberately appearing near him for days, and he had no impression of her at all. Feng Ru felt a bit suffocated and blocked his path. "Don't you remember? Yesterday a worker stole fabric, and you led the effort to catch her. Her family is seriously ill, and she needed to sell fabric for medicine, but you heartlessly arrested her." Usually, Feng Ru wouldn't involve herself in such matters, but she wanted to make a strong impression on this man and deliberately opposed him. With a serious tone, Feng Ru said, "Do you know? Your actions could endanger someone's life. You clearly know that someone could die, so why don't you give her your salary from last month?" Feng Ru didn't know how to respond. Shui Yan walked around her, but Feng Ru blocked him again. "Get lost." Shui Yan, losing patience, had a dark look in his eyes. Feng Ru flinched a little. She thought she was attractive and usually had no trouble with men, but she didn't expect Shui Yan to be so fierce. However, she had carefully observed this man. He was tall and handsome, always wearing a cold expression, and never interacted with any women. Such a man was indeed hard to approach, but once you got into his heart, he would be very obedient. She had her eye on him right away. Feng Ru stared at Shui Yan's back and followed him. She deliberately sat next to him during lunch. Just as Shui Yan took a bite of his food, a round-faced security guard sat beside him and said, "Shuige, your fiancé is outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Yan stood up and almost instantly disappeared from sight. The round-faced guard wanted to follow, but was stopped by Feng Ru. Feng Ru was pretty, but her skin was fairer than the other girls around, which made her look even better. The round-faced guard was taken aback. "What fiancé? Shui Yan has a fiancé?" The round-faced guard nodded. "Yes, it seems she was arranged by their village." Arranged by the village. Feng Ru's tense expression relaxed immediately. Most women from the village were rough and tanned from working in the fields. They couldn't compare to her at all. Looking at the contrast, she didn't believe she couldn't win over Shui Yan. Lu Jiejie waited at the door for over 20 minutes before Shui Yan finally came out, and she boredly looked down at her toes. As Shui Yan stepped out, Zhang Shuiquan and a few security guards secretly came to see the future sister-in-law. When Lu Jiejie saw Shui Yan come out, she happily lifted her head. She wore a cream-colored knitted sweater on top and loose pants that looked like wide-leg trousers. Her fair forehead and crescent-shaped eyes made her look even more beautiful than the women in traditional paintings. Zhang Shuiquan stared blankly for several seconds, then couldn't help but think, can such a delicate future sister-in-law handle Shuige? She would probably cry a lot. Under the sunlight, Lu Jiejie excitedly took out a pair of shoes from her bag. "I made them." She looked up at him with her sparkling eyes, as if seeking praise. Shui Yan felt a stir in his heart, reached out to take them, and naturally examined them closely. Then he said, "The stitches are tight, and there's cotton inside. It's clear they will keep you warm." Really, I will make you more when I have time, Lu Jiejie said, feeling a bit giddy from the encouragement. Shui Yan's lips lifted slightly. He wanted to ruffle the little girl's hair, but with so many people outside, he held back. Lu Jiejie then took out an oil paper bag. These are the fried chicken pieces I made yesterday. They're spicy. At that moment, Lu Jiejie's heart and eyes were filled with him. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, looking both sweet and soft, making one want to tease her. Shui Yan swallowed hard, feeling a rush of warmth. He reached out to take the bag and asked, "Have you eaten?" Lu Jiejie shook her head. "I'll take you out to eat," Shui Yan said, rubbing the items in his hands. "I need to put these back in the dorm first." "Okay, then I'll wait for you outside. Let's go." "Can I come in?" Lu Jiejie asked, surprised. Shui Yan walked to her side. "Yes. Family members can go in. Let's go." And sisterly fun, Lu Jiejie turned to look at Li Fun a few meters away. Li Fun pretended not to see anything, focusing on her surroundings. Lu Jiejie walked over. "Sisterly Fun, we're leaving." Li Fun shook her head. "You two go ahead. I'll look around outside for a bit, and you can call me when you're done." There were some small shops outside the textile factory where she could pass the time without being a third wheel. Seeing Li Fun's firm attitude, Lu Jiejie could only nod. "We'll be out soon." "It's fine, you can take your time. There's still plenty of time, and I rarely come to town, so it's a good chance for me to look around." Lu Jiejie understood Li Fun's meaning and didn't say anything more, just thinking about coming out quickly later. Lu Jiejie followed Shui Yan inside. Zhang Shuiquan and his group were so scared that they ran ahead. The male and female workers at the textile factory all wore uniforms, but Lu Jiejie stood out in the crowd, especially with her red headband often brushing against her fair cheeks, catching the attention of those around her. Shui Yan's expression grew darker, and he suddenly regretted bringing Lu Jiejie along. Halfway through, a bold male worker asked, "Comrade Shui, is this your sister?" Shui Yan furrowed his brows tightly and replied in a low voice, "This is my fiancée." The male worker's face instantly fell, and he walked away disappointed. However, Shui Yan looked even more upset. In public, men and women couldn't be too forward, so Shui Yan grabbed Lu Jiejie's bag on her shoulder and led her forward. Lu Jiejie. The young girl was delicate and beautiful, while the man in front of her was tall and strong, with a fierce look on his face, making many people feel protective of Lu Jiejie. Can't Comrade Shui be a bit gentler with the lady? Look at him. He's so fierce. I heard she's his fiancé. He must have tricked her. Just look at how strong he is, and she's so soft. Maybe she agreed out of fear. With such a beautiful fiancé, he should be gentler. Just look at his muscles. How will it be when they get married? The poor girl must be crying. She clearly can't handle this. The conversation drifted off. If Lu Jiejie were a little kitten, then Shui Yan would be a tiger. Just imagining their personalities together made people blush and feel excited. Lu Jiejie reached out and tugged at the hem of Shui Yan's shirt, prompting him to slowly release her bag. The two of them walked to the dormitory entrance. Zhang Shuiquan, pretending to have just come out, smiled and said, "Brother Shui, is this your sister behind you?" Hearing the voice, Lu Jiejie peeked out from behind Shui Yan, but he subtly blocked her again. Zhang Shuiquan was taken aback. He had seen her from a distance and knew she was pretty, but up close, she was even more stunning. How did Brother Shui manage to get such a delicate and beautiful fiancée? Lu Jiejie. "You stay here quietly, I'll be back soon," Shui Yan said with a serious face. Lu Jiejie nodded obediently. Shui Yan took a few steps back, glanced at her, and hurried upstairs. "Sister-in-law," Zhang Shuiquan approached with a flattering smile. Lu Jiejie directly asked, "Are there any female workers in your textile factory who like Shui Yan?" "Checking up?" Zhang Shuiquan quickly shook his head. "No, Brother Shui is either on patrol or training every day. He has never met any other girls alone." Feng Ru, having eaten a few bites, felt increasingly uncomfortable. She threw her bun onto the plate, preparing to confront Shui Yan's fiancé. She took some cream from her pocket and applied it to her face and hands, ensuring she smelled nice before standing up. On her way, Feng met some female workers who were nearly done playing. One of them leaned in and asked, "Weren't you interested in a guy a while back? How's that going?" Under control, Feng calmly adjusted her hair. "He came from a rural area. He won't be able to resist me for long." Feng had dated 2 or 3 guys, one of whom was the factory director's son, but they broke up because the director's wife disapproved. However, it was said that she had been intimate with the director's son, and now at 19, she wanted to marry a decent man. The female worker understood but thought it was no big deal since Feng was attractive and had a local household registration. Besides, she had also dated a few guys before getting married. Both of them thought the same way. She leaned closer to Feng. "I heard that Comrade Shue's fiancé has arrived. What do you plan to do?" "Of course, I will take back what belongs to me," Feng said, looking at her. They exchanged knowing glances. She touched her face. "I've seen so many men, and Shueyan is definitely a catch. Besides, his fiancée is just a rural girl who works in the fields every day. She can't compare to me." Don't be fooled by how Shueyan seems distant from women. Once he's in bed, he's definitely something else. That kind of country girl is too plain and boring to appreciate it. Feng walked ahead. "Now I want to see what Shueyan's fiancé looks like." "What do you want to do?" "Of course, I want to apologize to Shueyan for yesterday. That will be interesting. Shueyan's fiancé will surely feel inferior when she sees you. She can't compare to you at all." Zhang Shuiquan complained about the competition with Shueyan. "Is Shueyan very fierce?" Lu Jejia thought for a moment. He is indeed quite fierce. When she first met him, his face showed no other expression, and she was scared a few times. "You'll be fine once you get to know him. Shueyan is a tough exterior but warm inside. Once you become friends, he won't be so fierce," Lu Jejia reassured. "He just struggles with socializing, so be a little understanding." There were more male workers downstairs, so Lu Jejia moved to one side. When Feng arrived, she immediately spotted Lu Jejia. She paused, looking very displeased. "Is this a new female worker? I didn't expect her to attract so many men right after arriving." She looked at Lu Jejia's charming face with jealousy. It was the first time she had seen someone so beautiful, especially with such a graceful figure. She felt inferior standing next to her, completely overshadowed. Feng was frustrated. "Which workshop is she from?" "I don't know. Maybe she just started, but she's really stunning," said a female worker beside her. Feng held back her anger. "What about Shueyan's fiancé? Why haven't I seen her?" She looked around and focused on a slightly plump girl with yellowish skin nearby. Feng suddenly felt energized and slowly walked over, pretending to be unaware. "I really need to apologize to Shueyan today. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't be upset." The plump girl didn't even turn her head, still looking up at the building. Feng didn't expect her to be so unbothered. She raised her voice. "Why isn't Comrade Shue coming down yet?" Lu Jejia glanced over from a few meters away. Feng continued to talk to herself. "Shueyan was right to teach me a lesson today. I was too impulsive yesterday." She deliberately pronounced the words lesson in a suggestive way, circling around the chubby girl while slightly swaying her hips. The chubby girl noticed something and turned to look at Feng thinking that Feng was mocking her figure. "Are you crazy?" Seeing her angry, Feng pretended to be innocent. "What's wrong with you?" She looked up and down at the chubby girl with a disapproving gaze. The chubby girl was speechless. How could she tolerate this? The chubby girl slapped Feng across the face. "How dare you mock me? What's wrong with being fat? Did I eat your family's food? I'll make you pay for this." She had already argued with her partner about her weight and came downstairs hoping to make up, but instead, she was ridiculed by this crazy girl. With nowhere to vent her anger, the chubby girl pushed Feng to the ground and started hitting her. Lu Jejia watched the commotion from a distance and quickly guessed Feng's intentions. She watched with great interest. Feng didn't expect this country girl to actually fight back, but it suited her plan perfectly. Shueyan's dormitory was on the 6th floor, and he rushed down as fast as he could. When Fengru saw Shui Yan, her eyes lit up, and she began to cry loudly. She waited for Shui Yan to pull the person off her. Fengru watched as Shui Yan approached, then he walked past her. "Let's go," Shui Yan said as he reached Lu Jiejia's side. Fengru was shocked, still dazed from the slap. Lu Jiejia grabbed the sleeve of Shui Yan's arm, slightly turning her head, her cold gaze sweeping over Fengru, her lips curling up slightly. Lu Jiejia had learned a lot and had attended many high-end events in modern times. Her parents were newly wealthy but wanted to raise their daughter to be a true socialite, hiring many tutors to teach Lu Jiejia. When Lu Jiejia took things seriously, she was undoubtedly a noble and elegant young lady, not to be disrespected. With just one glance, her powerful aura made Fengru look like a clown. Fengru was left dumbfounded. Shui Yan's fiancé was actually her. Shui Yan didn't care, but Zhang Shuiquan, the security guard from the textile factory, couldn't ignore it. A group rushed over to separate the two. Fengru suddenly grabbed Zhang Shuiquan. "Was that just now Shui Yan's fiancé?" "Yes, that's our future sister-in-law." Zhang Shuiquan wasn't foolish. He guessed what was happening from Fengru's reaction. Someone like her is almost like a person from a painting. A woman with an ordinary appearance shouldn't get any wild ideas, or else she might get hurt. Fengru's face was indeed swollen, and she even had scratches that bled. The female worker who came with her looked equally troubled. She took out a handkerchief to cover Fengru's wounds. "Just let it go." Fengru stiffly nodded. If she were just a little different from the other girl, it would be one thing, but being so far apart, why humiliate herself further? It would be better to quickly find someone else. Fengru then realized her face was scratched, and it hurt a lot. She had always valued her looks, and she scolded the chubby girl. "You're so cruel, trying to ruin my face. I'm going to report you." Zhang Shuiquan coughed and leaned closer to Fengru. "This is the daughter of our textile factory director. Think before you speak." Fengru. "By the way, you're bleeding from your nose." Zhang Shuiquan reminded her. Fengru touched her nose and found it covered in blood, causing her to faint from anger. After Lu Jiejia's visit, everyone learned that Shui Yan had a delicate fiancé. Shui Yan took Lu Jiejia to the canteen for a meal. Lu Jiejia asked Li Fen sisterly, "What do you want to eat?"
"I don't really want anything."
Li Fen glanced at the prices and felt a headache. Lu Jiejia thought for a moment, "Then let's have noodles." The three of them each ordered a bowl of noodles. After finishing their meal, Li Fen worried that Lu Yegua wouldn't eat well, so she bought 2 buns and left. Once Li Fen was gone, Lu Jiejia's face fell. She looked up at Shui Yan. "Don't you have anything to explain to me?" Shui Yan. What? Don't you know who that woman was who fought today?" "I don't know." Lu Jiejia huffed, but then thought about it and realized she didn't really have a way to punish Shui Yan. Shui Yan was feeling jealous, and it made her cry. She was jealous, but she couldn't make Shui Yan cry like that. She wanted to, but she couldn't. The two of them walked to a quiet place, and Lu Jiejia turned and playfully bit Shui Yan on the shoulder. Shui Yan let out a muffled sound and hugged Lu Jiejia back. He might have been too excited, and they bumped into each other. Lu Jiejia exclaimed. "You're doing this again," Lu Jiejia said, her face turning red. Shui Yan swallowed hard and tried to let go of Lu Jiejia. "You bit me first." Lu Jiejia closed her eyes and glared at him. "If you're bitten, it should hurt. Why are you acting like this?" Shui Yan stayed quiet, looking down. Lu Jiejia found herself no longer angry. She thought about Shui Yan's age and realized it was quite normal. She squeezed her fingers and noticed Shui Yan still looked downcast. He was tall and strong, yet he seemed so pitiful. As they walked ahead, Lu Jiejia was distracted. When they stopped, it seemed like they were at a community center. "Where is this?" she asked. "The Civil Affairs Bureau," Shui Yan replied, his lips pressed into a straight line, almost saying he wanted a wife. Lu Jiejia was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at him. She swallowed hard, trying to calm her racing heart, and said in a hushed voice, "But today is Sunday. It's closed." Shui Yan was silent. Seeing that there were few people around and most were strangers, he took Lu Jiejia's hand and walked forward. At the entrance, there was a red paper with notes written in calligraphy. It seemed old, and the edges had faded, with some parts even turning white. Shui Yan glanced at it, while Lu Jiejie remembered that getting married required a household registration book, so she quickly looked away. After 3 or 4 minutes, Shui Yan was still staring at it. The notice was posted high, just at his eye level, but Lu Jiejie had to look up to see it. Shui Yan asked, "Can you not see it?" She wasn't that short-sighted. "I'll read it to you." Before Lu Jiejie could refuse, Shui Yan began to speak. His voice was deep and a bit cold, which Lu Jiejie found very pleasant. She instinctively remembered all the important points. Shui Yan read it once and said, "Did you not understand?" "I'll read it again." Lu Jiejie. Shui Yan read it again. Lu Jiejie pressed her lips together, then stepped on Shui Yan's foot and turned to leave. Shui Yan was subtly proposing. "This guy." Lu Jiejie's heart raced. Shui Yan pulled her backpack strap and took her to the mall, silently buying a lot of things. Sweet tactics. Lu Jiejie knew Shui Yan had probably been selling things on the black market recently. She pointed to a piece of dark green fabric. "I want this for feet." Shui Yan didn't even blink and bought it right away. Lu Jiejie pointed to a white piece. "I want this one too, also for feet." Shui Yan paid, without hesitation. When Shui Yan dropped her off by the tractor, Lu Jiejie stared at the fabric in her basket, feeling a bit dazed. Why was she so eager to help Shui Yan make clothes, even thinking about making a linen outfit to wear when they got married? She must be crazy. Making a linen outfit was one thing, but she was also thinking about making Shui Yan a white shirt. The main issue was that she didn't know how. Lu Jiejie was jolted back to the village by the tractor. Li Fan followed her back to the Lu family, as Lu Jiejie had bought too many things to carry alone. Lu Jiejie put her purchases in her room. When her mother returned, she handed her the gray fabric, saying, "Mom, you haven't made new clothes in a long time. You and Dad should each make an outfit." Lu's mother looked at the fabric in her hands, patting her thigh with one hand. "My daughter is so thoughtful." Lu Jiejie. "Look, old man, come over here. This is the fabric our daughter bought for us to make clothes." Lu's father happened to ride his bike back, and upon hearing his wife's words, he quickly parked and walked over. He touched the fabric in his hands, feeling emotional, and said softly, "So soft. It must be good fabric." "It's too expensive. It'll be comfortable to wear," Lu Jiejie said, worried he might want to return it. Lu's father sighed. "After all these years, I can finally wear fabric bought by my child." Lu's mother rolled her eyes. "Of course. This child has grown up for many years, and only our daughter buys fabric to make clothes for us." The 3 brothers felt tense, and their sister-in-law looked a bit embarrassed. They really hadn't bought anything for their parents in all these years. "Look how kind your little sister is. She thinks of those who treat her well. Don't do anything to upset her," Lu's mother said with a frown. "Mom, my little sister is my real sister. I know how to treat her right," Zhang Xulian spoke up. "Mom, how could I upset my little sister?" Zhang Xulian quickly declared, worried about falling behind. "I'm not heartless. My little sister has done so much for the family. I would gladly share my food with her." Lu Jiejie. "That's not necessary." Lu Jiejie was used to her family expressing their feelings like this. No matter what she said, it wouldn't change anything and might even interfere with her mother's moment. So, she decided to let it be. By clarifying things, there would be fewer disputes at home. Most importantly, she wouldn't take advantage of her brothers and sisters-in-law. "This is really good fabric. My little sister is so good to our parents. She even bought so much fabric, enough to make 2 outfits," the 3 brothers chimed in, flattering her. Lu Hua said, "When I grow up and have money, I will buy fabric for my aunt and for my grandparents and for my parents, so you can wear new clothes every day." "I will too," Lu Hao said, blushing. The other little ones shouted, "I will get you fabric too." For a moment, the yard was filled with chatter about getting fabric. Lu Jiejie. Lu Jejia thought the talk about fabric would end there, but unexpectedly, Lu's mother went out during dinner. In the evening, many women gathered under the big tree to eat, chatting while they dined. The Lu family had good food, and Lu's mother waited until only the soup was left before taking it outside. While chatting, Lu's mother brought up Lu Jejia, saying, "That silly girl went to town today and didn't buy any food. She spent all her pocket money on fabric, saying she wants us to each make a new outfit. At our age, why do we need new clothes? She just wouldn't listen, so there was nothing I could do, everyone else."
Aunt Lu thought of Lu Chao.
She knew Lu Chao had been saving her pocket money, but had never said a word about it. Now that she thought about it, Lu Chao hadn't bought her anything in all these years. Aunt Lu felt a bit upset. Even the soup she was drinking tasted bitter. Lu's mother sighed and asked, "Why do you think this silly girl insists on buying fabric? I've never seen anyone so foolish. Everyone else. Maybe she's just too filial. Right? She really is too filial." Lu's mother seemed to just understand what filial meant. This silly girl is just too filial. I really worry she'll get taken advantage of. The other women couldn't help but roll their eyes. How did I end up with such a filial daughter? Who knows? If they had known, they would have had children sooner. After boasting for a while, Lu's mother turned and left, leaving a group of jealous women behind. Aunt Lu returned home, thinking that Lu Chao was truly a disappointment. After all these years, she hadn't gained anything from her. Yesterday, Lu Chao went to town and bought pots and pans. She had secretly spent all her saved pocket money. Looking at Zhou Wenqing, who was already lying in bed, she instructed, "Wenqing, go outside and get some firewood." "I can't get up." "You go yourself. I'm exhausted." "You only did 3 work points today, while I did 7. I still need to cook when I get back. You can't just do nothing. Marrying you has really brought me bad luck." Zhou Wenqing grumbled as he got out of bed and went outside, grabbing some firewood without caring whose it was. He came back in and tossed it beside Lu Chao, saying, "Don't forget to do the laundry after dinner. You worked up a sweat today. It smells terrible." Now that he had a wife to cook and clean, he had to keep himself clean too. Lu Chao instantly got angry. "Zhou Wenqing, what's wrong?" Zhou Wenqing frowned deeply. "Are you unwilling? Look at other women, they all get married like this. Some men even hit their wives every day. I have never hit you, what more do you want?" Lu Chao felt a bit confused by his words. Zhou Wenqing continued, "When I was with Lu Jejia, I didn't have to do any work. I just had to keep track of points, and she often brought me food from home without ever complaining in front of me. Why are you so different from her?" Lu Chao's anger faded instantly, and she bit her lip. How could I possibly be worse than her? "Xiao Chao, my expectations of you are not high at all. Think about your sister-in-law. Doesn't she have to do laundry, cook, and take care of the kids? Which woman doesn't do that? You're newly married and just need to adjust." Lu Chao thought for a moment, feeling defeated as she lowered her head and continued to tend to the fire. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a bit regretful. At home, she didn't have to do so much work, but after getting married, she had to do everything. After making dinner, Zhou Wenqing took a bite of the flatbread made from mixed grains and wild vegetables. As soon as he swallowed, it hurt his throat. He frowned and complained, "Eating this every day will eventually kill me." Lu Chao remained silent. After they finished eating, they climbed into bed. They had been married for 3 days, and Zhou Wenqing always fell asleep immediately. Lu Chao hugged Zhou Wenqing again. "Wenqing, do you want a boy or a girl?" Zhou Wenqing. Since their wedding day until tonight, Lu Chao had sweated during the day and hadn't bathed at night, leaving a strong smell of sweat that made Zhou Wenqing hold his breath. "I'm so hungry. Why think about having a boy or girl? What if we can't take care of a child?" Zhou Wenqing pushed her hand away. "Don't think about useless things, just go to sleep." "But I want a child. After getting married, we should have kids." "You're a woman. Why do you always think about these things?" Zhou Wenqing suddenly sat up. "What woman thinks about men all day long?" Zhou Wenqing looked extremely angry, as if Lu Chao's actions had crossed a line. Lu Chao felt a bit embarrassed by the comments. She clutched the blanket and said, "But we are married." "Being married doesn't mean you should always think about these things, Lu Chao. You are a decent girl, not like those improper women out there. We educated people are not very interested in such matters." As the ancient said, feelings should be expressed with respect. Lu Chao listened, feeling a bit confused. She seemed to understand Zhou Wenqing's point. Those who want to do such things or enjoy them are considered improper women. As night fell, Lu Chao found it hard to sleep and stared at the ceiling. She couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but she regretted marrying Zhou Wenqing even more. Upon reflection, it seemed she didn't like to work. Lu Chao thought about it all night and felt it was her own issue. After getting married, it seemed she should live like this. By the light of the oil lamp, Lu Jie looked at the 2 pieces of cloth on the bed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had been misled by Shui Yan and had stuffed them into the cabinet. Lu Jie realized she needed to calm down. She blew out the oil lamp and quickly fell asleep. In her dreams, she heard Shui Yan reading her the wedding reminders from earlier. Marriage, marriage, marriage. Lu Jie dreamed all night and felt tired the next day, dragging her head to work. As she passed by Granny Qian's house, she heard shouting from inside. Granny Qian had fallen and, after being sent home, was now unable to care for herself, relying entirely on her daughter-in-law. She was a harsh and bitter person, extremely biased toward sons, treating her daughter-in-law poorly, often mocking or scolding her. It was said she had lost 2 daughters to starvation, which affected her mind. She insisted that her daughter-in-law's first 2 children must also be granddaughters and should not be kept, crying and causing her daughter-in-law to lose her babies. The daughter-in-law hated her fiercely, and now that Granny Qian was incapacitated, she no longer held back, leading to frequent shouting from the Qian household. Lu Jie was shocked to hear this for the first time. She couldn't believe someone could be so biased against daughters to the point of harming 2 children based on mere assumptions. Now that karma had come, Lu Jie felt it was a cycle of justice, though she pitied the 2 unborn children. Especially, Lu Jie snorted. She remembered how this old woman had repeatedly mocked Shui Yan, unable to stand seeing others happy. Hearing the insults, she felt relieved and walked past. The next day, Lu Jie dreamed again about Shui Yan talking about marriage. Marriage, marriage, marriage. Lu Jie was annoyed by these words ringing in her ears. When things were quiet, Lu's mother brought up the marriage of her 4th brother, Lu Yegu. "How are things going with Xiaofan? Can you pick a good date and prepare a betrothal gift? Once the gift is ready, you can go to the town to get your marriage certificate." Lu Jie suddenly looked up. "Marriage?" Lu Jie asked in surprise. Lu's mother was busy sewing. "Yes, your brother will turn 20 in a week, and he can get a marriage certificate. Xiaofan has already turned 18, so it's a good time for marriage." Lu Jie's mind raced, and she asked, "In a month, I'll be 18 too. Can I get a marriage certificate with Shui Yan then?" The house fell silent instantly. The 2 chickens that were clucking earlier stopped, and even the youngest, Lu Yi, looked at Lu Jie with his toy. Lu Jie. Zhang Shuyan looked at Lu's mother nervously. She used to want Lu Jie to get married, but now she wanted her to stay. Marry? It's not the right time yet. Lu's mother irritably tossed the clothes onto the bed. Zhang Shuyan quickly said, "Right, little sister, don't rush to get married. Look how good it is at home. So easy and free. If you get married, you'll have to wash clothes and cook. Little sister, you don't have to cook at home either. Let your sister-in-law do it. If you need anything, just tell her. She can help you with everything. If you get married, she won't be able to help you anymore." Zhang Shuyan was distressed. "Little sister, where are your clothes? Come, let me wash them for you." Lu Jie. Zhang Shuyan wished she could take care of Lu Jie forever. With Lu Jie around, their family had enough to eat, and the children could go to school. Looking at the neighbors, both adults and children were thin and hungry, not to mention schooling. Thus, Lu Jie's question ended amidst the family's frowns. In the afternoon, Zhang Shuyan returned to her parents' home, worried. Zhang's mother looked at the rabbit her daughter brought home, her face breaking into a big smile. Look at how well you're doing. I heard your younger sister is getting married soon, so you'll have even less to worry about. Zhang Shuyan instantly exploded. Mom, why are you so eager to marry off my sister? Zhang's mother. Soon, I will definitely get them married quickly. It's so hard for me, I'm sweating, my legs are shaking. Please be gentle with me. Your expressions are all so fierce. Crying emoji, isn't it good for your sister to get married? She doesn't work, you wash her clothes, and she doesn't help with chores. Zhang's mother nagged as usual. I'm just washing some clothes. Anyone can do that. But my sister earns money to help the family. This rabbit. Well, my sister paid for both of my daughter's schooling. So, what if I help by washing clothes? Zhang's mother suddenly lost her argument. But you often say, think about it, what can I do for my sister? I can only help her with laundry, but how much has she helped me at home? With food and everything. Zhang Shuyan knew some things shouldn't be said out loud. She stomped her foot in frustration. Our good life is thanks to my sister. What's wrong with doing a little work? Why are you always thinking about marrying her off? It's not that she wanted to marry Lu Jiejie off. Zhang's mother tried to reason with her daughter. Your sister will marry eventually. She can't stay at home forever. Besides, if she gets married, you'll have less housework to do. Less housework? I still do just as much whether my sister is home or not. That made sense. Zhang Shuyan was starting to feel annoyed with her mother. And what's wrong with doing housework? I enjoy taking care of my sister. Zhang's mother was confused. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm leaving. Why leave now? Have lunch first. I'm not hungry, Zhang Shuyan said as she got up to leave. Before she walked out, she warned her mother with a serious face. Don't say bad things about our sister anymore. I don't like hearing that. Zhang's mother. She looked at the rabbit she was holding and managed to hold back her anger. For the next few days, the whole family took great care of Lu Jiejie. She hardly did anything except work. If Lu Hua had a day off, she even helped with Jiejie's work. Lu Yuan picked flowers for her every day, calling her auntie, and wanting to lie in her arms. Everyone seemed to be sending a message. Why get married? It's so comfortable at home with so many people taking care of you. Some did the laundry and cooked, while others playfully acted cute. Lu Jiejie. I don't want to get married anymore. Lu Jiejie completely pushed Shui Yan out of her mind, trying hard not to think about him. At noon, when her older brothers came back late, Lu Jiejie went to call them for lunch. The house had been under construction for half a month, and the foundation was very solid. Now the house was over a meter high. Seeing Lu Jiejie approach, Shui's father hurried over. Jiejie, come take a look. The 2 west rooms will be finished soon. Next, we'll build the kitchen, and after that, we'll add a storage room. Lu Jiejie looked closely and felt a bit shy. It looks good. She then asked, what about you? Is building just 2 main rooms enough? We won't live with you. We'll stay in the old place. Once your house is done, we'll renovate our old house and build another room nearby for those 2 silly boys. Shui's father smiled. This was agreed upon with his eldest son, and the houses wouldn't be far apart, so they could help each other if needed. Besides, they were all grown men, and it wouldn't be convenient to live with Lu Jiejie. Shui's father said, I'm getting older and don't want to interfere in your young people's matters. It's more comfortable to live separately. Lu Jiejie understood what Shui's father meant. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Chao walked by and let out a heavy snort. Lu Jiejie. Lu Chao had been married to Zhou Wenqing for just a few days, and already her complexion looked pale. Her fingers were muddy, and her basket contained some wild vegetables, probably picked after work. Lu Chao glanced at the house being built by the Shui family and curled her lip. Isn't it just building a new house? What's there to be proud of? Lu Jiejie is indeed materialistic, and she doesn't care about these things at all. Lu Chao left with a look of disdain, muttering, building a house. Does getting married really require a new house? Such greed. All she thinks about is material things. Lu Jiejie looked at Lu Chao's back and felt she was influenced by Zhou Wenqing. But maybe it was her own lack of understanding that prevented her from grasping Lu Chao's higher spiritual perspective. When Lu Chao returned home, Zhou Wenqing was already angry. "What time is it? And you're not cooking. Do you want to starve me?" "I'll cook now." Lu Chao hurried into the nearby shabby room to boil water and prepare a meal. Just as she poured water into the pot, dirt fell in, and Zhou Wenqing happened to see it, frowning tightly. "Hurry up and clean it. Make it again."
Got it.
Lu Chao poured out the dirty water and refilled it. "Wenqing, when will you get someone to clean this old house? There are not only holes, but also dirt." "Clean what? It's just a place to eat. There's no money for that." Zhou Wenqing was fixing his hair in front of a broken mirror, smoothing out the wrinkles in his white shirt. He said to Lu Chao, "My leg cramped this morning, and it still hurts. I won't go to work this afternoon. You should do more work." Lu Chao looked at her reddened palms, paused for a moment, then turned to Zhou Wenqing. "Wenqing, can you recite a poem for me again? I love listening to you recite poems." Zhou Wenqing sighed in annoyance and half-heartedly began to recite a poem. In the afternoon, Lu Jiejie helped her mother make clothes. She didn't know much, but she could sew. Lu's mother was preparing to make clothes for Lu's father, and Lu Jiejie casually asked, "How do you measure the sizes?" "Of course, you need to measure the shoulder width, sleeve length, chest circumference, shirt length, waist circumference, crotch depth, hip circumference, and thigh circumference carefully. That way, the clothes will fit comfortably." "Making clothes is so complicated?" Lu Jiejie was taken aback and said, "It would be great if buying clothes were the norm. Making your own clothes saves money. Buying them would cost a fortune." Lu Jiejie nodded. That night, it started to rain heavily outside, and Lu Jiejie dreamed of Shui Yan. Shui Yan pressed her against the wall, and everything went dark. She couldn't see anything and could only feel around. Memories of troubling moments resurfaced, and she suddenly realized her wrists were tied. Then, she felt very cold. But Shui Yan was very warm. She instinctively leaned closer to him and felt a familiar pain in her mouth, which startled Lu Jiejie awake. She blinked and regained her senses, noticing the blanket had slipped off her. No wonder it was so cold. Her hands and feet had been trying to burrow under the remaining blanket. Lu Jiejie picked up the blanket, listening to the sound of the rain outside, and buried her head in it. She couldn't believe she had such a dream. Did she miss Shui Yan? Lu Jiejie realized that Shui Yan had become a part of her life. After a few days without seeing him, she would miss him, especially when she was alone. She bit her lip and thought, maybe tomorrow she could have Lu Yuan sleep with her. If someone was there to cheer her up, she wouldn't think of Shui Yan. The rain continued until the next morning. Lu Jiejie took the only umbrella at home to work, wearing rain boots. She looked down at her feet, occasionally glancing into the distance. Today seemed to be the day Shui Yan returned, but with such heavy rain, he probably wouldn't make it back. Lu Jiejie stepped heavily in the water, splashing a few drops onto her pants. "Playing in the rain? Do you want to catch a cold?" Shui Yan frowned, wishing he could pick her up and carry her. Lu Jiejie quickly turned her head. "Shui Yan, weren't you told to behave?" Shui Yan stepped closer, wearing a raincoat that made it hard for him to touch Lu Jiejie. He walked behind her, saying, "Just walk carefully." "Okay." Lu Jiejie took her feet out of the puddle and obediently walked toward her workplace. With the heavy rain, no one was working today. Lu Jiejie put away her umbrella, and Shui Yan took off his outer raincoat. "Did you walk back from town in this rain?" Lu Jiejie pouted, about to complain that he should take better care of himself, when she felt his arms wrap around her waist. Shui Yan gently lifted Lu Jiejie onto the table in the room. As soon as he stepped inside, he closed the door, leaving only a faint light coming from the top window. Shui Yan wrapped one arm around Lu Jiejie's waist and placed his other hand on the back of her head, kissing her deeply without asking. Shui Yan was still slightly damp, and Lu Jiejie blinked, feeling uncomfortable and a bit hurt from the kiss. She reached her hand inside Shui Yan's shirt. Shui Yan had abs, which intrigued her. If he could kiss her, she could touch him. Lu Jiejie's fingers were small and soft, carrying a light fragrance. When she touched Shui Yan's lower abdomen, He let out a muffled sound. Reluctantly, Shui Yan pulled away from Lu Jiejia's lips, suddenly grabbing her hand and saying in a hoarse voice, "You can't touch here randomly from now on." "Why can't I touch?" Lu Jiejie struggled, tilting her face defiantly. "I want to touch." If Shui Yan could kiss her, why couldn't she touch his abs? Shui Yan gritted his teeth, his dark eyes dimming as he released her hand, his lips curling into a teasing smile. "So you really want to touch? What's wrong with touching?" Lu Jiejie swallowed hard, sitting up straight.
Like this.
Shui Yan leaned against Lu Jiejie. "Do you still want to touch?" Lu Jiejie. She suddenly tightened her grip on his finger, squeezing it hard enough to turn white, but her face felt warm. "Every time you touch me, it's like you're inviting me, Jiejie, I really want to." Shui Yan's voice grew hoarse, the last few words whispered in her ear. Lu Jiejie sat on the table, with Shui Yan right in front of her. Just a slight movement could bring her closer to him. You. Lu Jiejie found her voice again, trying to pull the conversation in another direction. "You kissed me first, so I touched you. That's because you misbehaved and splashed water." Shui Yan lifted Lu Jiejie's soft legs, losing his balance, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'm sorry, I won't touch anymore." Lu Jiejie quickly pleaded. She was very close to his side, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Shui Yan pressed his thin lips into a straight line, trying hard to keep his composure. This little treasure was specifically testing him. "I want to get down." Lu Jiejie looked at Shui Yan. Shui Yan's dark eyes were deep and held a hint of restrained danger. Lu Jiejie hesitated, her small frame shrinking lower, wishing she could curl up into a ball. "Don't move, just let me hold you for a bit." Shui Yan carried Lu Jiejie around the room. As he comforted the girl in his arms, he thought about how to get Lu's mother to agree to the marriage quickly. He knew he had frightened Lu Jiejie today and needed to settle the marriage matter soon. Lu Jiejie returned home in a daze. She wasn't an ignorant little girl. She clearly remembered what had just happened. Thinking about Shui Yan's overwhelming strength and the pressure she felt, Lu Jiejie suddenly felt anxious and didn't want to get married anymore. Right, she could postpone it. She wanted to wait until she was 20 to marry. Lu Chao's kitchen had collapsed, and the sleeping area was leaking. Lu Chao used everything she could find to catch the rain, but the blankets were still damp. She glanced at Zhou Wenqing beside her, anxious. "Wenqing, didn't you fix houses before? Why is it still leaking?" "I don't know. Maybe the last person didn't fix it well," Zhou Wenqing replied impatiently. "When the weather clears, I'll get a ladder, and you can climb up to check." Lu Chao was upset. "Me climb up? I can't fix houses." "I can't either." Lu Chao's expression grew worse. When she was at home, she never had to do so much work. Her father and brothers always handled repairs, so she never had to worry. Seeing Lu Chao about to lose her temper, Zhou Wenqing took the initiative to say, "Xiao Chao, let me read you a poem. You know, us scholars aren't good at household chores. Don't worry, once I move back to the city, I'll be living in an apartment, and we'll only stay in this old house for a little while." Lu Chao instantly felt better. "Okay, when it stops raining, I'll go check." The rain continued until the afternoon, and as soon as it stopped, Shui Yan came to the Lu family. He brought a bunch of food, and Lu's mother smiled widely, her face full of wrinkles. Shui Yan cares for her daughter, and she feels happy because it shows she chose the right person. Lu Jiejie sees Shui Yan trying to please her mother and understands what he is thinking. He must be hoping to get married soon. Lu's mother definitely won't agree to them getting a marriage certificate so early. She won't help him. Lu Jiejie stays in her room and avoids him, occasionally glancing out the window. When Shui Yan arrives at the Lu house, he immediately starts doing a lot of chores. After a long time, she casually looks up and sees Lu's mother with a serious expression, while Shui Yan stands opposite her. Lu Jiejie huffs in frustration and rubs her sore back, waiting for Shui Yan to be scolded. She waits and waits, but instead, Lu's mother calls Shui Yan into the room. Lu Jiejie wants to eavesdrop, but remembers that Shui Yan was scolded last time, so he will probably be in trouble again. She lifts the corners of her lips, feeling pleased. letting him be bullied. Half an hour later, Shuiyan comes out of Lu's mother's room. Lu's mother is beside him, smiling widely, and Shuiyan's sharp gaze sweeps toward Lu Jiejia's window. Lu Jiejia. Jiejia, Shuiyan has been here for a while. Why don't you come out and see him? Lu's mother calls out, then turns to Shuiyan and says, "This girl just likes to throw tantrums. You don't have to spoil her." Shuiyan quietly replies, "I like spoiling her." Lu Jiejia. Lu's mother smiles even more happily and calls to the window, "Hurry up and come out. Shuiyan will be leaving soon." Shuiyan will be gone for a week. Lu Jiejia glances at the sky outside, feeling a bit annoyed, and walks out. Lu's mother has already agreed. Shuiyan is about to leave. "You should go see him off." Lu's mother instructs Lu Jiejia before turning back to her room to continue sewing. Lu Jiejia looks at Shuiyan suspiciously, wondering what he said to her mother to make her suddenly so nice to him. Shuiyan walks up behind her and says in a low voice, "Let's go." Lu Jiejia pouts and steps outside. It just rained, and the ground is still muddy. Shuiyan noticed that Lu Jiejia's shoes were muddy and frowned, wishing he could carry her. He looked around and, seeing no one, pulled her into a small alley. "You don't need to walk me home. I can go by myself." Lu Jiejia pushed him away and tried to head home. However, Shuiyan held her back and lifted her shirt at the waist. After the heavy rain, the weather had turned cooler, and her exposed skin felt uncomfortable in the wind. "What are you doing?" Lu Jiejia whispered angrily, then grabbed Shuiyan's ear in a playful threat. Shuiyan lowered his eyelids. "I just want to see if you're hurt." Lu Jiejia paused, blinking her eyes innocently, and said, "You're holding me too tightly. My waist is red. I just want to check." Lu Jiejia released his ear. Shuiyan slightly lowered his head and looked down. Lu Jiejia's skin was delicate, and he had been too rough earlier, leaving a noticeable mark on her pale skin. He felt both concerned and captivated, and as he swallowed hard, he reached out to touch her waist gently. Lu Jiejia showed him her waist to make him realize his roughness and hope he would change his ways, ideally never being rough again. Shuiyan took a step back. "I'll be gentler next time. Just go away." Lu Jiejia pulled her shirt down forcefully, pushed Shuiyan aside, and tried to leave. Shuiyan grabbed her hand and advised, "Be good at home, don't wander around, and don't talk to strangers." Lu Jiejia felt that Shuiyan was being overly protective, pinching her everywhere and getting jealous about her talking to other guys. Lu Jiejia bit Shuiyan's arm to see if it hurt him. Shuiyan looked down at her, watching her bite him while sneaking glances at his expression. This girl always wanted to bite him but was afraid of hurting him too much, so she would carefully observe his reactions. Shuiyan pinched her cheek playfully, and Lu Jiejia slowly released her bite, confidently saying, "If you annoy me again, I'll bite you. You might as well bite me all over. You're such a tease." Lu Jiejia's face flushed with warmth. Shuiyan used to be quite serious, but now he seems to have lost his shame. She kicked Shuiyan on the calf and ran away quickly. When Shuiyan returned to the dormitory that night and took off his clothes, he noticed a small bite mark. Zhang Shuiquan suddenly stood up. "Brother Shui, your little sister-in-law bit you again." Shuiyan whispered, "She's fierce. Whenever I tease her, she bites me." "Which bite?" Zhang Shuiquan couldn't help but let his imagination wander. That evening, after finishing dinner, Lu's mother couldn't help but speak up. "This afternoon, Shuiyan talked to me about your marriage. Jiejia, you know I don't want you to get married so early. Lu Jiejia is her precious daughter. Lu's mother loves her the most, saying, 'I wish you could stay by my side forever.'" Zhang Xian quickly agreed. "Exactly, little sister. Getting married means worrying about many things. It's so troublesome. I don't want to marry. I want my aunt," Lu Yuan shouted softly. "Let me finish before you speak." Lu's mother slapped the table, and the room fell silent. Lu Jiejia whispered, "Then I won't get married for now. Jiejia, I see you're always distracted, and I know your thoughts are elsewhere. But I know you want to get your marriage certificate with Shuiyan on your birthday. As your mother, I can't force you, but if you want to get the certificate, go ahead on your birthday." Lu Jiejia. "Get what certificate?" Lu's father put down his bowl and rarely contradicted Lu's mother. I don't agree. What do you mean you don't agree? Do you want our daughter to become an old maid? Lu's mother glared. How old is Shuiyan? Jia will soon be 18. Look around us. People are getting married at 16 or 17. Don't think I don't know. Others are secretly saying our Jia is an old maid. Usually, she pretended not to hear, but that didn't mean she was unaware. Besides, Shuiyan is already 23. If they wait another year or two, people might think there's something wrong with them. Both families would face gossip. Lu's father stubbornly said, I still don't agree. If she becomes an old maid, so be it. Let her marry if she wants. Lu's mother felt frustrated and kicked Lu's father under the table. Lu Jia felt disturbed and irritably picked at her food. The weather had turned cold suddenly, and it dropped several degrees at night. Lu Jia took a thick blanket from the cupboard, but unfortunately, she still caught a cold. Not only her, but many people in the village also caught colds due to the sudden drop in temperature. Lu Jia had a weak constitution, and when she woke up, she felt groggy. By noon, she even started to run a fever. Qian Er walked by with his son and noticed Lu Jia's flushed face. He leaned in and asked, Lu, are you okay? Lu Jia shook her head. Looking at the child in Qian Er's arms, she politely tried to make conversation. How old is he? 2 years old. Qian Er scratched his head. It got cold suddenly yesterday, and this little one caught a cold. He's quite cute. Lu Jia awkwardly continued the conversation. Your child will definitely be even cuter. By the way, you and Shuiyan are getting married soon, right? I'm 2 years younger than him, and my son is already 2. Lu Jia chatted with Qian Er for a bit before leaving. On her way, she suddenly thought of a problem she had to face. Shuiyan was indeed young in modern terms, but here he was considered an older bachelor. If she waited another year or two to marry him, rumors about the Shui family would likely spread. She and Shuiyan would become the topic of gossip in the village. When Lu Jia returned home, she stood behind her mother. Mom, I think I have a fever. Her head felt heavy. You have a fever? Lu's mother was startled and touched Lu Jia's forehead. Why is it so hot? She hurriedly said, Go lie down in your room. I'll make you ginger soup. Both Lu Yuan and Zhuangdou at home also caught colds, but Lu Jia's fever came on quickly and intensely. After drinking a bowl of ginger soup, she lay under the thick blanket and started to sweat. Lu Jia struggled to breathe, feeling groggy, and shifted uncomfortably under the blanket. She took the medicine from the clinic, but it didn't help. Lu's mother was anxious and was about to take Lu Jia to the hospital when Shuiyan, having heard the news from somewhere, rushed back from town overnight. Let's go to the hospital now. Shuiyan looked at Lu Jia's flushed face with concern, his body tense and his expression dark. He quickly found a cart in the village and placed Lu Jia, wrapped in a blanket, onto it, making sure she was tightly covered to protect her from the wind. It was already evening, and it had just rained, making the road hard to see and difficult to walk on. By the time they reached the town, Shuiyan's palms were even blistered. Lu's parents wanted to go to the town with them, but since they were older, Shuiyan was worried about their safety and asked Lu Yegua and Lu Aigua to accompany them instead. When Lu Jia arrived at the hospital, her face was still very red. After the doctor examined her, he gave her an injection. It seemed the medicine worked well, as Lu Jia's fever quickly went down. When Lu Jia woke up, she drank several cups of water. Shuiyan really wanted to pull this little girl into the blanket and give her a good hug. He gently touched her cheek and said, Didn't I tell you to take care of yourself? I was only gone for 2 days, and you got so sick. Lu Jia moved her face slightly. I don't know how I got sick. I even used a thick blanket when it got cold. She looked like a little cat. Shuiyan wiped the water from Lu Jia's lips. He wanted to be angry, but seeing her so obedient made him feel only pity. Just after breakfast, Lu's parents rushed over. The fever is gone. Lu's mother carefully checked her daughter and then exchanged a glance with Lu's father. Shuiyan really could drive away her bad luck. Being a tiger in the zodiac, he surely had strong energy. Lu Jiejie had been sick for a whole day, and now that Shui Yan was back, her fever immediately went down. Just as Lu Jiejie took a bite of porridge, she heard her father's voice. On Jiejie's birthday, you two should go get your marriage certificate.
Cough.
Lu Jiejie almost choked on her porridge. She looked at her father. Just a few days ago, he wouldn't agree to let her get married so soon, so why was he okay with it today? What was going on? Lu Jiejie looked confused. Lu's mother looked at Shui Yan. What you told me the other day still stands, right? Shui Yan's usually stern face showed a hint of excitement. His heart was racing, and he felt almost frozen in place, his fingers tightly curled. I never lie about Jiejie. That's good.
What?
Lu Jiejie looked back and forth between them. As the person involved, why did no one tell her what Shui Yan said a few days ago? Lu Jiejie opened her mouth to ask. Lu's mother, with a serious face, reached out to tidy up Lu Jiejie's slightly messy hair. You, my girl, said just a few days ago that you wanted to get a marriage certificate with Shui Yan on your birthday. Now that he has agreed, you must be very happy, right? Lu Jiejie. She felt wronged. Lu Jiejie wanted to argue, but when she looked up and saw the excitement on Shui Yan's face, a big man who didn't even know where to put his hands and feet, she paused and swallowed her words. Feeling helpless, Lu Jiejie took a sip of porridge. She could get married, but she wanted to explain. She felt wronged. After breakfast, Lu Jiejie urged him, you should hurry to work. I'm leaving the hospital today. Her little face looked tense, and she didn't seem very happy. Shui Yan's excitement suddenly felt like it was doused with cold water. Did she not really want to marry him? Shui Yan slowly lowered his smile, suddenly feeling anxious. Perhaps he was too worried about losing her, afraid that she might change her mind one day. He wanted to ensure that Lu Jiejie would always stay by his side. I'm leaving, Shui Yan said, and he could barely hear his own words. Lu Jiejie was also very nervous, so much so that she wanted to take a deep breath, and just looking at Shui Yan made her cheeks flush. Marriage was still a big deal for her. Once Shui Yan left, Lu Jiejie asked her mother, what did Shui Yan promise you? Lu's mother didn't hide anything. Shui Yan works in the town and can only come back once a week. He said that after you get married, aside from the time he is home, you can stay at your family's house. He won't interfere with whatever you want to do, and you can still give your salary to us. If you have children, they can take your surname. Lu Jiejie was stunned, her eyes suddenly feeling a bit teary as she clutched the blanket tightly. Is he too foolish? She felt a pang of sadness, really caring for this foolish man. He really wanted to marry her. The last two conditions don't matter to me. We already have children in our family, and it's not like we're the only ones. But since Shui Yan brought this up, I think he is really good for you. Mother Lu patted Lu Jiejie's hand. In relationships, sometimes you need to take a step forward, and sometimes you need to take a step back. Otherwise, it can affect your feelings. Besides, you two are of the right age. Delaying it further wouldn't be good for either of you. In this day and age, for Shui Yan to say such things, aside from those who rely on others, I doubt anyone else would dare to. As for the salary, I've thought it through. Don't worry, I'll make sure they appreciate you and won't be thinking about your money, Mother Lu said with a thoughtful smile. Lu Jiejie was only thinking about Shui Yan and barely heard her mother's words. Father Lu, however, wore a serious expression and still struggled to accept that his daughter was about to get married, tapping his cigarette holder loudly. In the afternoon, Lu Jiejie really wanted to see Shui Yan, so after being discharged from the hospital, she rushed to the textile factory. Today, Zhang Shuiquan was on duty. She walked over and asked, "Where is Shui Yan? Little sister-in-law?" Zhang Shuiquan's eyes widened. Lu Jiejie had recovered from her fever, but felt weak and looked paler than usual, appearing quite vulnerable. Zhang Shuiquan blushed. "Aren't you sick?" Brother Shui took 2 days off. He left not long ago, saying he would come to take you home.
Oh.
Lu Jiejie was taken aback. Then we must have missed each other. I'll go back to the hospital to find him. We can chat later. Father Lu took Lu Jiejie back to the hospital, feeling jealous. It's only been a short time since you last saw that kid, and you're already thinking about him. You just saw him this morning. What's there to see again? Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia stayed silent while Father Lu huffed in annoyance and Mother Lu, sitting behind, couldn't help but pinch him. The three of them arrived at the hospital but still didn't see Shui Yan. With no other choice, they had to head home. The weather was slightly warmer today, and the sun felt nice, but Lu Jejia once again experienced the discomfort of riding a bicycle. Once home, Zhang Shuyan hurriedly brought out a bowl of chicken soup. Little sister, hurry and eat this. I've been cooking it all morning. It smells wonderful. Lu Jejia had little appetite, but forced herself to drink a bowl. As night fell, Lu Jejia tidied up and prepared for bed. Just as she closed her eyes, she heard a faint noise from the window. Lu Jejia sat up, her eyes darting around as she lit the oil lamp and carefully got out of bed. She opened the door and looked around the yard but saw nothing unusual. Just as she was about to go back inside, a small stone landed at her feet. Lu Jejia looked up and saw Shui Yan squatting on a nearby wall. Lu Jejia. What are you doing? She whispered, worried about being seen by others as she stepped closer. Shui Yan remained still, staring at her intently. Lu Jejia felt something was off about him and opened the gate to step outside. As soon as Shui Yan saw her come out, he jumped down from the wall, grabbed her, and pushed her against the wall. Lu Jejia felt a sharp pain on her lips, accompanied by a strong smell of alcohol. Shui Yan's actions today were particularly rough, more forceful than usual, and she felt pain all over her body. Even worse, his hands began to slide up from her waist, touching her without any restraint. Lu Jejia didn't know how to react, her fingers anxiously grasping Shui Yan's arm. But her strength was too small to stop him. Shui Yan's hand moved up gently at first, testing the waters. Lu Jejia felt a rush of embarrassment, weakly scratching at Shui Yan's neck. But Shui Yan showed no reaction, as if he didn't feel any pain. He continued to explore, not caring about her discomfort. Lu Jejia felt a mix of pain and humiliation, her mind blank except for the presence of the man in front of her. After kissing her lips enough, Shui Yan slightly released her. Lu Jejia was really angry. He had touched her inappropriately. This drunkard made her want to hit him. Before she could express her anger, Shui Yan pressed his forehead against hers and spoke in a low, serious tone. Quickly say it. Say you want to marry me, that you really, really want to get a marriage certificate with me. Lu Jejia's eyes widened. She didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. What if I don't say it? What will you do? Then I'll make you regret it. How will you do that? This way. Shui Yan bumped into Lu Jejia's waist and kissed her cheek, saying, if you don't say it, I won't stop until I make you cry. He paused. I've never seen you cry like that. Will your face turn red? Will you push me away? Where will your legs go? His voice was low and heavy, possibly because he was drunk, and he was being reckless without any care.
Shui Yan.
Lu Jejia's face was burning. She wanted to jump up. Why are you thinking about these things? You're such a jerk. You usually act so cold, and you're just fooling me. Quick, say you really want to marry me. Shui Yan squeezed Lu Jejia's chest with one hand and stroked her neck with the other, leaning in closer, whispering, you smell so good. I like every part of you. When I saw your waist yesterday, it was beautiful. I wanted to bite it. No, I want to bite every part of you. Lu Jejia blinked nervously, her mind going blank from his boldness. She never imagined Shui Yan would act like this when drunk. How could he be so bold, saying anything he wanted? Why aren't you saying anything? Shui Yan's voice was soft but dangerously low as he buried his face in her neck and bit down. A sharp pain shot through her. Lu Jejia's eyes turned slightly red as she scratched Shui Yan's neck, but he remained silent, making her want to cry from the pain. As night fell, a cold wind blew, and Lu Jejia's hair was loose, making her feel every strand brush against her face. It felt like Shui Yan had pulled her into a den, fierce and dangerous. Say it. Shui Yan held her waist firmly. Lu Jejia felt wronged and glared at him. Once this guy sobered up during the day, she would definitely give him a piece of her mind. Frustrated, she closed her eyes and mumbled, I really want to marry you. That's not right. There's no feeling in that. It should be different. Shui Yan sounded strict, like a teacher. Then how should I say it? You should say, I really want to marry Shui Yan. His voice was strong, almost like he was giving a lesson. Lu Jieji pressed her lips together and tried to replicate, I really want to marry Shui Yan. No, you should say, Lu Jieji really wants to marry Shui Yan. Lu Jieji tried hard. Lu Jieji really wants to marry Shui Yan. No, there's no feeling. You should have feelings. Lu Jieji suspected Shui Yan was just teasing her. She took a deep breath and tried to please him. Lu Jieji really wants to marry Shui Yan. If she didn't like him, she would have had someone teach him a lesson by now. It's not like that. Shui Yan was impatient, like a fierce wolf, ready to pounce on Jieji. Lu Jieji grabbed his ear. What do you really want? I want. Shui Yan seemed unsure of how to express himself. He was restless for a moment, his eyelids drooping. He had just been fierce, and now he looked pitiful. Do you not want to marry me? You might even like someone else. Shui Yan said bluntly. You can only like me, only marry me, only want to be with me. At that moment, Shui Yan revealed his darker side. His dark eyes fixed on Lu Jieji, his expression serious and intimidating. He leaned closer to her face. I know what I want now. I want sincerity. I want you to mean it when you say it. In the quiet, dark night, Shui Yan was frighteningly intense. Lu Jieji blinked and stood still for a moment. She found it strange that she didn't feel scared. Instead, she was quite willing to go along with him. Lu Jieji paused and said slowly, Shui Yan, I really want to marry you. I really like you, and I want to spend my life with you. Her upbringing had made her someone who would never compromise in matters of the heart. Just like with Sun Qingzhu, she didn't like him, and no matter how he threatened her, she would never agree to date him. Really? Perhaps Lu Jieji's serious expression surprised Shui Yan, and he froze for a moment. Lu Jieji looked at his silly expression and nodded. I really want to marry you. Can you let me go now? You promised me, so does that mean we can be together? Shui Yan asked foolishly. Lu Jieji. Shui Yan moved a little closer, isn't that right? Shui Yan, are you really drunk? Lu Jieji took a deep breath. Can you stop thinking about these things all the time? But I really like you. Shui Yan earnestly nibbled on Lu Jieji's soft earlobe. I like you a lot. I really want to take off your clothes. I really want you. Before Shui Yan could finish, Lu Jieji pushed his head away and covered his mouth. You're drunk. Why are you being so inappropriate? She never expected to be in this situation with Shui Yan. The gloom around Shui Yan had long disappeared. He held Lu Jieji tightly, looking into her eyes, and changed his address to wife. I feel uncomfortable. Lu Jieji tried to keep a straight face, but with Shui Yan leaning against her, she couldn't hold back anymore and snapped, if you're uncomfortable, just deal with it. Move away, I want to go back to my room and sleep. Her patience was wearing thin. This man, when drunk, not only acted silly but also got too close for comfort. Wife. Don't call me that. Don't you like me? Shui Yan said confidently, if you like me, why can't you call me that? Lu Jieji pushed him, but Shui Yan was too big, and her strength was no match for him. Finally, she said with a straight face, call me whatever you want today, but let me go now. Shui Yan saw Lu Jieji's serious expression and leaned in to give her a kiss. Lu Jieji. Then you said the one you care about the most is me, the one you think about the most is me, and the one you love the most is also me. After 2 hours of back and forth with Shui Yan, Lu Jieji finally lost her temper, and only then did Shui Yan obediently leave. She had just entered the door when Lu's mother opened her room and asked, Why are you out so late? Oh, there was a stray cat outside, so I went to take a look. Go to bed quickly, it's cold outside. Lu Jieji nervously returned to her room and took out a mirror to check her neck. She easily left marks on her skin, and Shui Yan had bitten down hard, leaving clear teeth marks that still hurt when touched. Fortunately, her hair was down and covered the marks on her neck. Otherwise, they would have been immediately noticeable. Lu Jejia applied some ointment, unsure of how effective it would be. Lying on her bed, she felt pain all over. Shui Yan had been strong when he was drunk, grabbing and rubbing her, especially around her waist, which seemed to have red marks now. Thinking back on Shui Yan's every move, she felt he was a bit of a mystery, silent most of the time but fierce when he exploded, as if he wanted to devour her. Lu Jejia wished Shui Yan were less capable. She was truly scared of him. If he weren't so urgent and intense each time, she wouldn't be considering marrying him later. The next day, Lu Jejia stayed in bed longer, mainly because she had to search for many clothes and ended up just using a scarf. In late September, no one would normally wear a scarf. Zhang Shuyan hurried over and asked, "Little sister, why are you wearing a scarf? Are you cold? Should I ask Mom to bring you another blanket?" Lu Jejia quickly shook her head. "No, I caught a cold a few days ago, so I'm just being cautious." "That's good to hear." After breakfast, Lu Jejia went to work and ran into Lu Chao, who was bundled up with a large pile of straw. Lu Chao had a cold and was constantly wiping her nose, but it was so bad that she was just using her hands to wipe it away. Seeing Lu Jejia, she couldn't help but tease, "Cousin, you look so weak. You ended up in the hospital just from a little rain. What a waste of money. How can you be so strong and still catch a cold?" Lu Jejia frowned as she watched Lu Chao wipe her nose with her hands. Lu Chao replied proudly, "I caught a cold, but I didn't go to the hospital, so I saved money. Unlike you, who needed to go just for fever." "What a strange thing to say." Lu Jejia walked forward and said, "If you have a fever and don't go to the hospital, are you just going to sit at home and wait to feel worse? If I don't go, it's because I don't want to bother. If you don't go, it's definitely because you don't have the money. Is it just about having money?" "I don't care," he replied. Lu Chao walked away proudly, with the straw on her back. When she got home, she threw the straw on the ground and went inside. She looked at Zhou Wenqing, who was lying in bed, and said, "That old woman is so greedy. She charged me 5 cents for this little bit of straw. We're neighbors, and she still wants money. How heartless." Zhou Wenqing was annoyed by her complaints. "Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and fix the roof. The bed is wet, and there's no place to sleep." "Okay, you watch me from below," Lu Chao said as she drank some cold water. The house was leaking, and she had climbed up to check yesterday. She could only patch it with straw. Zhou Wenqing held the ladder from below, while Lu Chao slowly climbed up. She was a bit afraid of heights and trembled as she moved on top. A cold wind blew, and Zhou Wenqing wrapped his clothes around him. He shouted up, "Hurry up. It's just a hole. It's easy to fix. Look at you, all hunched up." Lu Chao slowly covered the hole with straw. She had wanted to use some mud, but seeing Zhou Wenqing below, she decided against it. After about 10 minutes, Lu Chao called down to Zhou Wenqing, who was only using one foot to support the ladder. "Wenqing, please hold it steady. I'm coming down. Just hurry up." "I'm freezing. I want to lie down," he replied. "All right, just hold on tight." Lu Chao's fingers trembled as she carefully moved down. The ground was slippery from the recent rain and had been unoccupied for years, and Zhou Wenqing was only lightly supporting the ladder, so he couldn't stop it from sliding. The ladder suddenly fell, and Lu Chao was scared and grabbed on, but she still fell to the ground. Zhou Wenqing stumbled as well. "I think I'm hurt," Lu Chao said slowly as she got up from the ground. She looked around and was relieved it wasn't very high, otherwise, it could have been worse. Zhou Wenqing stood up, holding his waist. "What's wrong with you? You can't do anything right." Lu Chao, frustrated, replied, "Zhou Wenqing, don't be too much. Is this my job? This is something a man should do. You didn't hold the ladder properly, and are blaming me. I'm not good at this, am I?" Zhou Wenqing's confidence faded. "Besides, if you didn't want to marry me, why did you try to trap me in front of so many people? Look at my reputation now. You've ruined me, and you still blame me." Lu Chao raised her chin defiantly. "It's because I liked you too much. You were the one who talked to me first, and you ate so many of my eggs. Why shouldn't you marry me?" Zhou Wenqing waved his hand in frustration. "Enough. Today is my fault. Let me read you a poem. As Zhou Wenqing recited the poem, Lu Chao didn't feel as satisfied as usual, but her anger began to fade. Marriage turned out to be so difficult and tiring. If she had known, she would have waited longer to get married. Shui Yan was someone who clearly remembered what happened while he was drunk after waking up. He thought about the things he said yesterday, especially the silly comments, and sat on the bed for 2 hours without moving. But when he recalled last night, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Big brother, what's wrong with Sister Jejia again? Shui Qian couldn't help but ask. Shui Yan maintained a cold expression, his fingers curling into a fist, and he didn't respond. After thinking for a long time, he decided to pretend he didn't remember what happened last night. Lu Jejia was leaning over the table studying history when she looked up and saw Shui Yan walk in. The bite mark on her neck throbbed slightly, and she huffed, turning away from him. What's wrong? Shui Yan asked softly. Lu Jejia. Shui Yan placed a few white rabbit candies on the table. I just bought these for you. You can eat them when you have free time.
Who cares about that?
Lu Jejia pouted and asked, Do you know you got drunk yesterday? I did get drunk and slept at home all night. Lu Jejia instantly exploded with anger. Are you sure you just slept at home? What's wrong? Shui Yan asked, confused. I got drunk at home, woke up in bed, so I must have slept at home all night. You. Lu Jejia glared at Shui Yan, carefully examining his expression before looking down at the books on the table. She moved her eyes and pretended to be wronged, saying, Shui Yan, someone bullied me last night. It was too dark, and I couldn't see who it was. I thought it was you. Look, he even bit me. Lu Jejia pulled down her scarf, revealing the already swollen bite mark. Her skin was very delicate and fair, and the bite mark was on a vein, making the surrounding redness look quite serious. Shui Yan was taken aback. He recalled his actions from last night and frowned in frustration. He had known she was soft and weak, and he shouldn't have used so much force. Shui Yan opened his mouth to speak. But the next moment, Lu Jejia threw a book at him. You still say you don't remember. Lu Jejia stood up angrily. If this man truly didn't remember, with his jealous nature, he would have gone crazy seeing the bite mark on her neck. Shui Yan felt guilty, but his expression remained unchanged. He bent down to pick up the book, brushed off the dust, and carefully placed it on Lu Jejia's desk. He then extended his arm, saying, I was drunk last night and accidentally. So you can bite me back. Don't think I won't bite. Lu Jejia grabbed his arm and, this time, without holding back, bit down hard. She bit for several seconds, then looked up at Shui Yan's expression. Finally, she huffed and let go, sitting down in her chair. You bullied me yesterday, so I don't want to talk to you. Shui Yan recalled the inappropriate things he said yesterday, and his face tightened. He started to explain, I was a bit different when I was drunk, but I don't really remember what happened, just a rough idea. Lu Jejia didn't believe him. Are you sure it wasn't just the truth coming out when you were drunk? Shui Yan shook his head, swallowing hard, no. Lu Jejia hit him with the book. Then why don't you hurry up and leave? Being drunk just makes you act foolish, and I'm in pain. Shui Yan stood still, looking remorseful, allowing her to hit and scold him. Lu Jejia thought, why is he so stubborn? After a while, Shui Yan was still standing in front of her desk. Lu Jejia was really frustrated with him. Clearly, he had gone too far last night, yet now he stood there with his head down, looking pitiful and unmoving. Lu Jejia was almost out of patience. She said seriously, didn't you just take a 2-day leave? You should return to town. You've only been working for a short time. Be careful they don't let you go. Shui Yan was silent for a moment, then nervously asked, So, are we still getting married? Lu Jejia really wants to marry Shui Yan. How could she not want to? Shui Yan opened his mouth but then swallowed his words. Seeing Shui Yan's serious face, Lu Jejia sighed and said softly, What I said yesterday was true. I want to marry you, but honestly, I'm just scared that I can't support a family right now. She confidently added, But remember, you insisted on getting married so soon. If I do anything wrong, you have to be understanding. I feel like I'm still young and don't know many things, so you'll have to take on more responsibility. Shui Yan looked at Lu Jejia, his gaze fixed on her. He swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice, You are willing to marry me? Yes. Lu Jejia's face turned slightly red. Did you hear what I said? That doesn't matter. What I asked is what's important, Shui Yan said, unable to hide his excitement. I will figure everything out. That could be considered a subtle love confession. Lu Jejia playfully poked him with a book. Aren't you leaving yet? I'm leaving in the afternoon. Then let me process everything that happened these past 2 days. Lu Jejia felt she needed some space. Isn't there anything at home? Yeah, Shui Yan turned his head. I'll help you organize the farming tools, then I'll leave. Lu Jejia rested her chin on her hand, quickly thinking of a question. Do we still need to make furniture? I've already found someone. They will come back next week to show you some designs, and you can choose what you like. Just after lunch in the afternoon, Shui's father arrived with some snacks. This visit was to officially set the wedding date. The three of them discussed it seriously inside. Lu Jejia wanted to join but was told to wait inside and be reserved. Lu Jejia. The three talked earnestly, following the most formal steps for the wedding. Lu Jejia felt a bit cold and opened the cupboard to get an extra layer of clothing. She flipped through the fabric and found the cloth she bought a few days ago. Lu Jejia looked at it for a few seconds and then took it out. Is it time to make the clothes? She spread out the fabric and suddenly remembered she needed to measure Shui Yan's size. Lu Jejia was worried about running out of time, so she grabbed a measuring tape from home and went to find him. On the way, she met some people, but in the village, usually after an engagement, the wedding would happen within 2 or 3 months. So, the time between engagement and marriage is not much different. Lu Jejia confidently went to find Shui Yan. Big brother, Jejia is here to see you. Shuiyang shouted excitedly from behind the house and even kindly brought over a chair. Jejia, please sit.
Oh.
Lu Jejia didn't expect Shuiyang to be so nice, so she sat down. Shuiyang sat next to her with bright eyes. Jejia, my second brother, and I caught a rabbit yesterday, and we want to give it to you. Lu Jejia politely declined. No, you should keep it for yourselves. No way. Shuiyang looked disappointed. This is my first gift to you. You have to accept it.
Okay.
I think this rabbit would be best made into spicy rabbit meat. It's really delicious. Lu Jejia immediately understood Shuiyang's intentions. She patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, we'll definitely make spicy rabbit meat, and it's not just me who can cook. My sister-in-law and second sister-in-law are great cooks too. Really? Shuiyang was almost drooling. He really wanted to be Jejia's future husband. Shuiyan walked over with long strides.
Shuiyang.
Shuiyang shrank back and quickly ran away. Lu Jejia stood up, looking at him with big eyes. Why are you so fierce? He's so scared of you don't hit him at home, do you?
No.
Shuiyan quickly explained, I've never hit them. They are just afraid of me. Lu Jejia thought for a moment and smiled. So this is what they call bloodline pressure. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Lu Jejia took out a small notebook from her bag. Let me see what I need to measure. She placed the notebook on the bench and lightly traced it with her fingers. Don't move. Let me measure your size. Lu Jejia took out a measuring tape from her backpack. Shuiyan was taken aback. He glanced down at Lu Jejia's notebook and was immediately startled by the words crotch depth written on it. He didn't have time to look at anything else. He stammered, Measure. Measure what size? Lu Jejia glared at him. Just don't move. What if I measure it wrong? Shuiyan opened his mouth, his serious expression faltering. After hesitating for a moment, he suggested, Let's measure in the room. Does it matter where we measure? I'm not afraid of anyone seeing. Lu Jejia carefully counted the parts that needed measuring, not even looking at Shuiyan, and repeated, You better not move. She prepared to measure his inseam, adjusted the measuring tape, and slightly bent over in front of Shuiyan. Shuiyan was clever with others, but when it came to Lu Jejia, his intelligence seemed to drop. He grabbed her arm with his large hand, his bronze skin slightly reddening. Let's measure in the room. Lu Jejia looked confused and said again, We don't need to measure in the room. It's too dark. What if we can't see clearly? Shui Yan opened his mouth again. Lu Jiejie was getting annoyed. Just stand still. It was rare for her to want to make him close, and his hesitation was draining her enthusiasm. When Lu Jiejie got stern, Shui Yan became much more obedient, slowly relaxing his curled fingers away from her. Lu Jiejie bent down and measured Shui Yan's inseam. The warmth on Shui Yan's face faded. He paused and asked, "What are you doing?" "Making clothes." Lu Jiejie felt a bit embarrassed. She had said in the morning that she wanted some alone time, but here she was looking for him in the afternoon. Feeling a bit hypocritical, she maintained a stern expression. "I was thinking we definitely need to take wedding photos, and buying clothes is too expensive, so I wanted to try making them. But don't expect too much. I might not succeed." "You're making me clothes?" Shui Yan's eyes lit up. Lu Jiejie nodded and gave a warning. "Don't expect them to look too good. As long as they fit, that's enough." Suddenly, Lu Jiejie felt her waist being grabbed and lifted. Shui Yan was surprisingly strong. Lu Jiejie was startled and bit her lip after letting out a small scream. She quickly looked around and said, "Please put me down." Shui Qian covered Shui Yan's mouth in the room and made a shushing gesture. Shui Yan steadily set Lu Jiejie down, looking directly at her. A smile replaced the usual coldness in his dark eyes. His voice was usually deep, but this time it carried a hint of excitement. "I will definitely dress well." Lu Jiejie felt a bit emotional and was also affected by his joy. She rubbed the measuring tape in her hands and straightened up, assuring him, "Don't worry, I will make sure you look great." "Don't move. I need to measure your size." Lu Jiejie bent down to measure his leg circumference, being very careful not to make a mistake. She wished she had brought her sister-in-law along. Initially, she came just to make clothes, but seeing Shui Yan so excited made her boast a little. In reality, it was her first time measuring sizes. Indeed, one should not get too caught up in admiration. A little excitement made her say too much. Lu Jiejie awkwardly finished measuring Shui Yan's size and recorded everything in her notebook, worried about making an error. "I need to go back now." Lu Jiejie hurriedly packed her things and was eager to ask her sister-in-law if she had made any mistakes in the measurements. Before leaving, she bent down to pick up the rabbit from the floor. Shui Qian came out of the room only after Lu Jiejie had left. "Big brother, Jiejie is going to make you new clothes. Getting married must be great." Shui Qian suddenly wished someone would care for him too. Shui Yang asked eagerly, "Big brother, will Jiejie make me a set too?" Shui Yan shot him a cold glance and said firmly, "She will only make clothes for me. Don't even think about it. If you want new clothes, ask Dad to make them for you." Shui Yang quietly closed his mouth. When Lu Jiejie got home, she asked her sister-in-law if there were any issues with her measurements. Zhang Shuyan absent-mindedly shook her head. "Little sister, your measurements are all correct." She wanted to say more, but Lu Jiejie excitedly rushed off to her room to start making the clothes. Zhang Shuyan. After Shui's father left, Lu Jiejie asked her mother to help her make clothes. Lu's father looked at the fabric in Lu Jiejie's hands, puffed out his cheeks in displeasure, and said, "It's one thing to buy fabric for me, but why are you buying it for him?" "I didn't buy this. Shui Yan did," Lu Jiejie replied softly. Lu's father paced back and forth in the room, stopping every few steps and letting out a heavy sigh. Lu Jiejie stifled a laugh. She reached out to take the clothes from her mother. "Dad, I'll make yours first, and then I'll make Shui Yan's after." The frown on Lu's father's face quickly disappeared, but he felt a bit sad seeing his precious daughter sewing for him. He squatted down and thought that if he didn't let her make his, she would just make it for that boy instead. So he decided to let her make his first. That old man, Lu's mother rolled her eyes. Usually calm and mature, he was now acting like a child. Lu's mother snatched the fabric from Lu Jiejie's hands. "Why make his first? I haven't even had mine made yet." Lu Jiejie. Lu's mother stuffed Lu's father's clothes into the back of the cupboard and took out her own fabric. "Make mine first. I'll help you with Shui Yan's later. As for your dad's, I'll do it when I have time." Since it was her daughter's first time making clothes, she had to let her do it. Lu Jiejie said carefully, I promised Shui Yan I would make his myself. How about we set his aside for now? There's still over a month left. I can do his last. Making Lennon's outfit was tricky, so Lu Jiejie planned to go to town when she had time to observe styles and discuss them with her mother before starting. All right, just take it. Lu's mother waved her hand. Lu Jiejie happily grabbed the fabric and went out, putting it in the cupboard. With the front line tense, the army wouldn't stay in one place, and sometimes it took a long time to receive items sent from home. Lu Jinggua's shoulder injury had just healed, but he had a small scrape on his forehead. After quickly bandaging it, he carried the package back to his tent. He opened the parcel and took out a small bag of salted dried fish. At the bottom was a thick cotton coat, which felt very warm to the touch. As Lu Jinghua pulled it out, a letter fell out of the package, landing on the ground, and a photo slipped out as well. Wu Yu noticed it right away and walked over. Lu Jinghua, could this be our little sister? Lu Jinghua quickly picked up the photo from the ground and carefully wiped off the dirt. He ran his finger over Lu Jiejie's eyebrows and eyes, only letting go once it was clean. Wu Yu stepped forward. Let me see what our little sister looks like. Get lost, Lu Jinghua dodged, narrowing his sharp eyes dangerously. My little sister is not someone you can look at. I'm just curious. Captain Lu, no, soon-to-be Colonel Lu, you praise your sister like she's an angel. How can I not want to see her? Lu Jinghua thought for a moment, his usually calm face showing an unexpected defiance. I'll let you see her for a moment, but if you dare to have any thoughts about her, I'll make you regret it. Wu Yu. She can't stay unmarried forever. She needs my approval to get married. Some people were confused about whether the third brother was a captain or a colonel. The villagers exaggerated and said he was a colonel, while the Lu family knew he was a captain but was about to be promoted. I'll take a look at the photo first. Wu Yu leaned in. Lu Jinghua held the photo in his palm, fingers pinching it. Here, this is my little sister. In the photo, Lu Jiejie wore a Lenin-style outfit. It was a black and white picture, and she had a gentle smile, sitting obediently in a chair, with delicate brows and big eyes, both innocent and beautiful. Wu Yu was stunned. Lu Jinghua shot him a disdainful glance, then took back the photo, looking pleased. I told you my sister is beautiful. What do you think? Wu Yu nodded and suddenly grabbed Lu Jinghua's arm. Brother Lu, please introduce me to her. I promise to treat her well. Forget it. Lu Jinghua shrugged off Wu Yu, lazily lying on the bed with one leg crossed. My sister needs to marry a good man. We already have enough trouble in our family. I can't drag her into it. His words were casual, but the meaning was serious. Wu Yu understood instantly and pushed down his feelings. After all, such a beautiful girl, and with their lives on the line every day, how could they dare to pursue her? Half a month later, Lu Jiejie got up and saw her three brothers carrying wood into the house. What are you doing? We're making furniture for you, Lu's mother said as she came out of the kitchen. This is all part of your dowry. We haven't bought pots and pans yet, but in a few days, I will go to town with your sister-in-law to shop for them. I was thinking of buying a sewing machine, but since you don't like making clothes, it would just sit there unused. Instead, I'll get you a couple more blankets for your dowry. You can take the money and buy whatever you want. Lu Jiejie patted his chest. Don't worry, little sister. I've learned how to make furniture, and I will make it very well. Once the three brothers started chopping wood, everyone in the village knew that Lu Jiejie would be marrying Shui Yan in a little over a month. Aunt Lu occasionally passed by the Shui family and sighed when she saw their bright red brick house. She had initially thought of marrying Lu Chao off to them, but in the end, she was dazzled by choices, and the second branch had better judgment. Now the Shui family was doing better and better. As the weather got colder, Aunt Lu was making shoes. She had just stretched her arms when she heard the sound of the door opening. The eldest sister-in-law was hanging out clothes and turned to see Lu Chao. Lu Chao had a bad cold and was constantly wiping her nose with her sleeve, making her look messy and unappealing. The eldest sister-in-law frowned, recalling the rumors she had faced, and didn't want to deal with her sister-in-law at all. At the same time, she felt a bit wary. Was Lu Chao back to ask for something? Mom. Lu Chao rushed to Aunt Lu, waving her dirty sleeve in front of her. Aunt Lu stepped back in disgust. What are you back for?
I missed you, Mom.
As soon as Lu Chao finished speaking, her stomach growled. She licked her lips. Mom, is there anything to eat at home? I'm a bit hungry. Weren't you not interested in these things? Aunt Lu had already lost her warmth towards Lu Chao and couldn't feel sorry for her anymore. I told you before, once you marry Zhou Wenqing, you have to deal with it yourself. Little Chao, this family isn't just supported by your mother, it's supported by the whole Lu family. You should go back now. Lu Chao widened her eyes. You won't take care of me? I'm your own daughter. How can I take care of you? Give you food? Lu Chao rubbed her stomach. I'm just hungry. Her face was wet with tears as she sniffled. Mom, do you really not want me anymore? When Aunt Lu saw her, she couldn't help but think of Lu Jiejie next door, whose daughter always thought of her own parents. She bought food and clothes while looking at Lu Chao. She tried her best to plan for her, but in the end, she was scolded by the villagers. Mom, our child is also hungry. Don't be like other families, feeding ungrateful children while letting your own grandchild starve, the eldest sister-in-law thought with resentment. A married daughter is like spilled water. You have to consider who you help. We won't support lazy people in our family. Aunt Lu sighed and thought for a moment before taking out $1 from her pocket. I can't give you food, Chao. Once you're married, you need to work hard. And that Zhou Wenqing, if he doesn't work, he should be punished. What good is education if you can't eat well? I understand. Lu Chao quickly grabbed the $1 from Aunt Lu, acting as if she was snatching it. Aunt Lu. Lu Yegua brought tools for making furniture and gave Lu Jiejie some common design sketches.
Take a look and see what you like.
Lu Jiejie glanced over. Most of the current styles were simple and plain, at most featuring a peony or hibiscus flower. She didn't like those designs and chose the most basic style instead. No carvings needed, just something simple and elegant. This one is easy to make, Lu Yegua said after looking at it. Lu Jiejie asked fourth brother, how are you and Lifan doing? When are you getting married? Lu Yegua scratched his head. We'll talk about it after yours. I'm not in a hurry, and Xiaofan isn't either. Before she could ask more, Lu Chao peeked her head in from outside. She called out, second aunt. Lu Jiejie. Lu mother was sewing at her door. When she looked up and saw Lu Chao, she frowned and said coldly, what do you want? Lu Chao shrank her neck even more. She was more afraid of Lu mother than her own mom. She glanced around and spotted Lu Jiejie, saying softly, cousin, aren't you getting married soon? I came to see you. Lu mother rolled her eyes. What's there to see? If you have nothing to do, hurry back home. Lu Chao didn't reply to her and bravely walked over to Lu Jiejie. Cousin, what are you doing? Lu Jiejie was truly impressed by Lu Chao's boldness. Their relationship had soured to an unusual degree, yet she still spoke to her so casually. Lu Jiejie was annoyed. What does it matter to you? Just go away. Is this your dowry? Lu Chao seemed to ignore Lu Jiejie's words and continued, cousin, how much are you bringing? I think the groom's family should cover this, otherwise you'll be at a loss. She turned to Aunt Lu. Aunt, you should advise my cousin. How can she bring so much? Shuiyan has a job now, so he should take care of it all. Otherwise, he should at least buy a bicycle. Lu Chao, your cousin really can't compare to you, Aunt Lu said with a smirk. She's not like you, who got together with Zhou Wenqing without asking for anything and even got a bicycle. By the way, when will you have Zhou Wenqing buy you a bicycle? Isn't it because he doesn't have money? Lu Chao rubbed her hands together. Lu Jiejie almost rolled her eyes. Lu Chao always took double standards to the extreme. Aunt Lu frowned. It's so cold. You should hurry home and get your blankets. Aunt, we didn't dry our blankets, Lu Chao replied. Aunt Lu. After all, Lu Chao is younger and a relative, so Aunt Lu couldn't just tell her to leave. If things escalated, it would only make them a laughingstock in the village. Anyway, Lu Chao had already lost her reputation. They couldn't let her drag them down with her. Aunt Lu's face darkened, and Lu Yegua's woodcutting became much lighter. Lu Chao felt a shiver inside. After a while, she couldn't hold back anymore.
Aunt, I actually came to ask you for something. Aunt Lu didn't respond. Lu Chao sniffed, struggling to breathe, and wiped her nose with her sleeve. Can I borrow some food from your family? Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back. I don't have any food to lend you. Look at how many kids we have. Aunt Lu turned hostile. Xiao Chao, instead of borrowing food from us, you might as well ask your own mother. Just go. I'm busy and don't have time for you. Lu Chao left, feeling wronged and covering her face as she walked away. Aunt Lu was disgusted. As soon as Lu Chao left, she immediately shut the door. To ease her mood, Lu Jiejie decided to write a letter to Lu Jinghua, saying, I'm about to get married, and I should let third brother know. After thinking it over, Lu's mother agreed, go ahead and write it. Lu Chao returned home feeling upset. Ever since marrying Zhou Wenqing, life had become increasingly difficult. When she was at home, her parents provided for her, but now she struggled to get enough food and had to find ways to manage on her own. When Lu Chao got home, she found Zhou Wenqing still lying in bed. Frustrated, she walked over and slapped him on the chest, saying, Sleep, sleep, sleep. Are you a pig? Ever since I married you, I haven't had enough to eat, and all you do is sleep. Zhou Wenqing, angered by the slap, replied, Lu Chao, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit me? Feeling desperate from hunger, Lu Chao shot back. What's wrong with hitting you? You're a man who can't even support your own wife and expect me to go home for food. Isn't that embarrassing? Embarrassing? You were the one who said that marrying me didn't matter about food or clothing, that you only cared about us being together. Now you regret it? I regret it too. Let me read you a poem. After you listen, hurry up and go dig for wild vegetables. It's almost the end of the month, and we can just wait for our share of the grain. Lu Chao sat dumbfounded in a chair and said, Go ahead and read. Zhou Wenqing casually picked a poem. In the past, when Lu Chao listened to poetry, she felt excited, but now she was too hungry to feel that thrill and found it annoying instead. Stop reading, it's so annoying, Lu Chao said, standing up. Her stomach growled again, and the feeling of hunger became more intense. She held her stomach and hurried out with the basket. On her way, she passed by the Shui family and glanced at the house that was almost finished. Shui Yan had returned that morning and immediately went to the brick kiln to work, continuing until now. Although they were still using straw and mud for the roof, Shui Yan wanted it to be sturdier. He not only wanted Lu Jiejie to be comfortable but also desired a spacious and impressive home. He chose to use tiles instead. With his strength, he took the lead in unloading the tiles, wiping the sweat from his forehead casually. His strong arms showed off his masculine strength. Lu Chao thought of Zhou Wenqing, whom she had seen changing clothes before. Her ribs were very visible, and she seemed weak while working, even weaker than Lu Chao. Suddenly, Lu Chao wondered if she had listened to her mother and chosen a strong partner who could work, maybe she wouldn't have to suffer so much and go hungry every day. Shui Yan had a strong ability to sense things. After just a few seconds of looking, he noticed Lu Chao and slightly turned his head, his gaze dark. Lu Chao was startled by Shui Yan's look and hurried away with her basket. Lu Jiejie married a strong man, but he was Shui Yan. Shui Yan was like a devil, and Lu Jiejie was in trouble. With her frail body, she might not survive even 2 encounters with him. She was just waiting for her mother to regret it. Once the main house of the Shui family was built, they started on the courtyard. Shui Yan worked in town, and Lu Jiejie, a delicate girl, definitely needed protection at home. Shui Yan specifically went to the garbage station to find beer bottles, broke them, and placed them on top. Lu's mother sewed a bright red wedding dress for Lu Jiejie, based on the latest style in town, and also made a pair of embroidered shoes. A week before her birthday, Lu Jiejie finally made a linen suit and shirt for Shui Yan, directly referencing her own linen suit. The two agreed to take wedding photos together, hoping to get them developed 2 days before the wedding. In the afternoon, Shui Yan went to borrow a bicycle from Zhao Society. When Zhao Society returned from work, he noticed Shui Yan's eyes were red. Shui Yan was talking to Zhao's father, no longer as sharp as before but more composed. Yes,
We need to leave tomorrow morning. If we wait any longer, the photos won't be ready before the wedding. Plus, it's November and it's cold. I'm worried she might freeze. Whenever Lu Jiejia was mentioned, Shui Yan's cold expression softened. All right, you can ride over tonight and bring it back tomorrow afternoon, Zhao's mother said, holding some cured meat. We don't need these. Just borrowing a bike is enough. We can't accept such valuable things. Shui Yan replied firmly. This is necessary. We can't skimp on wedding items. Please accept it, Aunt Zhao. Okay, you can take it. Zhao's society thought, is this really my mother? She didn't even ask me. Shui Yan nodded at Zhao, and then pushed the bicycle out the door. His dark eyes moved, and he rode away on the bike. He had saved enough money to easily buy a bicycle, but on the surface, it shouldn't appear that he had enough funds. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to notice something unusual, and he wouldn't be able to explain where the money came from, which could lead to trouble. The next day, Shui Yan took out the clothes that Lu Jiejia had made for him. He had only tried on the clothes the day they were delivered and had carefully kept them in the closet since then. Today, when he put them on again, Shui Yan looked in the mirror. He had never worn a linen suit before, and now that he did, it looked too much like a military uniform. Shui Yan had wanted to join the army when he was younger, but because of his background, he could only dream about it. Wedding photo. Just thinking about those words made him uneasy, and he nervously rubbed his fingers together. Ride carefully, don't let Jiejia fall, his father warned, seeing him fidgeting. Shui Yan swallowed hard, I know. As soon as he got on the bike, he gripped the handlebars tightly, the veins on his hands slightly bulging, and his face tensed up even more. When he arrived at the Lu family home, Lu Jiejia had intentionally tied a red ribbon in her hair and wore a linen suit. She had styled her hair in the most popular double ponytails of the time and ran out of her room with a bag. At her age, girls should be full of life, and Lu Jiejia, having been pampered since childhood, had a rare energy for girls of this era. When she smiled brightly, her glass-like eyes sparkled like little stars, and her fair cheeks slightly puffed up, making her look like someone you would want to hold in your hands.
Shui Yan.
Lu Jiejia ran up to him, tilting her face up. Shui Yan was lost in thoughts of her, staring blankly, thinking that in just a few days, they would be tied together forever, his body stiffening with the thought. He pressed his thin lips together and softly replied, Don't forget the cushion. Lu's mother hurriedly came out and placed a soft cushion on the back seat. Lu's father sat at the door, smoking a pipe. Lu's mother walked over to Lu's father and whispered, What are you worried about? Shui Yan is in town 6 days a week, and our daughter staying at home is like, she hasn't gotten married at all. What's wrong? Father Lu asked with a serious expression, ready to discuss things with Mother Lu. Can anything be the same? Mother Lu bent down and lightly hit Father Lu twice. You old man, what do you want to do? Father Lu turned his face away. Isn't it enough that I feel bad? Then you can feel bad, Mother Lu said as she walked toward the house, then turned back and whispered, Just don't let anyone at home know our daughter is living here after getting married. I need to plan this well so they will beg her to come back home. That way, she won't have to face any trouble. Do I not know that? Father Lu said, trying to stay calm, but feeling irritated. You go inside quickly. I need to smoke for a bit. Go ahead, but don't take too long. You still need to fix the bicycle later. Mother Lu rarely showed warmth. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Father Lu wore a mysterious expression. Dear, we just agreed to take wedding photos today, and the bicycle broke yesterday. Don't you think it's a sign from above that we shouldn't marry our daughter off yet? Mother Lu raised an eyebrow. Are you sure the bicycle broke on its own? She felt embarrassed to call out her old husband for wanting to delay their daughter's marriage, even damaging his favorite bicycle. Father Lu grew anxious. How could it not break on its own?
Can it blame me for that?
There were no proper roads now, and it had rained a few days ago, leaving some areas muddy and uneven, making it hard to walk steadily. Shui Yan was preparing for his wedding and had just learned to ride Father Lu's bicycle. When he encountered the bad road, he was lucky his long legs could hold him up. Otherwise, he might have fallen. His shoes,
which he had carefully cleaned before coming, were now muddy, and his face showed a hint of dirt. Lu Jieje looked at the mud ahead. I'll get off now. Don't move. I'll ride slowly, Shui Yan softly instructed. Hold on tight, and don't get off. To match her outfit, Lu Jieje had worn new shoes, and Shui Yan didn't want her to get them wet. Whenever they faced muddy sections, Shui Yan would get off and push the bicycle for Lu Jieje. The heavy bicycle felt light in Shui Yan's hands, making it easy to push. If the distance weren't so far, he would have gladly carried Lu Jieje on his back. They set off in the morning and didn't arrive in town until noon. Lu Jieje took a small mirror from her backpack to check her face. The scab on her forehead had completely fallen off, revealing pink skin that looked very different from the rest of her face. To make herself look good on camera, she applied a thick layer of ointment on the scar every day, and her persistence finally paid off as the scar faded. Now, unless someone looked closely at her face, it was hardly noticeable. Since today was their wedding photo shoot, Lu Jieje was particularly attentive. She leaned in close to her fiancé and asked, "Can you see it?" The young girl had a fair complexion and a pleasant scent. As she got closer, he could see her reflected in his eyes. Shui Yan swallowed hard and replied softly, "I can see it. Is it obvious?" "It's very pretty." Lu Jieje shot him a glare, her fair fingertip pointing at the scar on her forehead. "I mean this." Shui Yan awkwardly looked away, following her finger. He shook his head. "It's very faint. You can't see it." Lu Jieje instantly felt happy and exclaimed, "Then let's go take pictures now." "Let's eat first," Shui Yan said, pushing his bicycle while Lu Jieje walked ahead. The Lu family, including Shui Yan, had a habit of letting Lu Jieje walk in front so they could notice any of her needs right away. As usual, they had noodles for lunch, and before leaving, Lu Jieje bought 3 buns. The Lu family didn't lack meat, but Lu's parents loved buns. Lu Jieje specifically asked for 2 wrapped in oil paper, one for her parents and one for Shui's father. As for the kids, Lu Jieje planned to make a pot of rabbit meat when she got home, which wouldn't cost much, but the buns were expensive, so it was better to let the elders enjoy them. Lu Jieje carefully packed them up and followed Shui Yan out the door. As they stepped outside, they bumped into Sun Jinqing. Shui Yan subtly positioned himself in front of Lu Jieje. She hadn't seen Sun Jinqing yet, and when she noticed Shui Yan blocking her way, she grabbed his shoulder and asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Jinqing looked at their close interaction and lowered his gaze. He walked over to greet them. "Who are you two?" Lu Jieje then noticed Sun Jinqing. She glanced at the serious face Shui Yan and smiled obediently. "Shui Yan and I are here to take our wedding photos." "Wedding photos?" "Yes, we will get our marriage certificate in a couple of days," Lu Jieje explained confidently. She sensed that Shui Yan felt insecure and was a bit jealous, so she decided to give him the reassurance he needed. Sun Jinqing forced a smile. "Congratulations to you both." Shui Yan replied quietly, "Thank you. We'll be on our way," he said, looking down at Lu Jieje. The girl wants to take several photos and is worried about running out of time. Sun Jinqing. Lu Jieje. Shui Yan led Lu Jieje away, and they arrived at the photo studio. The owner remembered Lu Jieje, such a beautiful girl, and he had a strong impression of her from the day she was robbed and fell, getting hurt on her face. "Who is this?" the owner asked, looking at Shui Yan. Lu Jieje spoke up, "This is my partner. We are here to take wedding photos today." The owner looked Shui Yan up and down. He had to admit that Shui Yan looked great in his suit. They first took a standard wedding pose, standing side by side, with Lu Jieje slightly leaning toward Shui Yan. At the moment the camera clicked, Shui Yan lowered his head a bit, looking at the smiling girl. "Very nice, you two look great together," the owner said. "Thank you," Lu Jieje replied excitedly. "We want to take one more." Lu Jieje took off her outer jacket, revealing a white shirt. She sat on a chair, with Shui Yan beside her, his hand on her shoulder. The owner asked, "Do you want to take more?" Lu Jieje looked up at Shui Yan's serious face. "Let's take one last photo." She hadn't captured the shirt she made for him yet, so she didn't want to waste the opportunity. "Quick, take it off." Lu Jieje pointed to Shui Yan's buttons. Shui Yan obediently removed his jacket, revealing the white shirt underneath. Lu Jie stood up and let Shui Yan sit in the chair. She stood behind him, and seeing he wasn't smiling, she gently tugged at his lips to make him smile, then looked at the photographer. Let's take the photo like this. Store manager. This couple is quite playful. Such behavior is a bit bold in today's world, but since they're a couple and here to take wedding photos, it makes sense. Shui Yan felt a bit shy about their actions, but seeing Lu Jie smile so sweetly, he let her be. After they paid, they hurried home. Lu Jie excitedly chattered, I think the last photo looks the best, but we can't hang it up. Only we can see it. Shui Yan lifted the corners of his lips slightly. If you like it, we can take photos every year. On the empty road, Lu Jie suddenly hugged Shui Yan and exclaimed, Shui Yan, you are so wonderful. With Lu Jie taking the initiative, Shui Yan's serious expression softened. Joy bubbled up from within him, and he smiled wider. Shui Yan dropped Lu Jie off at home, where her father was fixing a bicycle chain. Lu Jie ran over and took out some buns from her bag. Dad, I bought these buns just for you. Seeing his precious daughter, her father's earlier frustration faded away. He reached out to take them, feeling increasingly reluctant to let her go. Shui Yan wiped down the bicycle and then took it to Zhao Shihui. Zhao Shihui couldn't help but tease, how many photos did you take? You're back so late. The little girl liked it, Shui Yan replied as he parked the bicycle. And since it's wedding photos, we had to choose carefully. He emphasized wedding photos, making Zhao Shihui feel a bit overwhelmed. Unable to argue, he could only look at Shui Yan with a sigh. Shui Yan glanced at him and then walked away. 2 days before the wedding, Lu's mother carefully recorded Lu Jie's dowry. The Lu family covered almost all the bedding, bought a kettle, and some pots and dishes. Besides that, they made cabinets, tables, and chairs. Lu's mother pulled Lu Jie into the room, took out a handkerchief from the cabinet, and slowly opened it to reveal a stack of money. When your brothers got married, each received 50 yuan. Your dad and I also prepared a share for you. Your third brother mentioned in his letter that if he couldn't come back for your wedding, he would send you 100 yuan as your dowry. Lu's mother said as she rolled the money into a bundle. In the past, during tough times, the wages of the third brother, Lu Jie, and their father were mostly spent on food. Later, as things improved, they gradually repaid the money to the third brother, and now it is almost settled. Lu's mother continued, I originally wanted to use this money to buy you a bicycle, but that might attract too much attention. We already have enough dowry items, and if we have too many, it might seem excessive. It's better to keep things simple. If we have something valuable, it's best to keep it private to avoid drawing attention. Mom, I just need a little money. After all, both Shui Yan and I have salaries. I don't want the money from my brother. He worked hard for it. Let him save it for his future wife. Lu Jie pushed the money back. Lu's mother rolled her eyes in frustration and stuffed the money into Lu Jie's arms. Why are you being so foolish? Your brother gave you this money because you are his only sister. He hasn't even married yet, so why shouldn't you take it? She knew her third son. If he were at home, he would probably give her more than just 100 yuan. If he gives you this money, it's a sign of goodwill. If he doesn't, I'll give you the money when we divide the family assets, and who knows what issues might arise then. But this is too much, Lu Jie said, holding a small stack of money, feeling warm in her hands. Lu's mother insisted, take it. When you get married and have children, you'll understand that money is always needed, and this amount might not be enough. Have children? Lu Jie was taken aback. Yes, Lu's mother nodded. I think having children should happen naturally whenever it happens. Can it really be that simple? Lu Jie thought of Shui Yan and felt that it might happen sooner than she expected. Lu's mother then remembered what she needed to teach Lu Jie. She cleared her throat. This is something I should have told you. You will get your marriage certificate tomorrow, and once you have that, you will be a couple. As a couple, you will share a bed. Discussing such matters made Lu's mother feel a bit embarrassed. When it comes to sharing a bed, it shouldn't just be up to him. He is strong and you are not. If you feel uncomfortable, you need to talk to him.
Lu Jiejia's face instantly turned red, and she listened awkwardly to her mother's words. It was truly awkward to discuss such things with an elder. Specifically, you can see it here. Lu's mother took out a small book from under the bed and mysteriously placed it in Lu Jiejia's arms. Look at the pictures in this book when you get back to your room, but don't let anyone else find it. Lu Jiejia knew what the book was and almost threw it away. Blushing, she stuffed it back, saying, "I don't want to know, I don't need to look at it." The next morning, Lu Jiejia's sister-in-law served her 2 boiled eggs. "Little sister, today is your birthday, so have an egg." Since she was getting her marriage certificate today, Lu Jiejia felt it was a good day. She had a bowl of rice soup and ate the 2 eggs. Shui Yan arrived early at the Lu family home. Lu's father was particularly anxious today. Even when Lu Jiejia got on her bicycle, he still hadn't given her the household registration book. Lu Jiejia. Shui Yan hadn't slept well the night before and came to find Lu Jiejia early today. His heart was racing like a drum. As he was about to ride away, Lu Jiejia grabbed his shirt and whispered, "My dad hasn't given me the household registration book yet." Shui Yan. Shui Yan immediately stopped, turned to look at Lu's father, and tightened his grip on the handlebars. Lu Jiejia quietly reminded, "Dad, you still haven't given me the household registration book." As soon as she spoke, almost everyone's gaze turned to Lu's father. He remained silent, and Lu's mother nudged him. "Hurry up and get the household registration book. Do you want to make the child anxious?" Lu's father stayed quiet for a moment, then took the book out of his pocket, his eyes feeling heavy. Lu Jiejia's eyes suddenly turned red. Lu's mother turned away for a moment, then walked over and handed the household registration book to Lu Jiejia. Shui Yan promised earnestly, "Uncle and Aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of Jiejia and won't let her suffer." Lu's mother nodded. Her giving the household registration book to Lu Jiejia was already a big sign of trust. In a low voice, with a hint of warning, Lu's mother said, "Our daughter won't suffer. Life is unpredictable, Shui Yan. If one day you don't like her anymore, don't mistreat her. Just bring her back to us." Shui Yan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lu's mother with serious eyes and said, "Jiejia is my everything. I will never let her down or betray her. I hope you can keep your promise." Lu's mother slowly released her grip on the household registration book, her eyes red but smiling. "Let's go." Tears fell from Lu Jiejia's eyes only after leaving the Lu family. She wiped them away and smiled again. Today is the best day. She is getting married with love and blessings. Shui Yan rode quickly on the road, but the muddy path made it difficult. When he passed a slippery spot, the bike tilted. He quickly used his long legs to steady himself, straightening the bike while noticing Lu Jiejia doing the same. He tightened his grip on the handlebars. Shui Yan said softly, "I'll ride slower in a bit. No need to rush." Lu Jiejia held onto his shirt. She almost thought she would fall. This was a new outfit, and getting it dirty on the day they received their certificate would be bad luck. Shui Yan swallowed hard. His heart had been racing since he got the household registration book. He wanted to get to town quickly. "I'll go slower," he said, forcing a smile. Shui Yan wrapped one arm around Lu Jiejia's waist. "Why not sit in front?" Lu Jiejia quickly shook her head. "No, sitting in front is uncomfortable." Shui Yan steadied his breath and got back on the bike, but he couldn't help but pedal hard, speeding up. Lu Jiejia suspected he was overly excited. Whenever the bike wobbled, she held onto him tightly. If they were going to fall, they might as well fall together. As noon approached, they arrived in town. Lu Jiejia planned to eat first, but just as she stepped forward, Shui Yan grabbed her wrist and looked at her intently. "Where are you going?"
"To eat."
"First, we need to get the certificate." Shui Yan propped one leg on the bike and lifted Lu Jiejia onto the back seat, pedaling forward with determination. Lu Jiejia glanced at the sky. Seeing his excitement, she hesitated to remind him that the office might be closed. She slowly stretched her fingers, feeling the warmth in her palms despite the cool breeze. When they reached the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shui Yan used his strength to lift Lu Jiejia off the bike. He quickly parked the car and took Lu Jiejia inside. The staff had already taken out lunch boxes and were getting ready to eat. At noon, we're getting married, Lu Jieje quickly said, looking at the lady in charge of the marriage certificates.
Can we do it now?
The time has passed. You can come back in the afternoon. It's me, Shuiyan said in a deep voice. Do you remember me? You told me about the marriage procedures last time. The lady looked at Shuiyan, frowned for a moment, then relaxed. Oh, I remember you. You're the one who came to the civil affairs office looking a bit shabby. It was mainly because Shuiyan was very tall and strong that she didn't forget him. Lu Jieje looked up at Shuiyan in confusion. The lady thought for a moment, put down her lunchbox, and looked at Lu Jieje. I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful wife. You look nice today. Come here, I'll help you with the paperwork. After checking their household registration books and confirming their information, she took out the marriage certificate to fill it out. Before stamping it, she asked them one last time, Are you both sure you want to get married? Once I stamp this, your marriage will be official. Shuiyan tightened his grip on Lu Jieje's hand, worried she might change her mind. Shuiyan spoke first. We want to get married. Lu Jieje didn't hesitate either. Yes, we want to get married. The lady nodded, stamped the certificate firmly, and handed it to Lu Jieje and Shuiyan. Congratulations on your marriage. Thank you, Shuiyan said, placing a piece of candy in front of the lady. He then took both marriage certificates in his hands, looking at the names on them, unable to hide a smile. Lu Jieje took back their household registration book, put everything away, and turned to see Shuiyan smiling. She leaned over, let me see. Lu Jieje took one of the certificates, which had 2 big red flowers on the front, with their personal information written on it and a red stamp at the bottom. The back had quotes from great leaders. Shuiyan calmly took the marriage certificate from Lu Jieje's hand and said seriously, It's time to eat, my dear. Let me take you out for lunch. Lu Jieje felt her face heat up when she was called. Shuiyan took the opportunity to stuff the marriage certificate into his pocket. Lu Jieje sat on the bicycle and patted her face. She was married now. She had successfully married Shuiyan. Lu Jieje felt a bit dizzy. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Shuiyan kept calling her wife, making Lu Jieje blush and her heart race. She could only secretly step on his foot. Lu Jieje straightened her back and reminded him, You can call me Jieje normally. Shuiyan didn't respond. When the noodles arrived and the chili ran out, he found a cafeteria worker and said in a deep, charming voice, My wife wants to know if you have more chili. The worker glanced at Lu Jieje and then at Shuiyan. Yes, just a moment. Lu Jieje. After finishing their meal, Shuiyan paid the bill. Even though they had eaten noodles several times, he still asked, My wife wants to know how much these 2 bowls of noodles cost? The worker looked at Lu Jieje and successfully remembered the couple. Lu Jieje. On the way back, the path was muddy, and Shuiyan kept reminding her, Wife, don't get down. I'll push you. In a short time, he had called her wife many times. Seeing him in such high spirits, Lu Jieje decided to go along with it. Feeling a bit dazed, they reached home. Shuiyan tugged at Lu Jieje's hairband and said, Be good at home and eat well. He wasn't done. His rough fingers pinched her soft cheeks. Lu Jieje swatted his hand away, stood on her tiptoes, and playfully drew a smile on his face with her finger. You should smile more at home, too.
Okay.
A glimmer of light appeared in Shuiyan's eyes. Once inside, Lu's mother was counting things. When she saw them, she immediately asked to see the marriage certificate. This was her precious daughter's marriage certificate. Lu's mother carefully held it, looking it over, while Lu's father also came over to take a look. They were busy preparing for the wedding tomorrow, with a lot to handle in terms of food and drinks. Lu's mother told Shuiyan to go home and get ready, and to come back tomorrow to pick up the bride. Shuiyan brought back a marriage certificate and kept it in his pocket, looking at it over and over, afraid it might fall out. While walking, he even tripped over a stone and almost fell. Wang Zhenghua, who happened to pass by, was speechless. That evening, Lu Mu prepared a bright red wedding dress for Lu Jieje to wear the next day. Lu Jieje was so excited that she couldn't sleep, so she crawled into Lu Mu's arms and placed her hand on her back, saying, "Mom, please pat me." Lu Mu looked at the little girl in her arms and gently patted her. "Go to sleep now. We need to get up early tomorrow." The next morning, Lu Mu woke Lu Jeju up early. She put on the bright red wedding dress, and her hair was styled with red ribbons. A few days earlier, she had taken out the makeup she bought in town and applied a light touch. Li Fun and some girls from the village came to send Lu Jeju off. They chattered around Lu Jeju, enjoying their time together. Older women from the village also came to see the bride. Aunt Zhao exchanged a few polite words before entering to see Lu Jeju. Lu Jeju usually had rosy lips and white teeth, and with a bit of makeup, her features looked even more delicate. Her beautiful big eyes could mesmerize anyone. Aunt Zhao felt a twinge of jealousy. It was truly a lucky break for that young man from the Shui family. Their family didn't have such good fortune. Society really needed to do better. Aunt Lu watched Lu Jeju's splendid wedding and thought about Lu Chao. If only she could be more settled, she could also marry proudly. Meanwhile, Lu Chao was secretly peeking into Lu Jeju's house. She had heard yesterday that Lu Jeju had already obtained a marriage certificate with Shui Yan. Her goal had finally been achieved. She couldn't understand why her second aunt allowed Lu Jeju to marry Shui Yan. They would just have to face tough times ahead. However, seeing Aunt Lu and thinking about the delicious meal waiting for her at the Shui family, Lu Chao couldn't help but drool. Around 10 o'clock, Shui Yan arrived with Wang Jinghua and some young men to pick her up. He was still wearing a dark green linen suit, and compared to the others, Shui Yan appeared cold and distant. Suddenly standing in the crowd, he had a presence that surpassed the ordinary countrymen, standing out impressively. "New bride coming," someone shouted. Shui Yan nervously adjusted his clothes as Lu Jeju was carried out by her 3 brothers. As soon as they stepped outside, the young men who came to greet the wedding were dazzled. They looked enviously at the groom, not expecting that the old man Shui Yan would end up with her. Lu Igua glared at Shui Yan. "If you dare to treat my sister badly, I will do everything I can to stop you." "I would never," Shui Yan promised in a low voice, nervously taking Lu Jeju, afraid he might drop her. Lu Jeju playfully pinched Shui Yan's ear, causing him to flinch. "Don't move around," Shui Yan said quietly. Seeing him so cautious, Lu Jeju withdrew her hand, worried he might fall. The 2 main rooms of the Shui family were already built, and Lu Jeju's dowry quilt was laid on the bed as soon as they entered, thick and very soft. Cabinets and other furniture were delivered one after another. The villagers marveled at how much the Lu family cared for their daughter, sending so many gifts. Lu Chao and Zhou Wenqing followed the crowd inside, both there to enjoy the food and drink. Since Aunt Lu had already paid the contribution fee, they didn't have to. When she entered and saw the Shui family's red-tiled house, she felt a pang of envy but quickly turned up her nose. These things were only valuable to Lu Jeju. Lu Chao glanced around the yard and spotted the food not far away, his eyes almost glued to it. Zhou Wenqing was equally hungry and sighed while staring at the dishes. It was surprising that someone as beautiful and educated as Lu Jeju would choose to marry a country bumpkin. It seemed like a poor choice. He thought it would be better to marry him. At least when he returned to the city, Lu Jeju could become a city person too. When it was time to pay the contribution fee, Lu Chao and Zhou Wenqing pretended not to notice. Aunt Lu turned to look at them, her face reddening, and she had to pay it herself. She wanted to tell them to leave, but there were too many people around, and as soon as she moved closer, several gazes turned toward her. Aunt Lu stopped in her tracks. Today is a joyful day for Lu Jeju, and if there is any trouble, it would bring bad luck to the newlyweds. As long as the couple doesn't cause any issues, Aunt Lu will pretend not to see anything. At noon, when the dishes were served, Lu Chao quickly grabbed his chopsticks and started eating, faster than the elderly women in the village who have been practicing for years. The elderly woman who was a moment slower said nothing. Since it was a rare good meal, everyone was eager to eat. The elderly woman lost a round, but then brought out all her strength. At Lu Chao's table, people were scrambling for food. Zhou Wenqing was eating the dishes Lu Chao served while complaining, making the others uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Shui Yan was being urged to drink. His three brothers took turns, and the other young people in the village, especially Zhao, were eager to get Shui Yan drunk. It was a celebratory feast, and Shui Yan accepted every drink. Shui Yan was worried that Lu Jiejie wouldn't have enough to eat at noon, so he set up a table in the new house. Li Fun and a few young girls sat inside to keep Lu Jiejie company while she ate. One of the girls asked, "Jiejie, how did you come to like Shui Yan? Aren't you afraid of him? He seems so fierce, and he's so strong." When the sensitive topic came up, another girl nudged her. The girl instantly turned red and defended herself, saying, "I didn't mean it like that." Lu Jiejie also thought about how fierce Shui Yan could be. Before they were married, it felt like he wanted to devour her. Now that they are married, Lu Jiejie wondered if she would be safe tomorrow. She needed to think of a way to make Shui Yan gentler. Around 2 o'clock, the banquet ended, and Lu Chao and Zhou Wenqing left, holding their stomachs. While the villagers looked down on the two of them, they also glanced at the people from the Lu family. Aunt Lu was so angry she nearly had a stroke. When she got home, she angrily told her family, "From now on, when anyone in our family sees Lu Chao, just pretend you don't see him. Our Lu family has no daughter like that." Uncle Lu opened his mouth to speak, but the mocking laughter from the villagers at the dinner table made him feel embarrassed. On Shui Yan's side, he was a bit drunk, and Lu's mother was worried he might get too careless, so she specifically asked Lu's father to prepare a hangover soup for him early. Shui Yan washed his face with cold water and drank a bowl of hangover soup, feeling more awake. He returned to the room to see Lu Jiejie sitting on the wedding bed, her small face looking lively. As soon as she saw him enter, she opened her big eyes and stared at him. Shui Yan swallowed hard, quickly walked over, and gently pushed Lu Jiejie further onto the bed, leaning over her as he whispered, "Let me kiss you first." His movements were so fast that Lu Jiejie didn't have time to react before their lips met. Lu Jiejie sank into the soft blanket, feeling a bit breathless and wanting to push Shui Yan away. But he held her hands, intertwining their fingers. Her delicate fingers rested on his tanned hand, and a flirtatious atmosphere began to build. Shui Yan's lips brushed against her soft, fragrant face, just as a voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Yan, come out and help move things." "Shui Yan." He tilted his head slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Jiejie kicked Shui Yan's leg with her toes, feeling a sting on her lips. She bit down gently on the area below his neck, but without much strength, causing Shui Yan to let out a muffled sound. "Xiao Yan." Shui's father called again from outside. He paced anxiously, glancing at the bright sky, wishing he could burst in and pull him out. What on earth was that boy doing in there while it was still light outside? Thinking of Lu's mother's instructions, he raised his voice, "Hurry up and come out to help move things." "Shui Yan." Reluctantly, Shui Yan got up, feeling like his throat was filled with sand. "Just stay in the room. If you're tired, take a nap." Lu Jiejie huffed. "If you don't listen, I'll have to deal with you when I get back." Shui Yan patted her bottom playfully. "Lu Jiejie." Shui Yan unwillingly stepped out of the door, while Lu Jiejie took a few deep breaths on the bed and picked up a small mirror from the cabinet. She noticed her lips were not only swollen but also had slight red marks on her face. Thinking about the weight of Shui Yan on her, she realized she couldn't just sit and wait. She looked around the room and spotted a jar of alcohol not far away. If he got drunk, he would surely be less harsh with her. Shui Yan had a lot to clean up. The tables and chairs at home needed to be returned to the neighbor, the floor had to be swept, and the pots and dishes needed to be rinsed with hot water. While he cleaned outside, Lu Jiejie was tidying up inside. They both needed to organize their clothes, and some areas needed a good cleaning. Every time Shui Yan entered the house, he would glance inside for a few seconds. Shui's father walked past him and said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work." Shui Yan. They were busy from 3 to 6. After warming up the leftover food from lunch, Shui's father called Lu Jiejie to eat. Lu Jiejie replied, and then went out. In the kitchen, the four of them looked at her. Lu Jiejie sat awkwardly in her seat. Shui Yan silently served her a bowl of rice soup and handed her a steamed bun. The bun was made from mixed flour, but it tasted quite good for that time. Shui's father explained, Jiejie, this is all clean and hasn't been touched by anyone else. Lu Jiejie smiled obediently. I understand. Thank you, uncle.
Dad.
Shui's father's smile stretched from ear to ear. No need to call me uncle. Just call me dad from now on. Lu Jiejie nodded. She looked sweet and knew how to please her elders, and she called out sweetly, Dad.
Ah.
Shui's father was even more excited than Shui Yan. Shui Yan gently patted Lu Jiejie's head from behind and said softly, Eat your meal. Shuiyang took the chance to ask for a favor, sister-in-law. Can I come over for dinner sometimes when you're at home? Don't worry, I won't come too often, just occasionally. Of course. Lu Jiejie replied without hesitation. Shui's father chuckled, If you ever don't want to cook, just call me over and I'll make food for you. These 3 kids are used to my cooking anyway. Shui Yang and Shui Qian. Shui Yan.
Great.
I can try Dad's cooking in the future, Lu Jiejie replied understandingly. Shui Yan glanced at his clueless wife and added a piece of meat to her bowl. Be good. Eat your meal. Yes, let's eat. No talking while eating, no chatting while sleeping, Shui Qian said, eager to change the subject from cooking. Lu Jiejie ate half a steamed bun and drank a bowl of rice soup before returning to her room. The remaining half of the bun was eaten by Shui Yan. Once inside, Lu Jiejie closed the door and placed a small jar of alcohol on the table. When she opened it, a pleasant aroma wafted out. Could this be fruit wine? Lu Jiejie licked her lips, having heard that fruit wine is tasty and can make one tipsy. She tasted it and found it a bit sweet. Shui Yan entered the room with a basin of water for washing feet. Lu Jiejie was sitting on the bed, looking a bit flushed. Wash your feet, Shui Yan said softly. Lu Jiejie wasn't fully drunk yet. She looked at Shui Yan and said, I don't want to move. Half dazed, she stared into Shui Yan's eyes, which were quite captivating. Shui Yan swallowed hard, but bent down to take off Lu Jiejie's shoes. Her feet were small and fair, with a hint of pink. Shui Yan gently placed her feet into the water. It's hot, Lu Jiejie said, struggling a little. Shui Yan held her foot down, his voice hoarse. I've tried it. It's fine. It won't be hot for long. He glanced outside, released her foot, and closed the door. Lu Jiejie felt her head getting heavier and lay back on the bed. When Shui Yan returned, she sat up again. He squatted down to wash her feet, but Lu Jiejie leaned forward, her delicate fingers lifting Shui Yan's chin. I want to see how you look, she said, the scent of alcohol mixing with her fragrance as their faces drew closer. Shui Yan was speechless. Not bad, Lu Jiejie said with a slight frown, giving a mediocre review. Shui Yan grasped Lu Jiejie's delicate ankle, looking at her with dark eyes. Have you been drinking? It hurts. Lu Jiejie moved her slender leg and glared at him. You're not serving me well. I don't want you anymore. Shui Yan stared at her for a few seconds. Lu Jiejie showed no fear, looking down at him. He suddenly raised his lips, lifting her wet foot onto his leg and grabbed a towel to dry it, muttering, What did I do wrong? You forgot. Last time you kissed me first.
What?
I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Even when she fainted, she was still twitching. Shui Yan put on his clothes and, like last time when Lu Jiejie got drunk, he carried her around the room. Eventually, she slowly fell asleep holding onto his shirt. Shui Yan thought about the first time today and felt a bit gloomy. It was clearly Lu Jiejie who took the initiative, yet he lost control in just 2 seconds. Lu Jiejie had winced in pain, but it quickly passed. She blinked, thinking it should be like that. She gently patted Shui Yan's face, saying, It's fine. I'm very satisfied. He was not satisfied at all. Shui Yan's face turned dark. Shui Yan never wanted to mention this again. Fortunately, the little girl wouldn't remember once she sobered up. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to erase her memory. Lu Jiejie hummed softly on his back, her delicate fingers resting on his broad shoulder. She subconsciously scratched him while crying. Shui Yan's expression softened. At least he had proven his capabilities afterward.
Zhou Wenqing and Lu Chao sneaked some food home from the banquet and had a hearty dinner that night. Zhou Wenqing thought about Lu Jiejie in her wedding dress and took a sip of wine. He had taken a small bottle of wine from the banquet and drank it all in one go. Seeing him drunk, Lu Chao helped him to bed. In his hazy state, Zhou Wenqing mistook Lu Chao for Lu Jiejie. He grabbed Lu Chao's shoulder and mumbled, "What's so good about a country bumpkin? I have an education, and I'm from the city. Once I go back to the city, you'll be a city person too." "Wenqing, I know," Lu Chao said, her face turning red. Zhou Wenqing had never been this close to her before. Seeing the person in front of him so compliant, Zhou Wenqing leaned in and kissed her. Lu Chao had long wanted to have a child with Zhou Wenqing, so she held him tightly. Zhou Wenqing, who was already weak, got tired after a few seconds and fell asleep under the covers.
Lu Gao.
Lu Chao lay back in bed, finally feeling like she was truly with Zhou Wenqing. To be honest, Zhou Wenqing was quite gentle and didn't waste any time. The next day, Lu Jiejie woke up feeling sore all over and her eyes were tired. Later, when Lu Jiejie sobered up, she remembered a little of what happened. She had clearly pleaded with him, but he still wouldn't let her go. Lu Jiejie turned her head and saw that Shui Yan was no longer in bed. She raised her hand and noticed red marks all over her skin, spreading outwards. She forced herself to sit up, pulling back the covers to find more marks on her thighs. Lu Jiejie's eyes felt sore, and she rubbed them, realizing they were a bit swollen. Shui Yan walked in and, seeing she was awake, immediately approached her. "Where does it hurt?" "Everywhere," Lu Jiejie replied hoarsely. She climbed up and scratched at the bed in frustration. Her long black hair fell over her delicate back, and several red marks were visible on her slender neck. With her fierce expression, Shui Yan pushed her back onto the bed. Seeing his intense look, Lu Jiejie blinked her sore eyes and reached for the blanket to cover herself. "You're still bullying me. You started it last night," Shui Yan said, swallowing hard as he brushed a strand of hair from her lips. "Besides that time, you only did it once." If he hadn't held back, she wouldn't have been able to sit up and scratch him. Lu Jiejie didn't believe him. "You're talking nonsense. How could I bully you when you were so strong? You made me lie still, and then took advantage of me." Lu Jiejie retorted, "Then why do I have bruises all over, and you have nothing?" Shui Yan paused for a moment before starting to unbutton his shirt. "What are you doing?" Lu Jiejie said, baring her teeth, ready to bite again. Shui Yan took off his outer shirt, revealing his strong upper body, and turned slightly to show her.
"These are all from you last night."
His back was covered in scratch marks, most of which had broken the skin. Lu Jiejie felt wronged as she glanced at Shui Yan and then at the scratches on his shoulder. But she still felt uncomfortable all over. Every part of her ached, and she didn't even want to lift her arms. Shui Yan took a deep breath. After so many years, one time just wasn't enough. But seeing Lu Jiejie looking soft and teary, he could only hold back, planning to wait until she recovered before gradually increasing their time together. He reached for Lu Jiejie's waist, unable to resist her softness and sweetness. He said in a low voice, "It's still early, otherwise." Before he could finish, he felt another scratch on his broad shoulder. Shui Yan ground his teeth, planning to deal with her properly later in the evening. "I'll heat the bathwater first," Shui Yan said as he put on his clothes and stepped outside. He had prepared a tub filled with warm water. When he entered, Lu Jiejie had just finished putting on her pants. As soon as she saw Shui Yan, she crawled back into bed, but she was too weak to move her legs. Shui Yan bent down, grabbed her ankle, and pulled her into his arms. Lu Jiejie was small and soft, fitting perfectly against Shui Yan's broad shoulders. "You go out first. I can wash myself." "I'm afraid you'll fall," Shui Yan said seriously as he started to help Lu Jiejie with her clothes. Lu Jiejie's face turned red. She reached out to tug at Shui Yan's ear, but it didn't work at all. Shui Yan placed Lu Jiejie in the tub and began to take off his own clothes without waiting for her to ask. He explained, "We don't have enough firewood at home, so we can only heat this much water. Don't waste it." "I can't fit."
Lu Jejia was flustered by Shui Yan's actions. Her mind went blank, and she didn't know how to react, so she just held onto the edge of the tub. I'll wash quickly, and then you can go. The water will get cold. When Shui Yan carried Lu Jejia out, water splashed everywhere in the room. Lu Jejia dove under the covers, feeling both tired and sleepy. The slippery feeling in Shui Yan's hands disappeared as he snuggled into the blankets with Lu Jejia. After a while, he reluctantly got up again. Jejia, drink your porridge, Shui Yan said, patting her back. Lu Jejia let out a soft whimper. Shui Yan lifted the blanket to help her get dressed. The little girl looked lovely all over, her waist too slender, with a cute dip at her back. He took a while to help her put on her clothes. Lu Jejia accidentally touched the bite mark on her ankle and frowned, struggling to burrow back under the covers. Finish your porridge before sleeping, Shui Yan said, holding her close. Lu Jejia slowly opened her eyes and hazily drank a bowl of porridge. As soon as she was placed on the bed, she burrowed under the covers. Shui Yan rarely had time off, so he held Lu Jejia while sleeping. His wife was soft and sweet, and he couldn't get enough of her. By noon, Lu Jejia lazily ate a few bites of rice before continuing to sleep. Meanwhile, Shui Yan went outside to chop wood for the afternoon. After 3 days of being newly married, Lu Jejia could finally return home, but her family couldn't visit during that time. Lu Jejia spent 3 long days feeling trapped and overwhelmed. She thought the first day was hard enough, but Shui Yan made it even more difficult over the next 2 days, leaving her feeling dazed and confused. Of course, Shui Yan had left more marks on her neck. On the day of her return, Shui Yan helped Lu Jejia get dressed and even wrapped a scarf around her to keep her warm. Lu Jejia blinked, her face rosy, but her mind was still foggy. After walking a bit away from home, she turned to look at Shui Yan, who was carrying things behind her. She didn't want this husband anymore. Shui Yan walked up and gently touched her face, saying, "Be good, we'll be there soon." Lu Jejia swatted his hand away in annoyance and marched ahead, but after a few steps, she slowed down. Her legs felt weak. Lu's mother had been waiting outside for a while, and Lu's father was getting anxious as time passed, almost breaking his smoking pipe. After some time, they finally spotted Lu Jejia in the distance and hurried over to greet her. It was Sunday, and the children at home quickly surrounded Lu Jejia. Shui Yan handed out big white rabbit candies, making the children's faces light up. "Thank you, uncle." As soon as Lu Jejia returned home, her 2 sisters-in-law noticed her bright complexion and said, "You look even more beautiful. It seems you've been doing well these past few days." Lu Jejia. Shui Yan quietly set down the gifts and started helping with chores around the Lu household. Today, Lu's mother didn't want him to work, but Shui Yan insisted, "I'm the son-in-law of the Lu family. This is what I should do." Lu's mother smiled, pleased with Shui Yan. "Just do a little, and then take care of Jejia well in the future." Lu Jejia. Lu's mother took Lu Jejia back inside and looked her over, saying, "You haven't lost weight. Your face looks even healthier. It seems Shui Yan is taking good care of you." Lu Jejia touched her face, feeling that she was actually quite drained, but everyone else thought she looked full of energy. She spoke as if she were a fairy that specialized in absorbing energy. Lu Jejia thought about those 3 days. Shui Yan would bother her every day, leaving marks on her neck, waist, and legs that never faded, but they would disappear every other day. At first, Shui Yan was gentle with her, but after discovering her unique condition, he always found ways to persuade her to come over again. She leaned on the small table, looking eagerly at her mother. "I want to eat the spicy rabbit meat you make, Mom." Lu Jejia was tired of porridge. She had no taste in her mouth and really wanted something spicy. Lu's mother patted her daughter's fluffy little head. "We still have 1 rabbit at home. I'll go make it for you now."
Okay.
After her mother left, Lu Jejia searched for her books in the room. Even after she got married, her room looked the same. Besides her mother cleaning every day, no one else had a key to her room. Lu Jejia took out the books she had prepared for Shui Yan and just placed them on the bed when the door creaked open. Shui Yan walked in. This was his second time in Lu Jiejia's room. He glanced around and walked over to her. Do you need help organizing your things? Shui Yan was tall, and when he stood in front of her before, Lu Jiejie felt safe. But now, seeing him made her legs feel a bit weak. She pointed to the 5 books on the bed. You can take these back with you later. Okay. Shui Yan nodded and reached out to pick one up. Are you still studying high school material? He asked, puzzled, since Lu Jiejie had already graduated. Not only do I need to study, but you need to as well.
Me?
Lu Jiejie nodded. Yes, I'll explain it to you later. You'll need it in the future. Shui Yan looked at her with his dark eyes. But I don't understand. He asked, will you teach me? Lu Jiejie huffed. Of course, I'm the one teaching you. Who else would give you free tutoring? You need to study hard. If you don't study well, you'll get. Her gaze drifted to Shui Yan, scanning him before landing below. Shui Yan paused, subtly shifting back a bit. This girl was really something. She had kicked up a fuss the other day, and luckily he dodged quickly, or he would have ended up in the hospital. Shui Yan frowned and gently held Lu Jiejie's face, turning her little face. What are you thinking about? Nothing, Lu Jiejie mumbled, pouting. Don't pinch my face again, or you'll regret it. Shui Yan silently let go, feeling helpless against this little troublemaker. He stood up and said softly, I'm going out to work. You stay here and rest. Lu Jiejie nodded. After Shui Yan left, she continued to jot down various notes in her book. After half an hour, she felt a bit sleepy and rested her head on the table. She wasn't sure how long she had slept, but when she groggily woke up, Shui Yan came in. It's time to eat.
Okay.
Lu Jiejie's fingers moved slightly. Shui Yan helplessly bent down to help Lu Jiejie put on her shoes. For the past 3 days, Shui Yan had been helping her with her shoes, and Lu Jiejie had gotten used to it. Shui Yan had been working hard, and sweat was on his forehead. He had taken off a layer of clothing, with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his strong arms. His hands were calloused, and every time he touched her, it felt prickly if he pressed too hard, and itchy if he was gentle. Lu Jiejie shifted her ankle back, and Shui Yan's calloused hand brushed against a bite mark. She winced, remembering that he had bitten her there. Although it had mostly healed, her fair skin still showed a slight mark. Don't move, Shui Yan said firmly. Lu Jiejie was soft and slippery, and if he wasn't careful, she could easily slip away. He helped her put on her left shoe, and then reached for her right foot. Suddenly, Lu Jiejie pinched his ear, fuming, Shui Yan, you're too much. You even bit me. Wasn't that in the past? Shui Yan replied, without looking up. You bit me 3 times, and we agreed to let it go. That's different. Lu Jiejie still felt she had lost out. Shui Yan lifted her down from her shoulder. It's time to eat. We can talk about it later at home. Lu Jiejie felt a bit weak at that moment. She wouldn't dare bring up such things at home, as it would always lead to awkward situations. She walked ahead while Shui Yan followed her. When they reached the kitchen, Shui Yan naturally sat next to Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie shifted his position back, grunting in disapproval of this future brother-in-law. It was still Mother Lu who served the food. She first gave Lu Jiejie a bowl of rabbit meat, while everyone else got half a bowl. Since Lu Jiejie got married, the Lu family hadn't had good food for 3 days. Once Lu Jiejie left, the family's stored meat was gone, and there was no more of the legendary old 3 bringing meat. The Lu family returned to their old days, eating simple meals every day. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Zhang Shuyan saw that Lu Jiejie was almost in tears. She felt angry at herself for not treating Lu Jiejie better. Otherwise, how could her sister-in-law have gotten married so quickly? Today, they finally had meat again, and it was so delicious that the Lu family wished Lu Jiejie would stay with them forever. Lu Jiejie felt full after eating half a bowl of rabbit meat and naturally pushed the rest toward Shui Yan. For the past 3 days, whatever Lu Jiejie couldn't finish, she would give to Shui Yan, and today she instinctively pushed it over. But soon she noticed that many people were watching her. It seemed too obvious that she was taking advantage of Shui Yan. Lu Jiejie felt embarrassed and pushed the food back toward herself. Shui Yan turned his head and poured the leftover food from Lu Jiejia's bowl into his own. Little sister, are you full? Lu Yegua snorted, suspecting that Lu Jiejia was saving the good food for Shui Yan. Lu Jiejia opened her mouth and accidentally burped. Lu Yegua. She was definitely full. What are you staring at? Just eat your food. Mother Lu tapped the table with her chopsticks. Lu Hua was not used to Lu Jiejia not being home. She sadly asked, Aunt, when can you come back? Mother Lu was afraid Lu Jiejia would say something wrong and stiffened her face. Come back? Who comes back after getting married? If my daughter really came back to live here, you all would be annoyed. Then you'd have to cook and wash her clothes, and it would be embarrassing. Zhang Shuyun. She felt wronged. If her sister-in-law came back to live, she would want to celebrate with drums and gongs. When Lu Jiejia was at home, it wasn't obvious, but now that she was gone, they realized how much she contributed to the family, especially in providing food for everyone. It had only been a few days since her sister-in-law left, and she hadn't had a bite of meat. At night, she drooled with cravings, and the children's health was declining day by day. Zhang Shuyun regretted not appreciating such a wonderful sister-in-law. Zhang Xiulian spoke first. Mom, my little sister is my real sister. I will always care for her, no matter what. Zhang Shuyun quickly added, Mom, how could I ever make my little sister upset? I love cooking for her every day and doing her laundry. If I don't wash her clothes for a day, I feel uncomfortable. Lu Igua. Lu Jiejia. My sister-in-law is really getting better at expressing her feelings. Lu Mother huffed. What good is saying all this now? Everyone eat your meal. Shui Yan glanced at Lu Jiejia without showing any emotion, a slight smile appearing on his lips, almost unnoticeable. Lu Jiejia fiercely scratched Shui Yan's palm below the table. How dare he smile? Even so, he is still so well-liked. Shui Yan returned to his food, eating the remaining rice. He seriously thought about letting Lu Jiejia stay at the Lu family home. He worked outside and could only return once a week. He wouldn't feel comfortable with her living alone. But if he let her parents move in, he would worry even more about his father's cooking skills. So, it was better to let the little girl continue being spoiled at the Lu family. Lu Mother knew that Lu Jiejia would be back in 3 or 4 days. Unlike when she sent her off to get married, she wasn't as sad now. Instead, she reminded her, make sure to eat well and don't go hungry. If you need anything, just come back home to find us. Lu Jiejia nodded. Lu Mother gave Lu Jiejia the leftover spicy rabbit meat to take home for dinner. Shui Yan carried it as they walked. It was getting dark, and it was rest time. The villagers were watching the newlyweds on the road. Lu Jiejia was pretty and petite, while Shui Yan was tall and strong, making them look like a perfect match. I didn't expect that Shui Yan actually married Jiao Jiao. Back then, they were almost strangers. Lu girl even jumped into a lake to avoid marrying him, and now they are actually married. What do you know? I think they're meant to be together. Otherwise, why would our ancestors have left the rule of marrying one savior? Honestly, I always thought the Lu girl would marry someone from the town. Our situation is quite good too. Look at Shui Yan. He not only got rid of his past but also has a job that no one in town has. He always has a cold expression and doesn't seem to care about his wife. As they walked to a quieter area, Lu Jiejia jumped onto his back. Carry me, and if anyone asks, just say I twisted my ankle. The girl had even prepared an excuse. Shui Yan bent down to lift her up, then picked up the small jar and book from the ground, taking one step at a time. You're so light. You need to eat more, Shui Yan said, giving her a little bounce. Lu Jiejia placed her hand on his shoulder, pouting in response, I'm not light. This is just right. Shui Yan paused for a moment. You're right, it is just right. His voice was a bit hoarse, but it had a special charm. Every time he comforted her, it was in this soothing tone. Lu Jiejia blushed. Why do you always do this? Shui Yan's dark eyes shifted. I only do this for you. He was telling the truth. He never felt this way about other women. But Lu Jiejia was different. Ever since he started thinking about her, she was the only one in his dreams. How could he let go? Shui-Yan wondered if he would ever be able to. When they got home, Shui-Yan put the small jar back in the kitchen along with the leftover buns from yesterday. He had brought back a small bag of rice from his hometown. In the evening, Lu Jiejie lit the stove while Shui-Yan cooked. Lu Jiejie occasionally tossed in some firewood. Shui-Yan placed the buns into the pot, then added the stewed rabbit meat and covered it with a lid. The delicious aroma began to fill the air. Lu Jiejie asked, "You brought back rice. What about your parents?" "There's plenty," Shui-Yan said, rubbing his fingers nervously as he watched Lu Jiejie's expression. "You know I sell things on the black market, so I have enough meat and grain. And you can make money," Lu Jiejie said, turning to place her hand on Shui-Yan's knee. She tilted her face up, the firelight dancing on her features, her eyes sparkling. "Shui-Yan, you're amazing. You can do everything and have such a good memory." Last time, when they escaped from the black market, the alley was complicated, but he moved purposefully and no one could catch him. Shui-Yan's anxiety faded away. He really liked it when Lu Jiejie praised him. He held her tightly on his lap, gently brushing his finger over the red corner of her eye. "You just stay at home and don't worry about me. I can earn everything you want." "Yeah, I think you're really amazing," Lu Jiejie said, holding onto his fingers. Shui-Yan kissed the corner of her lips. "What kind of amazing?" "Lu Jiejie." She suddenly turned away from him with a blank expression. "I want to rest today. You can't touch me, or you won't get to sleep in the same bed." Shui-Yan was taken aback, but remembered that he had been a bit too much a couple of days ago, so he stayed silent. Lu Jiejie took the remaining rabbit meat away, and the Lu family returned to their previous meals, which had no meat at all. "Mom, is Uncle San still sending meat?" Zhang Shuyun asked tentatively. Lu's mother rolled her eyes. "What meat? That was for his sister, not for you. When Jiejie was at home, she gave you meat because she cared about you. Now that she's married, do you still expect to get something from your little sister?" Zhang Shuyun quickly shook her head. Zhuantu pouted, "Grandma, I miss my aunt. She was so nice, and I really want to see her." Lu Yuan wiped away her tears. "Without my aunt, no one teaches me how to write. She promised to send me to school." The children of the Lu family felt a tightness in their hearts. They didn't notice how much Lu Jiejie had given until she was gone. Lu's mother and father exchanged a glance. This was the effect they wanted. People often don't appreciate what they have until they lose it. Words may not help, but personal experience is the most effective. Lu Chao made wild vegetable pancakes again, mixing wild greens with coarse flour. It hurt her throat to swallow, but she gritted her teeth and managed to do it. "This is awful," Zhou Wenqing said, grimacing. The two had really gotten together a few days ago, and Lu Chao was nicer to Zhou Wenqing. She said, "This is already pretty good. It fills you up." She added, "Wenqing, you need to work hard to earn points. If I get pregnant, I need to earn food for the baby." Zhou Wenqing got very upset when this matter was mentioned. He never thought about getting involved with Lu Chao, let alone having a child with a woman from the countryside. "Who told you to have a baby? How can we support a child with our current situation? It would only suffer. Why didn't you push me away when I was drunk?" Zhou Wenqing frowned.
How old are you?
"It's so difficult to have a baby now. What if something goes wrong?" He was used to sweet talk, and hearing him care about her safety made Lu Chao emotional. "Wenqing, I'm not afraid of hardship. I've thought it through. If we have a girl in 3 or 4 years, she can help with chores and take care of her younger brother. Our lives will get better." He didn't want a son or a daughter. Zhou Wenqing glanced at Lu Chao's belly and felt even more annoyed. Lu Jiejie finished dinner, cleaned up, changed into her pajamas, and went to bed. She had already decided that if Shui-Yan didn't let her sleep, she would make him sleep in the next room. But Shui-Yan hadn't returned for a long time. The sound of chopping wood came from outside, and Lu Jiejie soon fell asleep. Shui-Yan chopped wood for an hour, washed himself with hot water, and quietly climbed into bed. He didn't know what other men were like, but he knew he had a lot of energy, especially these days. He was constantly thinking about it. He could only chop wood to release his energy. As Shui-Yan lay under the covers, surrounded by Lu Jiejie's scent, He tried to hold still, tossing and turning for half an hour. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his hair. It was too hot. He slightly lifted the blanket to let in some cool air, hoping it would help calm his restlessness. But Lu Jejia felt cold. She moved her fingers and quickly hugged the warm source beside her. Finally, Shui Yan couldn't help but touch Lu Jejia's soft waist. Shui Yan felt warm and cozy, and holding her in the chilly season was especially nice, making Lu Jejia sleep even more soundly. He touched his wife's waist, but seeing that Lu Jejia didn't react at all, with her fair cheek resting on his arm, he couldn't bear to wake her. He lay stiffly in bed, his fingers tightening and loosening, sweating more and more. After a few minutes, he slowly moved away from Lu Jejia, tucked her in, and went back outside to chop wood. After chopping wood for half the evening, he was covered in sweat, quickly washed with cold water, and climbed back into bed. The quilt is a wedding gift from Lu Jejia, a bright red cotton blanket that is very soft and comfortable, especially with a lovely wife inside. He hugged Lu Jejia from behind. Lu Jejia complained that he was cold and shifted away. Shui Yan playfully moved closer to her, not letting her go. Lu Jejia almost pressed herself against the wall. Feeling annoyed, she turned over and kicked at the obstacle. Her smooth, soft calf brushed against Shui Yan's thigh. Shui Yan swallowed hard, feeling a rush of heat. Lu Jejia finally stopped resisting his closeness. Her brows relaxed, and she continued to sleep. But Shui Yan couldn't sleep. He wanted to distance himself, but also wanted to hold her. Holding her made it harder, so he tried to stay still, staring at the ceiling. After some time, the sky outside began to brighten, and light came in. Shui Yan couldn't hold back anymore. He hugged his wife and, regardless of whether she could hear him, said hoarsely, "You said yesterday not to touch you, and I didn't. Now it's the second day, so I didn't break my promise." Lu Jejia, half awake, felt like a big dog was lying on her and licking her.
Soon, her calf was grabbed.
Lu Jejia. Her long black hair spread across the bed, and a strand stuck to her fair cheek, damp with sweat. She could have gotten up at 6 but ended up sleeping until 9. Shui Yan took care of the morning chores. Lu Jejia felt sore, and Shui Yan helped her put on her shoes and carried her down from the bed. There was still some rabbit meat left from yesterday, and Shui Yan made a bowl of egg custard. He placed half a bowl of rice in front of Lu Jejia and said, "Eat your breakfast." Lu Jejia took a couple of bites, then suddenly put her chopsticks down and said, "I've decided, the east room is still empty, so you should sleep there tonight." "I'm not going. You promised me you wouldn't touch me last night." "I didn't touch you last night," Shui Yan replied calmly, sticking a spoon into the egg custard. "I only touched you this morning." Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia looked at Shui Yan and said, "You're leaving in a couple of days. For now, just stay home and study. I found you some middle school textbooks." "Okay." The water at home ran out, so after dinner, Shui Yan went to fetch water. Lu Jejia washed the dishes and then returned to her room to pick up her math textbook from the first year of middle school. She even ran outside to find a willow branch. Before Shui Yan finished fetching water, she waited for him with a cheerful smile, saying, "Don't take too long. Come and study." Shui Yan quietly filled the water and then went back to the room. Lu Jejia sat at her new desk and waved to Shui Yan, "Come here quickly." Shui Yan. Shui Yan took it and read for about 10 minutes. Lu Jejia picked up the willow branch and smiled sweetly. "In a moment, I'll ask you questions. If you get them wrong, you'll have to get a little tap on your hand to encourage you to study." She took the textbook from Shui Yan and randomly chose a section for him to memorize. What is a rational number? A rational number can be written as AB. Shui Yan recited it perfectly. It had only been a few minutes. Lu Jejia flipped a couple of pages and asked with a serious face, "What are the multiplication rules for rational numbers?" "The power of any positive number is positive." Shui Yan was in his 20s, so it wasn't surprising that he understood this, but memorizing it perfectly was unusual. Lu Jejia thought about how Shui Yan could navigate through complex alleys without getting lost. He must have a very high IQ. Could he have a photographic memory? Lu Jiejie quickly put down the book and held Shui Yan's head, murmuring, "How are you so smart?" This made her feel a bit silly. Shui Yan hugged Lu Jiejie and lifted her onto the desk, resting his hand on her lower back. "Since I memorized it, shouldn't there be a reward?" Shui Yan's lips brushed against Lu Jiejie's face, and his warm breath touched her cheek. Lu Jiejie clutched his shirt and turned her face away, saying no. She pushed him off and then picked up the willow branch, saying sternly, "Put your hand out. You should be corrected for disrespecting your teacher." Lu Jiejie tapped Shui Yan's palms several times, finally feeling satisfied that he wouldn't disturb her sleep. "Keep reading." Lu Jiejie pressed the book against Shui Yan's chest and then sat on the bed to start sewing. Many of Shui Yan's clothes had holes, and she wanted to fix them. After all, they were married now, and he shouldn't be wearing torn clothes. She noticed that many of his clothes were faded from washing, and she frowned slightly. "When you have time, buy some fabric, and I can make you some clothes. Winter is coming, and I haven't seen you with a warm coat." Shui Yan turned to look at Lu Jiejie, who was threading a needle. Lu Jiejie had long eyelashes that cast shadows on her bright eyes, and her features were very delicate. A few years ago, it was just a dream for him to marry Lu Jiejie. He fantasized about her like a madman, wanting to hold this beautiful flower in his hands. He silently walked over. A shadow fell over Lu Jiejie, and she looked up at Shui Yan in confusion. "Dear wife," Shui Yan called. Lu Jiejie replied, looking up. Shui Yan set aside the needle and thread in her hands and lifted her up effortlessly.
"Ah!"
Lu Jiejie suddenly grabbed Shui Yan's arm, and she could reach the window on the door. Lu Chao, who had just entered, happened to see this scene and was taken aback. During her marriage to Zhou Wenqing, she had mostly been the one holding the family together, doing all the hard work. Zhou Wenqing had become increasingly fond of reading, often reciting poetry that she didn't understand. Someone like Shui Yan, who could easily lift someone, was something Zhou Wenqing would probably never be able to do in his lifetime. Lu Jiejie laughed, her curiosity piqued like a child's. She wrapped her legs around Shui Yan's waist and placed her hands on his shoulders, proudly saying, "This way, I can be taller than you." Lu Chao's eyes widened at Lu Jiejie's actions. How shameless, doing that in front of a man. Shui Yan held her gently, glancing at the door before quickly turning around. As the view changed, Lu Jiejie saw Lu Chao at the doorway. Lu Jiejie got down from Shui Yan. She looked at Lu Chao with confusion, completely unaware of why this person was at her home. "Cousin," Lu Chao cried out. Lu Jiejie remained expressionless. Lu Chao did not expect Lu Jiejie to not even pretend in front of Shui Yan, not knowing that she should flatter her first.
"Get out,"
Shui Yan said sharply. Lu Chao shrank her neck and then touched her stomach. "Cousin, I might be pregnant, but there's no food at home. Can you lend me some grain? You want to borrow grain from me?" As if she were a shy little wife. Lu Jiejie crossed her arms and said with a smirk, "Our family is very poor. We have no grain for you. Go check with someone else." Lu Chao's stomach growled. Hunger had made her lose her pride. She leaned against the door. "Cousin, we are so close. Just lend me 10 pounds of grain, and I promise to pay you back. Besides, brother-in-law is watching. Are you leaving or not? Do you believe I will hit you?" Lu Jiejie extended her hand. When she had support, Lu Jiejie loved to act tough and fierce. Lu Chao's face turned ugly. She glanced at Shui Yan and said deliberately, "Cousin, is it because I'm pregnant with Wenqing's child that you refuse to lend me grain? But we truly love each other. Besides, don't you like Shui Yan? Why do you have such a big issue with me?" Her words had a double meaning. If Lu Jiejie didn't lend her grain, it would imply she still had feelings for Zhou Wenqing. If she did lend it, it would align with Lu Chao's wishes. Lu Jiejie was surprised by Lu Chao's cleverness. Seeing her holding her stomach, pale and clearly starving, her intelligence seemed to have sharpened. "Who cares if you're pregnant? You're the only one who likes to rely on others. I'm not like you." Lu Jiejie lifted Shui Yan's arm for her to see. "Look at my boyfriend. He's strong, and can take care of me. Of course, I like him. As for Zhou Wenqing, he's just trash I discarded. You picked him up and treat him like treasure. What right do you have to speak to me? You.
Lu cao gờ lát.
She didn't expect Lu Jiejie to call Zhou Wenqing trash. Lu Jiejie stepped forward and pushed Lu Chao outside. She didn't want Shui Yan to get involved. After all, Shui Yan was a man. If he pushed Lu Chao, a woman, and someone saw it, it could ruin her husband's reputation. Even if Lu Chao was thin, she was still strong, while Lu Jiejie was pampered like a kitten. If Lu Chao fought back, Lu Jiejie would definitely lose. However, when it came to the Lu family, Lu Jiejie had many brothers, and her parents were quite strong, so she didn't dare to confront Lu Jiejie directly. At most, she could only argue a bit. When she got to the Shui family, with Shui Yan's watchful eye nearby, she had to step back when Lu Jiejie pushed her. They say that new brides often show off in front of their husbands after getting married. She thought she could gain some support, but instead, she was openly pushed out. Lu Jiejie pushed Lu Chao outside and quickly closed the door. Taking advantage of the situation, she turned and hugged Shui Yan's waist, looking up and saying, I won't treat Lu Chao as my cousin. If she asks you for anything, just ignore her completely. Okay. Shui Yan held her shoulder, paused for a moment, and said seriously, since you threw away Zhou Wenqing, don't pay attention to him anymore. Don't even look at him. Are you jealous again? Lu Jiejie teased, tugging at Shui Yan's ear. Why would I care about him? You're such a great husband. You earn money, stand up for me, and treat me so well. I only care about you. Shui Yan's ears turned red, clearly enjoying her sweet words. Lu Jiejie's eyes sparkled as she figured out how to cheer him up in the future. Lu Jiejie went to work in the afternoon while Shui Yan cooked at home. It was her first job since getting married, attracting the attention of many young men. She looked radiant, and aside from some back pain, she appeared even more refined than before. Zhao had completely given up hope. He felt he needed time to heal. Just as Lu Jiejie finished recording her work points, Lu Yegua returned driving a tractor, bringing many villagers who formed a circle around him. Lu Yegua looked nervously at Li Fun. Lu Jiejie blinked and suddenly thought of someone. She stepped outside and saw Lin Feng gently helping Luo Qingqing down. Luo Qingqing had spent 3 months in a labor camp. Her once fair skin had started to yellow, her eyes looked vacant, and her clothes were tattered. The only thing unchanged was her tears, which fell beautifully and in large drops. Unlike others, when she cried, her tears didn't smear her face. They slid down from her cheeks, giving her a natural beauty. If I didn't know how many people would be moved by her tears in the past, but Luo Qingqing had already made a name for herself. She was the first woman to undress and seek a man, successfully putting herself in a difficult situation. In this era, her reputation could be considered worse than Lu Chao's. Li Fun saw Lu Yegua glance at Luo Qingqing and turned to leave. Lu Yegua hurriedly handed the tractor keys to Lu Jiejie, saying, Little sister, you hold on to these for now. I need to explain things to Xiaofan. Okay, Lu Jiejie replied as she took the keys. Lu Yegua grabbed Li Fun's arm. What's wrong with you? He hadn't done anything with Luo Qingqing. He was the one who was hurt. Li Fun felt her earlier anger was unreasonable, but she couldn't help it. She turned her head and asked, Why did you look at her? Are you having regrets? What do I have to regret? Lu Yegua said, sweating with worry. She was just standing there, and when I turned my head, I saw her. I can't help it. You know who I like, right? Li Fun's expression softened, and she realized she might have overreacted. You can't change your mind. You've already taken my sister's job, so you have to be with me. Li Fun twisted Lu Yegua's ear. Lu Yegua, why do you have to be so annoying? If you talk like that again, I'll sew your mouth shut. Lu Yegua. Lu Jiejie looked at Luo Qingqing, and Luo Qingqing noticed Lu Jiejie too. Lu Jiejie was wearing a light blue sweater, her delicate features and fair skin giving her a charming appearance, as if she were cherished by many. She had changed. Lu Jiejie had changed. Luo Qingqing thought carefully and realized that Lu Jiejie had transformed after her injury in the mountains. She was no longer blindly obsessed with Zhou Wenqing. She could stand up for herself and even outsmart her, no longer the naive person she used to be. Lu's father rode up on his bicycle, glanced at Luo Qingqing, and said coldly, 3 months ago, you were supposed to go to a more difficult place, but the other village refused to take you after learning about your situation. Your destination is still under discussion, so for now, stay in Shishui village, just like Lin Feng, and live in the cattle shed. Captain, are you saying I have to live there? Luo Qingqing gasped lightly, looking weak and overwhelmed by the news. Lu's father frowned. It's not my decision for you to stay there. It's a decision from above. You got into trouble last time, and since you're just a young girl, I was worried about you being bullied. I negotiated for a long time to let you stay at the youth center, but this is the last chance. Your character is questionable, and that's what the higher-ups want. I can't help you anymore, so hurry up and move in. Luo Qingqing's face turned pale as she clenched her clothes tightly. At that moment, Shui Yan walked over from a distance. He approached Lu Jiejie and draped his jacket over her shoulders. It's windy and cold. Why are you standing outside watching? You really enjoy the excitement, Shui Yan said, brushing a strand of hair behind Lu Jiejie's ear. He had noticed her curiosity long ago. Seeing Shui Yan's close gesture towards Lu Jiejie, Luo Qingqing felt she had found something to use against them. She pointed at them and said, Captain, Shui Yan is touching Lu Jiejie's face in public. She accused Lu Jiejie of seducing men, claiming she wasn't innocent either.